I just poured 2 buckets of water on both sides of the pit, and unexpectedly obtained an infinite water that can never be used up. A passing boy mistook me for a deity and knelt down directly towards me, saying, "My mother is about to die. Please save my mother." Great God! In order to connect with the villagers, I decided to help the boy. Although I am not a deity, as long as you can find me a cow, I can save your mother. It turns out that I am a time traveler with an MC system, and the milk in the MC can cure all diseases. At this point, I have to give it a try. Thank you so much. Great God, I will definitely find you a cow. What else do you need? Just call me Brother Bai. Do you have any fishing line at home? I want to make a fishing rod. No problem. But Brother Bai, the rivers around here have dried up. Where will you go fishing? I glanced at a small puddle, showing a confident smile. Don't worry, even if there are no fish in it, I can still catch some. After saying goodbye to me, Lu Xiao ran home wildly, but was beaten by his own father. Lu De, you little brat, not helping with work and running around. Don't you know your mother is seriously ill? Lu Xiao was beaten and felt extremely wronged, and quickly shouted, "Stop, Dad. I found a way to save my mother." The air around them instantly froze. Who told you? It was Brother Bai who lives in the woods. He said as long as there are cows, there is a way to cure mother's illness. Unexpectedly, when Lu De heard this news, he was not excited, but instead looked desolate and squatted down. It's your father's incompetence that cannot cure your mother's illness, and now you can't even protect yourself. In a year of disaster, how could someone live in the wilderness? He thought Lu Xiao must have encountered a monster. Lu Xiao looked anxious but didn't know how to explain. First, Brother Bai is a good person. He just asked me to bring a bundle of rope over. But Lu De clearly didn't listen. Instead picked up the only 2 hens left in the house, and said firmly to Lu Xiao, "You are still young. The road ahead is long. I will personally go meet that monster later, and the future of the family will depend on you." On the other side, I had just woken up from the wooden board, feeling uncomfortable sleeping, not knowing when I would have sheep. Sleeping on this wooden board is really uncomfortable. I walked to the door, stepped on the pedal, and the wooden door opened automatically, revealing the trees planted a few days ago, now grown. I rubbed my hands together, reached into the air, and a stone axe appeared in my right hand instantly. The built-in spatial grid is convenient. Let's get to work. One by one, the wooden blocks were directly absorbed into the spatial grid. At this moment, Lu Xiao's voice came from not far away. "Brother Bai, I brought the rope you wanted." Then, Lu Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. "Dad is worried about me, so he followed me here." At this moment, Lu widened his eyes and looked towards the house, only to see a golden wheat field. How could there be ripe wheat at this time of year? Although he was very afraid, he tried to remain calm, offering the hen he brought with him with respect, and said, "Master Bai, I hope to exchange my life for my son's life. These 2 chickens are a token of apology for disturbing your meditation." I am a bit puzzled. Wasn't I asked to help save a life? How did I suddenly become the villain? Lu Xiao quickly stepped forward to explain. "My father mistook you for a man-eating monster. No matter what I said, he wouldn't believe me, saying that you had bewitched me." Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Uncle Lu, rest assured, I have no ill intentions towards Lu Xiao. The promise I made remains unchanged. Just bring your wife and the cow to me." Seeing that Lu was still looking puzzled, after thinking for a while, I suddenly had an idea in my mind. "Let me borrow these 2 chickens first. It will be useful for an experiment." "Brother Bai, why did you destroy this wheat?" Lu Xiao watched as I walked into the field and destroyed 2 plants that had not yet fully grown, feeling very distressed. "It's okay, my wheat seeds have other uses." In Lu's astonished gaze, the wheat seeds on the ground flew into my palm, and then I saw the 2 hens suddenly become excited. Staring intently at the seeds in my hand, I smiled confidently, silently chanting to feed the 2 chickens. The next moment, Lu suddenly widened his pupils and exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible?" Lu Xiao was also too excited to speak, only to see the 2 hens huddle together. In less than 3 seconds, a fluffy little chick suddenly appeared. "How about that? Uncle Lu, can monsters do such things?" Lu Da's brain had already crashed. "You should know that these are 2 hens, and they actually gave birth to a chick, and that chick seemed to appear out of thin air, without even the process of laying eggs. This kind of gift of offspring is something only immortals can achieve." Oh no, I actually mistook an immortal for a monster. After reading, Lu Da's legs went limp, flopped down on the ground and kowtowed. I didn't know that Immortal Monarch had descended to the earth. That's why I saw Immortal Monarch as a demon. Please, Immortal Monarch, remembering that I didn't know what was going on, please don't blame the villain. Don't. Uncle Lu, don't be like this. I'm not an immortal. At best I'm just a Fengsher with special abilities. How has Bai Li ever seen this kind of battle? It's always him kowtowing to his own old ancestor, rushing to help Lu Di up. However, His explanation seemed difficult to convince Lu De. Ah, immortal monarch. I can get up by myself. Don't bother immortal monarch to do it. How dare Lu De let the immortal help himself up? He scrambled to climb up. Gods, I have to kneel too. Thinking like this, Lu Er also wanted to follow suit and kneel down to kowtow. Lu Er, just don't kneel. Finally a silence hastily interrupted Lu Er's movements. Didn't you just recognize me as Big Brother? Little brother has to listen to Big Brother. Stand your legs straight for me. What are you doing kneeling for me? Oh, Lu Er constrainedly stood up straight, his toes uncomfortably wanting to plow 2 rooms on the ground. By Big Brother, this is the experiment you said? Naturally, since 2 hens can reproduce, it follows that the laws of the MC will likewise act on cows, i.e., by the same token, bulls can be milked. Well, fortunately it worked. Now I have a few more certainties about your mother's illness. Whenever you are free, bring your mother here. I'll try to see if I can cure her. Of course it's best to do it earlier. After all, illnesses can't be delayed. Tomorrow. Does Immortal Lord Bai have time tomorrow? The cows are only available at the village chief's house, so when we get back I'll ask the village chief if he can sell the cows to us. Yes, tomorrow morning then. Well, Uncle Lu, you don't have to call me by Xianjun. Just call me by Li. Okay, Immortal White. Forget it, but the cow doesn't need to be bought. It's best if you can borrow it. My way won't cause any harm to the cow. Yes, Lu De arched his hand. Knew it was coming. Bailey looked at Lu Da's respectful appearance and was all but helpless. He looked at Lu Er and nodded slightly. This is now more or less the same as the usual look, but the expression is very anxious to look at me. Want to talk but want to talk and stop. Strange, interesting. Should be looking for a point to go back to borrow cattle over it. In that case, let them go back early and try out the rods yourself just in time. Then you will go home early. And don't forget to bring the patient with the cow tomorrow. Yes, Immortal Lord Bai, I will retire, Lu De said, arching his hand as he retreated and walked slowly. Big Brother Bai, then I'll leave first. Okay, come over early tomorrow. Treat you to grilled fish. Okay. It wasn't until Bailey disappeared from sight that Lu De breathed a sigh of relief, and then the corners of his mouth couldn't be restrained from angling upwards. The child has recognized a fairy Big Brother, and his sister is saved. Fast, Lao Er what does his old man, Immortal Lord Bai, usually like to do? Dad, you tried to lock me up in the house before and beat me. I won't tell you. Slightly. This is father's fault. Father punished himself. Saying this, he was about to slap himself in the face. Lu Er hastily pulled back. No need. Father, I forgive you. Brother Bai, he usually like, yes, and that wheat, this time of the year should not be only so big, is not also some doorway. Father is a little curious. Give father to say, that wheat is awesome. The two of them walked towards the house at a brisk pace, talking and laughing. Place the ball of thread on the workbench and break it down into strands. Another stick was put in and synthesized out of a fishing rod. Let's make a fish pond first, although it is said that 1 frame of water can also be fished, but without flinging a fishing rod, this fish cannot be caught. Start by digging out a 2x2 hole, put water around it and proceed to derive it outwards. Keep going until it's 4x4 in size. Woohoo! Open fishing. Bailey shook the rod. The fish float suspended up and down on the water surface. Unlike in the game, 10 minutes passed. Still no movement. He wasn't in a hurry, though. Patience was the least of the angler's problems. Maybe it's because there are no fish in this water, so the time it takes to fish becomes longer. Bailey sat down and waited quietly. Another few minutes passed. The lake fluctuated slightly, and the leaves rustled in the breeze, as if adding to the serene moment. The flowers and grasses beside him emitted a faint fragrance, and the sunlight poured onto the ground through the gaps in the leaves, creating dappled light and shadows. Bailey felt the tranquility and harmony of nature, which calmed his heart and made his patience more abundant. So this is what freedom feels like. Time passed quietly. Bailey's wait was not in vain. Suddenly, the fish float moved slightly and then sank rapidly, and he instantly tightened the rod in his hand. Ha! Hooked. Bailey put away his fishing rod, and a codfish bounced and popped up inside Bailey's backpack. Good. Sure enough, you can catch it. This realizes the freedom of the fish. Maybe if you're lucky, you can catch the treasure. It's better to have an enchantment book. It's better to be efficient if you can, and so is the favors of the sea. Take the bait. Okay, another codfish. Again. Pufferfish? Again. No way. Sticks. What do I need this for? Wooden bowl? No. Come again. Inside the village headman's house. Lu De, are you saying that the demon you guys encountered that day was actually a fairy, and that he said he could cure your sister's illness? That's what it means, right? Lu De touched his whitened goatee, coughed gently, and rearranged what Lu De had just said. Yes, village chief, you also know that our family's cows were sold a long time ago because of my sister's illness, and nowadays uncle is the only one in our village who still has cows here, so I was wondering if I could borrow them for a day. Since Lu Dishi was a picture of hesitation, Lu Di gritted his teeth. If you really have a hard time with it, then I want to buy out that cow of yours and use that piece of land in my house. Alas, Lu Di, it's not that I don't want to lend it to you, but are you really clear about that guy? What if he is cheating you? Lu Dishi knocked the dry cigarette in his hand on the steps, then put it in his mouth and took a deep breath. Even if Lu Di now said to him that he needs to sell this bull for some money to take to the emergency, then Lu Dishi will not say much to give this bull to Lu Di. But now Lu Di actually gave him the word that he would use the cow to take it and use it to cure his sister. Or add a goddess. How is that possible? Over the years, the drought in their part of the world had gotten worse and worse, and it had been close to half a month without rain. So if the gods really existed, how could they possibly let this happen? I've lived most of my life myself, and I've traveled a lot in my youth, and seen some tricks, like frying pans under an iron hand and such. The gods have come down to earth, and I'm afraid someone isn't pretending to be there. Back in the beginning, he didn't believe in that whatever demon Lu Di was talking about, and only thought that Lu Di was just overthinking it, didn't take it too seriously either. But right now, Lu Di has obviously completely believed in the bullshit that the man said. If he refuses, the man blamed him for all the faults, and then he himself would have no defense. But if you borrowed the cow, it would be a small matter if the cow was lost, in case the man was not saved. This last straw, and I don't know if Lu Di can hold out. Hey, it's hard to do. Tell you what, Lu Di, I can lend you the cow, but tomorrow I'm going with you. Together? Well, the immortals have descended to the earth, so naturally I, the village chief, would want to go and meet them. At that time, if that immortal Lord Bai asks for punishment, you can say that this ox is afraid of being born, and if I don't go, I won't be able to pull it over. So you see how it is. Humph, if I recognize his tricks then, if the person is rescued, then we can live with it. But if, I may be old, but I still have 2 sons. Good, just do it. Keep this wine and meat for your old man. I'll go back first. You kid, things are still so furtive, there is no lack of time. Stay for a meal and then go. What's the hurry? Lu Dishi stood up and pressed Lu Di into a chair. These days you are so busy. I'm tired of watching you. It's rare that you have time to come to uncle's place and drink a few cups with him. Wait here. I'll go out to get some wine. Don't think about running away, or I'll run to your house to drink. Will Lu Di persuaded? Lu Dishi smilingly out of the door. Face brushes a down sunk. Walked to his mother-in-law, waiting for me to have an urgent matter and my 2 sons to say. You suffer. Call those 2 boys over. Okay, I'll go now. That granny didn't ask any more questions. She just put down what she was doing and went to look for her 2 sons. Lu Dishi walked to the side of the small house, took out the only remaining altar of wine inside, lifted a corner of the bag containing peanuts. Kancho scooped a spoonful of peanuts, and returned to the room where Lu Di was. Come and taste this of mine. Just dug out the good wine from the ground. The 2 of them drank on peanuts for almost half an hour. During this time, Lu Dishi's 2 sons also arrived. In Lu Dishi's eyes signaling, took the bench to accompany the drink together. Su unloaded his heart disease, and perhaps a little drunk. Lu Da's box also slowly opened, but 3 sentences no less than 2 sentences do not leave their sister. Ha ha ha, that Dr. Wang even said that my sister's illness would be difficult to return to even the imperial doctors in the capital, and that this medicine would only help ease her pain. But this way, let my son find it like this. Lu Di took a sip of wine and cheerfully picked peanuts into his mouth. Uncle, you don't know. That immortal Lord Bai was holding the seeds taken from the immortal rice in his hand, and just like that, he fed them to those 2 hens. And the next moment, a chick, or the kind of chick that had already grown 2 or 3 weeks old, just appeared out of thin air. And that turtle son of my family, ha ha ha, I used to think that he's monkeying around, and he's definitely capable in the future. He and that white immortal monarch get along. I didn't expect that later. To say not afraid of your joke. White immortal monarch recognized him as a little brother. Mentioning his son, Lu Di was red-faced and proud. Of course, Lu Di didn't say that his son had originally intended to be someone's servant, nor did he say that Lu Er himself had brought it up. Adults, they're all about saving face. Lu Dishi nodded his head every now and then in agreement. These days, Lu Di has been repressed for too long. It is good to let him vent, and he will be a good listener. Just this by Xian Jun. The more he heard, the more he felt that it was a wandering swindler. The experience is still very old-fashioned. So willingly cheated Lu Da's 2 chickens, taking in a little brother? I'm afraid I'm trying to get favors from Lu Di. After the last drop of wine was finished and Lu Da was sent away, Lu Dishi picked out a small section of tobacco from his tobacco pouch and lit it around, slowly spitting out smoke rings. The general course of events. You should have heard and understood it. Father. One of the big men nodded and rolled up his sleeves with a face full of anger. This shrew from nowhere dares to run to our Lu family village to cheat. Simply abominable. Rush tomorrow at first light. My big brother and I will touch all the way over there and beat him up. If he doesn't die, he'll have to take off his skin. That's right. And cheated Lu Di out of 2 chickens. That's abominable. This matter, there's no rush. This is what I think. You guys have seen Lu Da's current appearance. If we just drive that person away, I'm afraid that if Lu Da knows about it, he'll still blame us instead. Lu Dishi looked at his 2 sons. Word by word. Instructed, tomorrow morning, I will follow along with the past. I will do some marks along the way. By then you follow behind. Wait until the place. If I do this gesture. He stretched out his hand in the air and gestured twice. Then said, you guys rush straight up and catch him. Don't let him get away. Got it? Good. Got it. Dad. Lu Dishi nodded and looked worriedly in the direction of Lu Dezhong, and after a long time, he sighed deeply. If there really are demons, then how come it's them, the commoners, who suffer? Not to mention, how can there be a god who stays in the wild mountains? It's grasping at the last straw. Can't see the real thing anymore. If the person is not saved. Hey, I hope Lu Da can pull through. Lu Da walked back home. The cold wind blew into his face, and the whole person woke up half of the wine. He tiptoed open the door, padded over to the bed and gently lay down on it, looking tenderly at the other figure lying on the bed, and whispering in a small voice, Yelan, I'll take your illness tomorrow, and you'll be fine. You've been drinking at the village headman's house, haven't you? And you smell like alcohol. A familiar voice came to his ears. Ah, sis, you're awake. No, just haven't been sleeping. Go to sleep. You'll be cured by tomorrow. Yelan didn't reply. She just rolled over and looked at Lu Da. The chickens at home. How many have been sold? The chickens at home aren't for sale. I'm still counting on them to lay eggs and sell them. How could they be sold? I lie in bed all day long. I have nothing to do, but also to listen to the sound. The surrounding movements I hear clearly. How can I not hear how many of these chickens are left? I'm afraid there are only 1 or 2 left. You promised me. The things in the house. The same cannot be sold again. Don't worry sis. This is really the last time. Trust me. Go to sleep. It's going to be okay. Everything will be fine tomorrow. Remember that time we went to the godmother's place? She jumped around the bonfire and just jumped away from the family for so many coppers. This time is different. Immortal Lord Bai can really cure you. Lu Da gently took Yelan into his arms. Yelan, trust me one last time. I can't lose you, and neither can Lu Er and the others. Of course I believe you. I'll go with you tomorrow. Yelan lowered her head, but her mood became heavier, and even her body felt a few points weaker. The next day, Lu Da woke up early. He hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time, ever since his sister was sick. Maisie, what's wrong with you? Don't you scare me. Turning his head, Lu Daji saw his sister-in-law, with a face of pain, constantly muttering something in her mouth. He reached out a hand to his forehead to test the temperature and found it frighteningly hot. Damn, how could the condition suddenly worsen at this time? Lu De attached his ear, only to hear his own sister keep mumbling unconsciously about sorry, dragged and other nonsense. He rushed to another room and woke up Lu Er. Lu Er, get up. Your mother's illness has suddenly worsened. You now quickly go to the village chief and ask him to bring out the cows in advance. I will carry your mother on my back and rush over in a while. Let's hurry to find Immortal Lord Bai. Hurry, it's going to be too late. Ah, I'll be right there. Lu Er jumped out of bed and hoofed it to the village chief's house. Bon Bon, coming, don't knock. Lu Dishi opened the door, saw that it was Lu Er, and muttered in a somewhat grumbling tone. It's Lu Er ah, is it because of the matter of Immortal Monarch Bai? But it's not even dawn yet. You're going so early. I don't think the white immortal king your father told you about is even up yet. Why are you in such a hurry? It's not that bad. I'm old bones. It's not easy for me to fall asleep. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep for a while if you make such a mess. Who? Lu Er gasped and said anxiously. My mother's forehead is burning terribly, and the whole person keeps talking nonsense. Father told me to come over first, so that you, Grandpa Village Chief, can get everything ready first, and when he comes over in a little while, he'll head straight to Big Brother Bai's place. Ah, hearing this, the slightest bit of dissatisfaction in Lu Dishi's heart instantly smoldered away. Why at this hour? No, we have to get going quickly. Come on, I'll go with you and get the bone setter over here. It may not be too late. Village Chief, there is no need to find a doctor. Oxen. Lu Er hurriedly stopped Lu Dishi and said anxiously. This time, You are not thinking of going to ask the doctor, but thinking of looking for the fairy? Lu Er, your father was in a hurry. That's why he believed in that nonsense. Your kid has always been smart. How come even you followed the mistake of Dim? You are more confused than this old man of mine. Big brother, by he can do it. Grandpa, village chief, just lend us the cow. Lu Er looked at Bai Dishi pleadingly, his tone a little choked. Alas, alas. Lu Dishi sighed twice in a row, turned around and shook his head repeatedly. Sins. Lu Dishi walked into the barn, roused the old yellow cow that was lying on the ground, stroked the old yellow cow's neck soothingly, and pulled the yellow cow as he said to Lu Er, "All right, let's go. Grandpa village chief, you have to go along too." Lu Er looked worriedly at the village chief's already pale beard. Naturally, if I don't go, this old fellow of mine is stubborn, and you guys are afraid that it's not good enough to take him away. Don't worry, I know what you're worried about. Although I'm old, my body is still strong and can keep up. Lu Dishi pulled the old yellow ox and signaled Lu Er to lead the way in front. It's come to this, I can't persuade you, so let's do as you say, but just leave you two in this state. I'm afraid that you'll be sold and still have to help count the money. Incidentally, let me see what kind of person it is that can trick you father and son so badly. Grandpa village chief, Big brother Bai really didn't lie to us, and he's really good. Although Lu Er was anxious about his own mother and was begging the village chief, he heard Lu Dishi say bad things about Bai Li and wanted to defend him. However, the village chief's response became more and more perfunctory, so Lu Er knew that he could not convince the village chief. Grandpa village chief, when you meet Big brother Bai, you'll know that what I'm saying is all true. Yes, once you meet the person, you'll know if it's true or not. Lu Dishi muttered, leading the yellow ox to walk in the forest path, with the closer to the place. His heart cannot be quiet. All the way, although he is not willing to believe that this is true, the heart inexplicably welled up a trace of anticipation, as well as the divine. Whether it was the fairy wheat that was said to grow in a week, the instantly grown chicks, or the oddity of unblemished clothing, he couldn't help but fantasize. Gods, if they really came down to earth, then, father, you guys are finally here. Lu Er, who was on the side, shouted, hearing the commotion. Lu Dishi only then came back to his senses. He turned around and raised his head, only to see that not far away, Lu Er's sister was carrying a basket and holding a machete in her hand to open up the road in front of her, while Lu De was carrying Yilan and rushing wildly towards this place. Lu Er, how long have we been walking, and how far is it before we get to the place? Lu Dishi asked. Grandpa village chief, we've been traveling for almost half an hour, and we're almost there. Has it been so long already? Lu Dishi muttered. Can't think about it. Lu Dishi snuffed out his thoughts and became more convinced of the idea that the other party was a liar. He was afraid of how disappointed he would be when he even had that slightest bit of belief or expectation, when he revealed the other party's true colors in a moment. What's more, he had the urge to rush back right now without going to see Bai Li, so that he would at least have the benefit of the doubt. It's no wonder that the two of them are so convinced. They haven't even seen each other's faces, and just by listening to what the two Lu De and Lu Er have said, they would rather believe that this scam is real. Grandpa village chief, what are you muttering about? Lu Er asked. It's nothing. Lu Dishi shook his head. He looked around and asked, the trees around here, they were also cut down by that white immortal monarch, right? If I remember correctly, there should be a grove of trees here, right? And now there are only a few saplings left. Yeah, I saw Big brother Bai about to cut down a tree when I came here the other day. Do you know where all those trees went? Tree this thing, then to cut. How to transport out is a difficult thing, before the government to come, but also have to at least 10 people can move away. How he is a person transported away, I don't know. It was like this when I came here. Never seen any wood on the ground. Seeing Lu Er's blank face, Lu Dishi understood that once he saw the so-called white immortal monarch, everything would be clear. Waiting to join up with the rushing Lu Er took the machete from his sister's hand and walked in the forefront, and the group hurriedly rushed deeper into the forest. During this time, Lu Dishi sighed as he put his eyes on Yilan's body every now and then. Ben was seriously ill, hanging on to his breath by that medicine. Now the condition is aggravated. Plus this road, although Lu De is very hard to stabilize the body, but still cannot avoid bumps and shaking. This early morning the wind blows. The body simply cannot withstand. At this time, Lu De, however, suddenly stopped and looked ahead with a happy face, his original hurried footsteps becoming cautious at this moment. Is this, to the neighborhood? Arrived? Lu Dishi asked suspiciously. Arrived? Then why are you still taking smaller steps to come? Since you're almost there, shouldn't you walk faster? Human life is at stake. It's already this time. I'm sure immortal monarch, his old man won't blame you. Yes, father, let's hurry over. Luer cut down the weeds and branches that blocked the road while responding. Look, great, Brother White is still awake. He seems to be fishing, he shouted excitedly in front of him as a glimmer of light peeked out from the tightly packed bushes. Fishing? Ludishi was full of questions. Where is the river around here? The nearest creek has to be a kilometer or two, not to mention the fact that it's basically parched now. So how can we fish? Ludishi hurriedly walked forward, only to see a gorgeously dressed teenager holding a wooden fishing rod, leisurely sitting on the ground, his eyes staring at a meter-deep small slice of water pool fishing for fish. Around countless torches inserted in the ground to provide light. Behind the teenager is a strange box building. Ludishi guessed that this should be the place of residence. He also saw the wheat that was growing strangely unevenly in the fence, some already half a meter tall while others were still just sprouting. But what he cared about most was the pool of water, and the teenager who was fishing. The water of the pool was very shallow, plus the surrounding light was very bright, although Ludishi's eyes were a little dim, but still could see that there was not a single fish in the pool. How is this going to catch fish? And why is it a teenager? Immortals, shouldn't they be Taoist, grand and majestic, floating in the dust? This teenager, more like a noble son who ran out from some mansion, exuded the bookish air of a scholar. Ha ha ha, I knew it. It's a trick. A fake. A fake. A sense of helplessness and loss that was hard to describe rose in Ludishi's heart. This world is really hopeless. Since seeing that poolside teenager, not past a few seconds, Ludishi had already thought a lot. And just then, he suddenly realized that the fishing rod shook strangely. Pull. This is. Ludishi's eyes widened, and he suddenly saw that the teenager got up to put away his pole, and a big fish, half a meter long, jumped out of the water pool as the pole was put away, and then turned into a golden light and disappeared into the teenager's body. His heart pounded, the only thought left in his mind. Really? A fairy? Another codfish? Geez, can't you just give me the enchantment book? I'm not greedy, just any type will do. Bailey couldn't help but complain. Even the most useless undead slayer right now would be fine. After all, not brushing monsters, but at least you can prove that you're not a non-combatant. He glanced at the transparent item bar below him and his mood became even more complicated. All night, he fished all night. What's in this bag? 16 cod, 3 blowfish, 3 salmon. Treasure is not out of one, but trash is out of many. A wooden bowl, a water bottle, a thread, and 2 sticks. All of this junk, except for the thread which still has some use, is either still synthesizable by itself or is simply a grid hog right now. Even if it's out of a bone or a bamboo it would be nice. The bones can be used to synthesize bone meal to ripen rice. Maybe with a bit of luck, a few more seeds could be produced to expand the farmland a bit. As for the bamboo, it would be even more useful, as long as one had a bamboo and planted it along the water flow. In a few days one could get more bamboo in a steady stream. Not to mention, bamboo can be used for combustion, and when the production of bamboo comes up later, it can be used as an unlimited fuel. Not to mention the fact that it can be used to synthesize paper for bookshelves to improve enchantment. And even if you don't use it yourself, it was a very valuable resource in ancient times, though since graduating from high school, his only exposure to history has been a variety of short videos. It's not clear whether paper was already being produced in large quantities by this time in the Ming dynasty. Still, he knew one thing for sure, and that was that white, clean paper made with modern processes should be more valuable at this time as well, not to mention books synthesized from paper. Well, 3 sheets of paper synthesized into one thick book. Bailey silently spat in his mind. Forget it, I'm lucky if I get it, but I'm lucky if I lose it. Anyway, I've got a long time, so I'll just hang on to it, and one day I'll be able to catch it. He glanced at his status bar. After fishing all night, the satiety level hasn't gone down much. Sure enough, as long as he doesn't move, then there won't be a satiety level anything. It's also sort of an alternative to parave. You can't sleep long by yourself at this hour, so why don't you just stay up all night? Thinking of this, Bailey couldn't get enough and planned to continue fishing, not noticing Luer and the others in the distance. Brother Bai. Ha, Luer's voice? Looking in the direction of the voice, Bailey saw Luer who was walking towards him and Ludishi who was following behind him with a cow, and leading a cow. At this hour? It must be that his mother's illness had suddenly worsened, or she wouldn't have run to herself so far in advance. Luer's anxious words also verified his suspicions. It's great that you're not asleep, Brother Bai. I've brought the cow here. Please save my mother. Where's your mom? Father couldn't walk on his mother's back, so he asked me to open the way for him in front, and now he's still behind, and he'll be there soon. Following the direction of Luer's finger, Bailey saw the dark shadows of the crowd behind him. Good, Bailey nodded cautiously. He had to get the milk out quickly so he could give it to his mother in the first place. He took the bucket out of his backpack, intending to set the water in it aside. Goo, how can you just dump such clean water like that? Even if it's used to water the farmland, it's too wasteful to just dump it. This action caused Ludishi, who was next to him, to feel a bit distressed and wanted to stop Bai Li's action. But then thinking of Bai Li Xinyi's performance just now, Ludishi took a step out of the left foot and put it back, wanting to say something and then stood still, holding back the words he wanted to say. It's a shame about the water. Bai Li did not notice a series of actions on the side of Ludishi's demeanor. He carried an empty bucket, looking at the old yellow cow in front of him with a difficult face. That feeding the chickens is fine. Just put the wheat seed in their mouths and let it go. But how should I get this milk out? The head in front of us is still a male. Try it and see if it works. Bai Li carried the empty bucket in his hand and used it in his mind at the old yellow cow. Milky white milk gushed out from the bottom, overflowing the entire iron bucket in an instant. Bai Li was always aware of the changes in the old yellow cow in front of him, and thankfully, it didn't cause any damage to its body. Although you can take it all the time, you still can't take it too often in case there's damage too many times. Bai Li figured that if he needed it in a few minutes, then he'd pick up the milk again. Well, all that's left to do is to get your mother to take this bucket of milk, and she'll probably be cured. Big brother Bai, does this bucket of milk have to be drunk all the way through? Lu Er looked at the vat full of milk and swallowed his saliva. Although he trusted Bai Li, this was a little too scary. If you drink all of this bucket, you'll die, right? It was no wonder Lu Er reacted this way. Bai Li thought in his heart, this iron bucket is not a small bucket. It contains a whole cubic meter of milk. A cubic meter of water weighs a whole ton. Not to mention the milk. What does a ton weigh? 1,000 kilograms. The world record for the highest weightlifting is only 477 kilograms, or 477 kilograms. Of course, Bai Li was able to lift it easily and even felt no pressure. But even he, looking at his hand full of milk, was a bit of a head-scratcher. How would I know if you ask me? It's not the first time for me either. Haven't been Steve for a couple days yet. But doesn't milk not grow in satiety? Maybe it disappears after you drink it into your stomach. Besides, wasn't this milk taken from that cow? A whole ton of weight is fine. So people should probably be fine. It should be drinkable. Don't worry. This milk won't bloat your stomach. It will melt away by the time it reaches your stomach. If your mother really can't handle it, then it can be stopped in the middle. Heavy footsteps came from the quiet forest, and Ludi appeared in front of Bai Li's eyes with Yilan on his back. The woman on her back was pale, and her arms, exposed under the thin blanket, were as thin as a bamboo stick. Her hair fell naturally and there was no odor coming from her body, so it was obvious that she had been well taken care of. Ludi took a slight breath, then signaled Lu Yi, who was beside him, to take out the cloth that was placed in the basket and cover the ground, gently turning his body to put Yilan down. Wait, if you don't mind, my lodging has a bed made of leaves, albeit Spartan, but it's better than putting it on this hard ground. Not to mention some protection from the wind, isn't it? Ludi subconsciously refused, but after seeing his sister's pained expression, he silently nodded and said, yes, all at Immortal Lord Bai's disposal. Okay, come with me. Mayor. Ah, it's Lu Er. Your mother's illness has been cured. Where are they? Have they gone back? Ludishi woke up like a dream. He subconsciously asked. No, my mother and the others went into the house, and I saw that you had been staring at the puddle of water, so I thought to call out to you. I'd better not go in. You don't need to mind me. I'll just watch here for a while. Ludishi's state was somewhat abnormal. His eyes were lost in thought as he stared at the cubic meter of water in a daze. As the village chief, he knew better than anyone else the current situation of the Lu family village. As early as a week ago, the groundwater in all the surrounding villages, including Lu's, was close to drying up. The well in the village, which was originally deep and bottomless, had only a shallow layer of water left. These days, there is not enough water just for the village's daily use, let alone for watering crops. The harvest is already decreasing every year, and if they can't get water, then all the crops in the village will wither away. And the source of all this recklessly flowing water in front of his own eyes, the one put down by the one known as the White Immortal Monarch, actually didn't have a single trace of being consumed. Could it be a hallucination? Ludishi did not dare to touch the source of the water for fear of contaminating it. He only dared to carefully extend his hand to the very end of the water and shallowly probe down. The lightness of that water filled his wrinkled arms. Without any hesitation, he cupped a puddle of water and put it in his mouth. The mountain spring-like sweetness filled his mouth, and Ludishi immediately understood. This is truly life-saving, drinkable, waterable good water. The village's crops are saved, but how should one speak? How to speak to that teenage-looking god? Offerings? The taxes were just paid a while ago, and the village is so poor that there's nothing of value left now. He couldn't even get the 3 animals needed for the sacrifice. A human sacrifice was even more impossible, and he couldn't explain it to the villagers. Of course, if only he was a bad old man, he could still die in peace. Lu'er took Ludishi's troubled look in his eyes, and he whispered, "Don't worry, village chief. I know the importance of this matter, and I'll talk to Big Brother Bai when he cures my mother's illness." Brother Bai? Brother Bai? Luda's drunken words from yesterday resurfaced in Ludishi's mind. Yeah, why didn't I think of that myself? And Lu'er in front of the immortals. Luda didn't dare to tell lies. That means this thing is true 9 times out of 10. For Lu'er's sake, maybe if he mentions so much as a mouthful of the village's water supply, he'll have it. Moreover, the immortals' divine council may have already calculated the dilemma facing the village. Great, great. Without realizing it, tears had soaked his eyes. Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, he looked at the half-grown boy in front of him with relief. Child, it is naturally good that you have this heart. However, as the head of a clan, it's better for me to talk about things like begging. Lu'er is still young and there are many things he doesn't understand. With his words, Ludishi was already very content. He didn't want to ruin Lu'er's chances by eviling his impression with Immortal Lord Bai because of this matter. After all, begging, even if the other person doesn't care, will eventually get tiresome after a few times. It's human nature. Come on, let's go inside. How should I drink this milk? Bailey tried to take the milk as he did, and aimed it at Yelan, who was lying on top of the leaves, and used it silently in his mind. The milk inside the iron bucket didn't move half as much. Obviously, this approach won't work for anyone else. Remove the wooden bowl from your backpack and scoop the milk out of the metal bucket. It's an action that won't be seen in the game, but as far as the results go, it's clear that it can work now. The viscous milk swirled in the wooden bowl, but the volume of the milk in the iron bucket did not change in the slightest. Give this to your wife to take. Good. Lu De hurriedly took it and helped his own wife up, pouring as much milk as he could from the wooden bowl into his wife's mouth. Gobble gobble gobble. The bowl of milk quickly bottomed out, and Bailey observed the change in Yelan. Milk removes negative effects instantly, which means that if it exerts its effect, Yelan's body should be better even if she hasn't recovered, but her illness should be better too. I'm sure this won't bring out the effect of the milk. Calm down, Bailey. You can do it. Looking at Yelan, who was getting weaker and weaker on the bed of leaves, Bai Li was a little nervous. It was the first time that someone else's life was all but delivered into his hands, and to say that he wasn't nervous would be impossible. He exhaled a slow, cloudy breath. In that case, it's just a matter of trying to drink it all. Jacko. The wooden door on one side opened. Lu'er and Ludishi both tiptoed into the house without saying a word, standing 5 paces away, deeply afraid of disturbing Bai Li. Sister Yi, for the next treatment, if you feel any discomfort in your body, lift your pinky, okay? Bai Li asked. Yelan nodded weakly. Lift the whole bucket of milk and bring it to Yelan's mouth. When the milk touched Yelan's lips, it didn't take Bai Li to adjust the angle of the iron bucket, and the liquid inside flowed upwards along the wall of the bucket. It didn't take long for all the liquid inside to flow down Yelan's throat. Throughout the entire process, Yelan did not show any pain. On the contrary, as the milk became less and less, her expression became eased. In the end, his face was rather more healthy and rosy than Luda on the side. When the whole person was completely restored, the sleepiness from several nights of no sleep swept through Yelan's brain. She braced her eyes and said gratefully to Bai Li, "Thank you, Immortal Lord Bai. A small token. You're welcome." Seeing that he had saved someone, Bai Li was satisfied. Yelan turned her head and smiled gently towards Ludi. The next second it was a tilt of the head and the whole thing passed out. "Maisie, what's wrong with you, Maisie?" He turned his gaze to Bai Li, his face full of anxiety. "Immortal Lord Bai, how is my sister now?" "I go. What is the situation?" "It is difficult to not milk did not take effect. Finished people did not save, or not try the golden apple, but I don't have any gold. Damn it, I should have known to mine a little longer and have some rough gold on hand, but you can't dig without a pickaxe. Still mining less." Seeing Yelan's head suddenly tilt, Bai Li's heart thumped. "Don't worry, Lu De. You don't have to worry. Your sister's illness has been cured. She should just be too tired now and fall asleep." Lu Dishi said. He had lived quite a long time in the end, and had seen what many people looked like when they were first sick, so naturally he could surmise what was happening now. Of course, the most fundamental reason was that Lu Dishi had completely believed that the Bai Li in front of him was a descending fairy. Saving a life, even a seriously ill one, is hard for normal people, but this is a god. People, finally, are saved. Bai Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There was no doubt that milk could detoxify, but whether disease counted as a type of poison or a negative effect, he wasn't so sure. Who is this old man? Is he Lu'er's grandfather? That little girl he knew well was Luda's third child. The earlier situation was so urgent that he didn't ask about it in detail. After all, human lives were at stake, and now the people are saved. It was natural for him to know the identities of these two men. Old sir, are you Lu Er's grandfather? Little man is not Lu Er's grandfather. Is Lu. Seeing Bai Li in his own conversation, Lu Dishi excited red face cannot speak. Stammered half a day also did not put the words to understand. It's the village chief of our Lu family village. Seeing this, Lu Er on the side added, yes, my name is Lu Dishi. Meet the immortal. With that, both legs bent, about to kneel down. Egu, this is not to my old life? How do I see each and every one of them have to kneel down? In front of this old man's beard has been white. This kneeling I cannot bear. Bai Li was quick on his feet, or rather expected it, and held Lu Dishi up the moment he knelt down. This does not help, okay? I help. Bai Li saw in front of Lu Dishi a face of panic, as if he did something unforgivable big, body shaking with a sieve. The strength of the downward pressure coming from Bai Li's hand also increased slightly. Old man, I'm not an immortal. I've just gained some skills. I'm just a man. Just call me Bai Li. This was what Bai Li really thought in his heart. He knew that apart from these abilities, in this chaotic world, he might not even survive for a month. Besides, the gods could fly. He couldn't do that. Only after a good talk did Bai Li reluctantly help Lu Dishi up. Then Bai Li turned his gaze to the little girl hiding behind Lu Di. Big brother Bai. This is my family's third sister. She's the prettiest girl in our village. Lu Er proudly introduced. A sister is always the best in the eyes of her brother. But the girl was actually very skinny, like a bean sprout. Only that much better than Lu Er's monkey-like body type. The clothes were a full size too big, loose on the body, worn and patched everywhere, washed and already a little white, but barely clean. On his feet he wore a pair of tattered straw shoes with his toes showing, and it had obviously been a long time since he had gotten new shoes. Perhaps it was the long exposure to the sun. The skin was dark and tanned, and naturally it was not considered good-looking. Seeing Bai Li looking at herself, Lu Ye's face turned red. Looking at that handsome face, an inexplicable feeling of inferiority welled up in her heart. My daughter Lu Yi. Meet immortal Lord Bai. She quietly pulled the patch she was wearing behind her, her hands behind her back, kneading the corners of her coat unnaturally. The hand that carried it was rough, with very thick calluses on the palm. My sister. I had a sister myself in that original world. He fought with him every day, threw his unkempt clothes around, and tattled on his parents every now and then. In the past, I regretted why I had been chanting every day for my parents to give me a sister. Now it seems fortunate to have a sister in the world. His own ungrateful, inexplicable crossing, but also to take care of his parents for him. Rather miss her a bit, Bailey said as he gazed at the skinny girl. Since Lu Er recognized me as his big brother and you are his sister, how about following suit and calling me Big, well, boss from now on. Big brother always feels a little bit uncomfortable to listen to. It's better to be the boss. Boss? Well, that's good. Bai Li nodded with satisfaction, and the more she looked at Lu Yi, the more affectionate she felt. Too skinny. No, I need to fatten up to look good. Well, the fish in the backpack are all raw meat. This can't be delivered yet. I should have known to take it to the furnace for a while. There were quite a few apples left, and now that the fishing rod was available, there was no shortage of food, so for Lu Er's sake simply give her some. Here, you take these. Bai Li pulled out some apples from his backpack and stuffed them into Lu Yi's arms. Lu Yi shifted his gaze to his father, and when he nodded, he took it. Thank you, Boss White. Seeing Lu Yi take it, Bai Li nodded. By the way, since milk removes all the negative effects, would drinking it by people who don't have the disease remove the dark disease? Thinking about it, Bai Li simply picked up a few more buckets of milk and instructed the people present to drink it. Although the crowd was very puzzled in their minds, since it was Immortal Lord Bai's request, they all drank it down. How does it feel? Bai Li asked. It feels like it's gotten a lot easier all over. Me too. My thighs. Well, Lu Dishi closed his eyes in surprise and felt it carefully. He was old enough that when winter came he had pain in the joints of his thighs that made it impossible for him to walk. And even in the morning when he encountered a cold wind, there was a vague pain. Nowadays it is not feeling anything at all. Many thanks to Immortal Monarch Bai for the medicine. Lu Dishi knew that Bai Li didn't like kneeling, so he arched his hand and bowed in thanks. It's a small matter. The village headman doesn't need to take it to heart. Lu Dishi buried his head even lower. He didn't forget that he still had to beg for water for the villagers. If he didn't open his mouth again, he wouldn't have a chance. So he gathered his courage and said, Immortal Lord Bai, I have the audacity to ask for something. It's the water supply, isn't it? Bailey said. Earlier he had noticed that the village headman had been staring at the puddle of water, and it occurred to Bailey again that it was now at the end of the Ming dynasty, and Shanxi was the place where droughts were frequent. It's natural to infer that. Moreover, after knowing that the old man in front of him was the village head of Lujia village, he had already planned to put down some water sources at the very edge for the villagers to use. I just didn't realize that the mayor had taken the lead on this. Immortals really do know. Exactly. I really can't help it. It hasn't rained in this place for 3 months. There is no more water in the ground. I don't dare to pray to Immortal Lord Bai for that immortal water, for fear of defiling it, but I pray that the Immortal Lord will mention it to the Dragon King. That's what I want to talk about next. Come with me. Bailey opened the door and headed out of the house. In the early morning forest, the sunlight poured through the green leaves onto the ground, creating dappled patches of light. Bailey and his group made their way towards the direction of Lu's village. Almost to the end, Bailey discerned. It was still relatively easy to upgrade in the early stages, plus the source of fishing experience was also very stable, and in one night's work, he also made an unprecedented 4 consecutive levels. It's up to level 8 now. The scope is vastly different from what it was. It reaches a full 2,187 in length. Even going in one direction, it stretches almost a kilometer. He slowed down and reached out to feel ahead until he hit a wall of air. Okay, Lu Air, just stop here. Boss, not going to our village? Lu Air came over and asked with disappointment. At Bai Li's request, Lu Air also changed his name. I'd like to go. After all, being alone in the woods is boring after a while. But as soon as I left, the little world that had been so hard to cultivate snapped and was going to be gone. I want to go too, but the conditions don't allow it, Bai Li said with emotion. Lu Dishi asked cautiously. Immortal Monarch does not have any difficulties. That's right. Bai Li took the long-prepared bucket out of his backpack and placed it close to the wall of air. So now I can't put the water in the village. So I can only trouble the village headman to talk to the people in the village so that they can come here to fetch water. Immortal Monarch, not to mention walking such a little way, even if it's just for a day, we're willing to do it. Lu Dishi looked at the constant flow of water outward in front of him, smiling from ear to ear. Great. Finally some water. But this water, why is it so strange? It was obviously downhill, but the water was not flowing downhill, as if it was blocked by something, only flowing to the sides. Forget it. If a mortal like me can figure it out, then what kind of immortal is it? Having seen many things that defy common sense, Lu Dishi's mind was already open, and he accepted the phenomenon with peace of mind. Anyway, there's water. Love it. I wish I could hurry up and tell the rest of the village the news. Although Lu Dishi was trying his best to restrain himself, that movement of glancing towards the village from time to time was still seen by Bai Li. What's more, when Lu Di heard that he was going in the direction of the village, he insisted on carrying Yilan to rush back to the village. Anyway, he just didn't want to stay at Bai Li's place for a long time. Yagong. Somehow, the idiom popped into Bai Li's mind with a swish. Looking at them like this, if they didn't say something, they wouldn't mention the matter of leaving, and they were afraid that they would have to keep on spending time like this. It's the first time I've ever kicked someone out. What should I say? Well, that's pretty much it. So if there's nothing else, you guys go ahead and head back. Yes, Immortal Lord Bai. Then we'll take our leave. Lu Dishi was relieved. The pressure Bai Li gave him was even greater than going into the city to meet the official master. He couldn't wait to leave. Okay, bye. By the way, Lu Air. Bai Li called out to Lu Air who was ready to leave. Anything else, boss? When your mother is almost well, come to me. I have some things I need your help with. Good. Lu Air nodded. And immediately after, he asked with some curiosity. Boss, I'm a bit curious. I always feel that you don't like to be alone. Why do you always have to be in the forest? Junior. Curiosity killed the cat. Bailey inquired with amusement. You really want to know? Well, I thought that maybe I could help not. After all, you've helped us so much, boss, and I want to help you too. Looking at Lu Air's sincere gaze, Bailey stroked his chin and thought. It's not a secret anyway, so there's no harm in telling them. But what to say? Bailey thought left and right, and finally clapped his hands. Why don't I just demonstrate it once? Anyway, I've traveled here for a good long time, so I'll just try to see if I'm a little bit sturdier after my little space became so big. After all, later upgrades will not be as easy as it is now. If you by having to go out of the reason, can also have a bottom knot. Well, actually, I've been staying here because as soon as I get out of range, something bad happens. With that, Bailey stepped out of the wall of air. Boss, back off then. I'm not curious anymore. Lu Air's face went white with fear. It's okay, there's still me. I'm just doing a demonstration. It's all under my control. Don't worry. Okay. The crowd looked at Bailey expectantly, a little nervous but still curious as to what would happen next. After all, The immortal was right in front of him, and in danger wouldn't be dangerous. Only a few seconds had passed, but the crowd felt like a long time had passed. Boss, it looks like it's fine too. Lu Er smiled towards Bai Li Cheng. Lu Dishi also smiled. In his opinion, this was afraid that this was the whim of immortal monarch Bai and was teasing Lu Er. At that moment, the surroundings suddenly began to shake. The sudden earthquake caused Lu Dishi to stagger and almost fall to the ground, and the strong shaking sensation even made him feel that the land under his feet was tearing apart from the center. Yes, there was a god in front of him. He must have a solution. Lu Dishi looked at Bai Li for help, but saw a sight that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Above that sky, strands of black lines were spread across the blue sky and white clouds, and the lines were as twisted as a spider's web, boundless, and constantly growing larger. Manhwa, did you see that? The sky is falling again. How had Lu Dishi ever seen this kind of scene? He had been so scared that his thighs were soft, his body backed up uncontrollably, and his whole life came to his mind. Boss, boss! Lu Er rushed up, not caring about anything else, and hugged Bai Li's thighs vigorously crying. The sky is falling I know the consequences. Go back quickly. Crap, what's with all the commotion? Seeing this, Bai Li hurriedly retreated back into the wall, and that sky really began to slowly recover. He looked to the crowd awkwardly. That's pretty much what would happen if I left. In the yard, the rooster dawned. Lu Dishi's daughter-in-law got up early, at this time as pounding the chicken material. The door came to the squeak. She raised her head to look at her husband, and then lowered her head to busy themselves. Old man, you're back. How's it going? Have you been cured yet? She asked in a casual tone. When she didn't get a response for a long time, she looked up. Lu Dishi did not say a word, stood in the doorway, openly looking at everything in the yard. The whole person with a lost soul. The mundane routine of what had just happened seemed like a dream, but the ease of his body was a constant reminder that it wasn't a dream. Immortals, they really do exist. What's the matter with you? Possessed? You haven't said a word since you came back. The old woman stood up, picked up a nearby handkerchief to wipe her hands, and walked forward worriedly. Daughter-in-law Lu's illness, cured, and the water source the village needs, found. Lu Dishi murmured. Egu, that's a good thing. That water thing? These days you have been worrying about it. The tobacco has smoked a few rolls. Now since you have found it, why this expression? The old woman was first happy, then her eyebrows frowned, carefully asked, but to use what valuable things to exchange? Or are the terms of the exchange too hard to accept? Neither. On the contrary, it can be said to have been given for nothing, at no cost at all. So you're sad. Talk to me and I'll give you ideas. Lu Dishi shook his head. The image of that destroying heaven and earth had been haunting his mind for a long time. He also wanted to understand that the suffering on earth, why in the past, but did not see the immortal to save the world. There was a difference between immortals and mortals. Even if one was as strong as immortal monarch Bai, coming down from the heavens would be subject to great limitations and could even lead to the destruction of the world. Perhaps the white immortal monarch had paid an unforeseen price for coming down from the heavens. He could still remember Lu Dis saying that when that white immortal monarch first came down, he was unarmed and was almost bitten by a wolf. Immortal white, what a good immortal. Old man, what's the matter with you? You've been talking to me since you got back. You're not really possessed, are you? Why don't you tell me? I'm really in a hurry. No, I have to go and bring that string of Buddha beads that Master Fu has blessed. The old woman was busy taking that Buddha beads out of the house and wanted to put them on him. Surprisingly, Lu Dishi did not resist and let the old woman put it on his hand. Doesn't the old man not believe in these things? The old woman was puzzled, but it was all right to put it on, lest it would be bad for him to take it off when she asked so much. There's thin porridge cooking in the house. It should still be hot. I'll get it for you. Lu Dishi nodded his head, walked into the house and sat on the bench, holding the thin porridge and drinking it. I feel like I've forgotten something. It seems to be quite important. Why can't I remember? And a bad feeling about what's going on. Dad, we're ready. When are we going to go beat the crap out of that crook? Pust. Lu Dishi was so shocked that he coughed repeatedly and cold sweat broke out on his back. The bowl in his hand was also unsteady and fell to the ground, breaking into several pieces scattered around. Old man, why are you so careless? Are you hurt anywhere? The old woman asked with concern. How did I forget about this? It's over. It's over. Who cares about anything else? He panicked and ran wildly out the front door. Father, you're out? Look at this stick in my hand. I'll make that crook cry out for mercy. Snap. Lu Dishi jumps up and slaps him in the back of the head. Father, why are you hitting me? Aren't we going to fight crooks? The strong man who opened his mouth was full of grievances. And say, fight. I told you to fight. Did I say go for it? Said ask second brother. He heard it too. Ha! Second brother. Why did you lose your stick? Don't look at me. I didn't hear anything. Ergo? Rebellious son. Rebellious son. Ludishi went down 2 more times on the back of his head, and then paid a terrified obeisance in the direction where Bailey was. Immortal monarch, forgive me. Yesterday we didn't know that immortal monarch descended to the earth. We only thought that someone wanted to cheat Lude. That's why we did this. Immortal monarch, don't blame me. Don't blame me. See, the day did not crack. Ludishi heart a little more solid. Let's forget this matter. You will call the townspeople here in a moment, and say that you have something very important to tell them. The burly man was about to say something else, but was stopped by his second brother, who nodded reluctantly. Oh, good. Remember, what happened before. Don't mention it again. Otherwise, even if your mother stops you, your legs will be broken. The 2 men left in a daze, and on the way, the burly man couldn't help but complain. Ergo, why did you just say you didn't hear it? I don't want to be beaten by my father. That's all. What do you think our father has been smoking? It's only been 1 night. Why did he suddenly stop going? And let us go gather the townspeople. It's too strange, isn't it? I think that it might have something to do with that crook. Are you saying that our father has also been tricked? Damn it, second brother. Don't stop me. I have to beat him up. Can you find it? Besides, didn't you notice anything unusual about our father? Abnormal? The burly man scratched his head, cocked his head for half a second, and hemmed and hawed. Doesn't our father have some problems with his legs? Look at the way he hit you just now. Did he look like he had a problem? You mean, it wasn't a fraud? I can't say for sure. It's better to get the folks over there now and see what our dad is up to. Maybe there'll be an answer. Also, this misunderstanding is afraid to become deeper and deeper. Bailey sighed helplessly. How could he have guessed that the commotion would become so great? With the sky crashing and the earth cracking, it startled him. However, that's really cool. The sky was crumbling. Just being able to see the scene already made one's blood boil a little. Not to mention this commotion, which was still caused by him. Too bad. It would have been nice to fly. Wait. Say take off. I seem to recall that the new version has something called sheath wings that allow for short glides through the air. But add fireworks to that and you're in the air. But how do you synthesize a sheath wing? Bailey struggled to recall, attempting to make a dent in his memory. It didn't take long for him to give up. It didn't help that he hadn't had the motivation to log on to the MC world for a long time. Ever since his friends had all gone their separate ways to different schools, all with heavy school workloads. When my world really becomes just my world, then it loses its fun. On the most recent landing, Bailey had lost even the pleasure of driving to create a blast from bedrock to the surface. Even the sheath wing thing was something he had learned about from the occasional short video on the subject, and even what had been updated over the years was a little less clear to him. If I remember correctly, the original name of that thing, I think it was milk. He remembered the name of the pail of milk when he had made the crowd drink it then, and resolutely it was the milk pail. When was the last time you logged into my world yourself? It's like, some of them can't be remembered. Inexplicably, he felt a little forlorn. I don't know what Luaire and the others are doing right now. If I had known, I would have gotten more iron buckets and a bucket of milk to spare. Maybe I could have lifted this negative state I'm in. No one cares for an empty nester like me. It's heartbreaking. 2 yellow hens were wandering blindly around the coop that Bailey had just surrounded, next to a protruding white chick. There are still some eggs scattered around. These days, even chickens have objects they can slip into. Oh, it seems to be 2 females, but we are enlightened and don't care about such trivialities. It should be about time. I don't know if we'll still have chicks. Bailey tentatively pulled out a few wheat seeds that he had purposely left behind, and along with the chick, all of them ran over in Bailey's direction. It was obvious that the white chick was just quietly looking up at Bailey with her head quietly raised, and the 2 hens clucked and fluttered their wings almost about to fight. The MC creatures are characteristically human and harmless. Even if 1 second you're chasing him down, the next he dares to stop in front of you to bashfully graze. Successfully conceived a second white chick and the 2 hens were rendered useless. Anyway, in a few days these 2 little ones will grow into big ones, and by them they will be able to reproduce a chicken farm. And the chickens don't have to worry about getting sick as well as feeding. They drink air and grow and quack and lay eggs. Naturally, you don't have to worry about any hereditary diseases or deformities. As for that what's his name inbred, honestly, he didn't dare think about it in detail. After all, it could be more outrageous. I'll give it back to Luaire the day he comes. The axe's durability is about to be gone as well, so I'll have to resynthesize one. Walking over to the workbench, a flash of doubt flashed through Bailey's mind. If I remember correctly, there is a synthesis table in the game, but how should I open it? After opening the workbench, this time he kept an eye out for various details, and sure enough, he noticed something different. Could this be it? Bailey clicked on the icon that looked suspiciously like a book, and an illusory synthesis table popped up. There really is so much more. Bailey looked over the synthesized table on the left, his heart filled with emotion, when the movement in his hands suddenly stopped. Is this a campfire? Bailey tapped on that bonfire-looking icon and checked the materials needed for synthesis. 3 arbitrary logs, 3 sticks plus a coal or some easily obtainable materials. Is the name campfire? And what would this thing do? In other games, campfires tend to serve the purpose of providing cooked food as well as light, but there are furnaces and torches to equalize these functions. But it's impossible to design a useless thing, and this bonfire must have his unique use. Synthesize one and try it. It's not like it consumes any precious consumables anyway. Press the dummy key and the materials needed for synthesis quickly appear in the synthesis bar in the correct order. That's quite convenient. Placing the campfire on the ground, Bailey saw a thick smoke coming out of the fire and floating straight up into the sky until it reached a height of 3 or 4 meters before it slowly dispersed. There's still heat? Bailey was surprised to find that he could feel heat wafting out of the flames after he got close to them. Grabbing a handful of weeds and throwing them into the fire, they began to rapidly carbonize as far as the naked eye could see. This fire, completely different from the fire on the torch. He was carrying heat. Bailey placed his hand on the flame, and in an instant, the fire burrowed along his palm towards his body. It hurts. This was the first time Bailey had ever felt a sense of pain, and he rushed to the pool of water, immersing his entire body in it, and the flames were extinguished without incident. Can conduct flames onto creatures as well as surrounding objects. Next, try the deli. The fish from the pack was tried on the campfire, and after the cod was spread over all 4 corners, it could not be placed next. Waiting quietly for a few minutes, Bailey obtained 4 cooked cod. The efficiency was more than a few times more than the melting pot. Torches can't be extinguished. At best they come off the wall. But campfires are squares. What happens when they go out? Filling an iron bucket with water and placing it right next to the campfire. What happened next made Bailey's eyes widen. The water actually bypassed the campfire, and the flames burned in the water as they always did. Setting up the earth cubes, Bailey put a bucket of water right above the campfire, and even then, that fire remained intact and burning in the water. Even the smoke was not half affected, and continued to rise up through the water source. The flames will only go out if the water is poured right in the center. I don't know if it needs extra fuel. We'll see, but a piece of coal will only burn for a day at the top anyway, and that's if he's not a normal coal. If this is all permanently burning, then this is literally a level above the anticlimax of torches. It could all just create a realistic version of the flaming mountains. With no flint, Bailey was unable to recreate the fire, but the materials needed to recreate it were minimal, so he made a second one, intending to keep it to see if the flame was permanent. This one thing alone benefited him greatly, and Bailey was even more curious about the other added items. But at this stage, he had more important things to do. Grab the time to level up. This place where you can't even see a pile of bird shit. Really don't want to stay for a moment longer. He had asked Luer on his way out, and the distance they had parted before was roughly 30 or so minutes away from the village. In other words, as long as one rose by 2 levels, one could extend to the village. One could then walk around the village, or just move there. I don't think the village chief would refuse. After all, for a change, if he had met Steve in reality, and he had patted his thigh to signal Bailey, he dared to just pounce on it and stick to it and not come down. And if he hesitated, his own surname would not be White. Moreover, there was one thing that Bailey was very curious about. If it extended past, would the village undergo any marvelous changes? Okay, without further delay, let's proceed with the fishing, Bailey shouted excitedly. Ahem, God forbid. He's not a fan of fishing. It's just that it's a much more stable experience than mining, isn't it? Plus, there are enchantment books and stuff, which are much more profitable than being a miner. To do things, you have to be efficient and cost-effective. Besides, Luer could come over at any time. If I go digging, won't he make a trip for nothing? So it's not that he wants to fish, it's that conditions don't allow him to dig himself out. That's all. At the head of Lu's village, the blazing sun, a group of men squatting on the rocks, bare their bellies, removed the straw hat on their heads and fanned the wind. Around them, 4 or 5 shovels were randomly placed. This damn weather, the heat is killing me. One of the Hans couldn't help it, stood up, and couldn't help but complain toward the village chief. I say, village chief, what is the matter with you calling everyone over here? Seeing someone stand up, the people around him chimed in. Yes, village chief, why did you call us here? Secretive. Ask you do not say. Just said to wait for the people, but to give us a bottom or good That's right, village chief, the weeds in my family's land haven't been plucked yet. Why don't I go back first, and then come back to support me when there are all the people? Yes, yes, yes. Why don't we go back first and come back later? Saying that, some of these Hans leaped forward and wanted to leave first. Ludishi sat old and calm, pulled out his pipe, inhaled a mouthful of smoke, and slowly spit out smoke circles, with a look of blissful indifference. Seeing this, those Hans looked at each other, revealing hesitant expressions. The village chief's heart for the village was something that every one of them knew, and besides, basically all those present were the village chief's juniors who had watched them grow up. Some marriages are organized by the village headman. If Ludishi toward them to gag okay, show that this thing with them without them are the same. Go also nothing, but the village head did not say a word, but they do not dare to leave, so the crowd silently sat back down, only waving their straw hats harder in their hands. Well, it's quite a bit of measure, knowing to take yourself, the village chief, into consideration, since none of them are going to leave. Let's wait a little longer. Ludishi nodded in satisfaction. Just now to leave or some have no daughter-in-law. The bed did not have a life. The fire a little is normal. Now can still be honest to stay here. It is very good. It's not that Ludishi intentionally wanted to sell a secret, only than to find the water source. There is a more important thing. That's the immortals coming down. But there are things that are better heard than seen. And if you just say it outright like that, you're not going to believe it, just like your previous self. He thought that by letting the people of the village discover the magic of the water for themselves, what he said would have more credibility. Father, Lu Ping led the 2 and 3 of them and walked up to Ludishi. Where's Lu Qi? Why didn't he follow you back? Ludishi asked suspiciously. Pillar's too much of a bitch. Second brother Seeker asked me to come back and talk to you first. He'll be right there. So, okay, do you hear me? We'll move off in a while. You'll know when we get to the place, Ludishi said to the crowd. Father, in the end what is the matter? Lu Ping snapped the back of his head. Suddenly as if he remembered something, his hands clapped. Oh, I know. It has something to do with that person who cheated. The mountain. Lu Ping suddenly felt a strong killing intent gushing out from his own father's body, almost turning into substance. He shivered and hurriedly changed his words. People in the mountains. Where are the people in this wilderness? Oh yes, people I don't know, but I seem to remember that Luda didn't say that there are people on that mountain. Cough. Ludishi coughed viciously. This is a heavenly good thing. Originally is to wait for people altogether say. Ludishi cheerfully touched his goatee, however. I am not unable to penetrate some bottom. Everyone came together. What? Village chief, don't be so secretive. Tell us about it. Ludishi said. What do we lack most now? Water. The crowd shouted at the same time in unison, as they excitedly made their way to the village chief. Water? Village chief, you found water. Village chief, leave the pillar alone. Let's go first. I'll just take him when the time comes. Village chief, uncle, my dearest uncle, just tell us. I knew this would happen. To be just water. It's not impossible to let these guys go first and have one of them lead afterward, but the point is that it's more than just water now. Okay, fidgety. I'll sit back and wait quietly. Ludishi endured the raging storm in all directions and wiped away the watermarks on his own face. Hey, seeing Ludishi's softness and hardness, they dispersed with sighs and sighs. What else can we do? We wait. It took about 10 minutes before the pillar arrived after Lukashanshan. The crowd seated around them looked at the pillar with a grimace. I'm just a little late. Why are you all looking at me like that? Look at your eyes, as if you want to eat me. Pillar scrunched his neck. If you come any later, maybe they'll really eat you later. Someone said quietly. Not so much, not so much. My meat is so faggy it's not good. The pillar smiled awkwardly and grayed out to the edge of the crowd as they watched. Okay, everyone's here. Let's go now. Ludishi put away his pipe and set off again along the road he had traveled this morning. Great. Finally I can water my field. My field is saved. Yes. The crowd joked and followed the village chief. Village chief, Luda and the others haven't arrived yet. No need to wait for them? Someone asked. They, have known it for a long time, and it's a no-brainer. The excited discussions of the group only slowly diminished as their destination approached, though hope filled everyone's eyes. Only one person, Pillar. His face grew more and more odd as he silently slowed his pace and soon reached the end of the line. Pillar walked towards the joking pile and put his elbow against the back of one of the men, then pulled the man out after he turned back. What for? Why do you have that look on your face? Shitting your pants? Screw you. Talking to you about business. Pillar, with a black face, bumped the other. Take a closer look. Isn't this where we came yesterday? The man who had been pulled out felt his arm in pain, then looked around suspiciously before realizing. Yeah, I was just so focused on talking to them that I didn't really have an idea. This is where we came yesterday. It's just down this way. There can't be any water. I was just wondering the same thing. If there really is water around here, Then how come we didn't see it? The two whispered. You guys were here yesterday? Isn't this the place that Ludus said was haunted by filth? The people around him heard the noise and gathered around. What's there to be afraid of in broad daylight? Besides, if you piss me off, one piss over, everything has to GA. I thought child's urine was the only thing that worked? Pillar shrugged it off and said irritably, "You're the only one who's smart?" Haha, realizing that he had said the wrong thing. The speaker laughed awkwardly and brushed off the topic. You guys were, really here yesterday? It's true. We definitely came here yesterday. There's absolutely no way there's water around here. Pillar patted his chest, and the other nodded as if in agreement. You mean, the village chief lied? But it doesn't make sense. The village chief, his old man. It's impossible that he would lie to us about this. Besides, if we don't find it later, the one who can't get off the stage is the village chief, and that's no good either. The large man who was watching spoke up suspiciously. So you mean I lied? Then tell me what's in it for me if I'm lying? I dare swear to the heavens that yesterday, I came here and definitely didn't see any water source. Pillar pointed to the sky and swore with a curse. If I lied, the sky would strike me down and I wouldn't be able to get a wife. I didn't mean that. I didn't say you were lying. Why did you swear? So what do you mean? I mean the village chief won't lie to us about this. Then don't you still mean that I'm lying? Pillar pursued relentlessly. How can you not understand human language? No, I mean, Grandma's leg. You say what you mean. The big man finished cursing and closed his mouth. It seems to be mostly true. Although Pillar was idle and fooled around at the entrance of the village every day, he was still a relatively upright person and basically wouldn't lie. What's more, he swore an oath. And who in the village doesn't know that the one who wants a wife the most is Pillar? He swore on this, so it's not a lie. You know, at that time, the weight of the oath could be many times heavier than it is now. Those around him returned to the group with heavy hearts, and the news spread as soon as they were surrounded by the concerned inquiries of their companions. It didn't take long for almost everyone to know about it. The line, which had quieted down, once again clamored. Hearing the commotion, Ludishi stopped and looked back suspiciously. However, when he saw the village chief looking over, the people in the group instantly reduced their volume. What's going on here? Lu Chi, father, you called for me? Lu Chi walked over and asked. Lu Dishi nodded. Go and see what's happening with the team. Why are they suddenly making a scene? Good. It didn't take long for Lu Chi to run next to Lu Dishi and whisper. Pillar came to this place yesterday and said that there couldn't possibly be any water around here. And he even swore. And now everyone is suspecting that you're lying to them. Father, there was no water yesterday. But I didn't say it was today. Lu Dishi stroked his beard proudly. Yesterday, one did not even see the face of the white immortal monarch. This water, but this morning the immortal monarch himself gave. Yesterday, of course, could not find. Father, what do you mean? This water cannot be like wheat, cannot come out overnight. That how can it be? Unless there really is a fairy. Lu Ping followed alongside, spitting as if nothing had happened. A fairy? Lu Chi looked at his father in surprise as if he had suddenly awakened. This place, isn't it the same place that Lu Di said? And last night, Lu Deming said he was going to leave this morning, and Dad said he'd let the two of them follow. But this morning, Father had gotten up earlier than they had, and there was that sudden turn in his health, and now he had traveled so far without incident. And why don't you notify Lu Du and the others? This one question suddenly strung together in Lu Chi's mind in this instant. Unless, before we arrived, Father had already met the man, and the disease was really cured, along with Father. Seeing Lu Chi's expression, Lu Dishi also understood that his son had guessed something and nodded his head as if in approval. Having received a positive answer from his dad, Lu Chi was a bit incredulous. He only felt that the road ahead had become mysterious and unpredictable. Lu Ping. Seeing Lu Ping on the side still talking, Lu Chi felt for the first time that his brother was really talking a lot. He heckled Lu Ping. Oh, not bad for your own seed to guess. Lu Dishi was very pleased inside. There's about 100 meters to go. We're almost there. We can't let anyone get away. Lu Chi, go to the end of the line. If anyone wants to leave, find a way to stop them, at least until we get to the place. If they still want to go, let them go. Of course, by the time we get to the place, we probably can't even drive them away. Good, Lu Chi responded cautiously, walking in silence to the very back of the group as he stared dead ahead, his neck feeling as if it was fixed, unable to even twist it. Vaguely, Lu Chi could feel that there was a gaze in the sky that was secretly watching him. At that moment, Bailey, who was fishing, sneezed. After such an interruption, the crowd's interest was obviously extinguished, and every now and then someone wanted to sneak out of the team to return to the village, only to be persuaded back by Lu Chi, who was staking out the back. Not a single person was missing, and the line became silent. It's coming. Lu Dishi pointed ahead. Keep going in this direction and you'll almost be there in a little while. So if you can't wait, go ahead and go through. After Lu Dishi finished speaking, several figures rushed over impatiently. Among them was the pillar that had been nagging him. It's water. There really is water. Ha ha ha. What sweet water. There was a loud cheer from the front. Now, those who were still left were completely unable to hold back and rushed towards the front. When they got to the place, they saw it, the clear, constantly flowing water. The pillar, on the other hand, stood at the edge of the water source with a face full of incredulity, muttering under his breath. It can't be. It's impossible. There was clearly no water in this place yesterday. How did this come up? He wanted to cry, and even though he found water, he was half happy, for he remembered that he had just sworn a poisonous oath. I can't get a wife? However, at this time, no one was poking fun at the pillars. They rushed to the water source and excitedly cupped the water and brought it to their mouths. Some of them didn't think it was too much, and even buried their entire heads directly. Phew, over the top. It's so enjoyable. Come and drink with us, Mr. Chu. You won't get married anyway, so don't just stand there. Come and drink. That's right. If you really can't get a wife, it's also a way to teach you a lesson. See if you dare to cheat next time. I didn't lie to you guys. I really didn't see any water here yesterday. Pillar reddened his face and loudly defended. The big man who had started arguing with the pillar asked, "Then tell me, what's with the water?" This. Pillar was at a loss for words and only felt very aggrieved. The column may not be lying. Lu Chi walked over and interjected. What do you mean? Isn't this water right here? It couldn't have just popped up in one day. There's no such thing as coincidence. Yeah, how in the world could it be that coincidental? So many coincidences happen suddenly in one night. Even this water, obviously the water in the well at the bottom of the hill is at the bottom. How can it gush to the hill? Sure enough, I wasn't wrong. Lu Chi's heart was all agitated. He had guessed the reason why Dad had gone to such trouble to gather everyone here. Obviously they could have just told the brothers, and then for them to bring someone here could only mean that there was something more important to explain than finding the water. The gods, they really did come down to earth. Father met the immortals in the sky. This is something that still has to be said near a water source. That is to say, this water can corroborate the existence of the gods and immortals. It must not be mortal water, and mere sweetness is by no means possible. Lu Chi carefully observed the flowing water, found the source, and soon discovered the drawbacks. It was clear that the current was still strong, but it was as if it had disappeared out of thin air just a few meters after it flowed out. What was even more odd was that the water, it was as if it had been created out of thin air. At the bottom of the water source was tightly packed earth. That kind of earth, Lu Chi could tell at a glance that it was reasonably impossible to seep out half of the water. But if water can appear out of thin air, doesn't that mean? Lu Chi was startled by his own thoughts, and his whole body began to break out in goosebumps like crazy. This water, it's infinite? Lu Chi swallowed his saliva. Father, I'm afraid this water isn't seeping out of the ground, right? Lu Dishi nodded slightly. Lu Chi's breathing was not smooth as he spoke with difficulty. If I'm not wrong, this water, I'm afraid it won't ever dry up. Naturally. Father, second brother, what kind of mumbling are you playing? Why don't I understand? What water doesn't seep out of the ground and doesn't dry up? What's this all about? Lu Ping scratched his ears on the side. The crowd chimed in. Village chief, it's that time of year. You have to tell us, right? Lu Dishi said what Lu Dis said last night and what happened this morning again. Village chief, not that we don't believe. It's really that this thing you said is too. Yes, if the immortals really came down, they should have gone to His Holiness. Where would they come to our realm? Since you all don't believe me, didn't I tell you to bring shovels? Just in time. Let's plow up the dirt under here. Lu Dishi asked Bai Li at the time if he could dig up the surrounding land so that the water could be stored as a reservoir. He remembered that the white immortal monarch had said that this water could not be stored, and that if he let it flow down naturally, it would disappear after touching the ground. The only way to extend it would have to be to have it flow down the terrain and have a 3-foot height difference every 3 feet. As for the rest, as long as you don't cover that primordial water with something, it doesn't matter how else you move it. Bai Xianjun also asked if he needed any help, but how dare Lu Dishi agree? Good. Using their brains they were not good at, but making strength in these things, they were very good at. And before long, the earth was half plowed away. When it was completely plowed open, everyone stared at each other, too shocked to speak by the over-the-top scene before them. The grid of water, suspended in midair out of nowhere, was still flowing outward in a steady stream. It turned out that it really wasn't just seeping out of the ground. So wouldn't that mean that what Lu Chi said was true, and the village chief wasn't joking with them? This water, really, never stops flowing, and the one who could do it all would only be immortals in the sky. Everyone started gasping for air, even though they couldn't believe it was real. The water source suspended out of thin air in front of them couldn't be faked. Snap. Pillar, why are you slapping yourself? I wondered if this was a dream. The fiery pain came from the right side of the pillar's face. He didn't care about it, covered his swollen right face and cried out excitedly. It really hurts. I'm not dreaming, and I'm not lying. I can still get a daughter-in-law. Ha ha ha. Pillar, look at you. Everyone came back to their senses and playfully teased Pillar. All you have to do next is just keep digging down in that direction. Village chief, can you tell us what an immortal looks like? Lu Dishi's appearance emerged in his mind and was about to speak. No, is he or she qualified to portray an immortal-like appearance? At the thought, he closed his mouth and shook his head. I can't say. In short, if one day Luer is followed by a stranger who wants to enter our village, don't go up to him and question him. That's an immortal in the sky. Lu Dishi cautiously urged. Also, Immortal Lord Bai doesn't like people kneeling. You must remember that. Got it. The crowd nodded and looked expectantly into the depths of that forest. Immortal. What would he be doing now? He must be caring about the world and praying for the people with his immortal magic. Boss, you mean you've been fishing here since we left? Luer's jaw dropped as he asked. Well, it's a pity that what we caught was either fish or useless trash. Bai Li yawned out of habit. Although he wouldn't feel tired himself, staring at the water for a long time was a bit boring. Even if he used to enjoy fishing as much as he did, fishing used to be full of unknowns just because you didn't know what kind of fish you would catch today, the size of the fish, and what kind of species it would be, whether it might be crucian carp or warbler. These unknown elements gave him great pleasure. Whereas now, you don't even need fish. I'm sorry, boss, mother just recovered from a serious illness and it wasn't good for me to walk away. I should have known I should have come over earlier. Hearing that Bai Li had been fishing alone for so long, Luer's heart was hard. I should have listened to my parents' advice and come over earlier. He bowed his head, his face full of guilt. Why? I thought it was something big. If you came to me that early, I'd have to drive you back to take care of your mother. Bai Li's face was filled with black lines as he waved his hand and pretended to look disgusted. Anyway, you don't need to care about such things. Nah, this is for you. Try it on for size? Saying that, Bai Li pulled out the leather boots and handed them to Luer. Don't worry, it's a worthless piece of shit I just caught out of the water. Anticipating that Luer might refuse, Bai Li then added, if all of my juniors are wearing a straw boot, it will be laughed off when I tell the world, wear them in peace. I still have something for you to cooperate with in a while. Consider it as payment in advance. Turns out the boss can not only fish from empty water, he can actually fish leather boots. Is this a god? Boss, you're really good. Luer couldn't help but emote. This is the first time I've seen boots still being fished out of the water. Average. Third in the world. La Bai Li smiled awkwardly. Don't say it. It's going to break your heart. A family knows a family thing. This leather aside before, he did not bother to pick up. Smacked of taking up space. Directly on the spot thrown into the water to destroy. After all, at this point in time, there's pretty much an iron set. The enchantments he wanted were fishing for none of them. So don't get all sappy there. Try it on, Bailey said, brushing aside the topic. Good. Luer nodded as he looked at the leather boots that were clearly a full ring larger than his own feet, and without hesitation, removed his straw shoes. After putting on the leather boots, those boots started to get smaller to the naked eye, until they were the right size for Luer. Boss, these shoes, they've actually gotten smaller. Luer stood up and twisted his ankle. It fits just right in there, and it's so warm. He tried to take the boot off, and it changed back to its original size again. Wow, it can change back as if he had found some novelty toy. Luer put on and took off his leather boots over and over again, watching him grow bigger and smaller. Even if there was something that needed Luer, Bai Li didn't rush to stop his behavior, but instead stood aside and cheerfully watched Luer amuse himself. Bai Li could understand this mood, so she didn't intend to spoil his fun. He waited until Luer's excitement had dissipated a bit before he continued. Stop playing around. This stuff is yours. You can take it off as much as you want when you get home. Put your boots on. Alright, boss. Luer jumped up from the ground. The redness caused by the excitement just now hadn't faded yet. He had an excited look on his face. What are we going to do next? Did you bring a knife? Bai Li stared at the basket behind Luer and asked so. Bring it on. With that knife, make a cut toward your hand with just about enough force to cut through the skin. Luer didn't hesitate for a second and slashed at his left hand. Ha, didn't I just sharpen my knife when I went out? And cutting firewood is so easy. How could I not be able to cut it? Seeing no change in his left hand, Luer was puzzled and raised his blade. Strange, There's no curling edge or chipping either. Did you use too little force? Is it hard to believe that the boss gave him the boots? After all, they could even change size, let alone help him block blades. But if it was really the shoe, but it was on his own foot, how did it block his knife? Lu'er was puzzled. Try again. Just increase the force a little more. Bai Li stroked his chin and commanded. Good. This time, Lu'er used almost half of his strength to stroke towards his arm. A white scratch showed as the skin touched the blade. It was established that the armor value of the suit could be applied to the entire body of another person, making it much more valuable, as long as one synthesized a holster. That would be 3.5 frames of defense. At that point, the blade should be completely harmless to one's villagers. Seems like there's some use for that little bit of armor value. Then you can keep the boots you catch later. It's good to give it to someone else as a gift. Bai Li was calculating in his heart, and Lu'er on the side had a complicated look. Sure enough, it was the boots that did it. This was no ordinary boots. It was clearly an immortal weapon magic treasure that the village elders said could protect their masters. It was much more expensive than he thought. Did he really deserve this divine object? Lu'er thought in his heart, staring at the leather boots that the divine object had obscured itself. Let me say this first, I have a cleanliness fetish. Oh. Bai Li's voice came over, and Lu'er raised his head, only to realize that Bai Li had returned to his senses at some point, and was looking at himself with a crooked smile. You've worn these boots. If you give them back to me now, then I'll throw him back into that pool and return them to their rightful owners. Bai Li spread his hands helplessly. And you seem to be mistaken about one thing, Lu'er. Bai Li walked over, stroked Lu'er's head, and said seriously, for me, the proportion of you in my heart can be much heavier than you think yourself. After all, I don't want to just collect the first little brother who doesn't know what's going on, and then suddenly be somehow blitzed out by a run-of-the-mill wayfarer bandit. And I'm still waiting for you to serve me tea and run errands and backstab me. Bai Li rubbed it so hard that even Lu'er's body shook with it. Lu'er was so moved that he couldn't speak. This was the first time that someone other than his parents had been so kind to him. He had tears in the corner of his eyes and couldn't speak. Well, that's pretty much it. I'll have to give you a whole set of them later. And if you're so pretentious every time, watch out, I'll really take you through what's called the 10,000 mile high landing in water exercise. Aha. One more thing, boss. You say, now that the water is there too, wash your hair diligently and touch my hands with oil that you can take to fry. Lu'er nervously looked up to steal a glance at Bai Li. Bai Li looked over with a feeling and winked. Organize a little. Maybe a little girl will look at you. Then you will have a daughter-in-law. I can be a little more comfortable with my touch. It's great that brother Bai isn't angry. Lu'er breathed a sigh of relief, his face turning red with shame, and answered in a small voice. Got it, boss. Lu'er, this axe is for you. What you have to do next is simple. Just chop down that tree. Bai Li pulled out the stone axe and handed it to Lu'er, then took 2 steps back. Then boss, why don't you stay away? Lu'er suggested. Lest this tree falls down and hits you later. Ha, don't worry. This tree shouldn't fall. And even if it does, at most it'll just bounce me off, deducting 1 or 2 frames of bloodstains. A small matter. Bai Li shook his head indifferently. Besides, what if this tree smashes into your small body? But I just don't want to smash the boss. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Don't forget, I'm not an ordinary person. This tree is not worth mentioning to me. Just cut down the tree at ease. Good. Lu'er then put his heart down and chopped up the tree vigorously. Bai Li looked expectantly at the large tree that was constantly shaking from the slashes. He is in the middle of a very important experiment. Whether or not these MC tools in one's hands can be used by anyone else but him, it may be slightly weakened, or there may be restrictions on its use, such as conditions that must be met before it can be used. The current defense suit, for example, can be determined to be able to do pretty much the same thing as it does in the game, providing full body defense. This determined Bai Li's future development plans. After all, if he wanted to expand the scale of his farming, he alone would not be enough. Just keeping 100 or so people would wear him out. The first and most important thing is food. Livestock have to be brought up to base first, whereas with planting there is not enough seed and there is a certain growth cycle. So as of now, the easiest source to get food is through fishing. Therefore, of all the experiments, Bai Li intended to try the fishing rod last. This would free up enough time before the fish takes the bait and they end the experiment early and get the wrong results, which would be bad. The next best thing that could happen would be for the tree to snap in the middle and drop a log cube. The next best thing is that there are no squares. They're just hovering in midair. As for the worst case scenario, let's hope that's not the case. However, when Bai Li saw that the wood did not have a white crack, but instead the opening gradually grew larger as the chopping continued, he had an answer in his heart. Wow! The opening took up half of the tree, and the massive trunk could no longer support it and began to shake in midair. Almost there. Luer walked to the other side of the opening and kicked down. Boom! The entire tree fell along the opening, splattering the ground with dust. It really seems like the worst kind of situation. Luer and the others follow the laws of reality even in my world. Bailey's mind fell halfway to the ground. Boss, I cut down this tree. Luer had a face of joy and excitedly looked over towards Bailey. Seeing Bailey's gloomy face, he carefully asked, is it something I did wrong? No, you did well. It's just that the results didn't meet my expectations. But that's not something you can decide, so you don't have to lose your head. Bailey shook his head. That axe, how did it feel for you to use it? It's sharp. Luer waved the stone axe in his hand. And it's heavy, but very smooth. Aha! Bailey nodded and handed over the stone shovel again. Next, try digging with this. Next, the two men experimented with stone picks, stone hoes, and taking out seeds and picking water from 3 compartments of water. All have failed. It was clear that the plan to have the villagers grow on their own was out of the question for the time being, and perhaps it would have to wait until their world extended to the village would change. But that's all after that. For the rest of the next few days, try to see if the fishing works. Bailey handed the fishing rod to Luer and let Luer try to fish in the water. And in order to increase the chances of a fishing judgment, he also doubled the pool. If this experiment is successful, even if it takes a long time, it will be well worth it. This meant that the problem of food was solved, and one would only need to synthesize enough fishing rods at that time and distribute them to the villagers for them to fish on their own. Nestled in the foliage, Bailey crossed her legs and chewed on an apple in boredom. Although there are no scissors, cannot get into pieces of leaves, but Bailey can handpick leaves. You can't be that curmudgeonly. That said, the apples tasted really good and were big. Taking the last bite and casually tossing the apple core aside, he stood up and sighed as he looked at his back, still sitting at the water's edge in the setting sun. Hey, it's still not working. Without a watch, I'm not sure of the approximate time, but judging by the sun's trajectory, 5 or 6 hours had passed. It was a good thing Luer was able to hold out for so long. If he had been allowed to just sit on the edge of the water, even if it was just for half an hour with no response, he would have had to lift the rod up to see what was going on and recast it. Alright, Luer, put the rod away. No need to fish anymore. Bailey walked over and advised. Luer stared firmly at the floating fish marker. Boss, I can still fish for a little while longer. Maybe I'll succeed? It's just time. I can hold on. In the process of fishing, Luer was a little anxious. After all, holding a fishing rod in the empty water fishing, anyone cannot stay for a long time. He curiously asked Bailey the purpose of doing so. Bailey also told Luer one by one. The general idea is pretty much the same. If he could fall on fish, then their village wouldn't be short of food. Good news. It worked well. Luer was instantly honest. Bad news. The effect was too good. As early as 3 hours ago, Bailey was planning to let Luer collect the pole, only to be ruthlessly rejected by Luer. During this time, Bailey proposed 3 or 4 times, but Luer was excused by Luer to fish for a while longer. If he didn't stop himself, the kid was afraid he'd be able to go straight fishing for a day or two. I don't want to hang myself from a telephone pole. Well, it's past the end of the day, and if it hasn't been fished until now, it's not going to work, Bailey said. After all, the previous experiment had shown that pretty much all the tools Luer had in his hands were unusable, and the fishing rod was probably included in that. Give me the rod. Seeing Bailey's resolute attitude, Luer could only hand out his fishing rod in defeat. One more thing to try. Bailey took out the compost bin. This was something he had stumbled upon in the synthesis table away earlier, and out of curiosity he synthesized it out of 7 wooden steps. As a result of his research, he discovered that the main function of the compost bin is to convert crops and plants into bone meal. Bailey tried it, or he could just take plucked grass or leaves and put them into it. Only the efficiency can simply be described as very low. With that kind of free time to put plants in there, he might as well have caught more fish, which was considered chicken feed. But in this case, it wouldn't be so bad if Luer could use it. Next, you go around and pull some grass and throw it in to try, Bailey commanded. Under the 2 men's expectant gazes, the grass disappeared in the blink of an eye after it fell into the compost bin, and a small amount of green particles appeared at the bottom. Go ahead and put it on. Bailey's tone carried a hint of excitement. Finally found one that works. As the plants are put in, the compost layer rises and eventually turns into a cube that resembles grimy soil. Boss, it can't be put in, Luer said. Next, if you use it again, you'll be able to turn the cubes inside into bone meal. But this step, Luer seemed unable to do. Try to see if you can pour this cube. Luer exerted all his strength, but he could not move the compost bucket full of fertilizer even by the slightest bit. No, it's too heavy, Luer gasped and said. So, That's it then. The result was not quite satisfactory, but it's always a guarantee, isn't it? With the compost bin, he could have the villagers trade bone meal for food. Not. It's kind of being able to fix food. Bailey looked at the sky and said towards Luer, "It's getting late, so you can go back today. Bring over your basket. This is today's payment. No need to be polite with me. I'll tell you, this roasted fish is delicious, especially that fish skin. It's simply amazing." Taking the baked cod out of his backpack, Bailey enthusiastically stuffed it inside. "Boss, there's too much. Don't stuff it. It'll spoil if you can't finish it. And boss, I can't bring it back." "That's true. It's indeed a bit much." Bailey took a look at Luer's bulk, and then at the loaded, almost bubbling basket in front of him. "Well, it's probably hard enough to bring back. Now what?" Bailey inquired as he took out a portion of the grilled fish. Luer picked up the basket, weighed it, and nodded. "That's about right. And these 2 apples? One for you and one for your sister." Bailey took out 2 more apples. "How about 2 more? Enough is enough." "Boss, it really won't fit." Luer hurriedly waved his hand and refused. "Okay." Bailey was a little too intent on putting away the apple he had just taken out. Right. That water source, did your village chief talk to the villagers?" Bailey asked curiously. "Say, I saw a lot of people fetching water there when I came." "Wow. Then I have to go and take a look. I've been in this world for so many days, and the only people I've seen are the village chief and Luer's family." "Luer, let me see you off." "What? Boss, no need. I can walk there by myself." That day, the scene of the sky collapsing floated into Luer's mind. Seeing Luer's horrified expression, Bailey that didn't know what he was thinking. "Don't worry. I'm just sending you to that place at the water source. I won't go far." On the path, Bailey walked leisurely through the forest with wheat seeds in hand, whistling under his breath. Behind him, the 2 hens fluttered their wings and followed assiduously, their eyes staring straight at the wheat. "I say Luer, you don't need to keep staring at those 2 hens. Don't worry, they won't run away," Bailey said to Luer, who was turning back from time to time, worried that the hens would run away. "And maybe if you don't turn back, you'll be able to get more than 2 or 3 more wild ones in a while." "Boss, let's leave these 2 chickens at your place. Don't you still need them to hatch chicks?" "No, I just need to hatch out 2 on the line. This chicken grows fast. It won't take 2 or 3 days to grow up and hatch out chicks. Besides, your mother has just recovered from her illness. These 2 hens you take back. The eggs laid can also replenish your mother's body, isn't it?" Luer scratched his head awkwardly as he whispered, "This egg, we are not eating it. When we save up a certain amount, father will take it to the city and sell it for money. Mother can't afford to eat them either. Even if she cooks them, she will leave them for my father." Eggs. Bailey hates a food. Used to grow his body when his mom often forced him to eat. Said it can help grow taller. Cooked almost every day. Bailey is hard to eat. Although later he did grow okay, but for eggs, he is really eat out of the injury. "You've never eaten eggs before?" Subconsciously, Bailey asked so. When the words came out of his mouth, he instantly reacted to what doggone words he had said. "How could I say that? It's just like the queen who said, 'Why don't you eat the cake?' This sentence is not a proper 'why don't you eat meat.'" I'd like to give myself a headbutt. Bailey regretted it, but how could he take back what he said? He quickly explained. "I'm sorry, Luer. I didn't mean that. It's just that what you just said is a little too different from what I thought." What am I talking about?" The corners of his mouth twitched, and his hands were busy gesticulating. Luxx looked at Bailey with a very surprised look and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I know that boss has no ill intentions. It's like in the past when I couldn't figure out why my companions looked at me enviously every time father called me back for lunch. It wasn't until I asked them later that I realized that, with the exception of our family, who were able to set aside a couple of months to get meat, almost all of them were only able to get a piece or 2 on New Year's Eve. Phew, it's good that you didn't get the wrong idea." Bailey covered her heart-stopping little heart and joked. "Then why did you just look at me with that look in your eyes? I thought my little brother was going to ditch his big brother. I'm just surprised that the boss would actually apologize to me about this," Luer said. Bailey was puzzled. He rightly returned. Said the wrong words? Did the wrong thing should not apologize? He had to give someone an apology for even asking for directions. "But aren't you a god, boss?" hissed Luer. "You this thought is a little dangerous. Correct you a little I'm not a fairy. Fairy anything is not exist. You want to believe in science. Forget it. Newton coffin boards are gone. When I did not say." Bailey was shocked by Luer's question as he continued. "I don't care about other people. Anyway, for me, under the premise that other people didn't mess with me, it's my fault that I should take the blame, even if it means dumping my family's money." Hearing Bailey's words, Luer felt a million emotions in his heart. He could still vividly remember the males who rode their horses around the city, rampaging through the city and wantonly overturning the goods of the traders. Even if the case is brought to the court, those officials will not care about it, and the problem will be solved after dragging it out for a day or two. Nor could they forget the way the magistrate, who had run amok in their village and was untouchable, bowed his head in front of those males. Perhaps, this is the gods. If the shells of the eggs were broken, Dad would still leave them for us. What about birthdays? Bailey asked. What's a birthday? A kind of holiday? We don't have that kind of holiday here. In this moment, Bailey realized what the generation gap was. So, then do you remember when you were born? Well, it's your birth date. Boss, are you going to tell my fortune? Luer looked at Bailey expectantly and finished his botsy while stretching out his own 2 hands. Nah, this is my poem. Boss, take a look. I can't tell fortunes, so you might as well take your hand back. Then why are you asking me my birth date, boss? Secret, Bailey said mysteriously with a hefty smile. This year should not be able to. Can only next year in a birthday for Luer? Just have a year to prepare. The two of them were talking and joking, and they were getting closer to the water source. Bailey heard the clamor coming from up ahead. What a hoot! People, after all, are group animals? And Bailey did not see through the red dust. Naturally, he likes to be more lively. Listen to the movement. He could not help but speed up the pace, and so on the place, into the scene in front of the eyes, so that Bailey brain instantly down. Holy shit, what's going on here? The crowd split into two. One of them was dominated by old people and children, and a mother-in-law led a field of people from Ola to the ground on their knees. In the direction of where Bailey was, several incense sticks were inserted in front of him, chicken and tofu, dried and unrecognizable fruits, and his mouth was still chanting. The Hans led by Lu Dishi. Those Hans were few in number and had very uncomfortable expressions, wanting to blend into the kneeling crowd. It was worth mentioning that Lu Chi was also following and kneeling, while the big man, Lu Ping, was standing behind his dad. As for Lu Dishi, he was very conspicuous, standing on the side with a face full of rawness. It's been said that Immortal Lord Bai doesn't like people kneeling. Why don't you guys listen? Thanks to his enhanced hearing, Bai Li understood what Lu Dishi said, and a rough guess as to what was going on. These people, they are worshipping him as a god. Bai Li was a bit teary-eyed. He had started kneeling his ancestors since he was a child, and he hadn't thought that someone would burn incense for him even before he died. Why do I feel like someone is watching me? With a feeling in his heart, Lu Dishi raised his head and came eye to eye with Bai Li. At this moment, Bai Li, shocked by the scene in front of her, could not speak, her expression dumbfounded. However, in Lu Dishi's opinion, the amiable Bai Xianjuan's expressionless face was clearly disgruntled. Gu, my mother Lu, the white immortal monarch really can see. This is not, came over. Looking at Immortal Lord Bai's expression, he can't be angry with me, right? The Immortal Lord has said that he doesn't like people kneeling, but he himself didn't do a good job. If because of this, the Immortal Monarch returned to heaven, then he would be the sinner of Lu's village. After all, full stop, he had only met Bai Li once, and wasn't as familiar with Bai Li's character as Luer was. That was the precautions that the heavenly deity had explained to him, the village head, but he ended up failing to do a good job himself, and had the Immortal Monarch personally come out. He heard that when the Son of Heaven is angry, he ambushes millions of corpses, but when an Immortal Monarch is angry, it's a direct world destruction. This gives the pressure with Lu Dishi, as if the company has a huge single need you to dock, the old master of 1,000 instructions to you to say notes, and then you do not pay attention to all the crime. The old boss hasn't criticized you for anything. Pressure pulls straight to full. Lu Dishi is about to fall backward with a black eye, and finally, under the heavy pressure, he can't care about anything else and knelt down heavily. Herberus Lu Dishi, welcome Immortal Emperor, the gods of the mountains, coming out? Hearing what Lu Dishi said, the bodies of the kneeling crowd gave a jolt and pressed their heads firmly to the ground. Some of the bolder ones looked up slowly, glanced and flew back down. That's the Immortal Monarch. How come he doesn't look as big as my family's cub? The appearance is quite handsome, just not like a fairy. One of the old maids saw Bai Li's appearance, and the awe in her heart faded most of the way, lowering her head and whispering to the bystanders, "That's right, I look like which family's noble son? Look at this body full of books. Is it possible that it is a literary star descending to the earth? Stop it all. The gods are watching. We're so far away, we shouldn't be able to hear it, right? I'm sorry, but I heard it so clearly that I was close to shouting it right into my ear." Bai Li secretly spat in his mind. Village chief, I'm really not a god. Everyone doesn't need to kneel. Get up. It's not a god, so should we kneel or stand? The villagers looked at Lu Dishi, waiting for him to make up his mind, and when they saw him get up, They all followed and all stood up. As the villagers stood up, Bailey sucked in a breath of cold air. Earlier they had knelt down, their thin clothing covering their bodies, and now that they stood up, Bailey looked at them clearly. In front of the villagers are all yellow and skinny. Thin thighs and hemp pole has a ratio. Through the open clothes loo, inside is almost skin and bones. Chest ribs clearly can be a root counting. Bailey even suspected that if the wind was a little stronger, these people would be blown over in one blow. Even if Bailey had thought the situation serious, this was clearly comparable to those in the African warring countries. It's a famine. Shirley silently pulled out boards and set them on the ground. Where did this plank come from? When the villagers saw the wooden board that appeared out of nowhere, the murmurs instantly disappeared without a trace. Yeah, when people say they're not gods, that's gods being self-effacing. How did they come to believe it so blindly? At this moment, the villagers all remained silent, not daring to make the slightest movement. Their bodies subconsciously tensed and stood straight. Under the hot sun, sweat ran down their foreheads and into their eyes, but no one dared to raise a hand to wipe it away. What is the immortal lord up to? Flying out a 4-meter-wide platform? Bailey asked Ludishi. May I ask, village chief, how many families there are in the village? Roughly, and how many people there are in total? 14 families, 54 people in all. The 14 codfish in his space were placed on the platform, all of which were half a meter long, filling the entire platform. It's a fish. What a big fish. It had been a long time since they had seen a fish, even one of those finger-sized minnows, since the lake broke not long ago. Suppressed gasps of surprise rose and fell, and the villagers all rolled the knots in their throats as they stared at the fish on the platform in reverie. This fish, just one, if you save a little bit of food, with grass roots and wild vegetables, can eat for half a month. Your own kids can eat some grease. Bailey said, these fish, I'll leave it to you, the village chief, to distribute them. Make sure that every family gets one. I will put the same number of fish here at this hour every day for days afterward. These are given to us and they will all give us food in the future? That means they don't run out of food? At this moment, Bailey's voice was like heavenly music, hitting everyone straight in the heart. They wanted to laugh and cry, but the gods were watching, and they didn't want to lose their temper in front of immortal Lord Bai, fearing that he would leave them behind as a result. Immortal Lord Bai, are these for us? Just as everyone was immersed in the bright future, Ludishi stood out and inquired. Just as Bailey wanted to say that this was a free gift and that he didn't need anything from them, he saw the worry as well as the trepidation on Ludishi's face. Ludishi is afraid that if the villagers get used to this kind of clothes and food days and become accustomed to it, one day, the reverence for Bailey will disappear. Once Bailey stops supplying, it won't be understanding that will be received, but abuse. Bailey swallowed back the words that came to his mouth and shook his head after a moment's thought. Of course, this is only temporary, until your crops recover, and it won't be for nothing. He redid enough to make 7 compost bins and place them side by side on the edge of the platform. What you need to do after that is to fill these buckets with leaves as well as various other plants. The specifics will be told to you by Luer in a while, and today's portion will not be necessary. This place was already at the edge of the white leaf world, and the weeds and leaves around it grew quickly, so it was still an easy thing to collect. In this way, the synthesized bone meal would also be able to spawn enough wheat seeds, and by the time the range was able to cover the village, the seeds would be almost enough to feed the people of the village. The villagers were grateful for the request made by Bailey. It's a half-meter long fish, not to mention 7 boxes. Even if they doubled it, they would be willing to do it. Many thanks, Immortal Monarch. Thank you, Immortal Monarch. The villagers knelt down again and kowtowed heavily toward Bailey, and the noise was even loud enough to startle the birds resting in the trees. I told you, I'm not a god, Bailey thought, very helpless. The soles of his feet are going to gouge out 3 rooms and 2 rooms. He signaled Luer to go back, and he went back to the forest alone and silently. At this time, he or silently leave the good. In front of these people snot and tears a flow of appearance. Think of their suffering, but also need a venting mouth. When Bailey's figure left, the villagers couldn't contain their emotions any longer and were now in chaos. Even Ludishi shed tears and was immersed in memories. Ha 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 ha, it's great. There's food. My children don't have to go hungry at last. Ooh, my oldest 2 and 4th. You guys had a hard life. If you could have lasted a little longer, you could have waited for the immortal monarch to come. Some people were dancing and thanking Bailey over and over again, while others were laughing and suddenly covered their faces and cried, waiting for the emotions to vent almost. Ludishi has not recovered from the state of choking. Smiling, well, folks, today is a big day. We are pouring over themselves. The fish, take it back to cook. The family children are still waiting for us. For the next few days, Bailey stayed by the pond almost all day fishing, delivering fish to the water source at sunset and collecting bone meal from inside the compost bin. When you return in the evening, use bone meal to ripen the wheat and harvest it for seeds as well as wheat and, most importantly, experience points. Then the knight proceeded to start a fishing frenzy. Under such intense operation, Bai Li's experience value soared, and it didn't take long before he had risen another level and had passed a large portion of his experience value. Only one level is needed to cover the village. If I'm not wrong in my estimation, it will be these 2 or 3 days at the latest. Lu Er, if anything changes in the village in the next few days, tell them all not to be alarmed and say that it was because of me. Bai Li finished collecting the bone meal inside the compost bin and said, he wanted to communicate with the villagers, but just by standing here, the villagers around him were like eating throat-locking candies, and they didn't say much at all. As soon as he approached, those individuals were just like students facing their teachers in the office, their limbs shaking non-stop, unable to spit out a word for half a day. I'm not from the motherland. Why are you so afraid of me? Bai Li was helpless. The only two who could communicate with themselves normally were the village chief and Lu Er. Got it, boss. Lu Er looked at Bai Li's tired expression with a worried expression. These days, apart from the beginning when Bai Li asked him to do something, saying it was an experiment, he just sat on the bank and fished. This fishing was all day long. All one could do was sit silently by Bai Li's side and talk about the idle things that happened in the village these days. The boss had urged himself to leave, but he had refused. After all he could do for the boss now was to keep him company and relieve his boredom. Aha! Bai Li nodded faintly, ready to go back to his little matchbox. All he wanted now was to expand to the village quickly. Himself, right now, can't do anything to help. So maybe, there is a way. Lu Er lost his mind as he made a secret decision and ran back home. The eaves of the simple thatched hut, hanging a few pickled fish. The house is even more the aroma of fish soup spread. At this time, Yilan was busy preparing dinner. After leaving Bai Li's place, they sent Yilan to the Longzhong for diagnosis. The result was a complete recovery from the disease, only the body was still weak. After a few days of nurturing, Yilan was able to go down to the ground. Originally Yilan was directly intended to go to the fields to help, but under the strong request of Lu De, do some simple housework. Lu Er glanced around and didn't see his dad's shadow. At this hour, Dad should be back from the fields already. Ha, mother, is father still not back? Lu Er asked suspiciously. Not long after you left you were called by the fourth uncle to go to the village chief to help. Until now has not come back. It is just that you go to see. It is almost time to eat. Why is not yet back? Not far from the door of the village head's house, Lu Er saw 1 or 2 village people carrying some furniture into the village head's room. There was a lot of noise in the room, and the occasional sound of something heavy being moved. What's going on in there? Lu Er was puzzled and walked in the door to see that almost all of the village's great lords were crammed into this tiny room. As for Lu Dishi, he stood in the center of the room and kept commanding, and move a little more to the left, and a little more to the right. Okay, that's it. Village chief, what are you doing? If I'm not mistaken, isn't this chair the second master's treasure? His old man treasured it so much, why did he move it here? And this bowl? Village chief, you've given them a spell? That's not true. I'm not that capable. Lu Dishi laughed, walking to the door and touching the threshold, his eyes full of reluctance. I'm just discussing with Lu Qi and the others to live at their place first, to pour this house and leave it to a mortal monarch. Leave it for the boss? Lu Er couldn't fathom his brain. Yes, the only decent thing in the village is this old house of mine. The immortal monarch wants to come to our village to rest. That's our blessing. We can't still let the immortal monarch sleep with us. I didn't realize that word had gotten out, so everyone brought their own things over. But I know the boss very well. He definitely won't live in it. Lu Er shook his head and said bluntly, in that case, I'm afraid this house will just sit here dry. Lu Dishi said seriously, whether to live or not is one thing, but whether to do it or not is another thing. Anyway, the house has been vacated, and the big guy stuff has been brought over, so we can't ask them to put it back again. Lu Er twisted his head to look at everyone, and they all laughed and shook their heads. It's exhausting to put everything over here, and I don't want to have to move it back. That's right, my mother said that if I dare to sneak this back, she'll break my legs. It's just some wooden stuff. How can it be worth the immortal lord's favor? Everyone says, right? Right on. Goo. I've been the village chief for so long and I haven't seen you guys being so active. Usually each one of you runs faster than a rabbit when you say something. Lu Dishi joked. Someone laughed and responded, my village chief, if you were half as powerful as the immortal monarch, you could use me any way you want, and I would even clean your outhouse every day. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. Lu Dishi looked at the thriving scene in front of him with relief. How many years had it been since he'd seen the group smile happily since the village's grain production had decreased year after year, even to the point where the river had been cut off? It's all because of the immortal monarch. Lu heir, you're here for your father, aren't you? He's in the back. Lu Dishi pointed in the direction, signaling Lu heir to go over. Lu heir, what brings you here? It's getting late. Mother sent me over to call you back for dinner. Lu De raised his head, looked at the sky, and patted his head. Damn, didn't notice the hour. Let's go back. Father, I want to continue practicing the bow. I want to protect the boss, Lu heir said firmly. Ever since the river dried up and the food in the house became less and less, in order to save food and minimize the loss of physical strength, Lu heir was hesitant to practice the bow, citing a lack of interest. Seeing that his son was willing to take up his craft, the father was naturally happy. But the gods, do they need to be protected by mortals like them? Lu De thought in his heart, but he still nodded. Okay, tomorrow we'll start over. Zhang Yongyuan, you bastard. How many times is this? We don't have any food for you here anymore. Get out. Don't die and stick around our house, or I'll break your legs. Inside the dilapidated thatched hut, Zhang Yongyuan was pushed out. The door of the room was slammed shut so hard that he fell to the ground and shouted indignantly, "If you don't give food, then you don't give it. What's the point of shouting so loudly?" He stood up and walked slowly out a dozen meters or so, spitting in the direction of the house. "Hey, I'm not happy to eat your pig's food. I'm telling you, don't stay here. There's a place for you to stay. When I get rich in the future, don't come near me." Snap. Asshole, get over here and tell me again. The gate opened and a middle-aged man came out from inside. "Egu, uncle, I'm just talking. Don't take it seriously. I'm leaving. Zhang Yongyuan stared fearfully at the bundle of strips cupped in that hand and hurriedly ran outside the village as if he were fleeing. Bah, softies. From today on, don't ask for a single morsel of food from us. The Hanyu shouted towards Zhang Yongyuan's back. Che, if you don't give it, you don't give it. Little master, I don't even care about it. Zhang Yongyuan gasped for air and half-squatted on the ground to recover his strength. So hungry, no strength. Recently the village people are stingy. They help do things, good and bad, to give so a little root of wild vegetables, were enough for him to eat. It seems that this family can't be counted on. Where will one go to solve today's food problem? He rubbed his parched stomach and reckoned. The village chief is also. It's not just that there was no one at home when he was looking for him, and he took some of his family's things in passing. It's not like he won't return them. Forget it. It's true that the village is full of heartless shit. It's just food. I'll find it myself. Zhang Yongyuan snorted coldly and hung back as he walked in the direction away from the village. Damn it, how come they even dug up all the wild vegetables? This is a deliberate attempt to starve me to death, isn't it? Zhang Yongyuan picked his way through the dry cracked ground and barely poured out a handful of wild vegetables and grass roots. Go back and cook it. Make do with what you have. And if you can't, apologize to the village chief. There's no way you'll watch me starve to death in front of him? This seems to be near the Lu family village. I was so focused on finding food that I didn't think I would actually walk here. Lu's and Zhang's villages are so close to each other that you can barely walk far enough to see the opposite village. As a result, there is a near-immortal conflict between the two villages, water sources as well as good land. These are the lifeblood of the villagers and the lifeblood of every village. They fought every year for these two things, although not to the point of killing people, but a fight to open the flesh is a common occurrence. Especially in recent months, since the rivers have dried up, the village land can't be watered, and the plants that can be found to feed the hungry are becoming more and more scarce. If anyone from another village dared to dig for wild vegetables around their village, they would be severely beaten if they were caught. We have to leave quickly. If the people of their village see us, we'll be beaten up. Wait, this smell? Just as he was about to turn and run away, a very faint scent lingered on the tip of his nose. There's absolutely no mistaking it. It's the smell of fish. They're cooking fish, eating 100 meals. Zhang Yongyuan will not do anything else. Only the nose sense of smell is very sharp, so that when he slips in the village, he can know which family is cooking and what to do. At that time he would go in and help out, play the game, and more or less give him something to eat. Zhang Yongyuan sniffed vigorously. The cold wind poured into his nasal cavity. Even then some breathlessness. He did not care. Only thirsty to catch the wind mixed with the breath of the fish. Drooling like crazy, he swallowed and licked his dry, cracked lips. The thirst for meat overrode the fear of being beaten, and he muttered in a low voice, I am just going over to take a look. It's not like I'm doing anything bad. Just be careful and don't get caught by them. That's all. Thinking that, he tiptoed and quietly felt his way inside the Lu family village. What made him feel strange was that the journey was very smooth and he didn't even see a few silhouettes. Don't they come out to dig for wild vegetables? Can it be that the people of Lu's village have found a field of wild vegetables and everyone gets a share? Zhang Yongyuan was puzzled. but the increasingly strong scent made him put the abnormality behind him as he gritted his teeth and walked in. The aroma, more than one, is coming from within several houses. Zhang Yongyuan hid behind the wall and looked at the surrounding houses in shock. This one has it, and this one has it, and that one has it. It's not like there are only a few. It's clear that every single one of them has a share of fish. At this moment, Zhang Yongyuan was even suspecting that his sense of smell had failed because he had not smelled meat for a long time. With his back against the wall, he walked around the village, and to his disbelief, almost Lu's village, in every house, exuded a strong smell of fish. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Didn't the river dry up? Where did they get the fish? It's over. It's over. My nose is broken. Zhang Yongyuan rubbed his nose in fear, but no matter how he got it, the smell never disappeared. No, it smells too good. I can't stand it. Zhang Yongyuan's eyes were red and he stared dead at the house in front of him. Let's die. The big deal is to be beaten to death. Anyway, this day of eating one meal and starving another is enough for me. Little master, I have to see if there are fish in there or not. He ambled over and felt his way to the door of the room. He sent a sigh of relief when he heard the movement inside continue, then leaned his ear against the doorframe and listened to the conversation inside. Freshly made fish soup. Come and taste how it tastes. This flavor. It's simply delicious. Maisie, you really can't get tired of eating this craft. And when I think that we will be able to drink such delicious fish soup every day in the future, I will have the strength to work. Suck it. Hearing the movement of the soup inside, Zhang Yongyuan's saliva indisputably flowed out from the corners of his mouth and dripped onto the floor, and he hastily wiped it with his cuff. Yes, it's all thanks to the immortal monarch, or else we wouldn't be able to eat even wild vegetables, not to mention fish. The advance guard? What kind of weird name is that? Zhang Yongyuan smelled the odor and only felt his stomach grow even hungrier. Coo! What's that noise? The chair was moved and footsteps came toward the door. It's bad. He's been discovered. He has to run. If he's caught, he'll shed his skin if he doesn't die. He scrambled up on his hands and knees and was gone in a flash. Walking to the door, the Hanyu looked at the panicked Zhang Yongyuan and shrugged his shoulders. What's the point of running so fast? I even said I'd treat him to fish soup? The Hanyu scratched his head doubtfully. I don't know which family's kid is running so fast. I didn't even see him clearly. It's just that his back is quite unfamiliar. Hoo. Luckily I ran fast. I almost got caught. Zhang Yongyuan's face was full of celebration. So that means I'm not smelling it wrong. That scent is coming from every house. Damn it. It's definitely the Lu family village's people who cut off our water source and redirected a water route to another place, deliberately trying to kill us. He gritted his teeth and muttered in a low voice. Okay, it's you people from the Lu family village who are unkind and unrighteous in the first place. Then don't blame me for not being polite. These fish should have had my share. This house is just fine. I can still escape if I'm discovered. And when everyone is gone in a few moments, I'll go in and get what belongs to me. He walked to a thatched hut at the edge of the village and hid quietly. The noon hour passed quickly, and the people of the village finished their lunch and left their houses. After waiting until the people in the house were gone and there was no more movement, Zhang Yongyuan sneaked into the house. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the large, marinated fish hanging from the beams of the room overflowing. Boy, that's a big fish, but it's mine now. Zhang Yongyuan sniffed greedily, itching to put his nose on it. This fish, put it here for now, and bring it with you when you leave later. He moved away fondly and began to rummage around the room. Look at this big tank full of water. It's just as I thought. Casually picking up the gourd ladle floating on the water's surface, he filled a bowl. Gobble gobble gobble. The water flowed all the way down his throat, splashing a puddle on the ground. Oh, it's been a long time since I've had this much to drink. Zhang Yongyuan exhaled comfortably. Taking the leftover fish from his master's lunch from the cupboard, he pinched up a small piece and placed it in his mouth to chew on. Fragrant. Too fragrant. It's been so long since I've eaten fish that I've almost forgotten what this fish tastes like. He barred his lips and swallowed quickly, spitting out fish spikes every now and then. Ha, it's gone? Zhang Yongyuan scraped the bottom of the bowl with his hand and put it in his mouth to shiver. That's a comforting meal. He put down the bowl with intent and disbelievingly rummaged through the cabinets again, ultimately finding nothing. What a pauper, not a single coin. Forget it, if it's gone, it's gone. The big one's still to come. Zhang Yongyuan stared at those fish and smiled lewdly, as if he had seen a girl from a greenhouse. Babies, ha ha ha, they are all my babies. Go, let little master take you away. Go back and pamper you all again. He removed two of them with a quick eye and cradled them in his arms. Hey, it's kinda heavy, got it. Too bad I can't hold this third fish. I wish I could take them all back. Holding the two fish under his right and left armpits, he poked his head out, looked around, saw that no one had noticed, and hurried in hot pursuit to the head of his village. A thief has come to our village to steal fish. A child's shriek came from behind him. Run, motherfucker, didn't I just take 2 of your fish? I've returned them to you. Why are you still chasing after them? They've chased us all the way to the entrance of our village. Is that so? Zhang Yongyuan gasped and managed to run into the village. Looking at the Han who hesitated outside, he finally sighed in relief and lay down on the ground. Don't dare come in. Do you? Just this? Those people circled outside the village a few times before they reluctantly walked back. Just now, in order to escape, Zhang Yongyuan threw away all the fish in his hand without a single one left. It was too heavy to run. In other words, he had worked for almost nothing except for some leftovers at the beginning. Damn it, this matter won't be let go just like that, but I'm afraid I can't avenge this if I'm on my own. He rolled his eyes Gollum, then smiled wickedly. There, I'll tell the village chief. If he knows about this, won't the revenge of Lu's village be avenged? He ran to the village headman's house and saw that the headman of his village had just returned from outside with a basket on his back. It's a coincidence. He waved his hand excitedly and shouted, Village chief, I've come to see you. I'm so unlucky that I just come home and I'm being haunted by a little ghost. Zhang Yi frowned as he hid the rotten vegetable roots in the basket behind him backward, walked quickly back to his own home, and rushed to close the door tightly before Zhang Yongyuan came over. Mayor, what are you doing? I've come to tell you something important. Why are you shutting me out? No ivory can be spit out of a dog's mouth. I would rather believe that the sun comes out of the west than that you, Zhang Yongyuan, would come to me with a serious matter. Putting down the basket on his back, Zhang Yi carefully pulled out the wolfberry-sized wild fruit and placed it on the table. Keep these, boil them in hot water and give them to the children. His creased face showed some rare smiles. Zhang Yi didn't even half-heartedly pay attention to Zhang Yongyuan. He reckoned that according to the usual situation, he would just shout for a few minutes and leave himself. What a pity. I was talking about how hard it was to find some water news. Since the village head is so unwelcoming to me, I'll just leave The sound of fading footsteps came from outside the door. What? Water? Wait. Zhang Yi hurriedly opened the door, only to see Zhang Yongyuan smiling as he stood still in the doorway. Where? Zhang Yi asked hurriedly. I don't want the money I borrowed last time. It's all lost. Okay? Zhang Yongyuan didn't say anything, just smiled and looked at Zhang Yi. Say, what else do you really want? Zhang Yi sighed and asked helplessly. Village chief, how about lending me another 10 pennies? I've been lucky lately. How about doubling it back to you afterward? Zhang Yongyuan spoke quietly. Don't even think about it. Zhang Yi glared angrily at Zhang Yongyuan. You don't plant the land. You ask the folks for food. And you're still thinking of borrowing money at this time. You're dreaming. If this money of his own goes into the pockets of this gambler, he won't be able to get a penny back. Zhang Yongyuan was not annoyed. And with an air of eating Zhang He, he just stood quietly like that. Fine. I'll borrow it. Zhang He gritted his teeth and in no time took out a small bag of coins from the house, looking angrily at Zhang Yongyuan, who had his head lowered to count the money in front of him. Zhang He asked, Now, you can tell me, putting away the bag with satisfaction. Zhang Yongyuan nodded. Of course, Lu Jia village. A group of people gathered in front of the village chief's son's house. Do you guys mean that the people from Zhangjia village came to steal from us? Lu Dishi frowned and asked suspiciously. That's right. It's thanks to the old forest children seeing it, or else my family's 2 fish would have almost been touched by that man. The man said indignantly. The people around him were also helping out with a look of indignation. The people of the Zhang family village have bullied us too much. It's just that they robbed water and fought over land with us on weekdays, but now they've actually come straight to our village to steal things. Yes, this is the fish given to us by the immortal lord, even though we got it back. But we can't not take out this bad anger of village chief. Yes, we must make the people of the Zhang family village hand over that person. The big deal is to fight with them again. I'm still harboring a fire from the last incident. Village chief, tell me, when exactly are we going to fight back? The people around him were in a state of righteous indignation, a state of wanting to fight. No need to go. They will come to us themselves. Lu Dishi thought for a moment and slowly shook his head. Most people came to a realization and understood what the village chief meant, while only a few were still confused and puzzled. Why is this? Village chief, it's good enough that we don't go to trouble them, but how dare they come to us? Someone asked suspiciously. You're stupid. The man next to him rolled his eyes. So what did the Zhangjia village people steal? Fish. What's wrong? Where did the fish come from? Naturally, it came from the immortal monarch. Don't tell me you don't know this? He had an expression of looking at a retard. Mud, you're the retard. Water? Fish have to come from rivers that have fish in them. But Luer said this fish was caught by the immortal monarch in a fishless pond. Can immortal monarchs be the same as us? I really had a brain fart before I thought of talking to you in a half circle. We know. But that person in Zhangjia village doesn't know. Since our village has fish, it has a river. That's the point. The man paused, the evil in his heart somehow giving out. And he sighed, adding with a complex expression, after all, we're not the only ones in Lu's village who are short of water and can't find food. When the people around them heard this, they also looked at each other and fell silent. Yes, if it wasn't for immortal Emperor Bai, their situation wouldn't be any better than Zhangjia villages. If the Zhang clan village people come afterward, come and tell me at the first opportunity. And until then, don't start an argument with them. Lu Dishi said. There was a slight worry in his heart. After all, the grudge between the two villages was too deep, and he was worried that the village people would not be able to resist fighting with them. However, to Lu Dishi's surprise, everyone present did not object, but only nodded in silence. He thought about it for a second, and it made sense. This Zhangjia village, isn't it the epitome of the previous Liujia village? On the other side, Zhang He was anxiously wandering at the entrance of the village, raising his head from time to time and looking in the direction of Lujia village. Around him, too, stood a group of watching villagers. After learning about Lu's village from Zhang Yongyuan, he was at first disbelieving. With his own understanding of Zhang Yongyuan, he definitely did not have the guts to run to the boundaries of Lujia village. However, it is known from other people that the people of Lu's village did run after it to the village. Originally, Zhang He didn't want the village to know until the matter was confirmed, but not long after he had just walked away, the matter was spread around the village by Zhang Yongyuan. Everyone ran to him to confirm the situation, and Zhang He had no choice but to call off the village's handyman to touch Lujia village to understand the situation. Who had thought that it was actually late to return, which made Zhang He very worried. Why haven't you returned yet? How long has this been going on? It can't be that the people of the Lu family village have discovered it. Zhang He had some regrets in his heart, and even looked at the dangling Zhang Yongyuan on the side with more and more displeasure. It would have been only necessary to quietly find a few people to go to Lu's village to take a look. If not at best, they would have been a few people in the know who were disappointed. Now it's such a big deal that the whole village has been given to know about it. Shouldn't have believed the falsehoods told by Zhang Yongyuan. Where else can you get water to raise fish when even the groundwater in this neighborhood is drying up? Village chief, although I am usually a bit mixed up, but in this kind of big thing, I absolutely do not dare to lie to your old man. Besides, if this is a fake, I'm not just here without leaving. When the time comes to kill or die, isn't it all up to everyone? Zhang Yongyuan absently kicked a stone on the ground and said, coming back. Crowd murmurs came from behind them. Zhang He squinted into the depths and saw a figure stumbling towards them. Well, before the man could rest for a moment, they all gathered around and anxiously inquired. Cough, cough, fish, lots of fish. The man half crouched, panting. Almost every family in Lujia village has fish as long as half an arm. What Zhang Yongyuan said is true. Zhang Yongyuan said, see, was I right? Their village definitely diverted the water to a place where we couldn't find it. Naturally, he didn't know if the water was intercepted by the people of Lu's village. But who cared now? He was just giving the village an excuse. Even if the truth is finally known, one will not be told anything. Zhang Yongyuan thought, people from the Lu family village, they're bullying people too much. The surrounding people shouted angrily. That's it. They must be approached and asked for a statement. Murmurs rose and fell. And Zhang He didn't say anything, just pondered with a sullen face. Yes, village chief, you don't know, but in order to verify my guess, I was almost caught by the people of the Lu family village to give them a severe beating. They just can't see our village as good. Zhang Yongyuan's face bitterly complained about the treatment he had received, adding another fire to the fire, and his heart was happy. He had let the whole village know about it before, and that was the situation he wanted now. It was in his rhythm now. The village chief couldn't help it even if he felt something was wrong. He couldn't resist the pressure. That's right, it's just that he cut off our water. Even the people of our village were almost beaten up by them. We must find them to ask for an explanation. As expected, in the midst of the crowd's vociferous criticism, Zhang He said helplessly, in that case, let's do as everyone says, but we'll have to wait until tomorrow. It's getting late today, so it's good to build up our strength, isn't it? Zhang Yongyuan counted the wrongs of the Lu family village with the crowd, and when he returned to his house, he instantly changed his face and a satisfied smile hung on his lips. His purpose, achieved. In the afternoon, at the intersection of the two villages, a hillside filled with yellow sand, there were more than 10 or so people from the Lu family village standing early in the morning. Yan, it's so boring. We've been standing here for almost an afternoon. Why haven't the people from this Zhangjia village arrived yet? Just be happy you're not making us watch the early morning shift this morning. Don't get distracted. Just bear with us for a little while longer. Someone will be here to replace us soon. One of them chuckled, his eyes staring off into the distance without looking away, his expression serious all of a sudden. Quickly, go get the others. Move fast. The Zhang clan village is coming. Okay, I'll be right there. You guys be careful. After saying that, one of them got up sharply and ran wildly in the direction of the village. In the distance, the people of Zhangjia village were all stony-faced, holding a variety of agricultural tools in their hands, the blades glistening under the sun, very sharp and obviously freshly sharpened on the whetstone. Before they came, they had made plans to fight to the death, even if they made a scene. After all, this time can be completely different from before. Everyone's heart is clear. They are here to grab water. Grabbing water in a big drought year means killing yourself. But if there was no more water, their village would be a frog boiled in warm water. Sooner or later. Today, either a bowl of scoops will be shared over the matter of the water source, or one of the two villages will have to have one side that can't stand up altogether. Hey, people of Zhangjia village, listen. Stop for a while. I know the purpose of your coming. Isn't it for water? And wait there, we'll bring it to you right away. The people from the Lu family village shouted. Did I hear you right? The people of Lu Jia village actually took the initiative to bring us water? The people of Zhangjia village stopped, their faces full of confusion. They had envisioned many kinds of scenarios, only they had not thought about how to face this situation. Do we still have to fight? It's not just about the water. Even though Zhang Yongyuan is an asshole, he's at least a member of our village. He has to be given justice. The people of Zhangjia village murmured, and then a loud man was sent out to repeat the story. Fart. The man from Lu's village poo-pooed, and said in exasperation, obviously, it was people from your village who ran to us to steal, and you guys actually went back on your words. Besides, when did we cut off your water source? That water was given to us by the immortal monarch. Damn it, I knew that Zhang Yongyuan, this son of a bitch, had something to hide. He actually ran off to steal something from another village. It's simply a shame. Hearing this, the people of Zhangjia village's anger was extinguished for the most part. Stealing is in the end frowned upon. Your village would be so kind. Who knows if your water is poisoned? Mother-in-law. Good intentions as donkey's lungs. You guys love it or not? Big deal. We'll have a fight. Someone from Lu Jia village couldn't hold back, holding up farming tools in his hands and stepped forward, cursing with wide eyes. Come back. Have you forgotten what the village chief told us? Don't start a conflict. The people next to him hurriedly pulled him out. Wasn't I just pissed off and talked back? They turned black and white first, saying that we cut off their water. That Han said, honestly retreating back. At this point, the people of Zhangjia village ran out of ideas and all looked at Zhang He, who was standing in front of them. Did Lu Dishi tell you guys to say that? Zhang He asked. Exactly. Zhang He nodded in understanding and turned back to the people of his village. In that case, let's wait a little while and see what they really want. Village chief, we know that you have a friendship with the village chief of the Lu family village, but this is a big matter that can't be delayed. Seeing that there was a slight disturbance in the ranks, he continued. I know that you want to take advantage of the small number of people now to fight over, but look at the people of the Lu clan village. Even though there are fewer of them now, they are all full of chi and blood, and if we fight, we will be the ones to suffer. Stabilizing the people of his village, Zhang He leaned on his crutches and waited quietly. The two sets of men faced each other, and the minutes ticked by. About 10 minutes passed, only to see everyone from Lu's village rushing here with a flat stretcher and 2 buckets on a string. In that bucket, it was actually all water. Perhaps rushed too quickly. The water in the bucket with the shaking in a little bit out of the water. See this scene? Zhangjia village people are all heartbroken. What puzzles Zhang He is that Lu Dishi, who has leg and foot problems, can actually keep up with the team. The people picked water and put it in front of Zhang He. All this water, is it all for us? Suppressing his joy, Zhang He's voice trembled as he asked Lu Dishi, who had stepped forward. Well, Lu Dishi nodded his head, and then said, these water, and the fish, you guys can use them first, and next you take the 2 that can make it, and follow me. I'll take you to the water source. Taking us to the water source is fine with your village? Zhang Hai looked at Lu Dishi out of place. Aren't you worried that there won't be enough water for our 2 villages? Don't worry. This is the result of our village's deliberation. As for the water, don't worry about managing enough. Wait until we get to the place and you'll know. Zhang He let the village pick the water to take a few fish back to the village, and called 2 Hans who were quite prestigious in Zhangjia village to follow Lu Dishi. The 2 of them, Zhang He and Lu Dishi, silently walked side by side, while the 2 Zhangjia villages silently kept a distance of 5 paces from the 2 of them to follow behind. They walked in silence. Since the conflict between the 2 villages had suddenly arisen, they hadn't had the chance to walk side by side like this for a long time. Even though they had 1,000 words to say, they didn't know how to speak. Xianjun. Who is it? Zhang He asked. Lu Dishi looked at Zhang He meaningfully. Brother Zhang. If I say, that's a god, do you believe me? I see. Zhang He muttered in shock. Now I understand. No wonder your village people would be willing to give us water. You believe it? Lu Dishi froze for a moment. He had thought about the next steps. Zhang He didn't believe it, and then he himself took him to see the endless source of water to make his worldview collapse. Who had thought that he would actually believe it directly? What's the matter with being a little sorry? Naturally, as far as the previous grudge between our two villages is concerned, the fact that the people of your village would even agree to bring us here to the water source is absurd in itself. Unless there is something even more absurd that would make you make such a decision. It all makes perfect sense if the gods come down. Those fish. It's better for you guys to hide some, Zhang He suggested. Lu Dishi asked suspiciously. What's wrong? Zhang He looked at Lu Dishi suspiciously. Haven't the people of your village heard about this? That dog official Zhang Duyo sent people to the village entrance to collect taxes and beat people to death if they couldn't pay. There are already several villages that have been robbed of a lot of things. These days, the people of their village were circling around the matter of the white immortal monarch, and no one had gone to the city, so naturally they hadn't heard these rumors. Lu Dishi was shocked at his words as he asked incredulously, didn't you just pay the tax? It's only been a few days and here we go again. Do you want us common people to live? Hey, who says it isn't? But what can be done? How can the people fight the officials? Anyway, always hide it well, don't get caught. Lu Dishi nodded heavily. I know. By the time a few of them had seen the water source, just as they were about to return, the people from the Lu family village came to Lu Dishi in a flurry of fire. He glared fiercely at the three people from the Zheng family village for a few moments and said, it's bad. Village chief, our village's things have been stolen again. Moreover, the door of your house was opened, so I guess the things inside were stolen as well. What? Lu Dishi's face turned ashen. He stiffly moved his neck and looked at Zhang He with disappointment. Brother Zhang, is this your plan? His house? But the people of the village had expended their efforts to reserve it exclusively for the immortal monarch, and since the house had been taken care of, the people of the village had sent people in to clean it every day. Those who go and move with great care and caution and will leave as soon as they are done. No, this is definitely not my idea. Besides, our village is basically all there. How could we possibly have the time to steal it? Zhang He frowned and shook his head. Suddenly, someone popped into his head. Wait, I remember. Chan Yongyuan didn't come. It must be him. Zhang He mortared his walking stick and knotted the ground. It was also him, who encouraged our village to come to you for justice from the very beginning, saying that he had inadvertently seen you cut off the water supply, and that you had found out and wanted to kill him. Zhang Yongyuan, the thief who stole from our village yesterday? That's right, it's him. Seeing Lu Dishi's worried face, Zhang He asked carefully, your house, is there any valuable items? Don't worry, our village people will double the compensation. I should have sent someone to guard the side of the house. It's not a matter of stuff. Lu Dishi sighed repeatedly. This house, the premises that the people of our village left for the immortal monarch, has now been rummaged through by someone else. This, Zhang He was shocked. How could he not understand that if this residence was reserved for the gods in the sky to live in, even if nothing had been dropped, just the matter of being stolen would be serious enough. They couldn't afford to lose the money even if they sold the whole village. What a way to go. Fucking shit. I'll have him escorted here at your disposal. Hearing this, one of the Zhangjia village people who followed over couldn't stand up and ran straight to the head of his village. After seeing the water cube that was suspended in the air and continuously gushing out water, he would have known that it was their village that was at a disadvantage. Not to mention the fact that Lu Dishi not only allowed them to casually come over to catch the water, but also promised to give them a portion of the fish that the immortal sovereign had bestowed upon them. His heart was so ashamed that he didn't know how to face the people of Lu's village. As a result, in the twinkling of an eye, the people of their own village were stealing from another village again, or the shelter of the gods who had given them water and food. This is clearly rubbing the face of their village hard on the ground. Shame on you. The other glanced at his departing companion, then at his own village chief, and finally stopped where he was. Hey, I'll go to your village. This is after all a trouble caused by people from our village. If I leave as well, you won't be able to give an explanation to the people in the village, Zhang He said, signaling Lu Dishi to lead the way in front. Lu Dishi knew his old friend's nature. If he didn't lead the way, he was afraid that he would walk there by himself. Plus, this matter really needed the presence of someone with prestige from the Zheng family village. Otherwise it really wasn't good to stabilize the people in their own village. Well then, let's go. A lot of food. This is a 7 days worth without worrying. Zhang Yongyuan put down the basket on his back and took out the fish inside and placed them on the table. 1. 2, 3, 4. Wait a while and then take out 2 more for the village. When the Lu family village people come, they won't have to be afraid. Before he could be happy for long, there was a rattling sound at his door. Footsteps that grew louder and louder, and then his door was kicked down. Ouch! What are you doing? My door! Zhang Yongyuan shrank his neck in fear, and when he saw the visitor look at himself and then at the fish in his hand, he came to a realization. This is to share my dirt. He hurriedly hugged a large fish and smiled attentively. This is the fish I took from the Lu family village. How about I give you one? He did not say okay. Once he said, the man was even more angry. A push away Zhang Yongyuan. Baskets loaded with all the fish. Back! Come 2 men! Rack him up for me and bring him to Lu's village. He shouted to the men standing outside the door. Seeing the fish on that table, the onlookers guessed what was going on. This Yongyuan took advantage of the time when they were tugging at the people of Lu's village to run off to another village to steal something. The head of his own village didn't come back, so he must have been left there in Lu's village. Within a short time, 2 people came out, holding Zhang Yongyuan, and followed the leader towards Lu's village. Isn't it just fish? I don't want it. Can't I just give it all to you guys? Don't send me to Lu's village. Zhang Yongyuan shouted all the way, and when the noise annoyed the leader, he directly struck a straight punch towards his stomach. This time, it's kind of cheap for you. It's fine if you cause some trouble on weekdays, but no one can save you this time. Zhang Yongyuan ate the pain and groaned, no longer daring to speak, worried that their own village chief would be chastised. They walked quickly and arrived at Lu's village in a short while, gesturing for the 2 men to press Zhang Yongyuan to the ground. The leader said, this is the one who stole from your village twice. The people of your village can do whatever they want. Of course, this time it's our village's people who are at a disadvantage. So if you have any other demands, just mention them. The people of the Lu family village saw the people, and they hated them in their hearts, but they didn't dare to go up and hit them. Raise your head 3 feet and there's a god. After all, the white immortal monarch might be watching, and none of them dared to be that evil, even if it was a thief. Seeing this, Zhang He understood. He stood out and said, in this case, from now on, Zhang Yongyuan will no longer be a member of our Zhang clan village. You guys see, this punishment, how is it? No, village chief, you can't do this. Zhang Yongyuan looked at Zhang He in despair, and when he saw that his expression was firm and did not look like he was joking, his entire body instantly became so frightened that his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. He wouldn't be able to survive in this wasteland if he left the village. It was worse than just killing him. He cried and mourned. He slapped himself frantically and cowed out vigorously to beg for mercy. Village chief, second master, I was wrong. Don't drive me out of the village. I won't dare to do it again. You can spare me this time. Give me a beating. Give me a beating. If not, I'll give up my right hand. Okay? He tried to crawl to Zhang He to plead for mercy, but he was held in place by others from the same village. Zhang He's gaze never fell on him, but just kept looking at Lu Dishi. Lu Dishi looked back and saw the people of his village nodding in agreement. Good. No. Zhang Yongyuan regret, lost his voice and cried. But now, everything has been finished. From now on, Zhangjia village no longer have a place for him to stay, after death, and cannot even enter the ancestral tomb. He, who has no home. Sir, it's not that we don't pay the tax. It hasn't rained for several months, and there is no harvest when it comes to crops. We really don't have any money or food. There's really no way to pay the tax. The old man knelt on the ground, bitterly begging the magistrate in front of him. Fuck you. The magistrate kicked over and directly kicked him to the ground as he sneered. Whatever drought and locust plague you have, as long as there are still people in the mouth of your village, you have to pay up. If you don't pay, you're trying to rebel. If you won't hand it over, we'll do it ourselves. What are you waiting for? Go in and search from house to house. Yes. Behind him, the remaining 2 magistrates rushed into the villagers' homes with expressionless faces, pulling out the park swords hanging from their waists to slice open bags, kicking down the doors, and leaving no place untouched as they searched carefully. It didn't take long to find a small bag of mixed rice nestled in a cellar. Still talking about running out of food. What's this? The leading magistrate held up the small bag of miscellaneous rice and viciously swept a circle of the village. The people of your village are quite bold. How dare you hide grain and not pay for it? What? Do you want me to invite you to sit inside the jail? Seeing that the villagers were all in a state of shock, the breath he was holding in his heart was finally relieved a little. It was because this bunch of pariahs refused to cooperate and were slow to pay their taxes that he was given a scolding by the master of the division. Keep searching. I'd like to see how much more is hidden, he commanded with a wave of his hand. But the next thing you know, no matter how much you look, you find nothing. Is this all the grain you have left? The leader asked. Our village's life-saving food. My lord, you can't take them away. or else the village will really have no way to live." The old man shed tears and pleaded, "You're lying. How could you have hidden just this much? There are definitely other places." He commanded the other yaman to escort one of the villagers, pulled out the iron ruler he carried with him, and lashed him one after another. "Old thing, if you don't tell me, I'll whip him. Say, where have the things been hidden by you?" Randomly knocking out a few villagers. The old man was already in tears. The whole man lost his mind, his mouth just chanting, "There's no more. There's really no more." Ah! The head magistrate shook off his somewhat swollen right hand and cursed, "Marred, pariahs are pariahs, their skin is so thick." Seeing the old man's reaction, he probably knew that he could not scrape any oil in this village. Put a few harsh words in the villagers' wailing send-off, left the village. After the yaman left, the suppressed sobbing gradually became louder, and the whole village was filled with a mournful atmosphere. One of them, a fairly strong man, couldn't stand it, and picked up a wood knife to go after the magistrates and hack them to death. "Wang Er, don't be impulsive. You can't kill. You can't kill." The people around him hurriedly stopped him, stopping him from doing something stupid. "Is it hard to just let them insult us like this? The last of the food is gone. What about the village? This court, clearly not leaving us a way out. What kind of court is this?" Wang Er gritted his teeth and said, "Otherwise, we can kill these magistrates, but if the court traces them down later, what should the village folks do? We can't fight them," they advised bitterly. "But without food, won't we still end up dying?" Wang Er asked rhetorically. "The food thing, as long as the people are alive, it will work out." Looking at the devastation in the village, a thought came to Wang Er's mind. Since we're all going to die, why don't we just reverse it? On the other side, the leading magistrate frowned as he walked ahead. "A village just collected so much stuff. It can't deliver. We can only see if the next village can search out more oil and water. I remember the next village is Lu Family Village." He slurped impatiently. "It's true that a word from above, and the following run through the legs. This village, even poorer than the one just now. I'm afraid I'll have to make another trip for nothing." Within a short time, their group walked to the entrance of the Lu Family Village. "Where are the people from Lu's village? Hurry up and come out to me. If you still don't pay your taxes, all of you will be put in jail by me today. The magistrate is here." Hearing the shouts from the village entrance, the people of the Lu Family Village were startled and hurriedly rolled around on the ground to get themselves dirty, just as the village chief had instructed them to do earlier. Quickly dabbing a bit of water and flicking it onto his face, he pinched up small pieces of specially found yellow dirt and smeared it evenly across his face. He reverted to his previous yellowish appearance, and even looked weaker. They would have been well fed for a few days, and their faces were just that much better, and they did it just to be on the safe side. With that done, they then hurried toward the village entrance, heads slightly bowed, in a piecemeal fashion. Lu Dishi greeted him, crying and barely smiling, saying, "My lord, stop. Are you trying to say that there is no rain, the harvest is bad, and there is no money to pay taxes?" The leading magistrate interrupted. He looked around, saw the people of Lujia village face like a yellowish appearance, at best, but also more than a glance, then calmly said to Ludishi, "Do not talk to me about what the drought has no way. This kind of excuses I've heard more than one. Today, no matter what to say, this tax, have to pay the full amount of the tax. Besides, even if I agree, these two brothers behind me, they don't agree." "That's right. The governor's bodhisattva heart has already given you a grace period of so many days. If you don't pay your taxes, beware of arresting all of you back." A yaman shouted staggeringly. The other didn't say anything, just silently drew his iron ruler and waved it through the air with a harsh crackling sound. "No, my lord, you misunderstand me." Lu Dishi smiled with him, pulled out the bag from his pocket and respectfully handed it over. "This is the tax our village owes, and we will pay it today." "Mother, I'm so hungry for food." The magistrate looked in the direction of the sound and saw a child curled up in his mother's arms, shouting. Mother hugged, her arm swaying slightly, soothingly, "Sleep old six, good boy, you won't be hungry when you fall asleep." This scene, these yaman can see every day. At first perhaps some feelings, see more, will be numb. Right now, he would only care if he could get more bounty. A magistrate took the bag in Lu Dishi's hand and carefully counted it. "Gov, the number is right on the money, just the right amount of taxes owed. Are you sure that the number is just right and not missing?" The head of the yaman looked at the one counting the money with complicated eyes. "If we are missing 1 or 2 pennies, we can't account for it. And if the magistrate blames us, you and I can't afford to take the blame. Yeah, there are zeros and zeros in this tax, and it's just not going to happen when the chief tries to pull money out of it. If the chief doesn't get the money, how can the two of us get a share?" That yaman's eyes gurgled, and he patted his head in chagrin. "Chief, Look at my memory. I got the villages mixed up. And the tax in Lu's village is still a bit short. Goo, look at me this memory. Lu Dishi saw the situation, which still do not know these magistrates' mind. The official master came in a hurry. I made a mistake. Les took a money bag. Lu Chi, go and bring over that bag on my desk. After Lu Dishi instructed, he turned his head again and said, please wait for a moment. The rest of the money will be brought over right away. This village, I'm afraid, is still hiding a lot. Looking at Lu Dishi in front of him, the head of the magistrate's eyes rolled, and he had a number in his mind. I'm afraid I can't squeeze any oil out of this little bit. Why don't we just go in and search, and then if we find something, we can give half of it to the magistrate, and the rest will be mine. As for these untouchables, even if they were given a few guts, they wouldn't dare to resist. The soldiers and horses in the county are not vegetarians. My lord, you count. This time this quantity, can it be enough? Lu Dishi said as he held up a bag of money with a decent amount of weight. That's not even close. The head of the yamen just glanced at it and roared in feigned anger. Fine. It seems that you sincerely want to tease us. All of you go in and search. After saying that, he snatched the bag in the hands of Lu Dishi, broke into the villagers' homes, rummaging around, making a mess. As one would expect, these people really did not dare to resist. The head magistrate soon realized that the people of the village, though not resisting, were intentionally or unintentionally gathering in front of a dilapidated house, vaguely shielding it from the public. No wonder I couldn't find it even after searching for half a day. So I put it there. All get out of my way. Seeing that the people of the Lu family village did not respond, the head of the magistrate drew his plain sword and threatened, is it possible that you really want to rebel and are not afraid that the county will send people to raze your village to the ground? My lord, it's not that we don't want to let it go. It's really because there's really nothing inside. It's an abode we leave for the immortals. Can't let you guys just barge in like that. Lu Dishi sighed. Originally, their village was not going to pay the tax, is afraid that by then if they do not pay the grain, the magistrate will force to come in. The other house is okay, but this house in front of me, but specifically for the white immortal gentleman to stay, even specially prepared extra silver? Who had thought that these government officials have such a big appetite? That silver, are the village's previous half-month income, is not enough. At this moment, Lu Dishi is also open-minded, lord, or so, hurry tomorrow to trouble you to come again. Our village can still put together a share of the money. Do you see this way into it? Immortals. The head of the magistrate crooked his mouth and laughed disdainfully. If there were really any immortals, it would still be this world. I think your village is hiding something extraordinary in there. Is it not a crossbow? Get in there and search, and anyone who tries to stop will be killed on the spot. Lu Dishi said decisively. No, you can't do this. If you offend immortal Lord Bai, you will all be punished. You old thing. Godly, how dare you curse me? Right. Well, intimidating an official is a crime +1. I'll take you first. After saying that, he raised his plain sword and slashed towards Lu Dishi's arm that was blocking the way. He naturally understood that if he killed someone, he was afraid that there was a real possibility that he wouldn't be able to walk out of the village. But if he only chopped off an arm as a punishment and made an example of them, they wouldn't dare to move. It's his usual maneuver, and it doesn't hurt. Village chief, the surrounding people exclaimed in shock. They were too far away to be able to help. They could only watch as the blade of the sword got closer and closer to Lu Dishi's arm. Ah, damn it, you guys actually dare. An arrow shot precisely into the hilt of the sword, shattering the simple sword held in the magistrate's hand and dropping it to the ground. He looked up in horror at the source of the arrow. Not far away, Lu Er was holding a bow and arrow, gasping in fear. Attacking an official is a capital offense. What are you waiting for? Kill him for me. Seeing that it was a half-grown child, he was instantly enraged to the extreme. If he didn't settle this kid, if today's incident spread out, how could he still stand up in front of his men? Must die for the old man. The two officials hesitantly stood their ground, their remaining conscience not allowing them to kill innocents indiscriminately. Seeing this, the head of the magistrate rushed straight up, knowing that it was too late to get another weapon. The young man from the village gritted his teeth and just blocked it. Okay, all against it, right, then all to hell with me. Suddenly, with a sudden leak in his movements, his expression became frozen, and he cried out incredulously, "What's that? That direction? It's the immortal monarch. He really has been watching us." Lu Dishi turned back, only to see that in the distance, the dry soil, which was still yellow sand filled with sand, suddenly turned green and spread towards the direction of the village at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the green color spread to the entrance of the village, and when he fixed his eyes on it, the green color was clearly a tuft of extremely well-grown weeds. It's the immortal monarch. The immortal monarch has manifested. When the villagers saw this scene, Who cared about the magistrate in front of them? They fell to their knees in unison. Is it really a fairy? No! Save me! Save me! Those magistrates saw that the weed spread over, thinking that it was coming at them, so scared that they picked up their heads and curled up on the ground. Immortal, forgive me! Forgive me! Little man did not intend to offend. Little man is wrong. Never dare again. God, immortal enlightenment. Enlightenment, nah. After a long time, he opened his eyes and realized that he was suddenly on top of a grassy field. Ha ha ha, I'm fine. The head of the magistrate felt his whole body with a sense of satisfaction, and after being convinced that he was intact, he sighed with relief and laughed out loud. Chief, look out! Behind you! Behind you? The magistrate then realized that the shadow of a huge object was gradually covering his shadow, and he hurried back. What? It was a massive, 3-meter-tall behemoth with arms that hung down almost to his heels, iron-white skin, a strong body that looked like it was made up of flat squares with green vines, 2 slightly squinting eyes, and a huge drooping nose. If Bailey saw it, he would naturally recognize it as the iron golem from my world. As the huge object moved, the whole place seemed to be shaking. It raised those lengthy arms and swung them toward him. Before he could scream out in misery, the head magistrate's entire body flew up, and then his body fell to the ground unconscious like a rag doll. This made the iron golem that followed a bit depressed. It wanted to make up for the blow, which thought that it was just a single blow, and this intruder was knocked down by itself. After doing so, it stood still, staring straight at the 2 remaining officials. What to do? One of the officials asked with a panicked look on his face. He doesn't seem to be attacking us. I don't know. Maybe it's because we didn't hurt the people of Lou's village. That's why he didn't attack us. Obviously just out to collect a tax. Who knew we'd run into this mess? The other one nearly collapsed. He was so scared that his legs wobbled straight, and he plopped down on his knees, sniffing the aroma of weeds, and kowtowing vigorously to the iron golem in the soft grass. Immortal, spare our lives. Spare our lives. We are also following orders. Please be merciful and let us go. We promise we won't say anything. What should we do? Let them stay? The villagers asked Lu Dishi. The immortal monarch was not here right now, and he didn't dare to make any unauthorized decisions. Lu Dishi pondered for a moment. If I'm not wrong, immortal Lord Bai is coming to our village. Just let them kowtow here. But what about that government servant who fell to the ground? If he dies in our village and the court finds out, there's no need to care about him. This is his own fault for pissing off the immortal monarch. If the immortal monarch is willing to save him, then naturally he won't die. Just let him lie there. How big can the imperial court be? As big as the sky? Lu Dishi said. So, this immortal, what should we do with it? The villager carefully pointed to the iron golem not far away. This behemoth that suddenly appeared in the village with a human form. Even if they knew that it was the handiwork of an immortal monarch, they couldn't help but feel terrified in their hearts. Will he suddenly attack us? Perhaps sensing something, the iron golem raised its head and naively walked up to a scared child. Stretching out its hand, a small red flower appeared in its hand. Thank you. The kid was bold and took the little flower from its hand. The iron golem withdrew its hand and slowly turned around step by step, and began to stare at the 2 kowtowing officials again. Mother, look, this flower is so beautiful, eh? That child flaunted it to his mother under the envious gazes of the children next to him. Sure enough, not only is the immortal monarch, but even his creations are so friendly. Ah, Lu Dishi smiled as he looked at the huge figure that was slowly walking. Don't worry about it for now. When immortal Lord Bai comes over, just have Lu Er ask. Whoa, finally upgraded. God knows how many fishing rods I've broken. The fish are almost vomiting for me. This level is really hard to upgrade. Putting away his fishing rod, Bai Li lamented. Exit. It's not too late. Pack your bags and prepare to move. Can't wait to get back into the tinderbox. Bailey takes stock of his belongings and realizes he's clean. Basically nothing but the box of fish and junk. Of course, after fishing for so long, he naturally had other windfalls. Except for the bamboo he wanted the most, planted next to it, and now has a crop growing. And an extra book of enchantments. Unlimited. Notably, there's also a pair of leather boots with Frostwalker LL attached. It's not very useful at the moment. After all, the rivers and stuff are all depleted and finished. But it can't be cool. He also specially built a separate pool to play. Cough. Experimental effect. Consumed almost half an hour of his time. As for now, the boots were still lying inside his backpack. What he himself was wearing now were leather boots with half the durability that he had just caught. Well, bring a set of grilled fish. There's almost enough food. For the wood, bring that too. By the way, the chicken doesn't seem to be able to be brought. Bailey fretfully looked at the white chickens in the chicken coop. After so many days had passed, the original 2 chicks had long since grown up. to the point that they had now reproduced 2 rounds. Almost all of them have 4 large chickens as well as 2 small ones. After the last round of feeding, there were 4 chicks in the coop. No matter how you look at it, the chickens are really easy to feed. You don't even have to clean up the poop or anything, and you can feed them whenever you want, so they won't die anyway, and at most, they'll grow faster with a few less chicks. If only we had reins, we could pull them away with a set on their heads. Let's go to the village first and see if we can borrow some rope and bring these chickens along with us then. Once the inventory was complete, Bailey closed the door, tugged on the frame to make sure it was closed, and hummed a little tune as he headed out into the woods. The people are really happy today. Was the door closed? Bailey paused and looked back to the matchbox not far away, hesitating for a moment before returning to the door to double-check. Still can't help it. It's a problem that just won't change. First was the road to the water source, a road he traveled almost every day and was naturally very familiar with. Bailey almost ran and jumped all the way there in a frenzy. The wind generated around him fluttered on Bailey's face. He loved the feeling of running freely, not getting tired and not being looked at by the bystanders in a different way. It was a sense of relief he had never felt before in his old high-pressure life. Quite often it's just more food consuming, but the last thing my world is bad for is food. With little need for rest, Bailey quickly ran to the edge of the water source, eager to share the good news with the others. However, out of his expectation, the original lively water source is now empty. Only a few scattered people in the water glanced at Bailey, then lowered his head by doing their own things to go. There were also some animals drinking at the water source. They were alert and raised their heads at the first sign of movement, and when they saw that it was humans, they lowered their heads reassuringly and continued to drink. This is the only place the animals can find left to replenish their water supply. Among those people, Bailey didn't even see a single familiar face, and it was obvious that these few water receivers weren't from Lujia village. Su was from Zhang's village. Lu'er had already given him an account of what had happened before, which, naturally, included the grudge between the 2 villages. Lu's village has a good village chief. He can live in the past can also be quite comfortable. He walked up to one of them and inquired, "This big brother, can you tell me how to get to Lu's village?" "Lu family village Gongzi you see, follow this path all the way in, wait until the first corner, go to the left, then the second corner to the right, and then go straight to see the first village. That is it." That Hanzi put down the stretcher, arched his hand, and said respectfully, perhaps feeling that what he said was a bit complicated. He scratched his head and suggested, "If your excellency didn't understand, then you can wait for a moment for the villain to let me pump up all this water, and the villain will lead the way for you." "What? How can I not find my way? It sounds so easy." "I'm sure I can." Bailey waved her hand confidently. "Thanks, big brother. No need to send me off. Plain and simple. Just don't bother you. I'm off haha. Well, first fork, go left, go right here, keep going. Why is there no road? I took a wrong turn. Go back and try again. It doesn't seem right here either. Wrong way again. Sir, please wait a little longer. There's just one last bucket of water left." The man pretended not to notice Bailey's embarrassed appearance and said as if nothing had happened, "Ahem. So what? I'm not in a hurry, so you go about your business. I'll proceed to take a look around." Bailey snorted and lowered his head to admire the flowing water. "Hey, the rocks in this water are really big and round. Is the gentleman not wondering about the magic of this water?" Bailey turned his head, only to see a woman looking at him with a smile on her face. "No curiosity. I'm the one who put this water in, and he understands exactly what functions it has." Before Bailey could shake his head, the woman couldn't wait to continue. "Gongzi, this is a secret between our 2 villages. I'll tell you in secret. Don't tell anyone else. On this mountain, there are immortals living. This water, it's released by the gods in the mountain. It's water from the sky. It flows down from the sky. It can't be finished." Seeing Bailey's constipated expression, she frowned and pulled in the big man who was still fetching water. "Don't you believe me? Or else ask him to see if I've lied to you." That wasn't all. The woman even tried to pull in a few other people not far away. "Don't. I believe. I believe." How could Bailey dare to remain silent? He quickly nodded his head. The soles of his feet had already given him a foundation for a 3-room, 2-room house. Any further, he would be able to live in a villa. Speaking of which, the Lu family village is lucky to actually be able to receive the mercy of the gods. The man lamented, and was also able to put aside his grudges and was willing to give our village a portion of the fish and water given by the gods. "My lord, you're going to Lu's village because you plan to visit your relatives, right?" "Sort of," Bailey said with a slight nod as he thought of Lu'er. "I guess it's also like this. After all, like you such a big person, also won't appear here for no reason." That big man then said, "There is one thing, Don't blame the villain for overstepping his bounds. Your Excellency, this trip over. Just stay in Lu's village. With all this military chaos, it's much safer there than in the city. That's right, it's under the feet of the gods, and those bullying officials wouldn't dare to act recklessly there. The woman next to her added. Bailey nodded with an odd expression as he tried to speak. Good, just in time. The water has been pumped up. My lord, we'll be on our way. You go this way. The big man picked up his flat burden. Auntie, I'll be going first. Good, be careful on the road. I heard that the magistrate came to the village to rob things again. You guys hide. The big man nodded, signaling that Bai Li was ready to go. In the dense jungle, under the guidance of the Hanyu, the two of them quickly traveled through. My lord, wait, allow me to take a closer look. Suddenly, the Hanyu shouted behind him, and he stopped, looking carefully at his surroundings. What's wrong? Bailey asked suspiciously. After a long time, the Hanyu exhaled in relief and said, no wonder Gongzi returned the way he came. This road wasn't originally like this. This is a place that I have only just traveled, but it should have been a wasteland. But now it's full of trees, and even this grass has grown past our feet. Even the path we walked out on is covered by this weed. This must be the handiwork of the gods. The Hanyu whispered with a look of fascination. I don't know when I can meet with the immortals that way. I have no regrets in death. I did that? It can't be. Bailey thought suspiciously. Wait, maybe it's really myself. After all, I just leveled up. And while the world expanded, maybe the grass cube extended along with it. Then, Uncle, can you still find the direction of Lu's village? Bailey asked carefully. Don't worry, no problem. The Hanyu patted his chest. Although the environment has changed, the general route can still be found. It won't deviate too far. And counting the distance, Lu's village is almost there. My lord, this way. He resumed picking up his stretcher and staggered along. Seeing that the man was gasping for breath, Bailey said, Uncle, why don't I help you carry it all the way, so you can rest? Don't look at me as thin and weak, but I still have a lot of strength. Along the way, the Hanzi also understood Bailey's person. For this mysterious noble gentleman a few more points of goodwill. Get along with also relaxed a little. Ha ha ha, villain, thank you for your goodwill. But this point of strength, villain still have. Or let me come. The man laughed cheerfully. A rare joke. If you dirty the clothes of the gentleman, sell the villain or not necessarily afford to pay. Bailey let it go. Next, the Hanyu discerned the direction and walked all the way. And before the Hanyu could speak, Bailey saw the village in the distance. Uncle, that's the village, right? Bailey raised his hand and asked, pointing in that direction. The Hanyu looked at Bailey in shock. My lord, you've already seen the Lu village? Yeah, what's up? It's nothing. The Hanyu shook his head. It's just that I think Gongzi can see really far. There's still a big distance from Lu's village here, and I can only see a black spot. Almost at the entrance of the village, the Hanyu stopped and said to Bailey in embarrassment, My lord, I'll send you here. After all, it's not good for our Zhangjia village to go in. Bailey, thank you so much. Uncle, it's a small thing, but your excellency, you'd better give more thought to my villain's suggestion. The Hanyu once again spoke seriously, then he turned around and left. When the time comes, ask the village chief to find out where the people from Zhang's village are, and put a water cube for them as well. It's not that difficult anyway. Consider it a thank you gift for yourself as well. Bailey thought in his heart as he walked towards Lu Jia village. It's immortal Lord White. The village headman's guess was right. Quick, get them all ready. The originally silent Lu's village violently boiled up at this moment, with the sound of firecrackers and the sound of Swana arrow ringing out from inside. Then, the people of the Lu family village poured out, lining up in a neat formation, arching their hands and chanting at Bai Li. Welcome immortal Lord Bai. They had planned to kneel down to worship immortal Lord Bai, but in the end, they listened to Lu Er's advice and changed to an arching salute. Although it seems a bit unorthodox as all, after all, they are all roughnecks. I'm really quite popular. Receiving a warm welcome from the villagers, Bai Li thought somewhat happily. Ha! A cry of surprise came from behind him. Bai Li turned back. It turned out to be that the Hanyu heard the commotion, did not know when he turned back and was looking at himself with a surprised face. Seeing Bai Li turn around, the man violently lowered his head, not daring to look directly at him. His shoulders were unloaded, the stretcher instantly fell off, and the water on both sides splashed all over the place. There was no half-heartache. His entire body was wooden at this point, standing in place as his brain emptied. Himself, having gone all the way with the gods, and persuaded him to stay in Lu's village and seek refuge with the gods themselves? Ouch! I'm a mother. When Bai Li saw that the man lowered his head, he simply ignored it and let the people of the Lu family village disperse and walked into the Lu family village. Zhangjia village. Can you still walk? Do you want us to give you a ride? Seeing the man frozen in place, the people from the Lu family village came over and looked at the Hanyu enviously. They had watched this person, an immortal monarch, by walk all the way over here with a smile on their faces, and it was practically killing them with envy. What? How did you know I went all the way with the immortal? This is an iron golem? Bailey looked at the large iron block standing in the village in surprise, his heart bursting with ecstasy. The iron golem actually refreshes in villages, which means that sure enough, as long as it's within the coverage area, Lu's village is also recognized as a village? That villagers in this forget it. After all, the villagers here, and not like the game, is no intelligence. They can be at ease to put them in the glass. Iron golems, however, can always be swiped themselves, so there's an infinite amount of iron available. But how come there were two officials in front of it who kept kowtowing, and one lying not far away with his legs stomping quite straight? Lu Air, what's with those officials? Boss, you said that official messenger. Lu Air briefly recapitulated what had just happened from the sidelines, then said, thanks to this big guy, or else I was almost going to be killed by that official. So it is. Bailey looked indifferently at the officials, especially the one lying down. Anyway, it happened. Although he could have saved it, it didn't mean Bailey wanted to save it. It was better to be slapped to death. Even if the magistrates come looking for us, the big deal is to start a fight. Why suffer this shit when you've crossed over yourself? With his current skills, plus having the iron puppet, it was naturally not that difficult to save the people of the Lu family village. Just because he doesn't cause trouble doesn't mean he's afraid of it. If you get angry, first use unlimited water to build a wall of water in the air, and with the impact of that water, who can get in? Or by demobilizing the villagers first, followed by casting the walls in lava and water. There are ways to protect them. Then he'd single-handedly run straight to the head of the place where all those big shots lived by hitching a ride on a cube, and pouring a bucket of lava right over the top of it. If he hadn't happened to have upgraded at that time and the iron golem hadn't been refreshed, God knows what the scene would have been when he came over. The more Bailey thought about it, the more he was a little scared, and he walked to the two sober officials with a stern face. Immortal monarch, spare my life. I know I'm wrong. This was all our head's idea. We weren't thinking of hurting those people at the time. Although they had been kowtowing, the two had always listened to the movements around them, and naturally knew that the one standing now was the god in the sky, the immortal monarch, as the villagers called him. The kowtowing, which had been somewhat halted, quickened, and they shouted in hoarse voices, Immortal ruler enlightenment, enlightenment nah, tick-tock, tick-tock, what a flavor, it's sour. Bailey wrinkled his nose as he looked in disgust at the crotch of one of the officials, soaked to the bone while continuously seeping down. Another look at the bumped scalps of the two men, blood dripping down their cheeks to the ground, even as the turf was covered in bump marks. The main culprits had already been beaten like that by the iron golem, and these two accomplices had kowtowed for so long that it felt about right. Can't let it go like that though. There, an idea flashed through Bailey's mind, and he looked at the two men wistfully, then collected his expression and said solemnly, originally, I didn't intend to let you off just like that, but since you've kowtowed for so long, I'll spare your lives. Thank you, immortal lord. Thank you, immortal lord. The two hurriedly kowtowed in delight, yet Bailey's next words caused their hearts to sink to the bottom. But deadly sins can be avoided, but living sins are hard to escape. Like this, in the next life, you will go to the animal path to reincarnate once, in order to offset the sins of this life. Bailey shook his head and flirted. Although he couldn't care less about the next life of these people of theirs, they didn't know about it anyway. There was no problem with fooling around on his own, wasn't there? One's next life, to be livestock? That's not as bad as just dying. If they die, they can still live for a few years and be a good man again, but if they just turn into livestock, then they won't even have a human form anymore. This is a heavenly deity. As long as you talk to that Mang woman like this, won't you and the others not be able to be human beings? This was the word of the gods themselves. It could not be faked, so how could they possibly suspect it to be false? In an instant, they turned white with fear, and one of them even directly stomped on both legs and fainted in place. Immortal monarch, is there any way to offset the offense? The one who was still conscious buried his head into the ground, tears dripping down his face, and asked in a hoarse voice, I want to continue to be a human being now. It seems to have worked out quite well. Unexpectedly? Hey, actually believed my bullshit. This does not give people or directly scared fainted. Looks like this punishment seems to make a little too heavy, or give them some hope. Bailey sighed. That's just it. I'll give you guys a chance to redeem your sins, as long as you accumulate virtues and do good deeds from now on. The matter of turning into the animal path will be decided by me afterward. Many thanks to Immortal Sovereign for his enlightenment. The official was overjoyed. Although the result was still unchanged, But at least there was a way to make up for it, wasn't? Listen carefully and get lost, Bailey said nonchalantly. Seeing that the gods were willing to let them and the others go, the man's tense body slackened. I won't tell half of what happened here. And as for our leader, he just accidentally fell on the road and rolled so many times on the mountain. After a few more hard kowtows on the ground, he carefully stood up. Yet after a few hours of crouching, and with the series of emotional storms he had just experienced, his legs were already weak and wobbly. It took a few tries to stand up straight. Seeing that he couldn't carry the two men, he directly shook the unconscious one awake, and the two of them assisted and stumbled to the head man. A left and a right picked him up and tried to leave as fast as he could in his life. Wait! Bailey suddenly shouted. Snap! The three of them fell to the ground in unison, and the one who was awake turned his head pitifully and knelt down numbly. Immortal monarch, what else do you command? Lose village can't pay its taxes. If your governor asks, just say so, understand? Bailey urged. Yes, my humble servant obeys the immortal lord's decree. Get lost. The three of them stumbled and left the village in a sorry state. Phew, things worked out perfectly. The boss is so powerful that he can actually make them turn into animals in their next life. I also wonder if I can get the boss to plead for me to be my dad's baby again in my next life. Luer stared adoringly at Bailey as he suddenly thought of a problem. Boss, didn't we pay our taxes? Why should we let those officials go back empty-handed? If Lu's village can afford to pay, it doesn't necessarily mean that other villages can afford to pay. I see your governor, not like a good official. During the drought years cannot collect taxes, actually sent people to force the collection. Bailey continued with a sigh. If this tax is paid, maybe Lu's village will have more other taxes next, and that governor might even think that other villages have money left over and just aren't willing to pay the tax, which would be bad. I see. That dog official will definitely send more people to the village to cause trouble, Luer added with righteous indignation. That's right, Bailey nodded. Maybe that's why there were so many peasant revolts at the end of the Ming dynasty. Not only a natural disaster, but also a man-made one. The government is forcing the people to rebel. If the people had a bite to eat, it wouldn't have come to this. Luer, go and ask the village chief for me. Is there any empty place near the village chief? I want to make a home in that place. Settle down? Luer said. Our village has vacated a house for the boss. Why don't you go take a look? Boss? Everything inside is new. No one has ever used it. Have you guys already prepared a house for me? Bailey smiled and stroked Luer's head. Yes, it's the mayor's house. This way. Bailey pondered for a moment and shook his head in rejection. I've received your thoughts, but I still want to build the house myself, so I can live a little more comfortably. The important thing is that I can kill some time too. Talk to the village chief and tell the villagers to take everything back. Good, Luer said regretfully, his expression slightly lost. I'll go talk to the village chief now. Go on. This iron golem. What the hell should one do with it? When Luer left, looking at the iron golem patrolling the village, Bailey was in trouble. If it weren't for its presence, the people in the village might have been brutally murdered, and it wasn't as if he didn't have any feelings of his own, so he was somewhat unable to do anything about it. But the iron golem was also the only existence that was a threat to him, and he himself was judged to have harmed the villagers if he was not careful with any of his movements. 2-for-1 Steve is no joke. At that moment, he realized that the iron golem that was patrolling suddenly looked at him, and Bailey had the illusion that the iron golem in front of him was as if it had intelligence. Come down here, big guy. As soon as the words fell, the iron golem walked towards him with big steps, the ground shaking slightly along the way. 4 compartments of iron cubes, still a lot of weight. He came to Bailey, raised his hand, snapped it, conjured up a cluster of red flowers that nearly covered its iron hand, and then reached for Bailey's face. For me? Bailey knew that the name of this flower was called Yume. Wasn't this only for the villagers though? When did Steve get this? And the amount of flowers, it's a bit much. There were so many Yume that Bailey reached out and cupped her hands over them, and a fresh and light fragrance of the flowers filled the air. Thank you, Iron Golem. The flowers smell so good. When the Iron Golem saw Bailey accepting Yume, although it was still expressionless, the way it swayed from side to side had already revealed its mood at this time. For some reason, Bailey now always felt that although he looked tall, he was naive, like a stupid big man. It didn't look like the village-generated Iron Golem that was so friendly to me, but rather like it had been handcrafted by myself from a pumpkin head. You can understand what I say? Bailey asked. So, the Iron Golem nodded. That would be nice. For my next question, all you have to do is shake your head and nod your head. Understand? The Iron Golem nodded. Bailey asked tentatively, first of all, if I attack you, or even would kill you, would you fight back? The Iron Golem shook its head without hesitation. Sure enough, just like the Iron Golem he had created, he couldn't hit back without cursing. In the second, I attacked the villagers. Do you still fight back? The iron golem was a bit hesitant, but immediately afterward, it shook its head decisively. And the third question, when someone attacks me, will you help me attack that person? Now, as Bai Li had predicted, the iron golem nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Bai Li's heart was more and more satisfied with this iron puppet, which was equivalent to having an extra fighter for nothing. With that force value of the iron golem, which general could break his defense? A proper take. Then, Bai Li asked one last question. If it was the villagers who attack me, would you help me fight back? This time, the iron golem was no longer as decisive as it had been before, and it clearly froze, not knowing how to answer. And Bai Li seemed to be able to see the embarrassment in its stiff expression. It just stared at Bai Li, and for some reason, looked back at the cluster of Yume. Did you ask yourself a little too much? Bai Li thought so. In fact, he was satisfied when he knew the answers to the first three questions. After all, the iron golem was born in the village, and its duty was to protect the villagers. Being able to watch himself attack the villagers was already restrained. However, Bai Li suddenly realized that the head of the iron golem in front of him was slightly nodding up and down in a way that was not visible to the naked eye, and the arc was slowly increasing, as if as a response to his question. Well, let's pretend that I didn't ask this question. You don't have to answer. Bai Li smiled as he walked up and tried to pat fearfully on the iron golem's shoulder, interrupting the iron golem's movements. Turns out your hands aren't long enough to reach it. Bai Li's palm turned into a fist and gently touched the iron puppet's chest. Good. I'm satisfied. From now on you'll be hanging out with me. I'll eat the hot pot and you'll eat the pot of hot pot. The iron golem stared intently at Bai Li and nodded slowly. But for the moment, we have to give you a name first. We can't keep calling you Iron Golem Iron Golem. It's easy to confuse you if there are other villages behind you. Bai Li took a few steps back and carefully surveyed it. This whole body is made of iron. And it's so big, why don't we just call it Iron Mountain? What do you think? Although he couldn't speak, Taishan was visibly happy, and that iron arm clattered and danced up and down, circling around Bai Li. That's nice. Usually this situation has built 3 layers of wood itself, Bai Li thought. After being happy for a while, Taishan suddenly looked at Bai Li with bated breath. Bai Li immediately mentally recognized. Don't worry, I'll tell the village about your new name. Alright, you go on patrol. After Taishan left, Bai Li looked at the village and decided to wander around and familiarize himself with the topography of the village first. It wasn't that Bai Li disliked Iron Mountain, it was mainly because he was so bulky that even just moving, the ground shook. As for the village chief, he'll know where I am. Bai Li used his afterglow to look at the few small heads that were hiding behind the house and probing, as well as the villagers who were looking towards him every now and then. Before Bai Li could sneak as far as he could, he saw Lu Dishi walking quickly towards him, his face carrying a color of joy that was hard to hide. At first, when he heard Lu Er say that Bai Li was not going to live in the house prepared by the villagers, Lu Dishi was still quite relieved. After all, the gods in the sky, what kind of prosperity have not seen? Even if they take out their best things, I'm afraid that they will not be able to enter the eyes of the immortal monarch. Although there was still some disappointment in his heart, he quickly adjusted. But when he knew that Bai Li was planning to build his own house, Lu Dishi only felt that he had been hit hard on the head by a giant pie. Immortal Lord White was actually planning to build a house near Lu's village, which was great news. All planning to build a house. This is planning to live in the Lu village for a long time. Lu Dishi immediately dropped the matter in hand, rushed to the side, but did not see anyone, all the way to ask. Found parked in an open area of Bai Li. Immortal Monarch Bai, but have you made a good choice? Lu Dishi asked. That's right, this place, it seems quite nice. Bai Li nodded. The plot of land that Bai Li was talking about was located on the outskirts of the village, and the terrain was relatively flat as well. In his future plans, his room must have at least 2 floors. Everything must be ready, even the toilet, it must be repaired. Sort of making up for a past life. Anyway, I cut down my own trees and build them, and I can do whatever I want with them. Naturally, the house will have to be built bigger, and the population of Lu's village is also relatively small. Just now Bai Li has finished strolling. There is not much space left in the village. Village chief, no one should be occupying this place, right? Bai Li asked. Lu Dishi waved his hands repeatedly. No. Immortal Monarch, don't worry. Before you came, this land has no grass at all. It's so hard that no one wants this whole piece of land, and the land that the Immortal Monarch wants, even if it's their entire village, they can personally tear down the buildings on it and plow the land flat to give it to the Immortal Monarch. Lu Dishi added in his mind. Good, then I'll make my home here. Bai Li was energized. He turned his head to Lu Dishi. Village chief, in the future, Let the people in the village still not call me immortal monarch. It sounds weird. What does immortal monarch mean? Ludishi asked archly. Bailey thought about it. If he let them call him by his name, I'm afraid it wouldn't work. He thought of what the man from Zhangjia village called him the first time he saw him and said, how about calling me Mr. White? White. Mr. White? Aha. Yes. Respectfully obey Xian. Your Excellency's decree. Ludishi said. Father, immortal monarch, it's no good. Something's wrong with me. In the distance suddenly came a burst of rapid footsteps, accompanied by a burst of shouts of surprise. Ludishi recognized at the first time. It was not his own unlucky child Lu Ping? The immortal monarch is still here. Actually still staggering as usual. Really a disgrace to his old Lu family. Ludishi turned his head and was just about to reprimand a couple of times when his jaw dropped at the scene in front of him. On Lu Ping's head, there was actually an incomparably square semi-imaginary straw hat floating. By Xian. By Gongzi. This? Ludishi looked at Bai Li worriedly. Although he talked about disliking Lu Ping from time to time, but if something really happened to the other party, he would instead be the one who was the most worried. Straw hat? Isn't that the standard dress for a peasant occupation within the villagers? Just without the clothes. As early as the moment the iron golem appeared in the village, Bai Li had his doubts, since he himself had already spawned into the village. Even the landscape had changed, and even the iron golem had appeared. How could the villagers of the Lu family village not have changed at all? It was important to realize that one of the conditions for the natural generation of the iron golem was that there had to be a certain number of villagers. And the first thing that came to Bai Li's mind in terms of recognizing the villagers was whether or not they could be traded. When he was close to the people of the Lu family village, he tried to make a deal secretly, but they were all unsuccessful, and Bai Li almost thought that the people of the Lu family village were not affected. Since Lu Ping would have this abnormality, it must have been caused by certain behaviors during the time he was away, and I had to ask about it. After thinking about it, Bai Li said to the anxious Lu Ping, don't worry, this straw hat won't have too much effect on you. On the contrary, there will be unexpected benefits. Benefits? Lu Ping quieted down. Since the immortal monarch had said this, then he definitely wouldn't lie to him. This straw hat, when did you realize he had appeared? Bai Li asked. Just returned to the village when I found it. It put on the head without any feeling. If not, the village reminded me. I do not know. Lu Ping then added, just now, the home water is not used up. I thought to go to the forest to play some water to go back on this. The woods? Bai Li scratched his head. In other words, Lu Ping made a turn toward the water source and suddenly switched jobs? Yeah, I remembered. I put compost buckets near the water source, which would be the corresponding career cube for farmers. This Lu Ping walked over to the compost barrels and bound with one of them, turning into a farmer. It dawned on Bai Li that everything before made sense. It wasn't that the people of Lu's village weren't affected, but they were converted into jobless villagers, which was why the iron golem was able to be generated. Farmers were able to farm, so as long as we got the entire Lu family village to switch to farmers, then wouldn't the food problem be solved? It just so happens that he has a farmer right in front of him to try it out. Lu Ping, take this hoe. Bai Li took out the stone hoe he had made earlier from his backpack and handed it to Lu Ping, and use it silently in your mind against this piece of land. Good. Lu Ping nodded his head cautiously. Even with his heartless nature, he was still tense, his palms cold and sweaty. It's an immortal object. He can't afford to pay for it if it falls. And the current situation was clearly related to the semi-illusory straw hat on his head. What exactly were the benefits that the immortal monarch was talking about? Lu Ping swallowed his saliva, squeezed the stone hoe in his hand to death, closed his eyes, and recited reverently in his heart. Use. A suction force came from the stone hoe. Lu Ping only felt that his body's strength was sucked in a little, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a plowed piece of land appear in front of him. What's the feeling? Bai Li asked as he looked at Lu Ping's somewhat weakened appearance. It feels like some of the strength has been sucked out of me. Bai Li looked at the durability and it had decreased that much. It seems that villagers using hoes not only use up durability, but also stamina, but it's all minor. On the one hand, he could hoe the land himself for the villagers to plant, and on the other hand, as long as there was a water source, the land only needed to be plowed once. The first step worked, and the rest fell into place. Next you hold this wheat seed in your hand, and using the same method, try to see if you can plant it. And what will feel, just say it, Bai Li instructed. Lu Ping's eyes widened and his breath caught uncontrollably. This wheat grain was quite full, but it seemed so ordinary. But how could he not know that it wasn't just fairy wheat? The one given by immortal Lord Bai couldn't be an ordinary seed. It could only possibly be that immortal wheat that could be cooked in a few days in Lu Er's mouth. Does this mean that I might grow wheat from heaven? He was so nervous that his back was almost wet with sweat, afraid that he would fail next. And Lu Dishi, who was on the side, was equally nervous. As usual, the force runs into the wheat, but much less than just now. Successfully planting the wheat, the familiar suction force came from the seed. Lu Ping sighed in relief. Obviously his chi was less than what he had used up before, yet he felt a little weak. Then he stared at the green seeds on the ground, falsely resting his straw hat on his head, giggling now and then. Fairy wheat, I grew fairy wheat, just plant it. Bailey nodded with satisfaction. Now the problem of food was completely solved. Seeing that the wheat was taking up some space, Bailey was just about to casually knock it off, when two cries of alarm came from the side. Don't! Bailey looked at the Lu Dishi duo suspiciously. Eunuch Bai, this wheat, can we be allowed to keep it and let it grow? Lu Dishi pleaded. Yes, my lord. This is the first time I've been able to grow immortal wheat. Can I keep it for some days? Obviously. The wheat seeds that had not yet grown and seemed ordinary to Bailey were of great significance to Lu Dishi and Lu Ping. Then keep it, Bailey said. Anyway, at first he just felt that the wheat was a bit in the way and wanted to pull it out casually. Whether he kept it or not actually had little impact. But since we're going to stay, we'll have to get some water, or else the ground will turn back to the way it was in a few moments. Dug a hole next to that wheat and poured in the water source he had brought with him. When you're out and about, a bucket is a must-have. Well, with water you don't have to care about it. No need for weeding or deworming or anything. It will grow on its own. Bailey thought and added. By the way, although this wheat grows fast, it's still relatively fragile. It's best not to jump on it. Remember, Eunuch Bai, are there any other points to note? Lu Dishi asked. That's pretty much it. Lu Ping, please call the village over for a moment. Okay, I'm on my way. Looking expectantly at Lu Ping's departing figure, Bailey placed the workbench on the ground and made a compost bin. He wants everyone in the village to wear straw hats. Under Lu Ping's greeting, knowing that it was the immortal sovereign who had something to call everyone, the villagers gathered and surged without stopping. Even the ones who were planting the land disliked the hoe as too heavy, and directly threw it to the ground and ran over. On the way, the people of Lu's village joked and laughed the whole way, curiously discussing what the immortal monarch was going to do in a while. As for Lu Ping, after turning the village around and calling everyone up, he blended into the group of villagers assembling and stood in an extremely conspicuous position, and every now and then he had to fling the square straw hat on his head. Ha ha ha, look, that straw hat on Lu Ping's head is so strange. It's actually square. It really kills me with laughter. Lu Ping's appearance naturally caught the attention of the people in the village. One of them just couldn't hold back and snorted out a laugh as he pointed at Lu Ping walking in front of him. Before the words left his mouth, he only heard the murmurs instantly subside, and then the people around him all looked at the man with odd faces. Why are you guys suddenly not talking and suddenly looking at me like that? He asked carefully with an awkward smile. The surrounding people looked at the man with puzzled eyes. You don't know? Know what? The straw hat on that Lu Ping's head is an immortal object given to him by the White Immortal Monarch, and with it, he can grow the legendary immortal wheat. Yeah, the kid got lucky and is still bragging about it. Look at him. There was a faintly sour smell in the air. What? Now? The smile on his face instantly stiffened and he looked at Lu Ping with an envious expression. When he looked at the square straw hat again, how could he still find it ugly and even hate to wear it all day long? Hidden from view, the villagers slowly slowed their pace, allowing Lu Ping, who was wearing a straw hat, to walk in front of them. The village wasn't that big, and the individual houses weren't that far apart, so the villagers quickly gathered together. They spoke loudly. After all, when they met by chance while farming and wanted to chat, they had to speak louder to be heard, and it became a habit over time. This also led to Bailey being able to hear the discussion coming from there before he even saw anyone. Of course, it had nothing to do with his enhanced hearing, but when they got close to where Bailey was, the villagers all coincidentally stopped talking, and those who were running changed to walking, and quietly found a place for each of them and waited, scattered with no one coming over again. Bailey looked at Lu Dishi and asked, "Are the villagers all here?" Lu Dishi counted the number of people and nodded. Looking at the crowd piling up in front of him, Bailey actually thought of a whole bunch of opening remarks, but in the end they all stopped. He didn't want to turn into the verbose principal he remembered. In a moment I'll be converting all of you into farmers. Bailey paused for a moment, seeing that they were confused, and explained succinctly, that means putting a straw hat on each of you. But the straw hat didn't seem to be coming off, so he couldn't force himself. Whiteley then added, I should make it clear that this straw hat may follow you forever, unable to be removed. So this is not forced. We all have straw hats to wear? The people of Lu's village were overjoyed. With this straw hat, it also means that one has the qualification of being able to grow immortal wheat. How can that not be a turn on? As for Bailey's comment about not being able to take it off, they didn't really care, not to mention the fact that this square straw hat could not be removed permanently. Even if it was a green hat, they were happy wearing it. As for the exact order, I'll leave it to your village chief to arrange it. After Bailey finished speaking, he retreated to the earthen pit, in which he set up a row of composting barrels. Since it's used as a transfer cube, the first thing is to make sure the compost bin doesn't get destroyed. Coupled with the property that it wouldn't rot in the ground, Bailey thought it would be better to bury these transfer cubes in the earth. The people of the Lu family village all jumped at the chance to try, looking expectantly at Lu Dishi, itching to be the first to go up. Lu Wusan, you first, Lu Dishi arranged. In fact, according to reason, should be let Lu Air and their family first, but Bailey specially and he instructed, for Lu Air they have their own arrangements. Here we go. A stout man stepped out of the crowd. His skin was dark and his back slightly hunched. It looked like it was caused by years of plowing in the fields. Seeing that the first one to be named was himself, he walked forward with a look of excitement on his face. Nimbly, he jumped into the pit, and it didn't take long for a half illusory square straw hat to emerge above his head. Well, is it on my head? As the hat was out of sight, out of mind, and not a bit of weight, Lu Wusan hurriedly climbed out and asked anxiously towards the people around him. Don't worry, Noon-san, you've got it. Ha ha ha, I've got it. I've got it. Lu Wusan shouted in surprise. Thank you, Xian. No, thank you, Mr. Bai. Thank you, Mr. Bai. With this one success story, the people of Lu's village became even more agitated. As time flowed, a small group of villagers put on their straw hats, and soon it was the pillar's turn. This time, however, it wasn't as smooth as before. No matter how long the wait, the illusory straw hat never appeared. This should not be. The front is not all right. How to me here? On, Pillar muttered in a low voice. He stole a glance at the pit outside the Whiteley. See it frowned. Pillar anxious to scratch his head. Perhaps oneself, needs to wait a little longer? Pillar consoled himself. Yet the miracle didn't happen. Even after 10 minutes had passed, there was still nothing on his head. Seeing the delayed response, Lu Dishi asked, Eunuch Bai, should we not let him come up and let the other villagers try first? Well, that'll have to do for now. Pillar hung his head and climbed back up and returned to the group. Others who hadn't gone in yet had their hearts tightened. So, this is still going to fail? You're not talking nonsense. This straw hat is an immortal's magic weapon. If it's so easy for us to use it, what's the point? Rather, the fact that we've succeeded so much now is due to the immortal Lord's grace in opening small doors for us. Fair enough. Those who went in next were much more careful and attentive, fearing that their one thoughtless action would lead to their final defeat. But most of the next people who went in ended up failing. As the village chief, he naturally knew the nature of the people in his village. A closer look at the distribution of straw hats had made it clear to him. Said to Bailey, who was still confused, Eunuch Bai, these people who can be recognized are all good farmers in our village. So that's what happened. Bailey felt some pity. He was still thinking of keeping a small portion of the villagers to transfer into other professions. There was nothing he wanted more than a librarian who could sell enchanted books, but for now it looks like it's going to be a while. I'm afraid, after all, a librarian might need to have read a book. None of the people in this Lu's village look like they've ever read a book, but having so many farmers already was about right. Enough to supply the entire Lu family village with food. Hopefully the villagers who have been transferred will trade him something good. Bailey thought curiously and walked to the front of those straw-hatted villagers. That said, I don't know if he'll be given a discount on top of that for being on such good terms. Successfully opening the trading interface and looking at the mismatched numbers on it, the corners of Bailey's mouth twitched. Trader, 20 wheat for an emerald. I'll go. You can't even slaughter a fat sheep that hard. How dare they ask for an exit? In the villagers' apprehensive little eyes, Bailey changed interfaces one by one. Suddenly, his flipping hand jerked to a halt, and he looked at that trading screen in surprise. Watermelon seeds. At first, Bailey actually didn't hold much hope of finding out anything good. Never traded with the treacherous villagers though. Still, he had a rough idea of the extent to which villagers could trade things. At best, you know that it's best for farmers to trade their crops for emeralds. After all, there's never a shortage of food to eat. But he remembered well that it was impossible to trade any seeds in the original. Still, it was a change that Bailey was happy about. Keep in mind that this is ancient times and watermelon seeds are hard to come by. Maybe it hasn't even reached the Central Plains yet. Although he vaguely remembered an official with a lot of seeds at the end of the Ming Dynasty, he couldn't remember what it was called or in which location. I was thinking of trying to find him when the time came, but that doesn't seem to be necessary anymore. Though it is said that out of so many farmers, only one can exchange seeds. But as long as one had enough villagers, then there was always one or two that could be exchanged for seeds. It's the equivalent of drawing cards, and as long as you keep drawing them yourself, you can always get an SSR. Bailey laughed happily. Eunuch Bai, What are you looking at me for? Lu Ping said weakly. Bailey then reacted. It seemed to him that he was viewing the panel, but the people around him didn't know that. Lu Ping, in particular, had been stared at by Bailey, and he felt straight up in his heart, always wondering if he had done something wrong somewhere. It's fine. I just think that you're very promising. Bailey was in a good mood and patted Lu Ping's shoulder. Don't look at this as just a watermelon seed. But this zero stepping towards one was the hardest thing for Bailey. Although the prices are as treacherous as ever. The seeds then. He only needed to have one. And given enough time for Bailey to reproduce a large watermelon field. Direct realization of watermelon freedom. Maybe there will be other different seeds like strawberries, bananas, pears, whatever. Since the conditions don't allow it, create your own conditions. At this moment, in Bailey's mind, the future plan was already clear, which was to increase the population of villagers and realize the freedom of food choice. Sorting the plan out, while the villagers were all there, Bailey began to give the next arrangement of the plan. Lu Ping, those of you wearing straw hats come with me. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, those straw-hatted villagers each and every one of them followed Bailey to the edge of the workbench with their heads held high and their spirits high. Bailey counted the number of people and produced an equal number of stone hoes on the workbench, distributing them one by one. In the future, these hoes will be your working props. Remember, you must keep them safe, Bailey exhorted. But he obviously thought too much. The straw hat villagers are all a face to see daughter-in-law expression like looking at the hoe. Do not dare to carry on the shoulder, and even prefer to laboriously flat in front of the body, but also not willing to let it touch the ground, for fear of staining the dust. Don't worry, Mr. Bai. From now on this hoe is my life. No, it's more important than my life. If anyone dares to touch my hoe, I'll fight him to the death. Lu Ping was so agitated that even his ears were so red that it looked like blood was seeping out of them, but he hardened his face and seriously assured, Me too. The straw-hatted villagers chimed in. That's good. Bailey nodded, and continued, but if one day this hoe suddenly breaks down on its own, don't be alarmed. It's normal. Just talk to me. Bailey said. Village chief, Lu Er and Lu Ping stay behind. The other townspeople disperse. The immortal monarch ordered the remaining villagers to obediently walk away. Only most of them walked as if they had something on their mind, with a heavy pace. Some, on the other hand, were running in the direction of the fields with a determined look on their faces, as if they wanted to go farming in order to get themselves selected by the straw hat in the next transfer. Village chief, take these people and find an open place near the village to use for planting wheat. Finalize the location and let me know before tonight. Bring all the coal available in the village, Bailey said. Although it was said that the farmers already had the ability to cultivate the fields, but the cultivation of wheat required water, something that had to be prepared by Bailey himself. Besides, when the time came, he was going to put torches all around the wheat fields, which would also speed up the growth of the wheat. So it had to be ready before nightfall so he could make sure the light from the torches would illuminate all of the wheat field. Good, Lu Dishi replied. Bailey turned his head to Lu Ping again. These wheat seeds, you guys take them and wait until tomorrow morning to plant them all the way along the water source. Don't move the torches in that area. Understand? Lu Ping and the others nodded their heads in succession. Got it. If you hear me, you will go back. Yes, eunuch Bai. Lu Ping and the others nodded their heads slightly in bowing, and when their backs were turned, they glanced at each other, the corners of their mouths instantly curving up to the sky, grinning from ear to ear, and left side by side. Bailey then asked, Village chief, does the village have enough money to buy 2 cows and 2 sheep? If it's not enough, prioritize the cows and leave the males and females alone. Since the grassland has been derived, animal husbandry can also be synchronized to start. Cattle and sheep reproduction is dependent on the conditions of wheat, and now also planted. Pigs cannot be reproduced for the time being. The reason for considering cows first is simple. Their drops are not only beefy and can be used for eating. More importantly, there is leather. You know, there had just been a clash with the officials, so maybe someone would come after them in the next few days. What's more, at the end of the Ming dynasty, there were not a lot of bandits. Just one famously Zicheng claimed to have 200,000 people. Granted, this is a long time in the future, and there is even an element of exaggeration involved. But this is Shangxi more likely Zicheng like bandits, more almost the official soldiers and bandits play hide and seek big stage. So, leather was definitely not too much. Something that Bailey could use to make leather covers. As for the sheep, relatively speaking it is much more ordinary, only wool and mutton. But if wool, it will certainly be needed in the winter. The shortage of supplies in ancient times is not a joke, and there are countless people who died of cold, and the wool can be sold for money. Of course Bailey wanted to try what it was like to fall asleep in a bed made of wool. Mr. Bai, may I ask this cow, does it have to be alive? Or is it live or dead? Lu Dishi asked carefully. It has to be live. I'm going to use them to breed offspring. Bailey wrinkled his brow, and then inquired. What? Is it hard to believe that this live cow is expensive? Expensive is not the main problem. The key is that the imperial court has very strict control over the sale of cattle, so I'm afraid it's not easy to buy. However, there is a cow in Zhangjia village, so as long as it is needed by Duke Bai, I'm sure they won't refuse. Lu Dishi ended, adding, there's also an old yellow cow in my family, so it's just enough to make up 2. The village's taxes were not turned over to the court, and the money was enough to buy 2 sheep. As for the sheep, there should be no problem, and perhaps there will be leftovers, Lu Dishi replied. In that case, any extra money is used to buy iron ingots, or iron would be fine, so when you come back, you can just melt it down. There was no rush for the village iron for now. If the number of iron ingots was not enough, then we would consider collecting the village. After all, there are only so many people. Use all the remaining money to buy iron, or iron if you can't, as much as you can. Iron was just as important a resource, and Bai Li intended to use it all to make crossbows. You know, that is, the Ming dynasty, with firearms, was not banned. In the past it is a top 3 crossbows, 3 armor into the hell. Although not as good as armor, those who possess crossbows and arrows are lightly imprisoned, and those who are more serious are directly exiled or even killed. Although bow crafting required very few materials, there was a problem in that the training of archers was difficult. First one has to have the stamina to draw a bow, and the other has to be trained to have a certain level of accuracy. Unlike the game where you can fall down at the touch of a button, in ancient times, those who were able to serve as archers were the best of the best in the army. But crossbows are a completely different story. There's no need to think about draw, and with enough of them, there's no need to think about accuracy. With simple training, you can quickly form a fighting force that can't get close to the enemy easily without armor. As for the money spent, it's not your own to spend anyway. He couldn't be asked to pay for it. A man who had just come out of Shankarika and couldn't pull out half a dime. He's raised himself for so long. What's wrong with spending a little money? And it's not like he spent it on himself. But we have to send more people, so that things don't get taken away. After all, they will buy sheep, which are in short supply of food, so they might get robbed as soon as they leave the city. Bailey asked, are there many people who can fight? Instead, there were so many 3 or 4 more, recalled Lu Dishi, stroking his beard. At the same time, he was secretly calculating in his heart, and planned to combine his efforts with the people in the village next to come up with more money. Although they didn't know what the White Immortal Sovereign was buying the iron for, since it was useful to him, they who were under the patronage of the White Immortal Sovereign would naturally have to fulfill it to the best of their ability. Tell them to get ready and meet at the village entrance as soon as possible after the cock crows tomorrow, after which I will make arrangements. Bailey thought about it, and after making sure he hadn't missed anything, he let Lu Dishi leave. What about me, boss? What mission do I have? Lu Er couldn't wait to look at Bailey, expecting to receive a big mission himself. Your mission is very, very important, and urgent, and secretive. Looking at the expectant Lu Er in front of him, Bailey laughed in his heart, and said with a face full of gravity, now, as fast as you can, go back and get the rope, a long one, and then come back, and be quick, or else you won't make it in time. Okay, I'll go right away. Lu Er followed suit and tensed up, directly slipping back home as fast as he could. Ha, that's fast. It's catching up to my high school lunch opening speed. It's an errand boy. Bailey sat on his workbench, leisurely crossing his legs and pulling out an apple to nibble on. It wasn't long before Lu Er ran back, panting, with the rope attached. Boss, hoo-hoo, I'm ready, let's go. Well then, time waits for no man. Let's leave now. Along the way, the atmosphere was silent. Lu Er was the one who had been curious about what urgent thing to do next, while Bailey, on the other hand, was waiting. Boss, what the hell are we going for? Is it to go hunting and this rope is used to tie up the prey? Lu Er still couldn't hold back and opened his mouth to inquire. Finally asked. The corners of Bailey's mouth trembled violently, and he forced himself to say, ahem, it's nothing really, help me move. Ha, then you said it was important and urgent. Boss, Lu Er was filled with disappointment. You see it's getting late, and it won't be dark after this trip. It must be urgent, and I'm too afraid of the dark to walk at night, so of course it's important. What god would be afraid of the dark? Lu Er muttered in his heart, and then continued to ask undeterred. Then what is this rope used for? Oh, used to tie the chicken to lead back to the village. You also know that now the number of chickens is quite a lot. 1 or 2 with the seed to lead the walk is okay. If more lost I will be heartbroken. Seeing Lu Er's somewhat lost look, Bailey saw that the joke was almost over, then said, moreover, I really didn't lie to you. Isn't the village going to plant wheat? That little bit of water won't be enough. You have to make a trip back, and you know it's not easy to get that water. You have to pick up a bucket from that original place. It's not like I have anything to do with it. Who said that? You're my errand boy. Of course you're going over to help me hold the chickens. I'm so weak. I'm afraid I'll have to be dragged by the chicken zoo. Saying that, Bailey rolled up his sleeves, revealing that bijou arm, and made a bodybuilding maneuver, highlighting only a tiny bit of muscle. Before exhausting himself, slightly sagging his body, he sincerely looked at Lu'er. See, I didn't lie to you. I'm weak in my own body, so you still have to protect me on the side. At this time, Lu'er also recalled the scene of their first meeting. He suddenly remembered the scene of Bailey's handheld wolf and asked suspiciously, "But boss, aren't you able to hand carry wolves? How can you not have any strength?" This kid, spooky as hell. It's not easy to remember this. It's not easy to fool him. Bailey's mind spun and he had another idea. That's just the result of a short period of divine empowerment. Normally I don't have the strength. It seemed like the boss had almost been bitten by a wolf before, so it could be justified for the boss to have a small strength even though his avatar was very powerful. I must protect the boss. Lu'er instantly realized that his responsibility was very great. He immediately pulled himself together and vigilantly watched his surroundings. I understand, boss. I'll protect you well. He went alone. Or a little too monotonous point. Let Lu'er accompany to go. He can also have a talk about the people who are not. It's so much fun. Bailey strides forward with old-fashioned ease, enjoying the close protection and heading for his tinderbox. If you want to fool others, you have to fool your own people first. Being the boss himself, he definitely couldn't easily make a move, and the one to do it would definitely have to be Lu'er. That's why Lu'er made his willingness to protect himself so obvious that anyone with a brain would definitely think that his hands were tied and would definitely focus on me. Waiting for oneself to arrange for Lu'er on the leather set, the sword easily can't hurt Lu'er when they inevitably back to think about grabbing me as a hostage. By then I a quick dress plus back to the head to pull out. The main fight is a pretend pig-eat tiger. This is all for Lu'er's sake. Well, no shit, I almost believed it myself. By the way, Lu'er, you have to come over tomorrow morning too. And call your father by the way. Are we going to the city too? Go to the city. I want to, but there's no way to get over it yet. He's still thinking about visiting the greenhouse. Ahem, nothing more. Just wanted to simply go for the long haul. Bailey shook his head. Your father has to go along. As for you and I, there are other things to do in addition. The next morning, before the rooster crowed at dawn, when the sky was just dawning, Lu Ping, with a pair of panda eyes, carefully picked up the stone hoe on the bed, which was cushioned with a bed sheet, and went out the door. Since he got the approval of Straw Hat from Bailey yesterday, and was even given a stone hoe, Lu Ping was so excited that he couldn't sleep the whole night. It was more like giggling at that stone hoe all night. On the road one after another, Lu Ping met the same villagers wearing straw hats. All of them are also covered with panda eyes. These torches, so bright, when they arrived at the demarcated planting site, the jaws of their fellow villagers dropped. And some of the bold ones even reached out and touched the flames that danced above them. Ha, this flame is actually not hot. Really, let me try. Seeing this, the people around them also curiously put their hands in, and the flame was like a tamed beast, obediently lowering its head and allowing them to caress it. Awesome, don't play around. Let's get to work. Don't miss the hour. Lu Ping walked to the field and made a demonstration. After that, they divided the wheat seeds distributed by Bailey and started planting. Ha ha ha. You guys are also too slow. I can already plant 5 immortal wheat. Just you wait. I'm about to whisk you away. After slowly becoming skilled, they even joked with each other, as if farming had become a fun thing for them. In this atmosphere, all the seeds they had on hand were soon planted. Nope. So soon? Licking his lips, one of the villagers asked, "Do you have any more? Give me some." Nope. I'm out too. Though physically exhausted for the most part, the crowd's hearts were on fire as they looked at the planted field in front of them. How much wheat must be harvested when it ripens on the 7th day at the latest? After finishing his business here, Lu Ping hurried towards his home. He had to put down his hoe in a hurry, so that he could gather at the place designated by the immortal monarch in a while. Lu Ping is the most capable fighter in the village, and naturally, he is the one who is going to the city. I'm so envious of Lu Ping. He gets a share of everything good. I also want to do more for Immortal Sovereign, but we're not too bad. Since we're done planting, let's go back and put the hoes away before we bump them. What do you all think? Yes, Lu Ping, you're going too? Bailey asked suspiciously. You just finished planting and you still have the strength now? And the hat on your head is a bit conspicuous. The reason why Bai Li knew about this was because on his way over he happened to see the straw-hatted villager who was returning to his house with a hoe. Don't worry, this hat I found last night. As long as I think about it disappearing, it's gone. Gongzi, look, said Lu Ping. The straw hat on his head really disappeared. I have all the strength in the world, and I'm still the best fighter in my village. 3 men in the unusual can't take me. Bailey turned his head to the others and saw that they all nodded affirmatively. But this Lu Chi doesn't look like he can fight either. Eunuch Bai. There's still one mouth missing from this team. Lu Chi hurriedly arched his hand and said, yeah, well, you have to have someone who can talk. Or the village chief thought of that. Taking out the stone swords inside the backpack, Bai Li distributed them for them to try. How is it? Can you swing it? I think it's okay. Lu Ping took the stone sword and waited in his hand for a few moments, then handed it to the next person. No, it's too heavy. The remaining few could only hold out for a few minutes before they turned red. So, Bailey made a few wooden swords and gave them to the remaining few, and took out the leather boots from his backpack that he had fished on. Although it was only a wooden sword, its sharpness was not comparable to an ordinary iron sword. This, you guys put it on for defense, and when you buy something, don't stay much and hurry back, Bai Li exhorted. But if you can, before buying anything, see if you can bring back a reader. The village people. Work is a good hand, but busy seeking work. There is no time to pay attention to things outside the village, but ask about today's dynasty. Who is the emperor? Completely confused. If not for the new emperor will be announced to the world. Some people in the village only barely know that the current year is the apocalypse, but the exact year is unknown. This matter had to be asked so that Bai Li could know how much buffer time there was before the great outbreak of the peasant uprising. Incidentally, try to see if you can transfer a librarian out. We'll save it. Uncle, you and Tai Shan are in charge of the reception. When the time comes, wherever Tai Shan stops, you wait for them. Bai Li nodded and said to Lu De again. On the way here, he had inquired about Tai Shan, thinking of letting him escort him all the way there. After all, it was questionable whether an unusual person could take a hit from an iron golem, but it's not allowed to leave the confines of the world or it will disappear, which is what Bailey asked by nodding and shaking his head. Therefore, it could only be allowed to receive at the edge of the world. As for Lu De, he was the only archer in the village and had to be sent out as well, to cover Lu Ping and the others. Seeing Lu Ping and the others leave, Bai Li asked Lu Er with a mysterious face. Lu Er, have you had breakfast yet? Breakfast, I think, means the morning meal, right? They used to eat it, but the harvest has plummeted every year, and the village now eats only one meal. And the people in the village are so afraid of starvation that they would rather hang on to the fish than eat more than one meal. Lu Er shook his head. This can't be done. The meal still has to be eaten. Will Bai Li pulled out a long loaf of bread and handed it to Lu Er. Come and try this. It tastes great. What is this? Lu Er took it, and the bread was so soft that his fingers sank into it like he was touching the softness of a cloud. Bread. Didn't I say before that I treat you to bread when the wheat grows? Bailey once again took out a loaf of bread and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. Well, it tastes similar to Darley Park bread, but with a little more wheat aroma. It's a nice little snack. He had kept the bread without tasting the flavor, just intending to share it with Lu Er now. As for Lu Er, he carefully brought the bread close to his mouth. A mixture of the faint aroma of wheat and toasted bread wrapped around Lu Er, who was smelling such fragrant food for the first time. When you take a bite, the bread melts in your mouth. The grains of wheat seem to jump and dance in your mouth, and the sweetness fills your mouth. How was it? Is it good? Bai Li swallowed the bread in his mouth and looked at Lu Er, who stood frozen in place, and asked curiously. Lu Er didn't answer, just quietly slammed that bread into his mouth. Tears trickled down the corners of his eyes, ran down his pitted cheeks, and dripped onto the green, newborn grass. This place, originally, was supposed to be a cracked wasteland. Why are you crying? Bai Li sighed in her heart and took out a bucket, scooping up a bowl of water with a wooden bowl, walking over to Lu Er and patting his back. This cannibalistic world. Waiting until Lu Er stuffed that bread down, Bai Li handed over the water. Nah, drink some water. Don't choke. Boss, I'm sorry, I really didn't hold back. Lu Er touched his face and squeezed out a smile. It was that smile that was worse than crying. Little thing, like who hasn't cried before? Take this. It's not as good as the ones I've had before. As our follower, I'll eat the tasty tips, and you'll have to eat the rest of the unappetizing parts. Bai Li will be in the hand to gnaw a small half of the bread forced to Lu Er. Do not eat is not to give me face ow. It's not that he's cheap, but he mainly just grows so many 6 or 7 wheat, just enough to synthesize 2 loaves of bread. Boss, can I bring it back? I want to give my sister and the others a taste. Lu Er asked. Sure. When Lu Er wrapped the noodles and put them in the basket, Bai Li also put away the bucket. Okay, eat and drink up. Let's go out and adventure. See what's new around here. It's like adventure time. Iron Mountain God General, has it come to an end? When the vibrating sensation on the ground suddenly disappeared, Luda and the others knew that Tai Shan had stopped. Luda turned his head and respectfully asked. Iron Mountain nodded. In fact, even without Tai Shan saying it, Luda and the others could see it. After all, right in front of them, there was a yellow and green line that separated the two worlds. On one side, life is abundant, and on the other, death remains. Lu Ping, I'll send you here. For the rest of the way, you guys must be careful. Luda looked at Lu Ping and the others worriedly and said, got it. We will be extremely careful. Lu Ping nodded solemnly. Saying goodbye to Lude, Lu Ping and the others drew their swords and carefully moved forward. As we got further away from the village, the surroundings became more and more hostile. The seedlings withered. The weeds did not live. The fields were cracked and barren. And every now and then you could see the withered bones and scattered limbs of a human being or two. For half a mile there was no life to be seen. Even the occasional tree had long since been uprooted. And where there had been a river it was so dry that one could only dig hard enough to find some soaked earth. Human scratches remain in the center of the original river. Those are the marks left by starving people digging up wet soil to fill their bellies. Though this is merely prolonging the pain. Along the way could not see a few people. Lu Ping and others instead feel at ease. Because in this world, the most dangerous instead of people. The people I met sporadically, wandering in the fields. Their fat exhausted. Their muscles atrophied. Skin and bones, like a dry corpse. With a broken iron pot, holding the meat in his hand, his eyes scattered with green light, staring dead at Lu Ping and others, his eyes full of desire. That pot, which is a cookware, a defense, and a weapon. Only Lu Ping and the others had knives, and with the large number of people, it was only then that they reluctantly gnawed on the meat in their hands and left in a muddled state. The closer we got to Chengcheng, the more people there were, but they were all stopped outside the walls, in the withered canals. They won't be allowed to enter the city without a road guide. The only reason they would gather here was simply for the kanji hut set up by the city's gentry to help the people. But that porridge, for the name, not for the people. The daily share is just over 100 people, and some of them, even after lining up for a whole day, end up getting just a clear talk from the petty officials. Today's porridge is exhausted. Come back tomorrow. Perhaps the people in the city will shout a few words because of this porridge when they go out of town. When we get to Chengcheng, we'll be fine. There's a great benefactor in Chengcheng who's giving out kanji outside the city. But the so-called porridge is just soup. Good luck may be able to fish on so 1 or 2 grains of rice can be contained in the mouth-shivering taste, only a little better than rice soup. Modern porridge, in ancient times, was called rice. Coincidentally, Lu Ping and others came just at the right time. The porridge just finished. With that one sentence of the minor official, the cries outside the city shook the sky, and some starving people were so hungry that they went up to entangle themselves and were beaten to death, lying on the ground only breathing in and out. Of course no one cared if he lived or died, because this scene has been played out I don't know how many times. The tears of the officials are also extremely limited, and have long since dried up. Those who asked for food and didn't numbly return to their places and skillfully lay down. If you move a little bit after eating the porridge, the energy of that little food is gone. The ones that didn't get it, if they move that much more, they might not be able to move tomorrow. You two bring your weapons and stand guard here. We'll go and return. Lu Qi said. The two left behind nodded and found a place around them to be quiet. Halt, do you have a road guide? Naturally, Your Honor. Take a look. Lu Qi, accompanied with a smile, presented the road guide, along with a little bit of silver. The few officers and soldiers at the door could tell at a glance that the road guide was a fake, but they would like nothing better than to see a fake road guide. This means they can have an extra income today. Weighing the weight in their hands, they looked at each other, and a few of them said in their hearts, "Go in." Yes. Many thanks to the lords. Compared to the outside of the city, the people living inside were that much better off. At least it wasn't that foul-smelling. The street is quite a lot of people. Peddlers, picking a stretcher to sell, but they are all in a hurry. The face is yellow and thin is a look of weakness and no power. But it's a little more human than what's out there. This city, I used to be quite envious, but now it seems that it's not as good as the people in my village. Pillar muttered. Lu Qi said seriously. So the things that Immortal Sovereign has given us must be done in a clear manner, and absolutely no mistakes can be made. I know. Lu Qi, you're smarter than all of us. Come and get some ideas on what to do next. Pillar asked. Lu Qi spoke. Zhu Zi, you take this money and go buy sheep. Leave some of the remaining money for future troubles, and buy all the other iron tools. Wait for us at this place. After all, the iron ingot was too difficult to bring out, and they couldn't say what it would be used for. Relying on his mouth to inquire, Lu Qi quickly found a house in front of him. Who? The door of the room opened. Out of a dirty, skinny and bony, but wearing a long-sleeved middle-aged man. See, it is two strangers, and dressed like a countryman. Lu Ping, two people. He frowned slightly. What do you two have to do? Sir, we have heard that you are a good teacher, and we would like to ask you to teach the children at our place. Naturally, in addition to the daily teaching fee, food will also be provided by us. Lu Qi bowed slightly and said, he couldn't say that his own immortal sovereign wanted to invite a reader. Now he had to find a way to trick the other party. Oh, may I ask you both to tell me in which house I am going to teach now? The man asked with a pleased nod. Sir may need to get out of town. Before Lu Qi could finish, with a snap, the door was instantly slammed shut, and the two of them made a closed door. We can feed your family, Lu Qi hurriedly said. Why would it be me? Just because I'm in a tough spot. You guys think I'm gullible? Ha ha ha, do you really think I'm 3 years old? Out of the city? Isn't that me being a fish and meat, to be slaughtered by rats like you? I think you'd better hire someone else. I can't take this blessing. Besides, where do I get my relatives? They're all long dead. That voice was desolate. Brother, what should we do now? Immortal Emperor's decree. Let us take a scholar back. Then we'll take one back even if we die. Lu Qi's eyes flashed a hint of sternness. Anyway, when he wakes up and lives in our Lu family village for a few days, let him go for fear that he won't even want to go. Lu Ping, when he opens the door again, you take the opportunity to knock him out and we'll drag him back. I see. Before Lu Ping could knock on it, the man nimbly climbed over the wall and ran away under their noses. No good. Go after them. Although Lu Ping is very fast, but the other side cannot afford to familiarize themselves with the terrain, as much as possible to take the path. A few curves down, there is no trace. They had no choice but to find another reader to go to, but without exception, when they heard that they were asked to leave the city, they all changed their faces and turned Lu Qi's two away. How could they not know what was going on outside the city, and stay in the city, where their lives could still be saved? Just like that, no one wanted to after asking around, and basically all of them had families. Unlike the first guy who had no one to turn to, Lu Qi was not in a good position to let Lu Ping do it. Just as they were planning to find another reader again, a sudden bellow came from the distance. You two, you dare to cause trouble in Chengcheng City. You really have no patience left. They looked in the direction of the sound and instantly changed their faces. No good. It's the officials. Although Lu Ping can fight, but the hands also have to have a weapon, and in the city to fight the officials, that is not asking for death? However, why would the officials show up here? Weren't they not going to care about anything at all except for the orders of the governor? It turns out that early on, Lu Qi and the others were like headless flies generally scurrying around the city, and everywhere inquiring about the news of the behavior is too odd. Was interested in people saw as a chat. A group of officials were passing by and heard about the incident, so they rushed over to see what the situation was. Caught the two Lu Qi sneaking around in front of the door. Still want to go? The officials drew their swords and blocked the way of the two people. Among them, Zhao Wu cursed and said, a good bazaar not to go shopping, have to find something to do for the grandpas, and so on into the prison, not to peel off a layer of skin for you guys, or also cool off. Zhao Wu, the things they have committed are not to that extent, just take them back and lock them up for a few days. No need to do anything, one of the officials said. I think that's right. The other official nodded thoughtfully. What the hell is going on with you two? Zhao Wu really can't hold it in and asked with an odd expression. Since you guys came back from collecting taxes yesterday, you came back as if you were a different person, saying that you wanted to do good deeds, and thought that you guys were talking about it. As a result, you were the ones who just clamored to mind your own business. And now, you're saying you'll let them go in a few days. So what the hell happened yesterday? If you still consider us brothers, don't ask. The two officials shook their heads in unison, refusing to disclose half a word. Right now, the most urgent thing is to bring these two back first. Are you the officials who came to our village yesterday? Lu Qi suddenly spoke. Hearing this, the two officials' faces turned ironic, glanced at each other, then looked at Lu Qi and the two of them incredulously. Are the two of you from the Lu family village? There were so many people in the Lu family village, they naturally wouldn't memorize everyone's looks. Seeing Lu Qi nodding his head, their hearts wowed. Gu, how did you get in trouble with the fairy godfather again? This matter was obviously authorized by that immortal monarch. Otherwise how would an ordinary person think of taking a reader out of the city? Thinking of the miracles they saw that day and recalling that they would not be human in their next life, they stammered as their feet trembled. Both of you, go ahead. We just came to check out. Many thanks. Lu Qi arched his hand and pulled Lu Ping through the circle of officials and left at a quick pace. Damn thing, must be holding something on my brother. And wait here, I will go and return. When I kill the two of them, I will go to the Lord and confess my punishment. I won't involve you guys. Zhao Wu was furious and gritted his teeth. Zhao Wu, don't! Although his heart was touched, the two of them were very fast, stopping Zhao Wu with one on the left and one on the right. Kidding aside, if they really let Zhao Wu do this, then wouldn't they have been beasts in their next life? It took a good deal of persuasion to talk Zhao Wu out of it. Zhao Wu, we want to ask you for something. The two officials talked for a few moments and said to Zhao Wu, in a moment, you'll give a message to a few of your brothers at the city gates, and if there's a strong and a thin person dressed as a farmer leaving the city, and there's no major problem, then you'll be accommodating enough to let them leave the city. But, Zhao Wu looked at his brother worriedly, and seeing that his expression was full of pleading, he nodded helplessly. Good. Without asking more questions, he rushed towards the city gates. At this time, the pillar was leading 2 sheep, and those 2 sheep had many farming tools made of iron hanging from them. Where are the readers? Pillar asked suspiciously. No one is willing to go with us, and we just almost got caught in jail by the officials. Lu Qi shook his head, his face full of gratitude. Luckily, we met the officials who came to our village yesterday and managed to escape. No injuries? Pillar asked busily. Lu Qi went on to say, that's not true, but the human thing, we have to think of something else. Pillar thought for a moment and suggested, maybe we can look for them with the deserted people outside the city. There might be some. That's all we can try at the moment. After discussing the matter, they walked all the way to the city gate. Lu Qi had already prepared the silver tails for the bribe. After all, although this is only agricultural tools, but for iron products, the imperial court is still relatively strict control. Who knew that the official guarding the gate just sized him and looping up and let them out of the city? The man lying on the edge of town had long since disappeared, perhaps dragged away by a good Samaritan, handing over the things to the villagers who stayed outside the city for safekeeping, while leaving Lu Ping and Zhu Zi to protect the sheep and the iron weapons. Lu Qi walked alone towards the place where the deserted people gathered. He had to be quick. There were officials and soldiers guarding the city gates. These people wouldn't be too reckless, but if there was a real conflict, he was sure that the officials and soldiers would just watch indifferently from the sidelines. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of meat and looked in that direction, only to see broken pots on the clearing, scarlet and bubbling red inside, and on the side of the pot, there was something round. There was a circle of people around them. Some of them still had bruises on their bodies, obviously caused by what they had just fought over. Their pupils were lifeless as they quietly ate their meat. Upon seeing Lu Qi somewhat close to them, the entire group became ferocious, pulling out the rust pieces on their bodies to stare at Lu Qi dead in the face. Lu Qi subconsciously took half a step back. Slowly, it was only until those people's eyes moved away that the oppressive feeling in Lu Qi's heart disappeared. Quickly walking to the center of the deserted people's gathering place, Lu Qi shouted, "Is there a scholar here? Our village needs a scholar. For food." However, most of the desolate people didn't even bother with Lu Qi's idea and just looked at him indifferently. There was also a small portion that really had no way out. A glimmer of hope flashed in front of their eyes, and they endured their hunger and crawled towards Lu Qi. I'm a scholar. Take me away. I can do the math, and I only need 1 bowl of porridge a day. But Lu Qi could tell at a glance that these were just ordinary deserted people. After all, temperament was such a nebulous thing that they couldn't imitate. There was a flash of intolerance in his eyes, but the village couldn't support that many people right now, and Lu Qi was ruthless enough to want to drive these people away. Seeing that they could not be fooled, these people were unwilling and wailed, wanting to pray for some food. "Master, this master, do us a favor and reward us with some food." Anything, felt the dried salted fish he carried in his pocket. Lu Qi pondered for a moment and sighed as he distributed this food. His own immortal lord, a good god, was only restricted by the mortal world and was unable to leave for the time being. It's better to help if you can. Maybe the immortal monarch is looking at him at this moment. Why else, when he was just about to be arrested into the prison, he was saved by the official from before. This must be the immortal lord's arrangement. Unfortunately, the reader hadn't been brought back for the immortal monarch after all. However, Lu Qi's good deed is caught by a pair of eyes in the dark. Just as Lu Qi was disheartened and planning to leave, a weak voice said, "Wait." He turned his head, only to see a deserted man with a wooden root in his pestle, trembling towards Lu Qi. "I'm going with you." Although the man was in a sorry state, the characteristic temperament of the scholar still remained. Lu Qi was overjoyed. He nodded quickly. "Okay, follow me. That's a nice flower. Lu Air. Ha, this pink one seems to be quite rare. It's growing well. Bring it back too. Lu Air. Lu Air." In the dense jungle, Lu Air happily ran back and forth. "Here you go, boss." Receiving the clump of lilacs that had grown tall, Bailey sniffed the aroma, which was strong but not pungent. Bailey nodded with satisfaction and put it away in the middle of his backpack. These flowers? He planned to gather some back and make a garden in front of his door when the time came, planting the tall ones on both sides of the road and putting the short ones in the garden. Otherwise it always felt like something was missing from the empty front door, and he couldn't just plant wheat seeds for decoration. And these flowers have another use. Boss, what else do you want? Lu Er asked expectantly. This automated capture is nice. It's just a bit idle. Take a look around and see if there are any beehives or mushrooms or something, and let me know if you see any, Bai Li instructed. Okay, Lu Er smiled and answered, searching carefully. Although I don't have a precision gathering tool attached to myself right now, maybe that hive can be forcefully snapped down? That way you bring it back and have honey to eat yourself. And you can make white sugar too, as opposed to sugar cane, which is not good to find. You can totally use honey instead. As for mushrooms, you can use bone meal to ripen and grow into big mushrooms, and then you can also make a mushroom house, or make mushroom soup with brown and red mushrooms. If you add the flowers you gathered earlier, you can also synthesize a bewitching stew with different edible effects, which naturally has good and bad, but it is not random, he just need to eat once. Remember which flower synthesized out of what effect is not enough. As for letting the villagers test the poison or whatever, he didn't want a wither to give it away straight away. The buffs are short-lived, only a few seconds, but they still do a lot of things, like fire protection, life restoration, night vision, and whatnot. If I remember correctly, most ancient people suffered from night blindness. Moreover, I don't know what the flavor of this mini stew is. If it has a different flavor, then those buffs of the apocalypse will be added randomly, and I will still eat it. Bai Li thought while looking around, and suddenly, he saw a bright light and shouted excitedly, Lu Er, stop, look what I found. Lu Er stopped and looked over in the direction that Bai Li pointed to, only to see a tree that was taller than the surrounding area had a bird's nest, and a few bird eggs could be vaguely seen inside. Although he didn't understand why Bai Li was so excited to see the bird eggs, he was happy when Bai Li was happy. Lu Er said, there seems to be a bird's egg in there. Boss, you wait a little bit, I'll go and take the egg down. Don't. Bai Li stopped Lu Er, who first did a warm-up exercise, then rolled up his cuffs and jumped into action. Let me do it. I haven't pulled out a bird's egg yet. Although it was possible to just stack the cubes on top of each other, Bai Li chose the most primitive method. Straight up, he was embracing the tree like an octopus, his movements rusty, but good and slow as he climbed up. When he reached the fork where the bird's egg was, Bai Li pulled it out, but didn't rush down, instead relaxing in the tree and looking at the scenery around him. In the original world, Bai Li's eyes were so high in degrees that the world was perpetually fogged over in his eyes, and now that the fog had dissipated, the world once again presented its beauty to Bai Li's eyes. It's so beautiful. Bai Li sighed as he lowered his head and greeted Lu Er. Lu Er, come up here. Good Lu. Lu Er climbed up sharply. After all, he was the one who had been begging for a living in the fields and the forest since he was young. This tree climbing was just a small problem for him. Follow. Taking the apples out of his backpack, he tossed one to Lu Er, and Bai Li held one for himself. The two of them leaned on the branches of the tree, left and right, Bai Li munching on an apple with one foot hanging down naturally, swinging it back and forth, humming the melody of a song in her mouth and tapping it on her outstretched thighs. Also Jay Zenari. Anyway, here, no one would ever push him around again, and he could stay as long as he wanted. As for Lu Er, holding an apple, he stared at the side of Bai Li's face and fumed. Clean water, plenty of food, no need to hustle for survival, no need to worry about my mother's illness, sitting leisurely in a tree, nibbling on the sweet fruit that the boss called an apple, and all of this at the cost of, so far, simply accompanying the scenery, where everything seems to have slowed down. Lu Er had never felt time so slow. No wonder, so many people yearn to seek immortality. Lu Er, why are you always staring at me? What's with the flowers on your face? A familiar voice interrupted Lu Er's thoughts, and he looked back, only to see that Bai Li had turned his head at some point, looking at himself with a hooked smile. Nothing, it just suddenly occurred to me that you're so handsome. Boss, you must have a lot of fairies chasing you in the sky, right? When a boy compliments a boy on his handsomeness, it's really handsomeness. Have vision. Bai Li was in a good mood, gave a thumbs up, and then touched his chin to recall, there are some of them, but they don't see eye to eye. After all, they have to live a lifetime, Bai Li said, and stumbled upon what looked like a yellow thing flickering under the leaves in the distance behind Lu Er. He took a closer look and determined that the yellow object was the hive he was looking for. It just so happened that the apple on her hand was almost finished chewing. Bai Li finished eating in 2 bites and said to Lu Er, alright, rest is almost done. Let's go. Aha! Lu Er descended the tree cleanly, leaving Bai Li alone in the tree with dry eyes. This tree, it seems like it's harder to get down than it is to get up. Luckily, I had water with me. As with most games, there is no fall damage even when you fall into water from a higher place, and the bucket also ensured that Bailey could always put water at his feet. So then, Bailey took out the bucket, took a few deep breaths, and jumped in. A clean shot lands in the water and Bailey's manages to land it. Still a bit scared, seems to have to fight fire with fire, have to find a cliff to jump off. Practice a few more times should be no problem. Bailey thought so. Luaire, this bird's egg is for you to hold. One would never want to eat something like boiled white eggs in one's life. Handing the bird's egg to Luaire, he waited for him to wrap it in a cloth and put it in the basket behind him. Bailey said, "This way, I think I see a beehive." Walking in that direction, Bailey soon saw the hive. The hive, which took the shape of a square, the size of a wooden board, and was obviously naturally occurring, hung from an oak tree and produced dripping honey particles. There were also 1 or 2 bees half a meter long collecting honey. What a big bee! But how so cute, Luaire said. Indeed, you can get a few of them back as pets. Luaire, you stay here. Don't move. If this bee comes to sting you, don't mind me, just scatter and run. Whiteley finished his instructions and approached the hive, first placing a campfire underneath it and waiting a few moments more before he tried to try and break it off. After all, he wasn't exactly destroying the hive. He shouldn't be attacked by the bees. However, Bailey tried for half a day without success. The hive was as if it was fixed to the air, and Bailey couldn't even move it. It looks like it won't work, so I'll just have to bring a pair of scissors next time. After the hive matures, you can use a glass jar to get honey, and scissors to collect honey spleens, which are good for synthesizing beehives. It is important to realize that bees, if they have no shelter, will just wander around in order to find a hive or beehive to live in. With a beehive, you can bring the bees back and wait for them to produce honey, and the bees that have collected the pollen can pollinate the crop, letting it go straight to the next stage of growth. Just like bone meal, Bailey helplessly shrugged his shoulders and walked back to Luaire. Luaire, remember this road yet? He had to rely on navigation to walk, so it was better to let Luaire do this thing of remembering the way. Luaire nodded as he pointed not far away. Boss, there seems to be mushrooms there. Bailey looked over and sure enough, he saw a red mushroom there. I'll go. Luaire volunteered and actively ran over to pick the mushrooms back. Bailey instructed, let's look around and see if there are any brown mushrooms. Sadly though, only red ones were available after half a turn. Looks like the mushroom casserole won't make it, but the red mushrooms, which are just right for a mushroom room, are nice. Quite a harvest today. Had quite a bit of fun too. Not bad. Really good. Bailey put away the red mushrooms and said to Luaire, alright, things are pretty much found. Let's go back today. I don't know how Lu Chi's side is doing, but with Tai Shan around, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with a few scattered bandits who want to rob things. It was important to realize that at this stage, Bailey himself wasn't necessarily able to beat Iron Mountain, and I'm afraid that with Iron Mountain's intelligence, he wouldn't be as foolish as he was in the game to have his feet trimmed. Besides, I'm afraid that no one would be able to fix the feet of Iron Mountain, which is made of solid iron. I guess it's good enough to scrape off a little iron filings. Bailey thought, are you saying that you have to bring this person with you before you will come with us? Lu Chi frowned and looked towards the big man with a beard standing next to the wretched youth. This is my brother, who has protected me all the way until now, so I can't leave him alone. Moreover, righteousness, he will be able to make a handful of long spears. His role will not be smaller than mine. Miao Jiming's eyes were firm as he said with an arch. Hearing this, Lu Chi carefully sized up the big man. That man, although the cheeks are sunken, the muscles are also some atrophy, but the eyes are very sharp, and the shoulders are broad, the bones are surprisingly large, and there is a thick layer of calluses on the fists. Can you farm? Lu Chi suddenly asked. Planting? Hearing Lu Chi's question, the two of them were stunned, and Miao looked inquiringly at Wei Shi. Seeing him shake his head, Miao smiled sarcastically and said, righteousness, although he doesn't know how to do it yet, he can learn. Well, this body Shua as long as he is willing to farm. I'm afraid it won't take long for him to be recognized, plus that there's a reader that the immortal monarch wants. It's not unacceptable. Lu Chi weighed the pros and cons a few times and nodded. In that case, it's fine. Let's go. With that, Lu Chi turned around and walked in the direction he came from. As for Miao Jiming, he was assisted by Wei Shi and followed. Only that the two of them were deliberately separated from Lu Chi by a small distance. Gongzi, have you really decided? There's just no turning back if this follows them. Wei Shi asked. What's the solution? It's death anyway. Rather than waiting for death here, it's better to take a gamble. Miao said with a bitter smile. Wei Shi, it's dragging you down. Otherwise with your strength, how could you have ended up in such a state? Your Excellency is joking. In the past, in the mansion, if it wasn't for your Excellency taking care of me, where would I still have Wei Shi? Wei Shi shook his head and said seriously, isn't it a rebellion? With your son's learning, you can definitely have a place in that fortress. Shen Yan, let's hurry up and follow. Niao looked at Lu Qi's back, vaguely lost in thought. As early as the beginning, he had noticed the strange demeanor of these men, who clearly looked like countrymen, but had faces that were better than those of city life. But that dress, does not look like those who come out of the mansion to do the work of the subordinate. Until Lu Qi and the others left the city with sheep and iron weapons, Niao had some guesses in his heart. An ordinary village, which needed so much iron, would not have taken out so much money to send someone specially to buy it, not to mention 2 sheep. Only a cottage could come up with that kind of money. This is most likely an attempt to rebel, and he was even more convinced of this idea when the leader of the pack ran to the deserted people looking for a reader. Although he was a bit moved at first, Miao hesitated for a long time until he saw Lu Qi distributing his food to the deserted people, and then he made up his mind. Whether it was unintentional or intentional, the fact that they could still get meat and still have dried salted fish meant that there was still more than enough food. And it shouldn't be indiscriminate. I never thought that I would have to live for food. Miao sighed, only feeling like he was deep in the mire, ready to be swallowed up at any moment. Bringing the 2 Miao Jiming back, Lu Qi realized that something was wrong. The surrounding deserted people, almost all of them slowly moved towards Lu Ping's side, vaguely surrounding him in the middle. As for Lu Ping and the others, they were also waiting anxiously with heavy faces, their hands tightly gripping the hilts of the swords in their hands. It was only when they saw Lu Qi that they relaxed somewhat. Go! The situation in front of him was urgent, so Lu Qi stopped talking. If it dragged on any longer, all these people would swarm all over us and it would be too late to leave. Most of the deserted people froze in place, watching Lu Ping and the others leave and move back to their original places. However, there was also a very small portion that had a fierce look on their faces and followed closely. As they got farther and farther away from the city, that procession also became even larger as it absorbed the wandering famers. If it weren't for the fact that no one wanted to be the first to go and cheapen the process, they would have rushed up long ago. You guys take this? Pad your bellies first. Lu Qi asked for almost half of the salted fish slices and handed them to Miao Jiming and Wei Shi. Thanks a lot. Miao Jiming took the salted fish slice, swallowed his saliva, and forced himself to resist the desire to stuff it into his mouth as he tried to tear the salted fish slice into 2 pieces. However, with the prolonged starvation, he was basically out of breath, and even the hand that was cupping the salted fish fillet was trembling violently just by raising it. Your Excellency, I'll do this kind of small thing. Wei Shi saw Miao Jiming's movements and gently took the salted fish slice and split it into 2 halves. The rest, all for you to eat. Miao reached out his hand and took the smaller portion in Wei Shi's hand. Don't be too busy to reject it first. You should have seen those deserted people in the back as well. You and I both know that they'll do anything for food. So you need to eat a lot. A little bit of energy to get back is a little bit of energy. And if they come charging up, we have to hold out at least until their pickup comes. Wei Shi listened and nodded. After all, since the other side were all about to rebel, and this batch of iron was also very important, they would definitely send someone to meet them, and the number of people would not be too small. But looking at the increasingly large group behind him, Miao Jiming was still a little tight in his heart, and he forced himself to speed up his steps and asked Lu Qi, Righteous, may I ask how many men you picked up? 1 person, but there's still the Iron Mountain Divine General. We'll be there soon as well. Don't worry, Lu Qi replied. What? There's only 2 of them? And 1 is a general. You guys, aren't you trying to rebel? Why are there only so many of you? Miao Jiming yelled with wide eyes. Incredulously, Lu Qi hurriedly denied. Who said we're going to rebel? You can't say that nonsense. Rebellion, that's a head-killing offense. Undeterred, Miao pursued. Then why are you looking for readers? Oh, Immortal Sovereign told me to look for the readers. As for why, we don't know, Lu Qi replied. Oh, Immortal Monarch. Immortal Monarch? Miao only felt that the sky had collapsed. What he thought was the head of the righteous who rebelled against the court was actually a con man who recruited under the guise of a god. He read the 4 books and 5 classics, since he does not believe in the existence of any immortal Buddha, but can also understand the name of the gods and goddesses to pull people's hearts since there is nothing wrong. But that so-called whatever Iron Mountain God General, I am afraid that he was deceived by the so-called immortal laws and thought that he was an ordinary person who was invulnerable to swords and spears, and since it wasn't for the purpose of rebellion, it was still waving around under the guise of an immortal monarch, and its mind was self-evident. It's not like history is without its share of people relying on deception as a way to enjoy power. I didn't think I'd ever look away. Hey, might as well lie down and die outside the city. We're getting there. Just as Miao began to doubt his life, Lu Ping's voice came from his ears. So what if they arrive? Just 2 people. Can they still take care of those starving people in the back? No, what's going on? Niao looked at the scene in front of him and froze. In the distance, there was a dense jungle, full of weeds, so different from its blighted surroundings that it was eerily like it had been set into the world. This damn place. Obviously it hasn't rained for months. Even the river has dried up. Where is the water source for these plants to grow? Besides, if there had been such a good place, the deserted people outside the city would have run to this place long ago, gnawing on the bark of the trees. Niao was stunned. At that moment, there was a commotion coming from the group of famers behind them, causing Lu Ping and the others to raise their swords in their hands. Wary, the crowd dispersed in both directions, and out stepped a man with a scarred face, his body thin and curved, his fingers long and skinny, as sharp as eagle's claws, and a grim smile at the corner of his mouth. He held his hand up and walked towards Lu Qi and the others. I came here wanting to make a deal with you. His voice was hoarse, like fingernails scratching on a chalkboard, making it incredibly uncomfortable. Don't you have 2 sheep? Just give us 1. That's what we've negotiated. How about just 1 sheep and we'll leave right away? No, never give it to him. Niao's heart tightened. It might just be swindling them, if they had really handed over a sheep. Those starving people were hesitant to come forward before because they were throwing in the towel. Or maybe they really just want a head. But if this goat is handed over, they will never be satisfied and will only want more, like wolves that smell blood and bite up hard. By then maybe none of them will be able to walk out. But it couldn't be rejected outright. Then they just charge up and the result would be the same. The best thing to do was to stall. But alas, he had only just joined in and couldn't make a decision at all. And he couldn't say it outright. Niao looked at Lu Qi with a worried expression and secretly prayed. Don't ever agree. Even if it's just an outright refusal, that's fine. Seeing that Lu Qi had been pondering, the man squeezed out a few tears and sadly knelt down, crawling towards Lu Qi prostrate. It was even then a knee and a kowtow. If you can't, just give us some food. Your Honor, please, we were just ordinary people. But it's been a bad year, and the God of Thieves doesn't give us any rain. We don't want to be like this. His voice was so sad that it provoked sympathy. Listening to this, Lu Qi and other people's hearts are also not taste. They were not like this before. Only Niao Jiming, who had been watching from the sidelines, vaguely felt that something wasn't quite right. Too close. This guy is definitely disturbed. Righteousness, be careful. Niao quickly opened his mouth to warn. The scarred man cried out. Having slowly approached Lu Qi, hearing Niao's reminder, he realized that this was his only chance. With a condensed expression, the scarred man violently leaned down and pulled out a sharp broken blade from his waist, stabbing straight towards Lu Qi's left arm. Got it! Before the scarred man could show his face with joy, his abdomen suddenly suffered a heavy punch. The broken blade in his hand fell off, and his whole body collapsed on the ground without moving. Weisher closes his fist. After seeing the vicious color in the scarred man's eyes, he felt that this person must be a sinister and cunning person, so he secretly defended himself on the side. Yet the danger was not lifted. The ranks of that starving people exploded violently. They actually dared to kill someone. Fine, since we're not willing to give anything, we'll just rob it. This is all because they forced us. Brothers, let's go together and avenge that brother who spoke for us. Kill them and the stuff is ours. That's right, they forced it. Slaughter them, take the sheep and divide it equally among the group. All have meat to eat. Go on. Driven by those who had the heart to do so, the eyes of those starving people became red and stared at the 2 sheep. Kill, kill. Holding up an assortment of sharp debris they had picked up halfway across the room, they trudged across the floor, their arms flailing wildly as they ran out of energy. Living like a horde of zombies in a sci-fi movie, there was no justice involved, and naturally they did not know the fallen man, but merely wanted a peace of mind. That scholar, you take these things and go first. Lu Qi stared at the arriving famers with a grave expression and said to Miao Jiming, they can die, but the readers the immortal lord wants must be brought back. As long as the immortal monarch was around, their children and brothers would always be able to live in that immortal realm, so even if it meant death, they would fulfill the immortal monarch's mandate, even if it's just a thoughtless remark. In fact, if they only cared about their own safety, they were completely able to run away. After all, what was in front of them were just some starving people who were about to starve to death, and they could not run away from them. But the utensils, and the sheep, would certainly not be brought back. That big guy, do you know how to use a sword? Pillar swallowed and asked Wei Shi. It's slightly inferior to a lance, Wei Shi said. That's good. Pillar quickly took off his leather boots and handed them and his wooden sword to Wei Shi. These are for you to use. They're purely wasted on me. Wooden swords, leather boots. What's all this? What good can it do? Never mind. A wooden sword is at least a weapon. It's better than bare hands. Wei Shi took that wooden sword and looked at the slowly approaching famers with a stern look on his face. Boots on too. Quick! Wei Shi was a bit impatient, but since the pillar was staring him dead in the face, he could only do as he was told. But these boots, they're so small, you can't fit in them yourself. However, when his foot approached that boot, something unimaginable to him happened. The boot violently grew larger and wrapped Wei Shi's foot firmly. What is this? Wei Shi could not care less about the great enemy and asked in shock. Lu Qi said from the side with a complicated expression. This is a self-defense magic weapon left by the immortal monarch for us. But pillar, what about you? My life isn't worth much anyway. Maybe if the immortal lord sees how valiant I am, he'll even let me throw myself into the house of a rich and powerful person? Pillar said with a loud laugh as if he didn't care, but his legs were already shaking to a sieve. Pillar picked up the broken blade that the scarred man had dropped as a weapon, a foul odor coming from the blade. Damn! It's dripping with gold juice. The pillar's expression became twisted, and Wei Shi, who was on the side, discreetly said to the pillar, I, Wei Shi, accept this favor. Immortal monarch o eunuch, it looks like we've really come to an extraordinary place. Wei Shi only sighed in his heart for a moment before raising his wooden sword and looking ahead. All he had to do was to do everything possible to slow down these starving people. Miao Jiming's mouth was as if it contained rust, and every time he accompanied his breath, there was a strong taste of blood. His feet were already heavy as if they had been filled with lead, and his consciousness was slowly blurring. But he didn't dare to stop and bit down hard on his tongue. The intense pain accompanied by the strong smell of blood filled his mind, and Miao was barely awake. He could no longer feel if he was still holding the rope in his hand, and his only awareness was to run forward. With the green line getting closer and closer, a figure finally appeared in his already blurred vision. He's arrived. Back there. Go. Save them. When he saw the person, Miao couldn't hold on any longer, and after spitting out a few blood bubbles, he fainted. Lu De rushed over to catch Miao Jiming's body and slowly placed it on the ground. Suddenly, the ground shook, and when he looked back, the Iron Mountain God General who had been sitting in place in a daze stood up, his eyes becoming red as deep rubies. Wisdom was now enough for him to understand what was happening. The villagers they were guarding were being attacked. Iron Mountain was enraged. He squeezed out of the world and charged furiously in the direction Miao had come from. Lu De saw that the body of the Iron Mountain God General, who was running out furiously, had been glowing with a red light. Watch out! Wei Shi slashed the famer in front of him with his sword, turned around and kicked another famer who was intent on sneaking up on the pillar, sending him flying backwards. The famer fell heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spurting out of his mouth, and after struggling for a while he did not move. Licking his dry and cracked lips, Pillar gasped for air and looked at Wei Shi gratefully, nodding slightly to show his appreciation. From the time he had just tangled with these hungry people until now, he had no strength to speak. These starving people are incredibly difficult to deal with, knowing that their own and other people's endurance and also their speed is no match for Lu Qi and others, and they simply don't tangle with them. Directly, he chased after Miao. There's no way to pull off a fight, and even if they wound and kill a few people, they won't stop, regardless of the people around them. Lu Qi and others can only hold the sword to meet up, fight until now, also lay a lot of hungry people, but simply a fraction. There are simply too many hungry people. Pillar looked at the almost tattered clothing of Lu Qi and the others, especially Wei Shi who was almost topless, and felt guilty. His clothes were intact of all of them, pretty much just a few scratches. After giving his boots as well as his wooden sword to Wei Shi, his weapon was too short to defend. Also for this reason, Lu Qi and the others also vaguely protected the pillar in the very center, holding firm on the periphery. At first it was easy to cope with, but the starving people kept coming, and even a man of iron could not cope with it. Luckily, the immortal monarch had gifted them with immortal weapons that were able to withstand some of the damage, or else they wouldn't have been able to support themselves long ago. But the bad thing was that they were surrounded by starving people, and their strength was almost exhausted. Just then, something even more desperate happened. The boots suddenly exploded and disappeared without a trace. Ha ha ha, killed so many of us, the sheep are gone. You guys don't want to run away. Just take you for your debt. Stay and go into your grandfather's stomach. Those famers laughed madly, recklessly sizing up Lu Qi and the others. Can't wait any longer. Keep up. I'll charge up and kill a bloody path for you. A trace of determination flashed in Wei Shi's eyes as he squeezed these words out of his throat. Good. Lu Qi didn't make any pretense and hissed. In the battle just now, if it wasn't for Wei Shi's excellent martial arts, they would have been overrun long ago, and he didn't want to give up if possible. But right now, without the immortal weapon to protect their bodies, all of them would die if they didn't. Take care of my family's son. Wei Shi looked at Lu Qi and said solemnly. It wasn't until Lu Qi nodded his head that he put his heart down. From the boots that were able to withstand the blade of the sword to the wooden sword whose sharpness was comparable to that of an iron sword, Wei Shi could also see it. That immortal ruler, even if he is not a god, is also some Taoist wonders, although some foolish, unconstrained, actually confident enough to send only these few people, but he had protected his household goods, and as long as these people went back and remembered a part of him, and left themselves, the male would not be bullied by the people in that fortress. I wonder if when Gongzi wakes up and realizes I'm gone, he'll hide in the corner of the wall and secretly wipe his tears just like he did when he was a child? Ha ha! The corner of Wei Shi's mouth hooked slightly, and in the next second, his eyes instantly became sharp. Kill! Wei Shi burst out, draining the last ounce of his body's strength and charging straight up against those sharp weapons. Rumble rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to shake slightly and with increasing frequency. Those starving people surrounding them were already exhausted, and with the violent earthquake, many of them planted themselves on the ground with left and right shakes. An earthquake? Wei Shi was overjoyed and was about to take this opportunity to rush straight out. Unexpectedly, that earthquake was just like a hissing beast, and it actually hardened Wei Shi and shook him to the ground. Monster! It's a monster! Just then, all the starving people in front of Wei Shi showed horror on their faces, struggling to get up, falling on their heels at the hindrance of the strong earthquake, and slumping on the ground again and squirming forward desperately. Don't kill me! Run! What a monster! Wei Shi jerked his head around to look, his breath escaping violently. What a scene that was! A blood-soaked, 3-meter-tall creature with a glowing red body and long, redundant arms waving rapidly at an extremely fast speed. Before the down-famers could crawl out a few steps, they were viciously thrown into the sky and fell to the ground as rag dolls. Some unlucky people's hands, if they happened to dodge a little, the arm touched, directly slapped into pieces. Like hell. It was all pleas and screams, with bits of limbs scattered on the ground. After seeing the tragic situation of Lu Qi and the others, Taishan was truly enraged and showed no more mercy to these creatures that looked so much like his own villagers. Quick! Run! Wei Shi, his face terrified, shouted towards Lu Qi and the others. If it had been a tough guy on the other side, he would have had the guts to go up and fight with him, but as soon as the creature came closer, he could tell at a glance that the color of the body, coupled with the movement, made it clear that it was almost entirely made of iron. Then again, looking at that ferocious movement, going up there himself would just be adding one more human life to that monster. Why don't you guys run? Run! Wei Shi shouted anxiously. Don't worry. Pillar sat straight down on the ground, looking adoringly at the moving tall figure. That's the Iron Mountain Divine General under the Immortal Monarch. Even if they knew beforehand that the Iron Mountain God General was very powerful, this was like twisting an ant, but it still stunned them and even scared them a little. Is this what they call a divine general? Wei Shi was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the war machine that was killing indiscriminately. Those ferocious famers were all so easily disposed of. The screams for mercy gradually disappeared, and Taishan, whose body was dyed red, stood on top of the red soil and turned his head to look at Wei Shi, and the wooden sword in his hand. Himself. Will die. You can't fight back. You'll die. Staring at the coldly red eyes, Wei Shi's strength in his hand gave out, and the wooden sword fell off, planting itself on the ground. Iron Mountain God General. He's with us. Pillar hastily shouted from the sidelines. Taishan nodded and walked towards Lu Qi and the others. However, that blood-covered appearance still made Lu Qi and the others slightly scared, and all of this was seen in the eyes of Taishan. It rubbed its head, pondered for a while, and changed into red Yume people in its hands, gently walked over and gave them to Lu Qi and the others one by one. It was the best way he could think of to show kindness. Of course, Wei Shi was directly bypassed by Taishan. After the Iron Mountain God General approached, Lu Qi was keenly aware of it. There were slight cracks in the originally smooth body, and the red light was still flickering, only obscured by the color of the blood. After delivering that Yume to them, Taishan took a few steps back, and after being some distance away from a few people, he turned around in front to look at them. Divine General Taishan, you are planning to send us back? Lu Qi asked. Iron Mountain nodded. Taishan was not comfortable if these villagers were not under his watch. Let's go. It's time for us to meet the Immortal Lord, Lu Qi said to Wei Shi. Wei Shi swallowed hard. Immortal Monarch? Even the gods are so brave. That Immortal Monarch, what kind of might would he be? Bai Li returned to Lu Jia village, only to see Lu Dishi and another Zhang Jia village man standing at the door, holding 2 cows in their hands, quietly waiting. That Zhangjia village Bai Li recognized was the magnificent uncle who had navigated himself to Liujia village that day. But that uncle, it looks like the expression on his face when he used to be punished to stand outside. At this time, Lu Dishi sighed. Don't worry, Immortal Lord Bai won't eat anyone. Relax. Lu Dishi smiled and patted that uncle's shoulder. Comforting. When the Immortal Monarch comes in a while, do as I say. If you're worried about saying the wrong thing, say less. I'll add it for you. Zhang Chuyi nervously kneaded the holding rope in his hand and said, "Understood. I should have known better than to wander around the village," he thought to himself. Since the last time he escorted Bai Li to the Lu family village, he had accidentally gotten lost in the village himself, and as a result, before half an hour had passed, the entire village knew about it. Just because of this side of the story, he enjoyed the thrill of the stars so hard that even the guys who usually didn't see eye to eye with him kept their heads down and hid in the crowd, listening to himself tell the story of how he and the immortal king met and what happened. He said it himself over and over again, only to feel that the more he said it, the more energized he became, and the villagers were not tired of listening to him. It also brings up earlier episodes with people who come after them, and when Lu Dishi ran to their village and said that the immortal monarch was going to requisition their village's cattle, it was not the village headman or the owner of that cattle who was chosen by the villagers as their representative. Instead, it was him. At first, when Zhang Chuyi learned of this heavenly good news, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep the whole night, so he spent the whole night rehearsing what he should say and what he should do after he met up with immortal monarch Bai again. Until the day dawned, he was confident and only felt that his divine power had been realized, and he could immediately pick up whatever Bai Li said. Even up until now, he had been reviewing, just waiting for the immortal monarch to arrive, so that he could perfectly fulfill the task his own village head had given him. Coming, Lu Dishi squared his shoulders and whispered a reminder. Ha! Zhang Chuyi hurriedly raised his head and saw Bai Li as well as Lu Er who were slowly walking towards them not far away. Uncle, we meet again. Bai Li smiled and greeted Zhang Gaoi. Heretic Zhang Chuyi has met Mr. Bai. Zhang Chuyi panicked and arched his hand. Where is there any semblance of bravado left? He slightly lowered his head and said, last time, it was the grass people who overstepped their bounds, not knowing the identity of the gentleman, and lost their etiquette. Please forgive me, sir. According to Lu Dishi, this was what he had learned from secretly observing the immortal monarch, who preferred the actions they did. Your Excellency saved everyone in Zhangjia village. We are unable to repay you, so I hope that you will accept this ox. Watching the older man he remembered as a brash and enthusiastic man who couldn't stop talking along the way, he was constrained to admit his mistake. Bailey's smile stiffened a bit as he froze, then with a slight imperceptible sigh, he asked, okay, what do you guys want? Seeing that Bai Li was willing to accept the cow, Zhang Chuyi was overjoyed and quickly waved his hand and said, no, sir's kindness, a cow is not enough to repay. How dare I continue to bother sir? The water thing? There is no need to trouble sir. Just ask to be able to grant our village people to Lujia village to fetch water on the line. On the way here, Zhang He had specifically instructed Zhang Chuyi that if this cow was given away, he couldn't ask for a single thing to go back. This white immortal has just descended to the mortal world, and although their village is no match for Lu's village, they can at least get some favors. Now that the immortal monarch was bound by mortal dust and needed something mortal, this was a rare opportunity. It was also an opportunity for their village, as long as they could mix it up with immortal Lord Bai, so that he would have some impression of their village, they would be satisfied. This was also the reason why he would be sent here, and Zhang He had instructed him for a long time that day. Naturally, Bai Li nodded. Then, seeing that Zhang Chuyi stopped talking, Bai Li knew that he had to open his mouth to kick people out. If there's nothing else, you guys should go back first. Yes, Grasshopper excuses himself. Zhang Chuyi arched his hand and laughed, his heart thumping. Great. He had managed to fulfill the village chief's wishes and even spoke to the immortal monarch once again. Great. Bai Li signaled Lu Er to hold that cow and said, Lu Er, take this cow back and help me raise it. This cow, Bai Li actually didn't really want it. After all, it was too troublesome to keep compared to the cattle that were bred, eating and pooping again. And IQ is not low, so I can't say that it's harmful to consider taking it out for a walk, but then it had to be collected. These days down the line, Bai Li's heart had also come to a realization. He really is different than he used to be. Good. Lu Er nodded his head and walked over to lead that cow on. Village chief, is there anything else you want? Looking at the motionless Lu Dishi, Bai Li asked suspiciously. Duke Bai. Earlier the people from the Zhang family village said that Wang Er from the Wang family village is preparing to rebel and is gathering people from the nearby villages. Do you think we? Lu Dishi said carefully. At the end, Lu Dishi added. I heard that it was the people from the imperial court who robbed their village's seed grain, not to mention that they tried to arrest people to the Yamen afterwards to punish them. The people of Wangjia village really had no choice but to fight off those government officials. Is a Changcheng official's head so hard? Hearing Lu Dishi's words, Bai Li was speechless. Even he knows that growing food is the life of a farmer. I'd rather starve than eat seed grain. Forced to force the tax also even if, and now even planting grain dare to rob. Pressure is not intended to stay. He played the game. The big tailwind no have to let the opposite side a few big head. Give the opposite side some sweet. lest the other side cannot hold on directly surrender. Good guy. That Chengcheng governor broke all three ways and pushed straight to the crystal. With natural disasters unavoidable and even man-made ones, it's no wonder there were so many peasant revolts. Bailey shook his head. In these villages, most of the people in the village are related by blood, and even the head of the village is their matriarch. These government officials have been forcibly collecting taxes everywhere, making the people's lives unbearable. The people in the village had long hated it with a passion, and could not wait for someone to take the lead and be able to take the heat for them. Even if they didn't join in, they were not likely to sue the royal court. Moreover, the Whitewater King Tua. That means it's the end of the apocalypse and the peasants' revolt is about to officially begin. Let's not get involved in this matter, Bai Li said. Right now, his own Lu village is just starting to develop, and he has not prepared any leather armor or crossbow or anything, not to mention that they are all peasants who farm the land. It's not wise to start a conflict with the court. It would be a big loss if their own villagers were accidentally cut down a few. Upon hearing this, Lu Dishi was also relieved. They now had enough to eat and water to drink, so they naturally didn't want to start a conflict with the imperial court. However, if the immortal lord decreed that they should follow, Lu Dishi would also immediately arrange for the men of the village to follow. After all of this is now bestowed by the immortal emperor. As for that faraway emperor old man, and he doesn't care about rice, Bai Li asked, when do Wang Er and the others plan to revolt? Tomorrow. The exact hour was not said. Lu Dishi replied. I see. You go back first. Let me think about it. Bai Li waved his hand. Yes, Lu Dishi answered and then turned to leave. This was a good opportunity. After all, his village lacked everything. It was empty, and the only ones who had been transferred were farmers. Bai Li wanted to gather all the villager professions all together. Follow the uprising? It is impossible. Why not take advantage of the chaos? Go to rob, and save a few blacksmiths, carpenters and so on can work, but it's not as simple as just having to defend against a few bandits. The city will be very chaotic by then, and you'll have to find someone who's quick and can still fight to go. But there are only a few people on their own hands right now, and almost none of them are suitable. There's still a shortage of people. Bai Li lamented in his heart. Lu Qi and the others haven't come back yet either. Forget it, let's grow the giant mushrooms first. Let's go. Lu Er, I'll show you something fun, Bai Li said, taking Lu Er all the way to the side of Bai Li's house. Bai Li thought for a moment, first down, dug 2 compartments, then poured a bucket of water, wanting to plant the red mushrooms. Naturally, he failed. How about that red mushroom that can't be planted? Sure enough, his current one was not the ancient version of the previous one, and was already considered old. Bailey helplessly put away the grated water. If you want to plant directly on it, you'll need ashed soil or mycelial soil. However, the ashed earth is still good and can be obtained by finding redwood forests. The only downside is that it can't be assimilated into the surrounding earth. As for mycelial soil, don't even think about it. It's possible to assimilate clods, but after all, that stuff is only found on Mushroom Island. Whether or not you can assimilate the world into a mushroom island in your own place is one aspect. The other, you have to find the sea first to have an island. It seems the only way to do that is through a little more trouble. Bailey first dug out 2 compartments of earth cubes on the ground, put one on the edge of one, stood in, held up a torch, covered his head with the earth cubes, and buried himself in the earth. After artificially creating an environment of complete darkness, Bailey tried to plant the red mushroom in his hand. This time, it went well. It's a done deal. With a triumphant smile, Bailey cracked the earth cube above his head, reached upward, grabbed the edge of the block, and went up with a push. The real world, then, is much more flexible than in the game, and you don't have to specifically dig through that grid of squares to get up here. Lu Er, stay away from me now. A smile appeared at the corner of Bai Li's mouth as he shouted, I'm going to start. Remove the bone meal from your backpack and stand on the edge so you don't get stuck and bleed out from the giant mushrooms that are generated. Use. As several bone dusts were consumed, a giant red mushroom instantly rose up and surrounded Bai Li. Boss, are you okay? Lu Er's nervous questioning voice came into the tightly closed mushroom room, which seemed a bit dull. Bai Li touched the mushroom cap. It was very soft. He thought about it and said to Lu Er outside, It's okay, Lu Er, try to see if you can plow through this mushroom. Yes. Soon the mushroom room in front of them was plowed through a large one-man gap. Bai Li drilled out of it sharply, showing off towards Lu Er in a godly manner. How about that? Is your boss any good? Look at the size of this mushroom. Awesome. Boss, can I touch this mushroom? I've never seen such a big mushroom before. Lu Er stared at the huge mushroom and couldn't move his eyes. Sure. Feel free. Looking at Lu Er, who was curiously groping around the giant mushrooms, Bai Li seemed to be back in the old days, when he brought his best friend into the pit. They're the same way. They're so curious about everything, they can play with even a button for half a day. Sure enough, my world should be played together, but it's the bone meal that is consumed a bit more. And in the old days, when you grew it by the bucket method, the bone meal was almost enough for one. It's like now, all 4 of them are used. However, the bone powder that he had gotten from trading with the villagers before now had almost a set of more than one. So feel free to use it. It didn't hurt at all. Suddenly, an idea popped into Bai Li's mind. Wait a minute, this mushroom, I think it's considered a crop, so is it possible for farmers to grow it? If it succeeds, won't the house thing be solved? Although the generated mushroom room is 3 times 3 at the maximum, but the modern, university dormitory is just a little bit bigger than this. If you are in the north, Guangzhou and Shenzhen, there are houses of this size. What's more, in ancient times, it was good enough for those fleeing the famine to have a shelter from the wind and rain. Also, it seems cool if you have a village made of mushrooms. What's it called? Mushroom source? Wouldn't it be a mobile food source as well as a tent camp if the farmer could also carry around bone meal, as well as red mushrooms, and grow a mushroom house whenever he wanted, as well as fight red mushrooms? It's awesome to think about. Yes, it can, and it's totally worth it. Lu Air, go to the village and bring a villager with a straw hat on his head. Bai Li was a bit excited. He couldn't wait to command Lu Air. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Air heard the excitement in Bai Li's tone and immediately dropped the giant mushroom and darted towards the village. This speed, it's getting faster and faster, Bai Li said with a smile. Then he planted another mushroom following the steps he had just taken and climbed out of the pit. Then Bailey took out his workbench and synthesized the stone shovel. Controlled experiments to test whether farmers could use shovels to dig and bury themselves temporarily, as well as grow mushrooms. Test if you can grow red mushrooms first, otherwise the later steps will be a waste of time. Now we just have to wait for Lu Air to bring the peasants over. At that moment, Bailey felt the soles of his feet begin to vibrate slightly. It should be the movement of Iron Mountain. With that head of his, he has to make a jolt when he walks. Finally came back. Great. With the iron, you can make the crossbow first. Face those bandits as well as the soldiers. Can be considered to have the power of a battle. Bailey looked around and soon saw the figures of Tai Shan and the others. But at that moment, Bailey's good mood was instantly gone, and his face became ironic down. Iron Mountain covered in cracks. And his villagers, especially Lu Ping who was able to redeem the watermelon seeds, almost all of them were covered in wounds, to the point of oozing blood, and their clothes were cut to shreds. Who did this? For the first time since Bailey came to this world, he felt anger. Boom! The weather, which was still sunny, was instantly covered with dark clouds, and the sky seemed to have been torn open with a huge mouth, with lightning cutting through the sky as if a divine dragon was dancing in the sky. Deafening thunder rolled in as if the gods were angry, and the rain poured down, instantly drowning the land in a world of water. Gale force winds began to howl through this world, signaling the world's wrath. At the edge of the world, countless animals escaped in a panic. The carnivores no longer fighting each other and killing each other to hunt the smaller animals that had also escaped. They simply stood on the parched ground and looked out over the world. It was once again raining heavily in and around Lu's village. Only no one was happy about it. The people of Zhangjia village walked out of the door and looked at the bizarre scene in horror. In the distant sky, a clear line of demarcation appeared, that flashed with thunder and lightning, as well as pouring down torrential rain. The direction of that location, the people of Zhangjia village all remembered. And that was naturally where Immortal Emperor Bai was. Immortal Lord White, furious, completely different from the dead silence of the outside world. The emerald green forest within the world was full of beautiful flowers of various colors, emitting a burst of fragrance. Large, hard-working, lovely bees were picking honey from the flowers, and there were a few white chicks wandering around casually. Weeds grew unchecked all over the place, and every now and then you could see hares hiding among them. Every time Iron Mountain landed, there was a rustle from the surrounding trees, startling a flock of birds that swirled in the air. This is a world that hosts animals that have escaped and they survive in this peaceful world along with the creatures in it. Wei Shi viewed the amazing world in amazement. Is this the means of that immortal monarch? No wonder it can be called an immortal by these people. My own son is saved. He looked towards the unconscious Miao Jiming who was being held by the baby, in Tai Shan's arms, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Thanks to his own son calling that god general over in time, otherwise perhaps none of their bones would be left. However, the Duke's body was already weak, and coupled with prolonged starvation and a desperate run, his breath had become a little weak. Sir, you must hang in there. Thinking of this, Wei Shi asked towards Lu Qi with some anxiety. Righteousness, how much longer do we have to reach the village? Just one more turn ahead and we'll be there, Lu Qi said, glancing at Wei Shi who had a worried look on his face, and comforted. Don't worry, the immortal monarch is a good god. not scary at all, and usually very gentle, so there's no need to be so scared. Your son is a scholar. The immortal monarch won't make things difficult for you. Understood. Wei Shi nodded. Look, that village up ahead. That's our village. Lu Ping pointed at that village in the distance and said to Wei Shi, great, it's finally here. Wei Shi was finally relieved when he suddenly saw a square straw hat appear on Lu Ping's head. Ah, this thing is the straw hat given to me by the immortal monarch. It's powerful. Not many people in my village have it, and I'm the first one in my village to have it. Oh. Lu Ping raised his hand unconcernedly to touch the straw hat, but he accidentally tugged on the wound and frowned slightly. I haven't said anything just by looking at it. Wei Shi was speechless. Alright, first send these iron weapons to Immortal Sovereign, then you can show off your straw hat, Lu Qi said. Hearing his second brother's blunt words, Lu Ping defended. Second brother, I didn't. I just think the sun is too hot to shine, so I'm shading myself from the sun. Ha, why has the sky suddenly gotten darker? Pillar said, suddenly puzzled. Just as the pillar was talking, the sky instantly became completely dark, with only a little bit of bright light still coming through in the distance. The crowd rushed to look up, only to see that the sky, which was still a bright sunny day, was instantly covered in dark clouds, and thunder and lightning were like thunder dragons traveling between the clouds. Without any cushion, the dense, bean-sized rain swooped right down on them. The immediate sight was completely obscured by the torrential rain, and the thunder dragon kept flipping around in the world, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Tai Shan walked behind the crowd and drew out a hand, gently gathering a few people together, his body slowly leaning forward and raising an arm, signaling Lu Qi and the others to hide under his body. Many thanks, Divine General. Lu Qi and the others hurriedly arched their hands and replied. What he had in his arms was a reader, what his master needed to protect. Lu Qi and the others were villagers they had to guard and needed to be protected. Tai Shan cocked his head and looked toward Wei Shi, who was standing in place outside in the rain. Creatures that look like their own villagers. Harmless, help the villagers, cute, protectable. He thought for a moment and gently took it under him as well. Seeing the terrifying God General stretching his hand towards him, Wei Shi subconsciously took half a step back, finally realizing that the God General just wanted him to take shelter from the rain. Wei Shi raised his head and happened to meet Iron Mountain's line of sight. He hesitated for a moment and said, thank you, Iron Mountain God General. Tai Shan smashed his eyes at the words and cocked his head, touching Wei Shi's head with his hand and handing him a yume. In his eyes, these creatures that resembled the villagers were also all cute as long as they didn't harm their own villagers. It can be ranked second. No, third in his heart. Iron Mountain moved his head again and decided that he had to be fair and stuffed everyone in the room with a flower. Well, that includes the unconscious Mio. This rain, why is it suddenly pouring? Obviously it was a sunny day last second? Wei Shi complained loudly. He didn't pay the slightest attention to the miserable and scared expressions of the two brothers Lu Qi and Lu Ping, as well as the columns and others who were vaguely guessing and nervous. With a howling wind, in the midst of the lightning and thunder, and under the light of barely spaced flashes of lightning, they saw that dark shadows were approaching them rapidly from the direction of the village. Each time the lightning flashed, the dark figure's position appeared closer to them at a speed far beyond normal. That's, before Wei Shi could finish his sentence, Lu Qi rushed to stop him as he fearfully returned. It's Immortal Emperor. Their father used to tell them about it, that the sky was falling, but words were totally inadequate to describe that greatness. But they also learned that the divine abilities of immortal monarchs were capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Immortal Emperor? Could it be that he's angry with them? When the figure came closer, they finally saw clearly that it was Immortal Lord Bai. Bai stood in the middle of the rain curtain. The wind howled, but could not touch the corner of his clothes. The rain poured down, but could not leave any traces on its body. Under the terrified gazes of Lu Qi and the others, Bai Li asked, "Who did this to you?" His tone was calm and there was no expression of anger on his face. However, the terrifyingly incomparable, apocalyptic sky color behind Immortal Monarch Bai was enough to see the mood of the Immortal Monarch at this time. Under that strong invisible pressure, Lu Qi kneeled down sharply, and along with Pillar and the others, they also knelt down in unison, burying their heads into the moist soil. Oh, my God, I've seen a real fairy. Gulp. Wei Shi couldn't help but secretly kneel and cower behind Lu Qi and the others. His mouth was dry but he still couldn't stop swallowing his saliva. At this moment, Wei Shi was even a little envious of his unconscious male son. He secretly turned his head and helplessly stole a glance at Lu Qi, his eyes full of innocence. Where's the promised moderation? It's not like you're lying to the honest people. Lu Qi forced himself to hold back his panic and bit down hard on his tongue. The stinging sensation pulled him out of his fear reluctantly as he replied in a hurry. Reporting back to Immortal Monarch, we encountered the Famers on our way back. There were too many of them on the other side. In order to hold them back, we were accidentally surrounded by the famers. Fortunately, the Iron Mountain Divine General arrived in time, so we were able to save our lives. Bai Li asked, "Where are those starving people now?" "Dead," Lu Qi said. Bai Li's aura drained as he then asked, "All gone?" "Yes, all of them were taken out by the Iron Mountain God General, Lu Jin, worthy of being an Iron Golem." This fighting strength was so strong that not a single one was let go. Well, it's okay, it's acceptable. It was only then that Bai Li's fire dissipated a bit. The opposite side was completely destroyed and the villagers were injured, so it was considered even. He's still a bit protective. But starving people, they can't crack the Iron Mountain, can they? Wait, if Lu Qi and the others hadn't had time to get inside the world yet, there was a real possibility that Tai Shan would have just rushed out. Maybe that was when the blood was withheld. After all, the Iron Golem has an iron brain and dares to fight anything and go anywhere. He hadn't seen the beam batch of iron golems submerged in water too often. Tai Shan, Bai Li looked toward the dumbfounded Iron Head and instructed worriedly, "If there's a lake in the future and someone falls into the water, don't rush to save them, just call the others over. Understand? Gotta get this out of the way before I turn around and forget about it." Iron Mountain nodded nervously. At some point, the thunder stopped and the wind slowly calmed down, with only sporadic drizzle dripping down from the sky. "Immortal Monarch, that doesn't make you angry?" "Immortal Monarch, the immortal boots you bestowed upon us have all dissipated," Lu Qi said carefully. "How much durability can a leather boot fished out of the water have? And being able to bail out the next person is about as far as he can go. Alright, all of you get up. The purpose of that boot is supposed to be used to protect people. It's normal for it to break down. No need to take it to heart, and you guys did a pretty good job this time. Brought back so much iron. Sheep too, and a reader, albeit lying down." Looking at Lu Qi and the others who were drenched in soup, Bai Li took out the grilled fish from his backpack. "Split these up and eat them now. Keep going until you guys can't eat it all." In MC, it is possible to recover blood after using food to fill up the satiety level, but of course, this is limited to the food that Bai Li has made with his own hands. Roasted fish is too much, plus the campfire does not need to consume coal. Bai Li fishing ground at the same time. When the campfire is empty, immediately fill him up. There wasn't much else in the backpack right now, except for more grilled fish than I could eat. Lu Qi and the others took the grilled fish, which was still steaming hot and filled with aroma, and shared it, with happy expressions on their faces. What a delicious fish! They walked back to the village while eating the grilled fish in their hands. The first one who couldn't eat was the skinny pillar. "My wound, it itches." The pillar looked down, only to see that the wound scarred at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then fell off, revealing the newborn white skin. It's better. It's really fast. This fish, isn't it a divine fish in the sky? Seeing this, Lu Ping and the others looked at each other and accelerated their swallowing speed. Fairy fish. Ah, this is a rare opportunity. You have to eat more. After calming the terrified villagers, Bai Li led Lu Qi and the others to the side of the hut he had yet to build. There, Lu Er as well as Lu Wusan, and even then Lu Dishi stood quietly waiting. "Boss, are you alright?" Lu Er asked worriedly. "Is the mortal world still rejecting you? Is there anything physically uncomfortable?" "Don't worry, it's fine. What can I do?" Bai Li shook his head and said, "Don't worry about that. Go and lead the cows over." When the cow came over, Bai Li emptied the bucket of water and extracted the milk at the cow. He said to Iron Mountain, "Iron Mountain, you carry that guy over here." As Iron Mountain approached, a strange odor rushed to Bai Li's nose. In the end, they are barren people who can't even get enough to eat. They don't have the leisure to take care of themselves, and they'll get used to the stench anyway. Tai Shan, stop. Bai Li wrinkled his nose and called out to Tai Shan, "Put that man gently on the ground before you come over." His sense of smell was still normal, so naturally he couldn't stand the strange odor that was stronger than a garbage dump. Bai Li handed the bucket of milk to Tai Shan. Tai Shan was also able to hold it steadily, and Bai Li nodded, then said, "Go, feed him all the milk inside." Bai Li thought as he stared at Iron Mountain's large nose. "This nose is bigger than mine, how can it not smell that?" The man's face also began to fade back. One's future chief librarian, of sorts, was saved, and, surprisingly, there was a windfall. Then, Bai Li turned his gaze to Wei Shi on the side. On the way here, Bai Li had learned from Lu Qi that this guy's force value seemed to be quite high. This coincidence is not. He is just short of such a talent. For him to ching-chang inside the kidnapping a few people back, seeing the legendary immortal monarch staring at him, Wei Shi was 10,000% nervous. He had thought that with his skills, he should still be able to play a role in the village. But the immortal monarch in front of him, as well as the divine generals under his seat, which was not better than him, and for that reason, He was a little worried that he would be driven out of the village. Bai Li spoke. Wei Shi. Right. I want you to help me with something. Your Excellency, speak frankly. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Wei Shi kneeled down on one knee, made his hand as a respect, and said with determination, get on the road. See, that's what I call a warrior. I'm gonna raise a whole bunch of soldiers, and it's gonna be a great scene. Bai Li nodded with satisfaction and said, good, tomorrow there will be an uprising in Changchang, and I want you to go to the city and bring back some men, carpenters, blacksmiths, and bone setters, one of each. I'll give you a few things, and they'll naturally follow you when they see them. Wei Shi answered back, yes, Lu Ping, you go along too. Bai Li continued. Lu Ping replied, I know, it doesn't take too many hands to grab this thing, 2 would be about right, and, also, it could be armed a little more comprehensively. That leather, he's still fishing for some. After all, this uprising is no small-time affair. Bai Li took another look at the still unconscious Miao Jiming. It looks like it's going to take some time for him to wake up, so why don't we set up a place for him to stay first? It just so happens that the farmer is there to try and make a mushroom house. Lu Wusan, come here. Hearing Bai Li calling out to him, Lu Wusan winced. Before, when he was found by Lu Er and said that the immortal monarch needed him, Lu Wusan was very excited, but with the change in the weather just now, everyone in the village guessed that it was the white immortal monarch who was angry. Lu Wusan thought so too. Otherwise, why did the weather improve just as soon as Bai Xianjuan's anger subsided? In other words, the one he was facing now would not be the normally gentle white immortal monarch. Lu Wusan walked forward and asked, Mr. Bai, what are your orders? You take this bone powder and stand high in that pit first. Bai Li pointed to that pit and signaled. That pit. Bai Li was worried that the villagers might accidentally get stuck when the red mushrooms were being generated, so he dug another compartment down beside the pit. The pits generally present a trapezoidal shape. Lu Wusan walked over and stood in the pit, holding several plates of flattened bone powder in his hands. Next, follow the method you used to grow wheat before. Take the bone meal and try it out. And don't panic if anything happens later. Bai Li waited for Lu Wusan to get ready, then instructed, pay attention. Your head should never be stretched over, and your body should be curled up as much as possible. Yes, Mr. White. The red mushroom room rises straight out of the ground. Great, it worked. Mushroom Town is just around the corner. Bai Li instantly came to the spirit. To the command Tai Shan commanded, Tai Shan, you go to plan a 2-meter high, 1-meter wide exit. Remember to slow down, don't hurt people. After Tai Shan had shaved a 2-meter high square exit out of this mushroom, Bai Li then had Lu Wusan drill out. Playfully, Bai Li pulled out his workbench and created a wooden door as well as a notice board. He held a pocket-sized wooden door in his hand, waved his hand towards the vacancy, and the door flew out, instantly grew in size, and was firmly planted on the mushroom room. Of course, even if the mushroom room is gone, that wooden door won't fall down. Placing the notice board on the mushroom room, Bai Li's mind flashed and a row of text appeared on the board. Mushroom Town Primary Room, Whiteley Limited Edition. Well, this house will definitely have to appreciate in the future. Bai Li clapped his hands in satisfaction and said to Wei Shi, this house will be yours to live in from now on. After all, if you're working under me, you don't have a car, but you have to arrange a house first. You're such a good boss. Bai Li thought smugly. Is this, our house? Wei Shi stared at the red mushroom room. Even for him who was not afraid of death, at this moment, his nose was sore, and the corners of his eyes contained a hint of tears. He and his own male son had been uprooted, not to mention a place to live. They didn't even have enough to eat, and now they had their own house again. It wasn't just a house, a place for them to settle down. It was their roots, a place to belong, meaning they didn't have to drift anymore. Looking at Bai Li, who had a smile on his face and was looking at himself, Wei Shi took a sharp breath and held back his tears. He solemnly knelt on the ground and fiercely kowtowed 3 times. Wei Shi, thank you for taking in your son, this remnant of Wei Shi's body. Hand it over to your son to drive. This time, Bai Lian did not stop, heartily except, at the end, said, well, it's a small thing. You're also considered a member of the village now. Go and wash up properly first. Don't worry about anything else. Sleep well in peace at night. There's Tai Shan. He will protect you. After your body recovers, you will have the strength to go to work for me tomorrow. After saying that, he turned his head to Lu Dishi and continued, Village Chief, their meals will be arranged by you for the time being. By the way, take them to take a shower, change into new clothes, and start afresh. Yes, little man understands, Lu Dishi replied back. Then he walked to Wei Shi. Wei Shi, you come with me. Lu Qi and the others followed back to the village, including Lu Er. Only 2 people remained, Bai Li and Lu Wusan. Continuing with the experiment from earlier, Bailey realized that if a farmer held a shovel in his hand, it was possible to expend a lot of physical strength to shovel out the soil, but that soil would not shrink. It was still the size of a cubic meter. It was just cut away. This cubic cube, as soon as Bailey tapped that cube, it would shrink and fly into Bailey's backpack. And, more importantly, this grid of squares can be carried. Bailey tried placing a wooden stick underneath it, and Lu Wusan was also able to push it straight away, meaning that the cube Lu Wusan and the others had gotten out using their tools was a solid cube, and mushrooms have to be grown in complete darkness. Try again tonight, called Lu Wusan back and told him to come back at night. When the crowd had finished walking, Bailey looked at the sky, which had cleared up by now, and feigned anger. I'm angry now. No response? Looks like it has to be on for real. Bailey began to remember all the takeouts she had stolen, especially the one she had ordered with a voucher that had covered almost half of the cost of the meal. Cam, my takeout. However, even with this, the sky was half responsive. I really have nothing better to do than add to my problems, and the thought of it makes me angry. Bailey slowed down, and after calming down, he was filled with regret. Looks like you can't get a bug stuck. I was thinking of running out in the rain to fish for treasure. Better make the crossbow first. Bailey took those iron objects in his hands and squeezed them with his hands. It's a little soft, ripping that stick right out. Bailey pinched the iron into the shape of an ingot and placed it on the workbench, and grains of iron appeared on the right side, though in smaller quantities than 9. Then he used 2 sticks and tried to see if he could synthesize a shovel. Looking at the empty right side of the synthesis bar, he took the sticks out and synthesized the iron pellets. This synthesized iron particle, Bailey was unable to make it change its shape. Compare the size of the MC iron grains and snap out 9 pieces of iron on the iron. Then return more and more and knead them to match their size and shape. Next, Bailey attempted to synthesize an iron ingot using iron particles, and failed. It also seems that the card can't use this feature. Then Bailey tried to pull out the wooden stick and put it directly on the iron, which in turn could also directly generate iron particles. It seems to be the only way to go. Bailey had no choice but to generate iron particles and then synthesize them into iron ingots. 2 iron ingots were left behind to make scissors. Bailey thought again and redrew 2 blocks. This is intended to be used to repair Iron Mountain. Although as long as Iron Mountain doesn't run out of the world and doesn't refresh monsters, nothing can harm it at this stage. Not even a sliver of blood. But Iron Mountain can be much more useful than a crossbow, and you have to take good care of it. Then the remaining 6 pieces, Bailey planned to use them all to make a crossbow. First synthesize the trip hook, then place it in the very center of the workbench, with lines on the left and right, and then the sticks to make a crossbow. Whiteley held his crossbow, pulled it open, put a stick on it, and then pulled the trigger. The wooden stick flew out and lodged itself in a large tree on the side. It didn't seem like it was necessary to use synthesized arrows, which was nice. In that case, it would be more cost-effective to use all of it to make crossbows than to make swords. When the time comes, let Lu De lead the training on how to use the crossbow. Anyway, just need to learn to aim and be able to fire it. The cows, goats, and chickens are all there now, so it's time to go expand your farm a bit. Leading the 2 sheep, Bailey went back to the back of his still unfinished hut and was temporarily confined with the cow and the chickens. Bailey synthesized enough wooden fences, and for symmetry, circled 3 more plots of land, drove the cattle and sheep in, leaving the remaining 1 temporarily empty. After feeding the cows and goats with wheat, Bailey took the wheat seed and walked over to the chicken fence, looking at the eggs that were almost all over it. Really lazy to collect this stuff, Bailey walked in, and after collecting all the eggs in her backpack, she smashed them all on the floor. No yolks and egg whites all over the place. Smashing out a freshly hatched chick. Straight up smashing will produce chicks. And that's how chicks really hatch. Fidelity. After feeding the adult chickens again, Bailey looked at the chicks skulking around in the fence and was filled with a sense of accomplishment. The eggs will be handled as such for the time being, and when the number of chickens in this area is too large to need to expand the number of chickens with eggs, he will let the villagers help him to collect them in the past. Get the eggs symbolically charge a couple of achievement line. After all, this egg is not much use to him, and not delicious. At best is to do the cake will be used. I'm considered a big breeder myself. Maybe not quite, at best, a chicken farmer, Bailey thought. The number of cows and sheep is still too small. No rabbits, no pigs, no horses, and even less for the dog brigade. There's really a shortage of everything. Wait, heaven forbid, if I don't remember the latest version. It seems to have pandas. Bailey jolted. His face flushed red with excitement, and he was so happy that he began to spin around in place, jaggedly grinning. Just kidding, that is a panda or legal breeding, and breeding is also very simple. There are bamboo into. Then if you want to raise as many as possible to raise as many. Barely. Cool. So cool. Calm down. I have to calm down. Bailey pulled out a bucket of water and buried his head directly into it, and a row of bubbles appeared below his vision. So the next thing you need to do for yourself is to get a river first to be able to fish for treasure better on the one hand, and to be able to get pandas on the other. Get a river. Get bamboo woodland. Then sit back and wait for a refresh. Have the villagers visit every day. And if there's a panda, he'll just abduct it to his house and lock it up. Plan pass. As for the question of whether or not it would refresh, Bailey wasn't very worried. After all, that wild hive had proved that MC's creatures would refresh. What's more, a villager had also run to himself earlier with a white chick, saying that he had found it outside. After all, it's reality. It's normal to refresh slower, and it's not like in-game time and real time are synchronized. As for the monsters not being refreshed until now, Bailey guessed that he was probably on peace mode right now. In this mode, monsters do not refresh, but that's fine. After all, the world was small before. According to the rules of monster generation then, the distance is not enough to generate cannot worry, but now that the world was bigger, in case the monster generation came out, he himself was fine, and the villagers were protected by the iron golem, so he would be fine, but the others, well, that's a bummer. An image like this popped into Bailey's mind. A large group of white shoots arrows at the walls, covering the bittersweet to the walls. An explosion breaks through the gates, zombies with armor and weapons break into the city, and there are countless large pummeling moths in the sky, as well as the instantly moving Blackie. It's almost like Bizarro World. That being said, it does seem like the kind of weird rules weirdness you've read before now, but the harmless kind, at least for now. Before the bubbles finished disappearing, Bailey lifted his head up, mentally calculating. You don't have to do the digging of the river yourself. Haven't you already tested it earlier? Farmers are able to use shovels as far as digging out solid cubes. Just let that stupid big man Tyshawn carry it over, lest it has nothing to do every day, wandering around the village and randomly giving flowers when it encounters villagers passing by. Unlimited stamina wouldn't tire it out anyway, and maybe Iron Mountain would be quite happy for the panda, but it's getting a little late now, so we'll start tomorrow. Bailey looked at the sky. It was already dusk. First finished breeding the cattle with wheat, then walked to the sheep pen. No horns, not a goat, that's a sheep, and Bailey feeds the lambs out of wheat. Looking at the familiar retarded look in his eyes, Bailey nodded in approval. That's what sheep are supposed to look like. Now that's right. He took out his synthetic scissors and clicked them twice at the two sheep, shearing off the wool. But there's one more to go before you can make the bed. Bailey looked at one of the woolless sheep for a long time. The sheep was grazing leisurely, not even realizing that it was about to be in big trouble. It was a long time before Bailey regretfully withdrew his gaze. Unfortunately, it seems that sheep that are sheared in the game don't drop their wool. Otherwise, two of them would breed anyway, and it would only be a matter of days before that lamb grew up. Looking towards the small sheep that hadn't grown up yet, Bailey took out the wheat and pitched it. This will shorten the time it takes for the lambs to grow up. One is enough. More is too much of a waste. Give it a shot. Grow up fast. Dude is missing your fleece. How about it, sister? It won't look too casual. Lu Wusan, wearing the clothes that he would only take out for New Year's Eve, spun around and looked at his wife, asking nervously. It was a question he had asked countless times. Good. Very good. The woman looked dotingly at her excited husband and answered over and over again. Dad, what are you doing out so late? A small head was poking out from inside the house. The child gripped the doorframe and asked suspiciously. The immortal lord told your father to go to him. He has something very important to do. Oh, the woman said. Wow. The kid looked at Lu Wusan with a face of adoration. Father, you're so powerful. I want to be like you when I grow up, and let the immortal monarch ask me to do things too. Good boy. Worthy of my seed. Ambitious. Lu Wusan happily picked up the child and spun him around in the air a few times, kissing both sides of that child a few times before putting him down. At the end, he looked confidently and sagaciously at his wife and son. Then, I'm off. Come back early. I'll wait for you, the woman said softly and, good. Lu Wusan dashing away. Wait until the corner. He immediately leaned against the wall, touching his hard-beating heart, which still have just calm appearance. This was a chance to be alone with the immortal monarch. The only one in the village who had this treatment was Lu Er, and perhaps the village chief. How could this not make him nervous? It took a little bit of a reprieve for him to head in that direction. Tai Shan, who had been patrolling the village, saw Lu Wusan and silently walked over, escorting him all the way. Many thanks to Divine General Tai Shan. Lu Wusan thanked. Tai Shan gently touched Lu Wusan's head and staggered away. It loves everyone in the village equally. Coming? Greetings, Mr. Bai. Lu Wusan hurriedly arched his hand and said, don't organize all this nonsense. Hurry up and finish it and go home to sleep. Bailey waved his hand indifferently and handed the red mushroom to Lu Wusan. Bailey said, "Come and try to see if you can plant it." Lu Wusan took the red mushroom and tried to plant it. The result was naturally unsuccessful, and he looked at Bailey in some panic. Bailey thought for a moment and suggested, "Try blocking out the moonlight and try again to see if it works." "Eunuch bye. It's done," Lu Wusan replied joyfully. Sure enough, it's still a matter of context, and it looks like the red mushrooms can be grown by farmers at night, and there's no need to deliberately create a completely dark environment. Bailey nodded in satisfaction and stood by the mushroom, signaling Lu Wusan to use bone meal to ripen the red mushroom. Since this time, the criminy mushrooms were planted on flat ground. The underside was not completely sealed by the cap. Next, Bailey mentioned to Lu Wu the 3 wooden axes, which turned out to be unusable. However, when Lu Wusan used the wooden shovel, he managed to hit a small red mushroom, which still consumes stamina. With empty hands, you can dig up the irregular caps, something that should be possible for everyone, but if a farmer uses a shovel, he can obtain small red mushrooms and proceed to plant them. Bailey muttered in a small voice, "The physical consumption will be a little more than growing wheat. After all, you have to use a lot of bone meal to ripen it. Also acceptable." Then, Bailey asked Lu Wusan to shovel out all the giant mushrooms that couldn't be made into a mushroom room, and the red mushrooms that he got were planted in the pits that Bailey had dug long ago. After all, mushrooms cannot be planted indiscriminately. You have to plan well in advance, lest the future of the mushroom town looks messy and unattractive. Just as Lu Wusan was about to plant the 4th mushroom room, Bailey hurriedly stopped him. Judging from Lu Wusan's face, Bailey could also guess that he was trying to be brave, and if he let him hyped up again, he might be lying on the board the next second. "That's it for today. You go back first, but there's one more thing you need to do next." Bailey pointed to the mushroom cap that was shaved down. "You take some of this back, cook it and eat it. Cook it for more time. In addition, let your family stand guard. Don't move an inch in 2 days. Once there is any abnormality, come to me immediately. Understand?" "Aye, little man understands," Lu Wusan replied wearily. Then he picked up a small amount of mushroom caps on the ground and brought them back. Let Lu Wusan test poison. There is no way things, after all, this mushroom to the reality of whether there is no toxicity who cannot say, have to figure out before his food to promote out. A 2-day cushion can be a temporary relief if you're fine, but it doesn't preclude the existence of a chronic condition. That's why the village needs a doctor. To prevent things from happening in this area, after all, one has to know that one has the disease to be able to cure it. It doesn't matter if that doctor can't cure a disease as long as he can tell it's got it. And there's no disease that a bucket of milk can't fix anyway. But milk is only capable of undoing positive and negative effects in the end. Previously, when Bailey rescued Lu Yang, he discovered that there appeared to be persistent negative effects, such as weakness caused by starvation, and milk was only able to provide temporary relief. That's why subsequent conditioning needs to be planned by your doctor as well. It's a pity. If I had known, I would have left the magistrate who was slapped away by Taishan earlier, Bailey muttered as he slowly walked back to his hut. He happened to look up and saw the bright starry sky. On a quiet night, the infinite darkness was dotted with countless stars, either bright or faint, flickering with their own light, scattered across the night sky. Listening to the birds and cicadas at night, accompanied by the sound of the wind, Bailey could not help but be mesmerized by the beauty of the starry sky, and his mind was given a sense of peace and tranquility. This starry sky can be so beautiful. In the future, can one have the opportunity to go to that space to have a look? I don't know if there's enough cubes in a backpack to hitch out, but it seems like breathing is a problem. Suddenly, Bailey's head turned that way, and he came to an epiphany. It's reality. Even the mushroom coverings can be replaced by direct shadows without squares. It's not like I need oxygen. If I'm just breathing, then wouldn't it be alright if I put a clear cover on myself like SpongeBob SquarePants? Shirley darted back to his house next to where there was a small fishless pool. He walked over to the pool and pulled out the long-sitting bottle of water that he had caught earlier, pouring out the water inside. Bailey then bit down on the mouth of the bottle and dived into the water with his entire body. Phew phew, Bailey breathed in, while looking at his lower right side, where no blisters had appeared. This method, it works. He instantly had thoughts of wanting to spend all day and night chopping down trees, raising enough for a backpack of logs, and then synthesizing planks to slowly build on. After hesitating for a long time, Bailey still gave up. He was afraid that after he saw the stars, he wouldn't be able to take satisfaction in the expansion of his village. The starry sky. It's kind of a place to leave a memory for when it's not interesting here. The experiment was not useless. He could have opened a door in the sea to separate the water, and proceeded to pour out the water that gushed into the lid. In the future, we can also explore the deep sea. But these things, there is no rush. Take your time. slowly develop the village bigger first. Let's go back first. We still have to prepare Wei Shi and the others to go out tomorrow. Bailey gently shook his head and took the empty bottle back into his backpack. Before the light thought of this thing is considered a kind of garbage, thrown in the small corner of the backpack have no impression. To forget that now is in ancient times. This thing, now directly doubled in value. You know, like this pure, transparent lioli, should be more valuable. Put it in your backpack first, and even if you don't use it later, you can take it and sell it for some iron, gold, or whatever. I'm sure I can't take it to sell it tomorrow. It might be targeted by those uprising ones. Let's find a chance later. Prepare your luggage and bring back some souvenirs or something when you return. Inexplicably vestigial. Ha ha, it feels a bit like a combination of Traveling Frog and SimCity 8. Weirdly interesting. Bailey smiled easily, looking at the village that had quieted down, and the scattered mushroom houses in that mushroom town. His time, it's still long. Chang Chang. Inside the ancient grass hall, Ji Mingji withdrew his hand on the patient's pulse and said, "Open your mouth." He scrutinized the patient's tongue, and the answer came to his mind. "Well, shut up, Elder Ji. How is it?" the patient asked anxiously. "Looking at your symptoms, you should have been hit by the evil of wind and cold, resulting in a disorder of the spleen and stomach." Ji Mingji smiled and said, "But it's not a big problem. I'll give you a prescription for medicine. Take it on time and you'll recover in a few days." After saying that, he brushed down the prescription with a few strokes and handed it to the middle-aged man next to him and instructed, "Xing'an, go, grab the medicine for this patient." Jixing'an nodded. "Yes, father." Seeing the man's worried face, Ji Mingji comforted. "Don't worry, this medicine is not expensive. It's just a matter of a few pennies. This is your medicine. Take it." Ji Xing'an wrapped the medicine he grabbed and handed it to the patient. "Many thanks to Elder Ji. Many thanks to Mr. Ji. Go go go." Ji Mingji waved his hand, full of disinterest. When there was no one else in the pharmacy, Ji Mingji sighed as he rubbed his swollen eyes, his eyes revealing a deep sense of helplessness and powerlessness. In recent days, more and more people have gotten stomach problems, and that medicine is only treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Is the court really going to do nothing like this? Even if it just allocates some grain and grass from other places, it wouldn't be such a mess. Oh, I'm afraid that when this appropriation reaches our place, it will be 1 out of 10. And the people above are still not fed, so how can it be the turn of us ordinary people? Ji Xing'an's tone was mocking. He looked toward the door, lowered his voice and continued, "What's more, how wise is our magistrate, sending people out to arrest people every day, and inside that magistrate's office, the wailing doesn't stop for a day." Ji Mingji said meaningfully, "Yes, I heard that there are thieves and bandits outside of the city, and I'm afraid that we won't be able to live in peace for a few days." Tada! There were footsteps outside the door, and father and son looked at each other and knowingly shut up. The visitor was a bearded man in a leather jacket and pants, wearing a leather hat and stepping on leather boots. It was the heavily armed Wei Shi. He arched his hand and asked respectfully, "May I ask if this is Mr. Ji Mingqi Ji, Senior?" "Precisely. This strong man. What is the purpose of coming to my place?" Ji Mingji asked warily. Chinese medicine pay attention to look and smell. As early as Wei Shi came in, he could see that although some of the shape of the bones, but the face is bizarrely red and glossy, and clear, bright eyes. Talking is also a clear language. There was something odd about it, but it wasn't like he was coming to see him, and with a frank and steady demeanor. It was not as if his loved one had a persistent illness that required him to seek medical attention. "Odds are it won't be good. I've heard that old Senior Ji is a great healer, and I've occasionally obtained a mark of divine medicine that can produce white bones and live the dead." Wei Shi said, "I don't know if old Mr. Ji is interested. Raw white bones, living dead?" Ji Xing'an looked skeptically at the big man in front of him. "Are you sure you're not joking?" "That's right." Wei Shi nodded in affirmation. He had followed his father for half his life to learn medicine, but he had never seen any prescription that could do this. "I'm afraid it's not a scammer from somewhere." "Oh, then how do you want to prove it?" Ji Mingji gasped with joy. He had studied medicine since childhood, a medical skill not to say superb, but also able to cure people to see the sick. In this city a small reputation. He could only condition the patient's body through traditional Chinese medicine to slowly recover. But now he was being told that there were medicines capable of producing white bones and living the dead? Good. Please don't be alarmed next. I would never mean to harm you both. Wei Shi nodded his head and took off all the holsters he was wearing, then took out his pocket knife and made a long, hard cut into his arm vertically. This, strong man, why are you suffering? Xing'an, quick, go get the medicine." Ji Mingji hurriedly got up and walked towards Wei Shi, intending to press his acupuncture points to stop the bleeding. "Old sir, wait." Wei Shi took out dried fish and filled his stomach first, Then he pulled out an apple. This wound, you can see, is this the so-called miracle cure? A wild fruit? It's just nonsense. Ji Mingji frowned, looking at the blood-seeping knife marks. In the next second, he only felt his scalp tingle, his furrowed brows instantly stretching out, his eyes glaring, and lifting lines appearing. The slash marks, as Wei Shi ate, began to heal and scar with a speed visible to the naked eye, and then fell off. How is this possible? Ji Mingji directly grabbed Wei Shi's arm and looked back and forth, looking at the white skin left by the wound. He knew that what he had just seen was not an illusion. If Mr. doesn't believe me, I can demonstrate it again for you, Wei Shi said, about to eat that remaining half of the apple next. Don't. I believe it. I believe it. Ji Mingji looked at the missing half of the divine fruit with heartache. What a sin. Just to prove it's true. Half of this world's only sacred object is gone. How many people can this save? Say, what do you want? Ji Mingji stared closely at the half apple for a long time before reluctantly moving his eyes away, exhaling a mouthful of cloudy air as he asked. He didn't think that this man had come here simply to open the eyes of a little old man like him. He was bound to have ulterior motives. What if I say that there are still divine medicines that can cure all diseases in the world? Wei Shi stared into Ji Mingji's eyes and said word for word. Every disease under the sun? Pimple disease. Can it be cured? Ji Mingji took a deep breath and asked. Pimple disease, also known as bubonic plague. Can. Wei Shi replied. I can give you whatever I have. Whether it's this store, or my little old man's life. Ji Mingji no longer hesitated and said, as long as you can tell me where this medicine is now. Old sir, the immortal lord is here to invite you. Immortal ruler? Upon hearing that word, Ji Mingji froze, and an absurd thought kicked into his mind. It can't be. That's Xian, can it? This thought together will be out of control. Ji Mingji aghast did not inhale, covering the mouth coughing. That one but, he stumbled with his mouth open, vaguely revealing the bed of teeth that had mostly fallen out, and raised a trembling hand, index finger slightly curved, and pointed to the sky. Seeing Wei Shi nodding his head lightly in awe, Ji Mingji's brain exploded. Yes, how could this divine medicine that can produce white bones, live the dead, and cure all diseases come from the mortal world? Immortals, come down to earth. The people are finally saved. In the silence, a few tears slid down Ji Mingji's already wrinkled face. He quickly adjusted and wiped the teardrops away. I'm sorry to make you laugh, my lord. The little old man just couldn't hold back. I can't take the word lord. If Elder Ji doesn't mind, you can call me Wei Shi. Wei Shi shook his head and said, when he thought that he was actually able to be invited over by the immortal monarch, Ji Mingji only felt that his good deeds in his life had not been in vain. Then we're leaving now? Ji Mingji couldn't wait to look at Wei Shi, itching to fly over to meet the immortals in the sky. Perhaps we'll have to make Elder Ji wait for a moment. Seeing that the matter was finalized, Wei Shi told Wang Er and the others all about their intention to rise up and attack the city. We'll have to wait until those people break down the gates before we can leave. So they're here. But how could these people have broken through the gates? Kaminchi thought. Seeing Ji Mingji's hesitant appearance, Wei Shi's heart was clear and he continued. This city will be broken. This is the oracle of the immortal lord. At those words, Ji Mingji's mind tightened. The fluke in his heart instantly dissipated. And in the next moment, he suddenly realized a problem. Immortal ruler, his old man actually knows. Why? Why did you let those villagers attack the city? You have to know that after the city is broken, those who suffer will not only be the dignitaries, but also the innocent people. Ji Mingji didn't say it explicitly, but Wei Shi already understood Ji Mingji's unspoken words. Ji Lao, there is a difference between the immortal and the mortal. The immortal monarch is a free guest in the sky. That is to say, he cannot see the hardships and suffering. That is why he came down to the earth, and his mana was suppressed by the rolling red dust, and now he is only just able to favor a village within. Wei Shi told Ji Mingji about the guesses Lu Dishi had given him, and he said, it is precisely to save this living world that immortal sovereign has sent me and other mortal men to work in the city. Ji Mingji was enlightened and figured everything out. He pondered for a moment and suddenly asked towards Wei Shi, did the immortal lord specify that I should go? Wei Shi looked at Ji Mingji, shook his head, and said, immortal sovereign only asked me to bring back a bone setter, and on the way, I heard that old Mr. Ji is a skilled healer and has a clean reputation in Chengcheng. Therefore, I wanted to bring the old gentleman to see immortal monarch. However, immortal sovereign also said that family members could be brought along as well. That's right, so the immortal king didn't see me. Ji Mingji's heart was a bit empty, but the next moment he slowed down, pondering in his heart, and after a long time, he sighed. Even so, Xing'an, take the child and follow him. Ji Mingji turned his head to Ji Xing'an and finished, and then arched his hand towards Wei Shi. My dog's son is stupid, but after following me for so many years, he has also learned something. And his medical skill is not to say pure fire, but it can be considered to be ranked in this Chengcheng city, so let him follow you. Father, it's already this time. Do you still plan to guard this pharmacy? Ji Xing'an anxiously advised. Ji Xing'an had seen everything that had just happened and was aware of the immortal monarch's existence. In his opinion, there was no other place as safe as the place of divine refuge. Wei Shi also chimed in. Yes, Elder Ji. Once the city gate is broken, more than just those uprising people will follow you in. At that time, your life will not be guaranteed. Yeah, all the more reason I can't leave. Ji Mingji shook his head and looked toward the ring character hanging high on the pharmacy wall. If I leave, the ordinary people of Chengcheng will have nowhere to look for a doctor. The other pharmacies, the money for that cure, was only higher than his, and when that city gate was broken, a large number of people would surely suffer. Don't worry, this is a pharmacy, a place to save lives. It's not like you're going to rob my place. It's not like you can fill your stomach. Ji Mingji continued. You would be the first one to come to me. Isn't it because of my reputation? If I follow you at this point and go to the immortal monarchs to seek refuge, I will not be able to get over this hurdle in my heart. But, Dad, Ji Xing'an wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Ji Mingji waving his hand. Xing'an, if you go along, my grandsons and my daughter-in-law's lives will be free from worry. What's more, Xing'an, Father wants you to go first to see for Father what that miracle medicine that can cure all diseases is all about. I understand, Father. Ji Xing'an had no choice but to nod in agreement. Elder Ji's great righteousness is admired by me. Waiting for it to pack up its things, with Ji Xing'an's family, Wei Shi and Lu Qi and the others to converge. Among them, Lu Qi is responsible for bringing back the smiths, and with leather boots that can be freely reduced in size, it is naturally effortless to bring them in. Pillar, on the other hand, took Bai Li with him, and after exchanging the dye made from the flowers for money, he purchased all the iron as well as a small amount of paper and pushed it on top of the cart. Their group rendezvoused and hid in one of the alleys, quietly waiting for the moment to come. At that moment, there were sounds of hacking and slashing from outside the city. Run quickly, the rebels are coming in. Hundreds of chickens were flying in the streets and slamming doors were heard everywhere. I saw Whitewater Wang Air break into the county town, raising his arms and shouting, kill the magistrate and open the granary. All follow me to kill, kill, kill. The rebels charged straight for the county courthouse. It's now, hiding in the alley. Wei Shi and his group pushed the car and ran wildly along the street. No one was walking on the street, so they didn't have to worry about bumping into people at all the way to the city wall, only to see that the city gate was wide open, pressed and unguarded, and only one after another. Hungry people entered the city. They pushed a cart of iron out of the city gates. The starving people guarding the city gates moved away when they saw that the cart only contained some iron weapons and paper. Even fearing that they were on the same side as the rebels, they all got out of the way. There were even quite a few people from the Lu clan village meeting them at the city gates. Worried that the number of people was too small, Bai Li simply sent out all the people in the village who had the ability to fight to support the scene. The people of the Lu family village were each overjoyed to have accomplished the immortal monarch's mission. Only the artisan folk were apprehensive about the future. From the moment they left the house, they were rebels and there was no turning back. Inside the mushroom room, Miao woke up in a daze. His eyes flashed with confusion as he looked at the completely unfamiliar environment. What's wrong? Oh yeah, I joined a mountain stronghold that was planning to rebel, but it turned out that the leader was a charlatan or a muggle, and only sent a what's-his-name god to meet him. It made it so that he had to scramble to find help just after joining in, resulting in a coma. In other words, one is now saved. After sorting things out, Miao relaxed and surveyed his surroundings. He looked around with a very odd expression. This house, how did it grow so odd? There isn't much room in the first place. Why put such a big pillar in the center? Why is there a small flower in my hand? Miao hesitated for a moment, but threw it away. Thankfully, Iron Mountain wasn't there. He then touched the wall. Why is this wall still a little flimsy? At the end of the day, Miao walked out of the room, looked back, and the whole person was blinded. What kind of house was it that he was living in? It was clearly a red mushroom that had grown immensely. And there were 3 or 4 more such mushrooms around. Even more bizarrely, there was a sign on the door of that house that said something. Mushroom Town Primer? Whiteley Limited Edition? What the hell is this? What the hell kind of place have I come to? That's not right. I'm searching for how I can still be hallucinating when I haven't eaten any mushrooms either. Maybe I'm not awake right now? Miao was very confused. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. There was no change, and once he gritted his teeth, he ruthlessly gave himself an ear. Hiss, pain. Not a hallucination? Miao looked helplessly at the only village that looked normal and walked in. Anyone? Miao shouted loudly, but there wasn't the slightest response. And when he walked into the village, he found that in front of every house in this village, all of them were actually filled with half-meter long, almost identical dried fish. Isn't it a drought? Where is this fish? He was dumbfounded by the sight before him. This is fish meat, not some rice meat. Even the rivers are drying up now. Where is the water for fishing? It's not right. It's really not right. Is it? Where the hell am I? Meow swallowed his saliva. Now he was completely flustered, carefully against the wall, slowly wandering around the village. Suddenly, he finally heard the rattling of people. But after seeing the bizarre phenomenon he had just witnessed, he didn't dare to act rashly, so he could only pace slowly over to them. Waiting until he reached the source ground of the sound, Meow carefully poked his head out and looked at the incomparably bizarre scene in front of him. It was suspected that all the people of the village were gathered here, and a group of people with straw hats on their heads stood in place with shovels in their hands, their eyes closed as if they were praying. It didn't take long for them to get out of the way with their shovels, and a huge white monster lifted a large square chunk of dirt right where they had been standing and placed it on a stick to the side, and proceeded to take a pail and scoop water out of a nearby puddle and place it inside that pothole. Some of the villagers worked together to push the cube of earth forward, while others were responsible for putting sticks underneath. Not far away, there was a huge platform made of wood with a lot of still vaguely steaming grilled fish on it. Every now and then those straw-hatted villagers would walk over to that platform to stuff fish in their mouths and then get back to work. Bizarre. Too bizarre. Better stay away from them. Avoiding those villagers' line of travel along the way, Meow walked next to a small wooden hut that hadn't been built yet. When he got closer, his expression became even more odd. That cabin was completely stacked out of one wooden cube after another, and there wasn't even any sticking in the middle of that cube. What genius invented this method of building houses? How it's done? That house is surrounded by a circle of wooden fence outside. Meow Jiming is not good to cross the fence and then walk inside, to see more clearly, only to see that not far away from a clearing, there was a male son who was fishing with a pole at the edge of a lake. Seeing this, Meow Jiming didn't have the slightest joy of seeing a fellow reader. Instead, he looked grave. That temperament was like a scholar, but the obviously expensive clothing was not something an ordinary person could afford to wear. Moreover, to be able to leisurely fish in this place while everyone else was working could only mean that this person's identity was unusual. I'm afraid this is the rightful owner. It is also that God is not right. In this drought you're actually able to let the village people not lack of fish to eat, and that strange creature, and water. I'm afraid that's quite a strange man. Meow thought and subconsciously wanted to leave, but he suddenly thought, this matter of himself waking up, could the other party have already known about it? Could this not be a test for him? Way sure. Where the hell have you been? Meow gritted his teeth and finally walked forward, stopping a few meters away from Bailey and arching his hand toward his back. My name is Meow Jiming. Thank you for saving my life. Small matter. Come sit over here and accompany me to fish for a while. Bailey moved slightly to the side and gestured at Meow Jiming. My name is Bailey. This, Elder Bai. Then I'll be as respectful as I can be. Meow walked forward in a constrained manner and sat down a frame away from Bailey. He knew that he still had an odor on him, but it was better to stay away from the elder's orders, as no one dared to disobey them. Meow Jiming wouldn't think that Bailey would be as young as he looked, which was why he addressed Bailey as a senior. Just sitting down, he stared at the empty pool, as well as the fishhooks that had nothing hanging on them, and imperceptibly stole a glance at Bailey, curious, but afraid to ask. Meow Jiming, since you've traveled here, you should have seen this village as well. How do you feel? Bailey asked with a smile. Meow thought about what he had just seen and heard. The endless fish and meat hanging from every house, the flowing water supply, the easy, happy smiles of the village people pushing clods of earth, and the white humanoid creatures that were so powerful and helpful, and the wheat sprouting in the distance. The otherworldly environment was like an otherworldly environment, and he was a bit smitten for a moment. It's a scene that can't even be compared to the pomp and circumstance. Returning to his senses, Meow said with heartfelt emotion, the people are living in peace and happiness, and there is plenty of food. Just like Mr. Jingjia's peach blossom garden, which makes the heart yearn for it and cannot wait to put down roots here. But it's clear that this one means more than just wanting me to talk about these superficial things. Meow Jiming asked tentatively, Elder Bai, do you have anyone you know from the government? That's not true. Bailey shook his head. Meow Jiming said, Kid has some thoughts. I don't know if I should say them or not. Just say it straight. I'm listening. In today's world, there is an external invasion by the Jinnu. And on the 11th day of the 5th month they besieged Jinzhou with their troops, and now the situation is unknown, but it is bound to deteriorate. There are natural calamities raging within, the people are displaced, and there are roving bands of criminals, and there are internal and external disasters that the court cannot take care of, and the world is bound to be in turmoil in a few years' time. Miao Jiming braced himself and continued. Elder Bai's spells are so powerful that he is bound to be unafraid of this chaotic world. But I see that Elder's heart is set on this village, and I'm afraid that in the future, he will be caught in the muck of this official bandit rivalry. I'm afraid that this is also the reason why Senior will let the people in the village go and buy iron, he added after a pause. Since there is a surplus of food in the village, it is only natural that Elder has a method of obtaining food, and for this chaotic peachland to stand forever, there must be enough manpower, and that requires someone to manage it, and that is the reason I came here. One of them is practicing, and the other is controlling. At the moment, only these 2 points need to be taken care of, and of course, most importantly, you, Elder Bai, have to be added, so that the future of the village is worry-free. That's awesome, talk a lot better than me, a college student who only thinks about what we're going to eat for lunch. Bai Li perked up his ears and listened, nodding calmly on the surface, secretly a little surprised in his heart, realize he actually just wanted a librarian at first, plus no the next year. In that case, there is also a real need for management talent, Bailey thought. Lu Dishi, as the village head of the Lu family village, although he was able to temporarily supervise, but this was also the fact that the village was now basically full of people from the Lu family village, while he was the elder of most of the people in the Lu family village, so he was naturally able to suppress it. But I can't read a few big words, so I'm afraid that when there are more people in the future, there will be mistakes. You can't take care of everything yourself, it's too much of a hassle. And there's the issue of food, the distribution of housing, all of that needs to be taken into account by someone. That person surely can't be him. There are specialties in the arts, and the movies that the coal bosses invest in will always be the best. It's a handful to manage 3 rebellious sons on your own, let alone thousands more in the future. Now that seems to be a treasure to pick up. Well, it's pretty much what I thought, Bailey said with a thick skin and an unchanged face. Not bad, you've passed my test. So I'll leave the control matters to you for now. From now on, I'll talk to the village chief when the time comes. Miao Jiming said blandly. Yes, I understand. That's a reaction that seems a little flat. Bailey carefully surveyed the Miao Jiming in front of him, and found that this person was somewhat dead, his eyes gray and feeble, as if he had already had a death wish. This is not good. We have to think of a way to burn him. My villagers can't be sad all day. Let's see. What did the ancient readers want? Just as Bailey was thinking about it, the fishing rod in his hand moved slightly. He directly started the rod, and the big fish directly flew out, turning into a golden light into Bai Li's body. Ha! So, that's how the village catches its fish. Willing to take the bait? Miao's eyes drifted as he witnessed the scene before him. Too bad. Still nothing good. Bai Li put away his fishing rod and said to Miao Jiming, you come with me. Bai Li led Miao Jiming to the chicken coop and took out the wheat seeds, feeding them to those chicks. At the sight of that little, live, freshly baked chick, Miao realized at this point that he had thought a bit conservatively. Creating things in the void. This is a divine means nah, Bailey said, pointing to the chicken coop. This chicken, which grows in a few days and produces eggs without being fed, as long as there are enough of these chickens, isn't it true that you don't have to worry about going hungry? At that time, it will be a brand new era, and your name will be inscribed above history and remembered by the world. No one will starve to death? Miao didn't care if his name could appear in history. After all, after people died they were just shovelfuls of dirt, and he had long since looked down on those days when he was floating around. But all of this is because of you. If you go back, then won't it all still be the same? Miao asked, not knowing where the courage came from. I'll always be there, Bai Li seduced with a smile. How about it? Do you want to come with me to see what the world would be like without people starving? It's pretty cool. Oh. Miao stared blankly at Bai Li, and he finally understood why his own mother prayed to the gods day in and day out. In this moment, he had a faith of his own. His eyes resharpened and he knelt down, suppressing his excitement as he clanked. I will do my best to manage the village. It's done. Bailey nodded in satisfaction. There was a different kind of movement coming vaguely from the village. Bai Li's ears twitched slightly, and a clear picture came to his mind. It's Lu Qi and the others who are back. He turned to Miao Jiming, who was full of fighting spirit and looked eager to try, and said, just in time, Wei Shi and the others are back, so I'll take you there, just in time to meet the village chief. Wei Shi is here too? That's great. Miao was overjoyed and followed Bai Li away. Mother, look, what a big mushroom, and over there, that big white one. It's so big, it looks so dull, but it's so strong. Ji Xing'an's youngest son excitedly took his mother's hand and talked excitedly the whole way. And Ji Xing'an, as well as those artisan households, they all caught their eyes by that village full of fish. Ji Xing'an is okay, weekdays, although the food is not too good, but also can eat a full meal, but not the Smiths, who could hardly take their eyes off it, not to mention the fish meat. Weekdays cannot even eat enough rice. How to mention what meat foam. These fish even just share some fish tail. They are already satisfied. It's back in the right place. The craftsmen looked at each other in silent agreement, celebrating their choice. Before they could wait for that place, Wei Shi and the others stopped as they saw that Bai Li was walking towards them. Those straw-hatted villagers who were busy digging also stopped and arched their hands at Bai Li, saying, "Greetings, Mr. Bai. Greetings, Mr. Bai." Lu Qi, one of the pedestrians, said similarly. Bai Li turned to the blacksmiths and asked, "Do any of you know how to build crossbows?" "Yes, I will." Long before they came here, their hearts were prepared. After all, apart from the imperial court, the people who would want them must be for building weapons and armor or something. It couldn't be that they were brought over to build farm equipment, could it? Thus, after hearing Bai Li's inquiry, almost all of the blacksmiths responded. "I was afraid that if I said it late and didn't get looked at, it would be bad if I got kicked out of this place." Seeing almost everyone nodding, Bai Li was a bit surprised. "And do you build armor?" Also everyone nodded. No. The court so disdained these craftsmen? Bai Li was puzzled. In his opinion, these were skilled people who were actually coaxed so easily. And one of them, although not so yellow and thin, but also some malnutrition, should be caused by not eating enough food on weekdays. It seems that the court side is treating them not very well. Armor Bai Li will not let them do. After all, that iron made is not as good as a full set of leather directly. It is purely a waste of iron. But the crossbow was a good thing. If the crossbow was made by Bai Li, it would consume a lot of iron ingots. And there was durability. It wouldn't last more than a few months before it broke down. The benefit of course is that it can be crafted instantly and can be enchanted. But these craftsmen are still needed for large-scale production. "Ah, are we going to rebel?" Hearing Bai Li ask if he could build a crossbow, one of the villagers warily said, "Rebel, rebel, I let you rebel." Next to a villager of Lu's village is 2 times to the back of the man's head. Angrily said, "Will not speak." Did not hear the prince said, "This is to protect ourselves." Which is what a rebellion. That's right, and to say rebellion, it's also that emperor who rebelled against the duke. That's right, we all listen to the prince. Whatever he says, that's right, even if the duke wants us to rebel then we will. Then the dragon chair should be given to Duke Bai. Seeing that the villagers were getting more and more irritated by what they were saying, those artisan folk on the side started to tremble a little, fearing that they would be heard by the courtiers. Bai Li quickly raised his hand and pressed down. The villagers instantly quieted down and looked at Bai Li, waiting for him to say the next sentence. Then, Bai Li asked Lu Qi to tell him all about what happened in the county. "The next stray bandits will only get more and more, so we have to pick up weapons to protect ourselves. In a while I will select some people to learn to use crossbows as well as weapons. Of course, I won't let you do it for nothing. You will be paid for your work every month. Anyway, that's pretty much it. I'll let Wei Shi." That's him and Lu did decide together on the selection this time. Bai Li pointed to Wei Shi on the side. "You guys just look for them." "But before that," said Bai Li, looking at the smith folk, "those of you who are a kind of smith, stand in a pile so I can confirm the numbers." The smith folk quickly stood to attention. Bai Li quickly determined that the 6 smith folk were 2 stonemasons, and 4 blacksmiths. If I remember correctly, there should be 4 that a blacksmith can correspond to. They are the armorer, the arrow maker, the weaponsmith, and the toolsmith. Armor smiths are obviously not needed. As for toolsmiths, the current number of villagers is very small. Also do not need to consider for the time being. After all, just 4 blacksmiths. After comprehensive consideration, Bai Li decided that he would transfer each of the 4 blacksmiths into 3 arrow makers as well as a weaponsmith. "Okay, I've got a general idea of the situation, but we'll wait until tomorrow to talk about exactly what you guys want to do. So that's it for today. Gotta have all this stuff iron transported outside his house first, so he can break it down into ingots one by one then, before he can make those career cubes. There's also the podium, which requires bookshelves to synthesize, which also has to be synthesized from paper. A divine item that cures all diseases. I'll have Taishan send it over to you in a while," Bai Li said to Ji Xing'an. After all, what he had in his hand now was a bucket, and when he got another iron bucket with an iron ingot at night, he would use this bucket to hold the milk and let Ji Xing'an study it slowly. "Good," Ji Xing'an nodded. "Niao Jiming, after you go to Wei Shi's place in a while, remember to discuss the control matter with the village chief." After saying that, Bai Li thought about it, felt that there wasn't much left to do, and left. He was going to hit some grass and pop some wheat seeds out of it. The stock in his backpack had been used to breed chicks. There wasn't much left. Then go back and make all the required career cubes. Bai Li intends to let those people do it tomorrow. It's good to familiarize yourself with your future life first. When Bai Li's figure was completely invisible, the people of the Lu family village completely boiled over and surrounded Wei Shi. "Lu de, Pick me, pick me. I'm strong and can fight. Pick me. I only need half the labor. I only want 30%. Fine, fine. It's all so much fun, right? Then I don't want any money for my labor. Just feed me. Uncle, do you think nephew will be okay? Mud Zokai. Like anyone who isn't a nephew. On the other hand, Bailey sheared the wool from the one that had grown and synthesized the bed from the 3 wools in his backpack. Walking into the house, he placed the bed in the inner room and simply laid down his entire body. What a pain in the ass. Not bad for a bed that takes 3 wools to synthesize, and it's comfortable to lie on. Bailey's entire body fell into the bed, thinking, if he wanted to expand now, he needed to get more experience, of which gaining experience by burning round stones was undoubtedly the quickest way to do so at the moment. But coal is in short supply right now, and burning charcoal with wood would consume a lot of wood, at least for the time being. Yawn. Suddenly my eyelids felt heavy. Bailey woke up with a jolt, bouncing up from the bed, that sleepiness instantly disappearing. Forced sleep, not bad for AMC bed. In my world, players just get into bed and wait just a few seconds for the screen to go black and then go straight to the next morning. It was nice, saving him from having to lie in bed for a long time before he could fall asleep. After all, after becoming Steve, Bailey theoretically don't even need to sleep. Stay up for a few days mentally may feel strange, but after a long time we'll get used to it. But he couldn't fall asleep yet. He had to get the career cube as well as the iron ingot first. Who knew what hour it would be when he woke up? Walk out the door. Synthesize an iron ingot from the iron you brought back. Synthesize paper into a book directly through the synthesis table, and proceed to turn it into a bookshelf. Synthesize the steps from the planks. Then synthesize the librarian's occupational cube, the podium. With a librarian, you can trade for the more useful enchantment books if you're lucky. Enchantment books can be used on iron. Felt and experience is spent to attach additional attributes to weapons and armor. Then, Bailey synthesized the stonemason's stonecutter, the weaponsmith's grinding wheel in turn, and when it was the turn of the arrow maker's archery table, he grimaced. The arrow making table requires 2 pieces of flint among the things needed for synthesis. The item currently relies on digging up gravel to get it, and gravel will only appear where there is a river to follow. After all, even though there's no more water, the terrain hasn't changed, has it? Couldn't find the way to the river though. Get Luaire over there. Bailiff synthesized the iron pail, walked out the back door, and picked up the pail of milk from the yellow cow in the pen. Don't worry, that little cow will grow up soon, and then you'll be liberated. It won't catch you griping. Seeing that old bull staring straight at him, Bailey said sincerely, Ahem, it's going to take you a few more days to have the calf, but don't worry, it'll be over soon. By now the sky had already dimmed, and placing the milk bucket into his backpack, Bailey walked in the direction of the village, happening to pass through the mushroom town. As the number of people brought over was more than what was expected at the beginning, the farmers were busy planting mushroom houses while the night was still young, under the leadership of Lu Wusan. For his part, Iron Mountain helped move the square chunks of earth that had been dug out of the way. The smith folk, on the other hand, stood quietly in line, contentedly rubbing their slightly protruding bellies as they waited expectantly for their mushroom huts to be distributed. It had been a long time since they had eaten meat. They didn't control it at once and gave it a boost. After handing the milk bucket to Taizhan and passing to bring to the doctor, Bailey went straight to Luaire's house. Bon bon. While gently knocking on the door, Bailey shouted in a low voice, Luaire, Luaire, are you asleep? There was a rustling sound of dressing from the house. Hey, this is not coincidental. Luaire also did not sleep. It didn't take long for the door to open, and Luaire yawned slightly, forcing his dazed eyes open to look at Bailey. What can I do for you, boss? Bailey muttered. Let's go on a nighttime adventure. Then we'll find a river first, dig gravel, and along the way, abduct those bees we saw earlier to work for us. Okay, boss, you wait for me a little bit. Luaire nodded and said softly, though a little puzzled as to where else there was a river in the neighborhood. He darted over to the bucket, caught out a bowl of water, and patted his face. After coming to his senses, he picked up the basket as well as the firewood knife and silently followed behind Bailey. Bailey said, pack up, let's go. Luaire, you should remember where that hive is, right? Aha. Luaire nodded. Very well, what about the dried up river? Bailey asked next. Luaire thought for a moment and recalled, if the river is there, boss, go this way. I'll lead the way. Under Luaire's leadership, Bailey did find a sandy area, and finished collecting the gravel and gathered a good set of sand to take back and fire into glass. After walking a few more miles to the jungle where the hive was first found, Bailey first took out his campfire and placed it under the hive. This way, you won't be attacked by bees during the collection process. Take out the scissors and use them on the hive to get 3 honey spleens. 3 honey spleens? enough to synthesize a honeycomb. Unfortunately, a hive can only hold 3 bees, and there's only one hive in the neighborhood, breeding little bees from flowers. Bailey looked at the cute look and reached out his hand to gently touch it. Hopefully this won't be ruled an assault. Luckily, the bee was very docile, even gently arching its head over Bailey's hand. Luaire, you try it too. Don't worry, it won't hurt you, Bailey said to Luaire who was at the side. Good. Luaire swallowed. He closed his eyes and stretched out his hand, gently touched the little bee and immediately put his hand back. There was no injury, and only then did he proceed to place his hand on the bee's head and slowly feel down. Luckily, it seems that the bees can live peacefully with the villagers. The mere fact that they have the property of promoting crop growth is a sure sign that these little guys will be active on farmland in the future. Luckily most of MC's animals are cute and easy on the eyes. Well, hell's accepted. Luaire, take this flower and lure them back. Bailey saw Luaire having a good time and also smiled as she handed the flower over. Don't worry, leave it to me. Luaire was no longer afraid and took the flower as the bees buzzed around him, sending Luaire, who was watching the bees fondly, back home. Bailey took the flowers and returned to his small house, where he found Miao Jiming standing respectfully in his doorway, waiting. Mo, it's so late, did you run into something? Eunuch Bai. I heard from Wei Shi that someone had revolted and had managed to attack Cheng Chang. Miao Jiming listened to the buzzing sound of wings rattling and glanced at the half-meter-long bee that was following Bailey. He only felt his scalp tingling, lowered his head and dared not look at it again, and forced himself to calmly say, in recent days, perhaps there will be officials and soldiers coming to the village to cause trouble, so practicing troops can't be delayed. After learning from the village chief that Bailey had told the village to call him that, Miao also changed his name. Due to the imperial court's cantonment system, Qingqing's garrison in the county more than 10 miles away from the guardhouse, Wang Air their uprising in the county almost did not receive any wind, such as reinforcements arrived. People have long run out. The court will definitely pursue this matter, and the inspectors responsible for arresting bandits and maintaining law and order will have to arrest Wang Air as soon as possible if they want to make up for their mistakes. But if I couldn't find it, I searched for Lu's village again. If the inspector leading the group has some conscience and lets them pay some grain and leave, I'm afraid, after all, whether or not it is a chaotic thief can be at the whim of that inspector. Duke Bai, we intend to start practicing tomorrow morning. I wonder if we can appropriate a small amount of the divine fish placed on the wooden platform. No problem. That fish was put there to be used, not to mention for practicing. Bailey nodded in agreement. Immortal monarch, there is one more thing. There is also affluent food in the village. Wang Air wrapped up the uprising of villagers from several neighboring villages. What is left in the village are experienced farmers. I think that the village should need these people. Immortal monarch, do you think that you should send someone to bring them back? Miao Jiming continued. Naturally. Miao Jiming calmly, without losing his poise, arched his hand and said, thank you, Mr. Bai. Then I won't disturb you in your bedtime. I'll leave now. Okay, off you go. Bailey looked at Miao Jiming who was a bit scared but forced himself to be calm. So he also let Miao Jiming go. While the bee doesn't bite at all if he's not messed with, and is cute on closer inspection, it does feel oppressive to those who don't know its habits. Horse bees of all sizes had to get out of the way, not to mention the half-meter prehistoric pole bees. Bailey synthesized the honeycomb with the honey spleen he got and put it in the corner of the garden. Lure the bees into the room. Stand in the corner with the flower in your hand. Seal the perimeter with a block of wood. Then crouch down, climb out, and seal the wall in one fell swoop. Let these bees stay in there for a while. They can't be locked up anyway. Put those 3 back when there are enough baby bees for 2 to breed. Put out and knock out the grid in your backpack until you have enough 6 flints to synthesize 3 arrow-making platforms. Done. Call it a day. Go to bed. After doing this, Bailey relaxed and stretched, threw himself on the bed, found a comfortable position, and fell into a deep sleep. By the time he woke up again, it was the next morning. Walking into the village, Bailey found that Wei Shi and Lu De had already started their training in the open field with the selected villagers. Lu De is responsible for teaching the villagers to use the crossbow, teaching them how to aim as well as fire, followed by slowly correcting the crossbowman's movements. But after all, he was a hunter, and knew little about crossbows. So Lu De was also using the crossbow to shoot over and over again, finding a posture as well as a grip that would be favorable to the use of the crossbow. Of course, this side is still considered normal. On Wei Shi's side, the picture instantly changed. Although the distance was a bit far, Bailey could still hear and see. Those villagers' faces reddened with excitement, and their eyes muttered in determined whispers, Immortal Lord Asylum. Then they took the sword directly and stabbed their bodies hard, letting that blood flow downward. Their faces became pale as they endured the pain and gritted their teeth, holding on until Wei Shi shouted. They quickly gulped down the dried salted fish, and then ate the roasted fish they carried in portions to recover their wounds quickly. The above behavior is repeated. Is that how you use the fish? Bailey sucked in a breath of cold air. I thought it was just to treat a bruise, but I ended up stabbing myself directly in the face. Next to them was a separately separated group of two, one of which was Lu Er, both of whom were wearing full leather suits and wielding ordinary iron swords that forsook defense and stabbed straight towards each other's faces. Wei Shi, on the other hand, was guiding from the side, and once one of the parties chickened out and had a closed eye or evasive action, they would be reprimanded by Wei Shi. No defense, only offense, fighting for your life. This was the most suitable training method Wei Shi chose after referring to the conditions of the Lu family village. With the divine fish, it ensures that the villagers can recover from their injuries as long as they don't die, while the divine boots are able to provide protection when fighting for their lives against their enemies. So, the people of Lu's village practiced their guts, and for the time being, they only needed to learn one trick, regardless of defense. It's no problem to greet the enemy directly in their death throes. Most importantly, the morale of the Lu family village. Even if only the last person was left, then the remaining villagers would dare to go up and fight for their lives. What's more, Lu Dishi would talk to his two sons about the immortal monarch's various likes as well as dislikes, and there was no shortage of those he had seen and heard when he had followed immortal monarch Bai, and Lu Ping, for one, is not one to keep secrets. These included the two officials who had been dictated by the immortal monarch that they would be reincarnated as animals in their next life. Honestly, this was the first time Wei Shi felt sympathy for the officers and soldiers. Coupled with that previous scene in which the immortal monarch manifested himself and the heavens and earth shared their anger, the villagers had long since taken him as their spiritual pillar. Under these circumstances, Wei Shi even suspected that as long as immortal sovereign Bai gave an order, these people from the Lu family village would dare to cut their own throats on the spot without blinking an eye. As for Lu Er, Wei Shi hadn't planned to let him participate. After all, if anything went wrong with Lu Er, the immortal monarch would definitely be furious, and then it wouldn't be as simple as lightning and thunder. However, when he learned that Lu Er was there to protect the immortal monarch, Wei Shi's heart tightened. He guessed that the immortal monarch would definitely be restricted by mortal dust, but he didn't expect it to be so severe that he actually started to almost get injured by the wolf. Immortals will not die. At most they will give up their mortal bodies and return to the heavenly realm, but there will be no more peace in this chaotic world. Therefore, the life of the immortal monarch was especially important, but the only one who could qualify to stay by the immortal monarch's side was Lu Er. Therefore, Wei Shi agreed. Considering that Lu Er needed to protect Bai Li closely, Wei Shi was even extra strict with Lu Er and was ruthless, having told Lu Er, if the immortal monarch was in danger, Lu Er must step forward to block the sword, even if it's death. This world can't live without an immortal ruler. Lu Er nodded his head rightfully, which was exactly why he wanted to join the training. Under the command of Miao Jiming, a part of the villagers collected weeds as well as flowers into the composting barrel to synthesize the bone meal, followed by those farmers who brought in the ripened wheat to obtain the wheat seeds to be planted next. The wheat fields are expanding. One part traveled to and from the villages, bringing back people and a number of Hans. Not everyone is willing to leave their homes and rebel with Wang Er. This part can be trained as soldiers or go to farming. Even the old and the weak can go and pick up flowers and plants to get bone meal, and the payment is made in fish from the village. The village was growing and developing in a well-organized manner, and Lu Er had his own things to do, so it wasn't much fun to explore alone. Bai Li also finished transferring those new arrivals, fed the chicks and raised bees every day, and went fishing in his own small fish pond. After all, Big Lake is still a while away from being built. These days, although various places are still short of manpower, but in the construction of the lake this Bai Li framed things, even if it looks useless, the village still puts it first. Bai Li fishing from time to time to steal a glance at the village. Those Lu Jia village villagers from time to time will look at his figure, to see that he is still there. Only then will feel at ease to do their own things. Those who had just joined the other villages, under the influence of the people of the Lu family village, along with the endless fish and meat as well as the endless water sources, also looked at him with a reverent face from time to time. In the meantime, it would be better to be a quiet mascot for a while, waiting for the officials to get over it. Bailey thought. Time passed day by day, and the Lu family village developed by leaps and bounds. Under the setting sun, the sound of horses' hooves came from the forest where the Lu family village was located. The officials, after all, have come. Damn it, how did I get into such a mess? It has to be in Chengcheng. Isn't it better to rebel elsewhere? Riding his horse, Wu Zhen's expression was gloomy, showing a hint of fatigue, and he cursed under his breath. These peasants were falling into the grass month after month, and he, as inspector, naturally had to take care of these annoyances. But it is just that they are not peaceful. and it is unusual to take some trouble to send out a few teams of men to calm things down, and he can still drink and eat meat in his own territory peacefully. The days were peaceful and quiet, but suddenly someone came to tell him that there was an uprising in Changchang and that it had been captured. At first he couldn't believe it, but when he arrived at the county town, hey! The deserted people flooded into the city and rebelled everywhere, and the official grain in the granary was obtained without any remaining. The beams of the rich families in that county were full of women, some of whom had been taken down by the influx of deserters, and, after a little pleasure-seeking, were lying unclothed on the cold floor. As for the governor, his body was chopped to pieces, and his head was nowhere to be seen. Changchang inside is simply a chaos. He led the army with the officials who escaped the rescue spent several days to suppress with difficulty, leaving part of the people as well as one or two of their own personal guards to stabilize the situation in Changchang, hoofing it out of the county wanting to put Wang Er down. He explored the several villages around the county. All the villages are devoid of people. Almost all of them have run away after Wang Er, and the rest are all old and sick. Wu Jin can't take these suspected rebels back to interrogate, either too old or too young, so the top side will not believe. But it was possible to feel out some marching food. He was driving away the bandits and paying them off, lest these people sleep uneasily if the bandits were not removed. But this traveling with the army, no food how to fight bandits. The city's food was robbed by these farmers, then their own back. Is it wrong? That's right. Blame the damn traitor Wang Er for all this. Wu Jin kept cursing, only to feel his mouth dry. He licked his dry and cracked lips, opened the water bag on his waist and poured water into his mouth. As a result, the water inside was gone after moistening his lips. Wu Jin blackened his face and said coldly to the folk following him on the side, "Bring me water." That folk followed the road for so long, has long been hungry, dry mouth, coupled with the heat of the weather, steaming him even a little bit of a trance, until Wu Jin impatiently shouted to the second time, only then reacted. Before this water could be handed over, Wu Jin snatched it and scolded, "Damn, if you idiots weren't so stupid, I would have caught that Wang Er long ago." Seeing that the folk didn't react, but only looked thirstily at the pot of water in his hand, Wu Jin looked on playfully as he nodded. "What? Want to drink?" The folk didn't say anything, but his eyes glazed over slightly and he nodded softly. "Then crawl and pick it up. All that water is yours if you pick it up." Wu Jin threw that water jug into the distance and greeted the man to retrieve it. The folk crawled trembling in the direction of the kettle and managed to pick it up. Before he could take a sip, Wu Jin had another soldier snatch that kettle back from his hands. He, you're also worthy?" Wu Jin sneered. "If I don't feel good, you won't feel good either." That civil servant did not know if he was furious, or could not stand the heat. Both eyes rolled over and directly fainted. Obscure. Looking at that folk's wretchedness, Wu Jin cursed on his lips, but his heart was a little more comfortable. Soldiers are soldiers, people are people. These people cannot be counted as soldiers. Naturally no need for him to courtesy. The surrounding folk marched forward numbly. These days, living is already a difficult thing. Sooner or later this thing will be their turn, and where is the leisure mind to be able to sympathize with others? And no one is seen to sympathize with them. In this world, the good guys died out a long time ago. You go to the back and take a look. How come there's been a lot of noise behind us since we entered this woodland? Listening to the tumultuous procession behind him, Wu Jin frowned and instructed his personal guard at his side. Not a moment later, the personal guard returned and responded with an arch. Some people have heard that there seems to be a huge white monster in this forest, with infinite strength, killing without blinking an eye. It killed quite a few desolate folk outside the city earlier. How dare you shake the heart of the army at this time? Behead that fool who spread rumors. Wu Jin gritted his teeth. Originally, he was bored in his heart. There is a Wang Er has been pressed in his heart, and now there is a monster, which does not intentionally want to go against him. Yes, wait, there is indeed something odd about this forest. Wu Jin called out to the personal guard, and after a moment's hesitation, asked, "Do you know where they got this information from?" "It seems to be from the mouth of a crazy scar-faced draconian outside of Changchang. I heard that the man was lucky and escaped by pretending to be dead, but everyone else who was traveling with him died." The personal guard organized his words and replied. Wu Jin cursed and said, "Ridiculous. Even if it's true, it's just a monster that can kill just one person and can't run without legs. This is not just a bunch of nonsense. I'm sure they're all idiots, even believing such an obvious falsehood." At that moment, a scout ran and half-crouched in front of Wu Jin, arching his hand. "Report, a village has been found ahead, less than a few miles from here." "What about the numbers?" Wu Jin inquired without skipping a beat. They had passed through I don't know how many villages, not to mention Wang Er, not even Li Er Zhang Er had seen. The village just didn't have many people. So, Wu Jin didn't really pay much attention to it and just asked casually, "There are quite a few. No less than 100, the scout replied. What? Wu Jin asked with a serious face. No misreading? The villain has confirmed with several others that every word is true. Good. Wang Er, this general has finally caught you. Have the generals line up. Be quick. A hint of excitement flashed in Wu Jin's eyes. Also, quickly bring me my armor. You don't usually wear armor on the march. You can't go very far that way before you die of exhaustion. And unless you're preparing for a night attack, you'll usually have a civilian with armor. Likewise, there will not be a constant parade, which would keep the soldiers in a tense atmosphere and drain their energy for nothing. And it takes time to put on the armor and to form up. And you have to get the team in order before you can leave. The role of the scouts is to spread around dozens of miles, scouting at the same time, once the enemy is encountered, immediately warning, so as not to be caught off guard by a successful sneak attack. Putting his armor on, Wu Jin quietly waited for the troops to finish their formation. There was no way to rush at a time like this. You lead the way. We need to bring the rebels back to Chengcheng before nightfall. Wu Jin's team approached towards Lujia village silently. When there was still some distance to go, Wu Jin did not rush to attack, but proceeded to send out scouts to spy on the village. Although it is only some temporarily gathered rabble, as a general, the most important thing is not to take the enemy lightly. He didn't mind waiting a while if the enemy was too numerous and the defense works were finished. Now that the enemy is clear and we are in the dark, a night attack is also a good option. As soon as that scout returned, Wu Jin couldn't wait to ask, how is that village defended? Where is the weakest point? Back to your excellency, that village is almost undefended, with only a few men dressed in leather clothing and carrying wooden swords wandering around the entrance to the village. The scout paused, sighed softly and imperceptibly, and continued, most of the people in that village are old or children, and it should have been formed by the gathering of the remaining people from several surrounding villages. Is there anything unusual? Wu Jin thought for a moment and then asked. There are, if unusual, and quite a few of them, said the scout. There are potholes at intervals in the village, but they are so obvious that the cavalry are able to avoid them easily. On one side of the village, there were huts with shapes and colors similar to mushrooms, but we didn't dare to get close for fear of being discovered, so we couldn't be sure if they were mushrooms or not. Perhaps they were the product of those villagers' fictionalization. On the other side, there was a strange lake, only a dozen meters long, which should have gushed out from the ground, and perhaps it was because of the discovery of this lake that the people from those villages gathered here to form new villages. There's also a strange large square structure made of wood on the outskirts of the village that might be hiding something inside. Never mind the anomalies. So what do you think? If we charge straight through, what are the chances of winning? Wu Jin then asked. Almost a village of old men and children, with weak fortifications and completely staged, wooden sword-wielding combatants. The scout said with almost certainty, the other side will not be able to fight back. He could already think of the scene when the cavalry rushed into the village and those villagers who met the enemy immediately fell apart and fled in all directions. In that case, you go down first. Wu Jin waved his hand, signaling him to retire. He did not rush to the attack, but waited, and questioned several other scouts who had gone out to reconnoiter. He's done all the bad things, and he's been able to live this long by being cautious and careful. After getting all the same answers, Wu Jin then revealed a bloodthirsty smile. He didn't care if these people were refugees from the surrounding area. All Wu Jin knew was that he had pursued the rebel Wang Er all the way and finally made progress today. Although he did not cut off Wang Er's dog's head, the thief was cunning and he slipped away by accident. But he severely injured the insurgent team led by him. Even if it is very painful to have to spend some money on top of that to remedy the remedial faults to the above. But after that, even if he is penalized, at least he can save his own little life, is not it? Cavalry, charge with me. The rest follow. Kill. Wu Jin no longer hesitated. He gave an order and led his army towards Lujia village to attack. Soon he saw the village in the scouts' mouths, and as the scouts had said, most of them were old men, fleeing towards it. There were only about a dozen idiots with wooden swords who tried to come up to the mantle. It's hard to believe that these guys are trying to hold off their cavalry on their own. What a stupid idea. Wu Jin sneered. However, to his surprise, even when he led the cavalry to charge the village, those villagers actually had people who still dared to come up. And Wu Jin eerily realized that those villagers were basically wearing straw hats and holding white objects in their hands as they walked to the front of those pits. Wu Jin inexplicably sensed a hint of something wrong, but now that the cavalry had begun to charge, they couldn't be made to stop again. He shouted to the cavalry, "Accelerate! Those who block the road, behead!" They were getting closer and closer to the creepy hat villagers, barely a few steps away. At that moment, they only saw those villagers holding bone powder in their hands and waving it a few times at the pit. In an instant, a huge red mushroom wall rose up, blocking the path of the cavalry charge. Those cavalrymen had never seen this scene before, and subconsciously squeezed the reins of their horses, wanting them to slow down so that they wouldn't crash into the red mushroom wall. And those horses were already frightened. Under this maneuver, they couldn't control the side crooked body. Even with the people on their backs, they fell to the ground together. The powerful inertia threw the man on the horse's back off, groaning in pain as he landed on the ground. The cavalry was all but wiped out by that one stroke alone. Among them, it included Wu Jin, but with the armor's protection, he was only slightly injured. Logically speaking, this injury would not hinder Wu Jin's activities at all. But he climbed up in fear and looked at the red wall with a confused expression. This bizarre development that was beyond his understanding caused Wu Jin to freeze a little. But in the next moment, he immediately reacted and yelled at those infantrymen behind him. Quickly, if you don't want to die, give me a go and kill these rebels. Or else if the court confesses to the crime, none of us can escape. And as long as you kill one person, each of you I will also give you an extra double the reward money. Whether the court will blame these soldiers, Wu Jin is not sure. But he knows that if these infantrymen do not go up, he is afraid that he will not be able to escape today. Kill, cut down those rebels and go back to get the reward money. People were social creatures in the end, and with the provocation of the cronies that Wu Jin had planted in the ranks, and seeing that the wall of red mushrooms never harmed them, soon there were people who couldn't suppress the greed in their hearts and rushed up. One thing led to another, and more infantrymen came forward, swinging hard at the red mushroom. As for Wu Jin, he was quietly cowering in the pile of soldiers, ready to take off his armor and bolt. If not for the fact that the horses were basically down and out, he would hate to get on a fast horse right now and get the hell out of there. But if he ran away now, these infantrymen would surely scatter as well, and he would be obvious to those creepy guys if they caught him and grabbed him. Then he probably won't be able to run away, only by waiting for these infantrymen to collapse on their own. Could Wu Jin blend in with the crowd and see if he could escape? What's going on? A sudden earthquake at this hour? Wu Jin swallowed nervously. He looked at the mushroom wall that was gradually being thrown away. Once that wall is knocked down, what one is about to face is, I fear, the most frightening thing of all. Soon, that last mushroom wall was smashed away and a flash of white appeared before their eyes. Iron Mountain was holding back now. His own creator, worried that the invaders would find something unusual about the village, built him a basement for him to skulk around in. It was nothing, as long as it could help the lovely villagers and the beloved creator. It was happy on its own. Coupled with the fact that the creator was afraid that it would be bored, and had a different villager come down every day to keep it company, the days weren't too boring. After all, watching over the villagers is the reason for its existence, and it was also through this opportunity that the villagers, who normally avoided it, would at first stay away from it when accompanying it. As each villager came to see it, Tai Shan himself quietly moved that tiny bit closer to the villagers at intervals. If he was caught, Tetsusen cocked his head and retreated back, pretending that nothing had happened. After a long time, the villagers are no longer so wary of him, and gradually let go of their defenses. And when Tai Shan did it again, they pretended not to see it. And just like that, the mute one finally felt close to the villagers for the first time. Since then, every villager who came to see it would tell it their own stories if they were bored, sometimes shedding tears as they did so. To be honest, it didn't understand anything, but it was happy to be a listener to the villagers. And every now and then, Iron Mountain would reach out and pet those villagers' little heads. He doesn't know how to comfort, and he can't talk, but in the night, when he hears the tiny villagers crying, he rushes over to them. When observing the movement, I noticed that when the little villagers shook and hugged the crying little tiny villagers, the little tiny villagers would stop crying and would smile and fall asleep. That seems to work. It did as it was told, reaching out and gently cradling the tiny villagers in its own arms, rocking them slowly and gently. The villagers looked very shocked at first, but didn't struggle and took it all in quietly. And Iron Mountain cocked his head as he watched them. I just don't know why, but most of them cried harder instead. Only they all covered their mouths and didn't want to make a noise. They were all quiet and shedding tears. Iron Mountain was wondering why it didn't work when it clearly followed that step by step. Then it racked its brain to come up with a possible conclusion. Maybe the little villagers are too big and no big villager can hold them anymore. Luckily, though, it's all cuddly. Honestly, the villagers don't smell very good. They don't smell like flowers. They stink. But Iron Mountain didn't care. It loved the villagers and knew that they were experiencing pain before they had time to take care of themselves. Who doesn't like things that smell good? Until they cried themselves to sleep, Iron Mountain was unwilling to put it down, and it was content to watch those villagers shrink in its arms at ease. It would wait until a few minutes before the next little villager came in, then wake up the little villager in its arms. Iron Mountain felt that he should do this. The small villagers seemed reluctant to let their vulnerability be seen by the rest of the villagers. And just as it thought, The sleeping villagers woke up and their first reaction was to wipe the tear tracks from the corners of their eyes. The villagers looked at it and smiled awkwardly. It would wait until they were cleaned up and a bouquet of flowers was placed on the head of the female villager while the male was pinned to their ear. This will look better. At night, Iron Mountain still comes out, because at night the village will not be seen by the invaders, and it can continue to guard the villagers. Just today, though, it suddenly heard strange sounds of movement. Iron Mountain knew that it was the invaders coming. It was very worried. The little villagers were so fragile. It could be hurt even if it used a little bit of force. It was still so small. What should it do if it was bullied by outsiders? Last time it was like that, hurt by a bunch of deplorables. It was also thanks to the fact that it ran fast and saved the little villager in time. Otherwise it would have been sad for a long time. But the creator was there, and he was so powerful. Surely he wouldn't let the little villagers get hurt? Even though he thought so, Taishan was still anxious and wanted to spin in place. But he was worried about making a commotion, so he could only keep shaking his body. It tiptoed toward the door, lowering itself to peer nervously out through the hollow part of the door. It saw the ever-rushing sand and a group of invaders with small toys. But even small toys can hurt little villagers. Iron Mountain was so distraught that it wanted to smash the door in front of itself and rush right out to smash those damn guys to pieces. But the creator had instructed it again to be merciful, to catch them alive, and the horse had better not be harmed either, saying that it was useful to keep them, and that it couldn't go out yet, since the door wasn't open yet. Seeing that horse getting closer and closer to his little villagers, Taishan really wanted to rush out regardless and grab those guys from the horse's back and fling them into the air to let them free fall. Luckily, in the end, a mushroom wall appeared and stopped those invaders, and none of the villagers were hurt. Digging holes on both sides at once, that mushroom wall was quickly dug through, and the straw-hatted peasants quickly withdrew toward the village. Their role, it's fully realized. It was also at this time that the door in front of Taishan finally opened. Lord God General, I'm counting on you next, Niao Jiming said with a straight face. Taishan nodded and stroked Niao Jiming's head. It noticed that it seemed like the little villagers liked to have their heads stroked, so although it was a bit anxious, it stroked patiently. Niao accepted it helplessly. After Iron Mountain touched it, he directly drove at full power, taking Earthquake all the way, and ran towards that mushroom wall. Beside it were several villagers in full leather covers, including Lu Ping as well as Wei Shi. Their aim, on the other hand, was to capture the opposite general and bring him back to a mortal lord while creating chaos in Iron Mountain. Bai Xianjun said it was useful alive, and I heard it was intended to be kept for some kind of experiment. But feel free to cut, as long as they don't die. The immortal monarch was able to save them anyway, as long as they weren't injured. Reaching the mouth of the shattered mushroom wall, Iron Mountain stood quietly as it waited for that mushroom wall to be taken down. Iron Mountain thought, as soon as the wall was broken, it made a beeline for the pile without attacking first. He himself couldn't strike too hard, but if those guys made a move to try to attack at Iron Mountain, then don't blame it for striking back. It can get hurt, too. The white monster really exists. That rumor is true. Damn it, I don't want to fight this kind of monster. Isn't this a death sentence? Gulp. Everyone subconsciously took a few steps back as they stared at the huge white monster that crawled out of the mushroom wall. They were trembling, and even then they couldn't hold the weapons in their hands. The only thing holding them back from fleeing is simply because they don't dare to become deserters, lest they drag their loved ones down with them. Their superiors, after all, aren't dead yet. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The soldiers didn't dare to attack, and Iron Mountain was waiting for them to do so. Why didn't it? Attack us? Is it possible that, like the mushroom, it has no offensive power and is just scaring us? Those soldiers were a bit puzzled. While in that mushroom wall, a few more villagers with full-body leather covers and wooden swords ran out one after another. But this time, no one dares to underestimate them anymore. This one bizarre thing also discouraged them from capturing these people in front of them and using them as hostages. Immortal Emperor's word of mouth, hand over your leader, and for the rest of you, those who surrender will not be killed. Wei Shi shouted. There was a slight commotion in the crowd, but it was subdued by the cronies. It's really a case of not seeing the coffin, Wei Shi thought in his heart. Clang. Suddenly, an arrow shot straight at Wei Shi's head, where the leather headgear didn't cover. A crisp thud came from the side of his head and he looked down to see the arrow lying bent and twisted on the ground. Those soldiers looked at this scene incredulously, and then, in unison, they turned their heads over, with odd, yet sympathetic eyes towards the one who shot the arrow. Who gave him the courage? What's the point of fighting for that kind of money? Oh, it's the inspector's crony. That's all right. The person who shot the arrow managed to attract the Iron Mountain's attention, and it angrily ran towards the man, passing through unhindered along the way. Those who run slow are knocked off their feet, The man gasped in fear when he saw Iron Mountain looking toward him, dropping his bow and planning to run away. Unfortunately, it's still too late. Iron Mountain rushed over, and in return, sent him on a flying experience. Looking at the cronies that flew several meters high, the last strings in the soldiers' heads violently collapsed. Run! If we don't run, we'll all die. Quick! Run separately, there's only one of that monster. It can't kill us all. The soldiers scattered and fled in all directions. Wei Shi saw, at a glance, Wu Jin, who was taking off his armor to escape, and he hurriedly greeted him. Lu Ping, you're a fast runner. You go after them. I know. I'll go now. Lu Ping shouted, dropping the stone sword in his hand, taking away his companion's wooden sword, and directly chasing after him. One person isn't good enough after all. We'll have to send another. Wei Shi said to Pillar. Pillar, you go along to meet Lu Ping. Okay. Don't worry and leave it to me, Chief. I'll make sure to bring that guy back to you. Pillar answered and followed after him. Kneel down and don't kill. Kneel down and don't kill. The holstered villagers shouted and whisked towards the fleeing soldiers, while Iron Mountain chased after the fleeing soldiers, crushing one of their legs and chasing after the others. Soon the floor was filled with people kneeling or lying on their backs, listening to the moans of pain around him. The kneeling soldier thought in despair, what awaits them next? Perhaps, is hell. As for Lu Ping, even though there was leather worn on his body and his speed was slightly affected, he still chased after Wu Jin and his group all the way. Seeing that he was about to catch up, one of the cronies who had followed Wu Jin's escape suddenly said, My lord, I'll pad the rear. Please take care of my family. After that crony finished speaking, he directly turned around and ran towards Lu Ping with his sword. He no longer cared about his own life, and holding on to his luck, he held that sword in both hands and stabbed it straight toward Lu Ping's throat. However, when he saw that Lu Ping on the opposite side pressed no defense, his mood sank to the bottom, because it meant that the other party wasn't worried about the sword being able to harm him at all. Sure enough, when his own sword touched Lu Ping's skin, it was as if he had stabbed into a stone, and the whole thing bent. Lu Ping, on the other hand, took advantage of this moment to sharply slash at the neck of his crony with that wooden sword, and proceeded to chase after Wu Jin without stopping. He himself didn't even stall for a second after all. The crony covered his neck, his face grimacing as he watched the departing back, and in his last moments of consciousness he thought, My lord, this time, it looks like you won't be able to escape either. Phew, phew. Wu Jin ran forward in a sorry state. At this point he was alone, and those who ended up following him had broken off to give him time to stall. When the last person went to block, Wu Jin turned around and saw that the person who had been chasing him was already a bit out of breath. Wu Jin had run out of strength. His body desperately wanted to rest, but he didn't dare to stop, fearing that if he stopped, he would never be able to run again. Now, it's time to get rid of it, isn't it? He thought after the hijacking. However, there was another movement from behind him. Wu Jin turned his head back, only to see that the pugilist kept eating something in his hand, and then his speed was even faster than before. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I surrender! My lord! Please don't kill me! Seeing that he could no longer escape, Wu Jin simply stopped and fell to the ground, kowtowing vigorously. Lu Ping ran up to him and said in annoyance, Not running? Don't run! Don't run, lord, please! Let the little one go as a fart. I'll go with you. Don't kill the little man. The little man's family has a lot of silver, and a few dainty maidens, all of which can be given to the lord. Just beg your honor to keep the villain alive. Wu Jin cried out in fear. Seeing Lu Ping approaching, he wanted to sneak attack with the small knife he had with him, but it was not possible because these people were so bizarre that the knife and sword could not help them at all. Don't worry, I won't kill you. The immortal lord said that he wants a live one for his experiment. Experiment? Wu Jin was a bit puzzled. He shrunk his neck, a bit scared. He consoled himself. It doesn't sound like it's going to be a harsh confession. It shouldn't be a big deal if it's just an experiment. Following Lu Ping all the way back, Wu Jin was scared, and after hesitating for a while, he decided to ask Lu Ping, My lord, what are the contents of this experiment? Wu Jin looked at Lu Ping worriedly and hesitated. It's not much. Let me think about it. Lu Ping skimmed over Wu Jin and said thoughtfully, It's just letting us plant seeds, trying to see if we can grow wheat seeds, plowing and digging pits to eat fish and whatnot, and chopping down trees and digging up rocks and whatnot. Sounds like it's not that scary, but could it be that this person in front of him is lying to him? Wu Jin thought skeptically. You are suspecting that I am cheating you. Lu Ping looked at Wu Jin with a skeptical look on his face and became furious. Wu Jin warily said, No, my lord, how could I dare? That would be best. I never lie. Lu Ping snorted coldly, his anger not yet gone, no longer paying attention to Wu Jin. Seeing this look Wu Jin was relieved. This kind of stubborn people have this kind of performance. often say the truth. Myself. Safe. The mushroom wall at the entrance to the village has been dug up by villagers with their hands. Some days ago Lu Wusan ate that boiled mushroom cap. Ji Xing'an went to check his pulse every once in a while, and so far no abnormality has appeared. Moreover, according to Lu Wusan, the soup made with mushrooms and fish was extremely fresh in flavor, which made people want to have another bowl after drinking one. Even on its own as a main ingredient, it tastes excellent. After Ji Xing'an confirmed again and again that the mushroom was not harmful, he also reported it to Miao Jiming, who then conveyed it to Bai Li. This resulted in another staple food for the village, the only drawback being that the giant mushroom farmers only planted them at night. The ones who escaped were almost all militia, and due to the sheer number of them, they still let some slip away, but most of the ones who escaped had their legs broken by Iron Mountain, and were lying on the ground, wailing, one by one. The militia who were intact and who had lost their weapons and had long since fallen to their knees were escorted, one by one, to the basement where Iron Mountain had stayed before, and the militiamen who had broken their legs were fed with fish by villagers who, one after another, wore leather boots. No, please, please, spare me. I have a wife and child waiting for me at home. I can't die. The militiamen with broken legs pleaded piteously, hands behind their backs, dragging themselves away from the villagers, knowing that they were already crippled and no longer even qualified to be captured. Who would want a man with a broken leg inside this food? It must be poisoned. If you don't eat, I'll kill you now. If you dare to spit, I'll kill you too. Seeing that these people were unwilling to cooperate, the villagers had no choice but to put down harsh words. I'll eat. I'll eat. The militiamen gasped with difficulty and pain as they closed their eyes in despair and mechanically swallowed the fish fed to their mouths until their stomachs couldn't hold it and they let out dry heaves before the villagers stopped. Then the militia released and lay down on the ground, waiting for death. Oh mother, my child is here to see you come. Hiss. Dad. Ay-ah-wah. Ay-ah-ha. Suddenly a sharp pain and swelling came from their broken leg and they cried out in agony. The sharp pain, however, came and went quickly. The militiamen soon realized that their legs seemed to be fully recovered. They carefully stood up and stomped on the ground with the leg that was supposed to be broken. It's really good. Mother, it seems that child can't come, so your old man will wait a little longer. Looking at the villagers with complicated faces, the militiamen were in an odd mood. Obviously, it was the other party's people who smashed their legs, but now it was also the other party who cured them, favoring themselves to thank others. Consciously, they leaned their hands behind their backs and followed to the basement. It wasn't clear why they were willing to use something so precious to heal their legs, but they knew one thing: they could live. It's so nice to know that one is still being used. Individuals with bad intentions didn't dare to escape at such a time, and only followed into that basement. The only final casualties were the unlucky man who shot an arrow towards Wei Shi and was thrown away by Tai Shan, and those cronies who covered Wu Zhen's retreat. These people, the immortal monarch had previously instructed that if they dared to fight back, they wouldn't have to be saved. The folk who followed the procession over fell to their knees in surrender almost immediately. After all, in their minds, it's the same everywhere: early death and early restoration. These folk, just poor men held hostage by the army, would be managed separately from the militia, and they were led to a clearing. The folk stared blankly at the ground, awaiting their next fate. Miao was in the distance, carefully surveying the folk, thinking in his heart, those militiamen, not yet knowing their nature, fish and dragons. If the bad ones are left in the Lu village, sooner or later there will be trouble. Besides, the immortal monarch was just what he needed. It might be hard to pick the good ones out of it. After all, everyone thinks differently, but the bad ones, well, that's a lot easier. Just ask these folk. Gotta find some that are obviously being bullied by those militias. Soon, Nio settled on a rough candidate. However, in order to prevent these people from being retaliated against afterward, Niao divided the folk into several rounds and called out all of them, except that the identified candidates were questioned by him personally. At his inquiry, the folk slowly spat out the names of a few people before stopping talking. Then, Niao asked the next few people one by one, and just in case, he called in a few folk with relatively good spirits, and eventually, he settled on the names. Probably these are the ones. The rest of those who committed things that can be forgiven for now, send them to Immortal Lord Bai. Niao walked over to Wei Shi and told him the names of those people. Understood. Gong. Jiming brother, Wei Shi replied in a twisted manner. Ever since the last time he met with Immortal Lord Bai and learned that the Immortal Lord had told the villagers to address him as Gongzi, Miao Jiming had not allowed Wei Shi to call him Gongzi anymore. Say what you will, there is only one person who can be called a male in this place. Miao nodded, and after putting things in order here, he rushed off to the Minerva's side again. He had to keep a record of those folk who had a skill so he could report back to Immortal Lord White. I really am convinced. However, there are also some like indiscriminate killing of innocents, ruthless dog things, that Chengcheng governor is, that a few yamen are also, even this suppression of the bandits. I do not know where what garbage will be or, this is actually a what Chowdan place, everywhere is rotten. Bai Li's brows furrowed in annoyance as he looked at that faraway scene of a mess, and rarely burst into foul language. Earlier Miao had asked him about the attitude towards those officers and soldiers. Bai Li's answer is naturally that there is good wine when friends come, and if that jackal comes, it will be greeted with a shotgun. If those officers and soldiers just politely came over to inquire about Wang Er's whereabouts and left after asking, then Bai Li wouldn't mind giving them some military rations to serve as a bridge for cooperation between the Lu family village and the imperial court. Even if you want some grain and grass, as long as you don't enter the village, everything is negotiable. After all, the soldiers at the end of the Ming dynasty, to put it bluntly, is to run errands for the top, walked by bandits, but also by the civil officials, are some bitter. And he had no direct interest in the court after all, and he himself could still obtain iron, coal, and other supplies he might need through this one channel. There would certainly be no shortage of food in the future, and there was even more than enough, and he was perfectly capable of exchanging food for those desolate people who were very troublesome for the court. In his world, as long as they could be accommodated, then how could they not be starved to death? A compost bin alone could feed an unknown number of people. That grass, but it grows on grass cubes every minute of every day. The court got food, and they got supplies and population to accelerate their development, which was not a bad thing, even for fear that these officers and soldiers would mistake them for rebels. Bai Li didn't even let Tai Shan come out to build the earthen wall. He was originally going to surround Lu's village with earth cubes. It ended up being his fortuitous idea to dig a few holes and use a wall of mushrooms that could grow quickly as an alternative. It can also be a surprise, and those little mushrooms in the potholes are at best puzzling, not something to think about. Can't the other side figure out that the mushroom can get bigger? Even Iron Mountain was placed in the basement by him during the day, just because he was worried that those officers and soldiers were afraid and didn't dare to come up. I didn't realize that he was thinking so much for the other guy. Good guy. The opposite side simply take him as a soft persimmon. Actually do not even say hello. Direct cavalry charge? Isn't this a proper attempt to crusade against Lu's village as a rebel so that he can go back and deliver? The whole staff is really hard-headed. The civil tax, the military beheading. So who can withstand it? Forget it. Also good. Send me some militia and horses. It's not bad. In addition to those iron weapons, as a wild monster burst equipment. What's more, there were also some experimental subjects. The villagers themselves were not good at it. But these people, he did not intend to let go. It would be a pity to kill them. Good people are not wronged. Bad people are not wasted. Seeing that the situation was instantly under control after Tai Shan's appearance, and that he didn't need to save the day, Bai Li instructed Lu Er, who had been protecting him with a serious face next to him, that the situation was under control and that he didn't need to save the day. Lu Er, you stand guard at the door now, and come down and talk to me if the turmoil is over. After saying that, Bai Li took out a stone shovel and took advantage of the time to dig a basement in place. The exit was paved with stone steps, and a workbench was synthesized from the backpack to create an iron door, as well as 2 drawbars. Next, the perimeter of the exit was stacked with rocks to reveal a space for a door, and the iron door was put in place, with a pull bar placed on one side of the rock. Bailey pulled and tried it and it was fine. The drawbar functioned properly. The iron doors could not be knocked down and required the aid of a switch, which was able to prevent them from escaping. Walking inside, using the glass synthesized earlier to roughly divide the space inside into several pieces, and putting up the wooden door, Bai Li then stepped out. At this time, Wei Shi also happened to bring his men over. Gotta get myself out of this holster first, lest they don't dare to resist later, and it'll be a problem if some of the experiments don't go ahead, Bailey thought, removing the full-body leather cover. He sank his face and coldly looked at those who were escorted over by Wei Shi. This guy is their leader? The nerdy guy who came charging in with a stupid WAAC? Bai Li pointed at Wu Jin and asked with a calm face. Wei Shi looked at Bai Xianjun, who was no different from usual, and for some reason, vaguely felt a bit terrified as he broke out in a cold sweat and said in a condensed voice, Eunuch Bai is right. It's this person. Bai. Eunuch Bai. I thought it was that traitor Wang Er who was in the village, and thought not to frighten the snakes, which is why I made a big mistake. Wu Jin's words trembled lightly, wanting to kneel down, but being lifted by Wei Shi behind him, he could only squeeze out a few drops of tears, looking pitifully at Bai Li, mumbling, Please, sir, for the sake of the villain's ignorance, let the villain live. The villain can do anything. Don't worry, I won't kill you. There are just some things I need your help with, to do an experiment. Bai Li looked at Wu Jin with a smile and said frankly, Don't be afraid. It's very simple. To ensure that you won't have a single injury when you come out, I'll do what I say. Sure enough, the big dumb guy hadn't lied to him. It was just some simple experiment. Let's hope that fish isn't too bad. Wujin's hanging heart dropped a little. Wujin didn't notice that the militiamen who came over behind him looked at Bailey with frightened faces, their legs wincing vigorously. Wujin is not clear, but they can be clear in their minds. You know they've only just gotten better from a broken leg in a few minutes. Just because you didn't get hurt on the way out doesn't mean you won't get hurt on the way in. White. They just wanted to beg for mercy, but their mouths were covered by the villagers who escorted them to death, and they could only stare with wide eyes and despairingly let out whimpering sounds. Take them inside and split the switch. Bailey pulled down the lever and said to Wei Shi and the others. Yes, sir. When Wei Shi and the others finished getting out, Bailey drove them all away. Lu Er, you also go back first. What comes next is not suitable for children. Bailey took a deep breath, smiled faintly at Lu Er, and said in a thin voice, also, tell the people of the village not to come over no matter what commotion they hear. Oh, well, it's best to stay far away. It's best if you don't hear it. Then boss, take care of yourself. Lu Er nodded. Bailey slowly said, don't worry, I'll be very careful. Be careful, lest you take these experimental subjects. It's broken early. The rejection reaction can be perfectly suppressed with milk as it stands, which means that the effects can be ignored by simply drinking a bucket of milk at intervals. Food does not restore the part of the limb that is mutilated, and stitches are placed in the missing wound. Although organs with regenerative properties of their own can ignore this condition, the break can be joined, and if it heals, you can pick the opening apart, and it's fine if it's not original, but the flexibility will be slightly compromised. Also, as long as the eyes are still there, then they are also able to recover and regain their light. A blistered and swollen hand can also return to normal once it is reattached to the body and MC food is consumed. Large burns to the skin can be treated by using MC foods, although the newly created skin will be dramatically different from the original skin. Well, maybe it can be used for whitening. It's just that the process might hurt that little bit. The mushrooms grown are not toxic to the villagers, even if they are eaten raw. The toxicity of MCBs is so strong that it can kill a person in almost seconds and seems to be extremely painful at the moment of onset, and can be detoxified with milk. As with the game ruling, once one is attacked, all bees in the surrounding area will have red eyes and attack the attacker. The good thing, though, is that its attacks are judged on the condition that they take damage, unarmed light strikes and inadvertent collisions are not returned, and the bees will die for the next while. You can wait for the bees to multiply to a certain number and use the flowers to lure them into the enemy's camp. And the first surprise attack can have an unexpected effect. The fact that a militia member can be converted to a butcher is a bit surprising. It's a shame there are no zombies at this stage. Or you could try making a discount machine, treating these people, and not the villagers. Bailey only needed to treat them as NPCs, and there wouldn't be any psychological burden. Bailey stroked his chin and sat on the wooden plank, crossing his legs and combing through the conclusions he had just reached. In the basement, there was a dead silence, and those militia members as well as Wujin were cowering in the corners, their heads lowered and trembling, not daring to look at Bailey. After a long time, Bailey stood up. Here we go again. The heart rate of the people in the basement accelerated. Their breathing became rapid and heavy. Their bodies chilled. They couldn't control the violent shaking. They clenched their teeth and made a clattering sound, desperately squeezing towards the edge. Each one of them pressed close to the other. At this point, they could not wait for a hole in the ground to be able to bury their heads in, so that they could feel so safe. Bailey ignored it and walked straight towards Wujin's single deluxe suite. Demon! Demon! Don't! At this moment, Wujin was wearing a blood-stained apron, snot and tears gushing out in unison as he cowered in the corner, looking fearfully at Bailey who was walking towards him. Damn silly big man! You fooled me so hard! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Is this eating fish? Farming? Cutting down trees? Please, kill me! Demon! No! Fairy Grandpa, I really don't know. Please stop torturing me and give me a break. His voice was hoarse, and it was clear that all parts of his body were intact, but Wujin's expression was as if he had endured unbearable torture. Bailey gently glanced at Wujin, who immediately got so scared that he got stuck in his shell and didn't dare to say half a word more. Come with me. After the next experiment, there will be nothing left for you, Bailey said indifferently, opening the wooden door of the room Wujin was in, then walked to the basement door, took out the pull lever in his backpack, and opened the iron door. Looking back at Wujin, Wujin legs desperately thrashes his internal pendulum as he holds onto the wall and tries to get up, only to brush himself off and fall to the ground several times. He raised his head in horror and looked at Bailey, which still has half of the previous arrogance, crying and compensating for the smile, trembling and said, God, Fairy Grandpa, You give me some time. Right away. He slammed his leg desperately and yelled down in a hateful voice. Move it. Move it. Forget it. I don't know how long I'll have to wait for you to slow down. It's better for me to do it. Bai Li walked over to Wu Jin's side, grabbed him with one hand, and walked towards the door. The militia in the basement looked at the unclosed iron door and breathed heavily, and only when there was no sign of Bai Li at all did the basement faintly cry out. Escape? A militiaman asked with a shaky voice. I'll go crazy if I stay any longer. You can escape from the demon, the man on the side said, suddenly covered his mouth by someone else in horror. His pupils shrunk slightly, looked at the man gratefully, and then said, Immortal? Besides, where to escape to? The militiaman who had started the conversation stopped speaking as he suddenly burst into life and slammed his head down hard towards the earthen wall. Before he could touch it, he was stopped by a handful. Why? Won't you let me escape even to escape? Won't you even let me die? That militiaman went completely crazy and shouted hysterically. Are you sure you can die? The surrounding people took the militiaman's arm and asked meaningfully. If you don't die, you'll be in trouble. Me. The militiaman deflated. He sat paralyzed on the ground, his expression stagnant, and nagged. Retribution. This is all retribution. The surrounding people looked at each other. A trace of regret flashed in their eyes. Inside this basement, able to come here, each of them are door to door, are arrogant and domineering, accustomed to, never take the folk as a person. They covered their faces helplessly and cowered in the corner, quietly waiting for Bai Li to return. Don't move around in a while. I won't be responsible if you fall down early. Bai Li slipped Wu Jin in one hand, built a wooden board at his feet, took out a bucket and put a bucket of water on the ground. In the MC, as long as the landing is in water, then Steve will not be hurt no matter how high he falls from, including the villagers. Now that Wu Jin has also been turned into a butcher, it's a good time to try out whether this trait exists or not. Bai Li proceeded to hitch the Wu Jin in his hands, did not dare to move, looking at Bai Li's movements. Some fear. It just felt like something not so good was going to happen. What's this planking for? Or a lattice? It shouldn't go much higher. It's going to collapse, isn't it? Wu Jin swallowed. He thought with a fluke. But contrary to what he thought at all, the planks got higher and higher, and in the blink of an eye, the people on the ground were about the size of ants. What, exactly, is this about? Wu Jin felt. He was going crazy. For the first time he was so close to the sky, so close, and his feet were almost hanging in mid-air. His heart was beating along with Bai Li's rising steps. Almost there. Bai Li excitedly stood on top of that square space, looking away from the barren land in the distance. He hadn't played bungee jumping before, and had watched others play it enviously on the internet, not realizing that the first time he actually bungee jumped directly without a rope. That's a lot of excitement. Phew, that's high, haha. Bai Li lowered her head and looked at the ground, feeling her breath catch a little, her palms slightly sweaty. He thought he was going to jump anyway, so he might as well take the opportunity to experience the sport of parachute jumping without a parachute. Hitching it up that little bit higher seems to have turned out to be a bit too much. Damn yeah, I think I even had to crouch down on the ground to stand on the top floor and poke my head underneath. With a guardrail, the first time I've ever stood in such a narrow place, it's a bit overwhelming. Let's expand the area first. I'll have to squat for a while. Bai Li quickly built 3 squares around him to make a small 2x2 platform, and after placing Wu Jin on it, he squatted down. As soon as Wu Jin touched the surface of the board, his whole body paralyzed on the board, not daring to look down. He looked like this. Bai Li can understand MC's characteristics. This board can be suspended even if you knock off the support square underneath. But even if he knew it himself, by now he was a little worried about the board collapsing. It's the same as being in a tall building, where you're obviously safe, but you always feel like you're going to fall off in general. Wu Jin, that's your name, right? Bai Li twisted his head and asked. Wu Jin hurriedly nodded. Yes, that's the name of the villain. Okay, listen up. This is your last experiment. Bai Li stood up and spoke frankly to Wu Jin. I'm not going to take you down there. The only way you're going to get down there is by jumping on top of all that water below the bottom. Don't worry. You now have my mana boost. As long as your body is submerged in the water in its entirety, odds are you'll be fine. And if you make it down alive, then that's the end of your experiment. Of course, you can also stay up there all the time. The choice is yours. Bai Li took a deep breath and said to him with a smile. Then, I'll go down first. Bye-bye you Lu. After saying that, Bai Li looked at the position of the water on the ground, adjusted an angle, and jumped up violently. His hands slightly opened, and he shouted, all things are false, all things are allowed. Immortal, don't! Wu Jin was lying on the wooden board, fearfully poking his head out to look at the descending Bai Li, only to feel dizzy, always feeling that the board was shaking and he was about to fall. He hastily shrunk back. no! You'll die, you can't jump. Wojin cowered on that square in midair, blew bleakly on the cool air. He misses his mom. The descending Bailey overcame the fear in his heart and tried to open his eyes wide, looking at the approaching ground and the gradually growing houses. As he fell faster and faster, his body became incredibly light, as if he was weightless. The air pressure cut out the sound of high-speed wind and other noises, and Bailey felt a strange silence. He had a unique perspective of the magnificent view of the earth and sky, a magnificent view that he had never seen before while locked in his cage. Bailey couldn't help but chant in the air, "Ah ah ah ah." He knew in his heart that this behavior of his did not fit his image in the villagers' hearts. But so what? The image of himself? Why should he care about his image in the eyes of others? Immortal or not, demon or not, human or not, that is only their eyes of themselves. I do what I want to do. I do what I want to do. I don't need other people's beliefs. I don't need to care about other people's eyes to act. I just do what I want to do. Why change for others? Steve Bailey, why do I have to pretend to be something I'm not? That voice resounded through the clouds, provoking the busy villagers around them to raise their heads and look towards the source of that voice. This is not to see okay, a look all fried pot, that the whereabouts of no one else. Is their white immortal monarch? Oh no, the white fairy king has fallen from the sky. What about this? What about this? The people of the Lu family village, as well as the surrounding villagers who had just joined in, directly messed up as a pot of ants, looking at that scene in horror. This was tantamount to the sky falling for them. If anything happened to immortal Lord Bai, then everything here would go up in smoke. What's all this yelling out there? Lu Dishi is still in the beautiful knocking smoke, looking at the harvested wheat smiling, heard the noisy noise outside. He frowned, followed by looking up. The pipe in his hand brush fell to the ground. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and realized that it was not a hallucination. He no longer had his usual reserve, and lost his voice and exclaimed, Egu, my ancestor, the immortal monarch has fallen down. Lu Ping? Lu Ping? He had been so anxious that he had forgotten that Lu Ping was still guarding the militiamen at that moment. Wei Shi and Miao Jiming left their own work behind and hurried towards the immortal monarch's direction in a hurry. The villagers who were watching over the militia members also hurried away, leaving only the confused militia members looking at each other. Run, here we have food and shelter. The food is good and you can still eat. Go back to drink the northwest wind? There are still Xian protected. If you want to go, just go. I promise not to tell on you. Suggest you don't have to give your brain away, and it manages food here, so I'd better not go back. But didn't that fairy fall? What if he dies? How can an immortal die so easily? What if? Go, check it out. Strangely, almost none of the militia members wanted to escape, and some even had worried faces as they followed the villagers in Bai Li's direction. After landing on the ground, Bai Li didn't get up in a hurry, but instead lay on the water, looking at the azure sky, and laughed out loud. It's really many times more exciting than my previous life. Fun. Too much fun. Then he lay still so still on the surface of the water, reminiscing about the feeling of impact he had just felt. Not far away, the villagers gathered but didn't dare to approach. Even Lu Dishi, Miao Jiming, Wei Shi and the others were looking from afar and didn't dare to move forward. They were waiting for someone. Soon, a path was made through the crowd, and Lu Er gasped and ran over anxiously. Lu Dishi didn't say anything, just looked at Lu Er in a hasty manner, and the surrounding villagers also looked at Lu Er helpfully. Lu Er nodded and walked towards Bai Li's position. It's okay, we have Lu Er. Sighs came from the crowd as they looked at the figure of Lu Er who was fading away. Yes, Lu Er, you came. Bai Li heard the ringing, sighed head. See is Lu Er. Naive smile, you are not see. Oh, no, should be seen. Anyway, just now I directly from the high altitude of a leap of faith on the jump down. That feel like flying. So exciting. Yeah, it's cool to look at. Lu Er, who had followed Bai Li for so long and knew the meaning of some of the words, said with a smile in response. Right, boss, this water should be cold, right? It doesn't feel like wood at all. And look, as soon as I get up, it slides down. It doesn't even stain a bit. Bailey got up and the water slid down his clothing. Why don't I take you there next time? It's fun. Lu Er, I don't think you've been anywhere near here this entire time. Have you? Bai Li asked tentatively. Lu Er nodded his head and said, of course, I have always listened to the boss, and usually take a detour when I pass by. That's good. Our good brother image is still solid. It's not a thing for so many people to keep surrounding. Bai Li looked towards the pressurized circle of people not far away, thought for a moment, and then said to Lu Er, go and tell the villagers to disperse. Tell them that I'm not in any serious trouble, and then let Wei Shi and also Miao Jiming come over. When Lu Er left, Bailey re-entered the basement and found that none of the people inside were missing. All stayed honest and didn't dare move. Upon realizing that Bailey had returned alone, their hearts trembled violently. Mr. Inspector, I'm afraid he's dead. While the militia were scared, they actually had some hidden envy in their hearts. Clang! Several wooden swords were thrown out by Bailey. The experiments on the villagers, which were pretty much underway, were followed by the experiments on himself. To make the people of the Liu family village attack themselves, it would be harder than killing them, and I'm afraid that as soon as Bailey opened his mouth, Brush knelt on the ground. Bailey looked at the frightened and pale militia members and casually pointed at one of them. You, come out. Ha! That yellow and white flower-faced militia took a breath and almost fainted. Behind him, his companions held him back from falling, while those around him were quick on their eyes and thoughtfully pinched the flamboyant militiaman's center. A dead friend of the road. If he faints, it could be them going up. With the combined efforts of those around him, the militiaman woke up before he could pass out for more than a second or two, and he gave a desperate look at those around him. Everyone shied away, not daring to look directly at them. The flower-faced militiaman shivered and stepped forward, shrinking his shoulders and looking down, not daring to look at Bailey. Pick up the wooden sword and attack me with all your might, Bailey said to the militia. I don't dare. Immortal Grandpa, why don't you chop me? The flower-faced militiaman sniffed and directly knelt down to beg for mercy. Someone had resisted before when they saw that Bailey wasn't wearing that weird holster, but they were pushed against the wall by Bailey. Those who resisted were immediately set inside the earth wall, their bones broken to pieces, barely alive. The ones who resisted, then, were much worse off than they were, and only so much better than the inspectors. That guy was just thinking about banging his head against the wall to get to know himself. What's the point of wasting words? Is it hard to believe that you want to do the experiment just now again? Bailey gave the flower-faced militia a cold look. If you don't want to, hurry. The militiaman looked like he remembered something, and was so scared that he dry-heaved. He hurriedly picked up the wooden sword and cried out, Immortal Grandpa, I'm coming? Bailey nodded. Ah! Only then did the flower-faced militiaman's hands shake, and with a clench of his teeth, he yelled and stabbed towards Bailey. When that wooden sword didn't enter Bailey's body, he panicked and let go of his hand, retreated a few steps in a row, and kneeled down with his head buried in trembling. Bailey ripped out the wooden sword, bringing out a sliver of pixels, and looked at his blood bar. Only 2 frames deducted? The wooden sword does 4 points of damage, which should logically be 2 hearts deducted. You come up too. Bailey pointed at another, thinner person. This time, it only even deducted a frame and a half, and then he had a third person stab him with a stone sword for 2.5 frames of damage. It seems that the amount of blood deducted is rather related to the individual. One last experiment. Bailey ate the apple, back to full satiety, and brought up his blood level, allowing the 3 to each hold a weapon and stab at him at the same time. After the damage was received, the next 2 were immunized, clearly stabbing into Bailey's body with no reduction in blood. Invincible frames. Now there's no need for a million arrows to be false. How dare you hurt Duke Bai? Seek death. A bellowing cry came from outside the door, and it was also Wei Shi who was shouted at by Lu Er. Next to him was Lu Er, who was climbing with Miao Jiming and hadn't noticed anything unusual. One could only see Wei Shi's face and ears reddening with anger, his face grimly exploding towards those 3. Whoever dares to touch Immortal Lord White will die. I knew it. I knew it. Those few militiamen looked at the running Wei Shi and closed their eyes in relief, waiting for a long sleep. But, finally, relief. Wei Shi, stop, Bailey shouted in a hurry. Here the White Fairy King sent word. Wei Shi directly a foot brake, did not stabilize, tripped and fell to the ground. He did not dare to delay, hastily climbed up, long full bearded face sticky dust. He was apprehensive and uneasy. White Prince, how to do? That was me telling them to do their best to stab over. You don't have to care. Bailey waved his hand and said, hearing that it was Bai Xianjun himself who had given the order. Wei Shi's anger then dropped a little, but he still sneaked a furious glare at the few militiamen. Well, that can be done. What if something happens to Bai Xianjun? The militia ignored Wei Shi. Anyway, the big deal is that they can't wait to die. What can they do about it? Wei Shi, I'll leave these guys to you. Bailey continued. Just treat them similarly to the other militia. These experiments are a way to make up for some of the transgressions they have committed, but labor reform is still inevitable. Good. Don't worry and leave it to me. Eunuch Bai. Wei Shi's eyes flashed as he said, you guys go ahead. Bailey looked at the departing backs of several people, pondering. There are actually 2 more experiments. One is making witches. During a thunderstorm, when lightning strikes 3 to 4 squares near a villager, the villager turns into a witch before dying. Witches use negative splash potion as a weapon and will drink potions with gainful effects in defense. Either potion has a huge effect. Among them, The swiftness potion made by Lee's heart skip a beat. He had horses now. If you throw splash swiftness potions at horses and then let them breed, the speed of the ponies you get this way will increase significantly and permanently, allowing genetically optimized horses to be optimized again and keep on lassoing so that you can get a 1,000-mile horse that runs like a champ, and with no physical limitations. That's simply more than 1,000 miles. Splash Swift potions are not available, but it's not like you can't feed them directly. As for how to get the potion from the witch, in the original version, you have to rely on grabbing the enchantment, but Bailey can just do it and grab it. You can't be so rigid, you have to keep up with the times. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more ways than difficulties, but except for the last time when it thundered a little bit, until now, the sky hasn't moved a bit, and it won't even rain. Also, horses need golden apples or golden carrots to reproduce, and right now the gold is nowhere to be seen, so they won't be able to reproduce for a while, and it's just as well to put it on hold for the time being. The other was extremely inhumane, and Bailey gave it up directly without even thinking about it. Humans are also a type of animal and can naturally reproduce, and it just so happens that there is a corresponding law in MC, but unless it was an extremely special situation, Bailey would never try it. It might be a punishment for them, but what if, like iron golems in general, they also have intelligence? That would only hurt an innocent life. Injustice imposes sin on the innocent. Bailey, couldn't do it. Walking out of the basement, Bailey looked at the view of patches of golden wheat swaying with the wind in the distance with a look of contentment. The flowers in front of the door are just decorations in the end. This large wheat field in front of me is what really makes Bailey feel soothed. Unfortunately, it's still too little. Bailey fantasized about a mushroom town nestled amidst endless golden sheaves of wheat, surrounded by clear water, and his own little castle, stocked with all sorts of animals. That way, it would be so pretty. Still need more farmers. Miao Jiming, are the people from the other villages almost done being brought over? Bailey asked to Miao Jiming, who was standing on the side. That's right, eunuch Bai. The few surrounding villages that were held hostage by Wang Air, the people inside were basically brought back by us, and in the next few days, the number of people in the villages shouldn't increase any further, Miao Jiming said. Since the village's population won't be rising for a while, maybe it's time to get a wall. He himself had now captured the court inspector and put him on high to let off steam. Maybe when it's reported and the regular army arrives, it'll be bad. Not to mention, the number of bandits will surely skyrocket in the coming days, and the fortifications must be done properly. With the walls, a few militiamen put on watch at night, and Iron Mountain, who likes to work overtime. There's basically no danger. The MC may not be very offensive, but when it comes to defense, it can only be described as a turtle shell. What's more, sticking some never-ending torches into the walls. I don't believe that this will still allow people to sneak into the village. Have the village people push the cubes of earth they dug up to the outskirts of the village, and I'll have Taizhan stack those together to make an earthen wall. Also, record the occupations of the people coming from behind, and if any of them know how to fish, come over and let me know. Since farmers can grow wheat, maybe fishermen, too, can catch fish. Right, go back and count which villagers have contributed the most to the village these days, and let me know in the morning. Bailey thought for a moment and then said, there were rewards and punishments, and for those villagers who contributed more to the village, he naturally had to reward them. Okay, got it eunuch Bai. I'll take my leave. Miao nodded in response, arched his hand at Bailey, and left. It had to be said that Miao was a rare talent, and in just a few days, the village's population was already more than several times its original size. Under his direction, the wheat fields grew in size and the village was well tended. It's a shame that the only martial artist in hand is not available right now. That said, what's the situation in Wujin right now? Bailey looked upward along the long wooden planks, and this time, even with his enhanced eyesight, he couldn't see what was up there, hitching up a little too high and wondering if he'd dare to jump off. This stairway to heaven is quite simple to destroy. Just set it on fire and be done with it. But for now, let's just keep it for the time being. If someone sees it coming, it'll add to the village's population, won't it? Besides, having seen this anomaly, those bandits still dared to come and attack the village directly, which only meant that they weren't very smart. Bailey then thought. The number of villagers had gradually increased, and it would be a bit too much of a hassle if he had to personally go to the transfer every time. Why not just make a building and put career cubes in it? So if a villager needs to transfer, they just need to go in and turn around. Each profession gets a corresponding building, and the building has to have its own special symbol. If memory serves, MC has 13 professions coming up, so get 13. Gotta find a place big enough for that. But for now, let's get the farmers done. After all, it's just what's needed. The name of this complex would be just fine as the Transmigration Shrine. sort of the first wonder of the world. As Bailey finalized his idea, he turned back to his senses and found Luer beside him looking distracted. So he asked, "What? Is there something you need to go do?" Master Wei's side has already started training. "I was thinking that if there's nothing wrong with the boss, can I?" Luer hesitated. "Then go. What a big deal." Bailey shrugged his shoulders. After a pause, he then asked, "But that training, looks like it hurts. If it's Weisher forcing you to go, and I say, I'll directly give him a dry fly." "No, it's me who wants to go. The pain is a bit, but it's fine. I can hold on." Luer shook his head. His face was stern and serious. "I still have to protect the boss. This bitterness is nothing." Seeing Luer's serious look, Bailey froze. "What a dork," Bailey dumbfoundedly said. Fine, go, the boss is waiting for you to protect him, haha. This is good. People always have to have a goal." Luer followed him. "Will not feel overwhelmed." "Busy? It's good to be all busy." Bailey looked at Luer's back and said with a sigh, "Find a place to go and build your own transfer shrine. Has the immortal sovereign given you guys the divine fish?" Looking at those militiamen with full faces, the leading Lu village villager asked suspiciously. "Fish?" Upon hearing the word, the militiamen's faces turned pale as their stomachs began to roll and they couldn't control their dry heaves. After slowing down a bit, one of the militiamen opened his mouth and said in a trembling voice, "Your Excellency guessed correctly. Grandfather Immortal is giving us fish to eat." Hearing them call him an adult, the Lu clan villager was very flattered as he grinned and said, Don't be an adult. Since you guys have eaten the fish, let's take you to the place of work first." "Good. All at your service, my lord." Leading Gao Feiguang and the others to the vicinity of the water source, the villagers of the Lu family village found a few foremen who were working and asked them to lead the way to do things. When it was Gao Feiguang's turn, the villagers of Lu Jia village took a few more glances at his flowery face. "You'll just follow him for now." "Good." Gao Feiguang nodded in silence. As soon as the villagers had just left, the foreman militiaman who had brought Gao Feiguang said with an indifferent face, "Follow me." He knew Gao Feiguang, but he didn't have half a good feeling about this usually arrogant and domineering guy, and naturally didn't care what was going on with his face. The election of the foreman was decided on the basis of the militia's usual performance, and its rating with the Minutemen. Gao Feiguang followed them and carried the earth to the outskirts of the village, and naturally saw the white monster that had broken his leg earlier. Also know that the monster, he and others have to call it Iron Mountain God General, also know that the demon that tormented them before, is the villagers said White Immortal Monarch. Compared to the time he spent underground, just doing labor, Gao Feiguang only felt that he had inexhaustible strength in his body, and he worked hard to do the work. But it probably wasn't a hallucination either. Ever since going blind and being dunked into a bucket of what was supposed to be milk, he felt like his whole body was at ease, and even the distance, which he had been somewhat unable to see, was much clearer at the moment. Originally, the foreman was worried that their squad's progress would be seriously slowed down, but it turned out that when it came time to settle the bill at night, it was instead still at the top of all the squads. When it was time for a break, Gao Feiguang stood in line and received today's dinner. "You're back from the Immortal Monarch?" The villager who was beating the rice asked suspiciously as he saw the unfamiliar face. After seeing Gao Feiguang's nod, the villagers muttered under their breath, "No wonder there is no impression. Newcomer, if you don't have enough to eat, just come back for more. It's enough." Receiving a bowl of steaming noodles and a few steamed buns, Gao Feiguang held them and returned to his squad. Squatting on the ground, he was just about to stuff noodles into his mouth when he was stopped by the rest of the squad. "Wait a minute. Today our team carried quite a lot of cubes. We're sure to get some eggs." "Wait a bit. We'll eat them later after we've shared them." Gao Feiguang worked hard enough for the others to change their minds about him. Otherwise they wouldn't bother to remind them. "Ha ha, thanks to Brother Gao. We still have fish to eat today." Soon their leader returned cheerfully carrying boiled white eggs and holding a bowl full of fragrant fish. "There's actually fish. Ha, Brother Gao, what's wrong with you?" "Wait, I'll go call someone right away." The others looked excitedly at Gao Feiguang, but saw that when he saw the fish, he immediately covered his mouth and dry heaved. "No need. It's old. This fish. Vomit. You guys share it." Gao Feiguang gasped and took an egg, skimming away not looking at the fish. "This, okay." They looked at each other and gladly finished dividing that fish. They first smelled the flavor, tore off the skin of that fish, wrapped mouth buns and stuffed them into their mouths. "It smells so good. It smells so good. This fish is so good." When they had tasted it, they buried that fish under the noodles, intending to save it for last. Gao Feiguang, on the other hand, silently moved some position until he couldn't smell the fish, slowed down, and began to swallow the noodles in the bowl. When finished eating noodles, Gao Feiguang used a steamed bun to scrape the soup on the side of the bowl. until the bowl scraped out what oil and water. He only put the last bit of steamed buns to eat. Almost half full, Gao Feiguang licked his mouth contentedly. He ate so fast that he could only hold the bowl and look at the line that was still receiving their food. You can add rice, but he is not quite convinced. To be able to eat a mouthful of hot noodles in this drought year, Gao Feiguang is already satisfied. You know before, it was a question of whether you could eat on weekdays. You didn't get enough to eat? The noodles and steamed buns are all available again. Just take the bowl and go straight to add more if you want to eat. The chief looked at the dazed Gao Feiguang, swallowed the noodles in his mouth and hesitated for a moment. Gao Feiguang hesitated for a moment and slowly shook his head. This is not like the look of full, usually rice to grab someone else's, now actually shaking his head, but also the original that Gao Feiguang where to go? The chief thought with some confusion. I don't know why he's changed so much, but he's helping him out since he and the others are able to eat fish thanks to him. Wait, said the chief, shoving a handful of noodles into his mouth, shoving his bowl into the hands of the others to carry, taking the bowl from Gao Feiguang's hand, and heading for the line. By the time he returned, the bowl was filled with noodles and a couple of steamed buns. If you can't finish it, just let me know, just so I'm not too lazy to make another trip to add more noodles. The chief handed the bowl over, picked up one of the steamed buns in it, took his own noodles, and began to eat. Thanks, Gao Feiguang mumbled back. Ha? I didn't hear you right. The chief raised his head in surprise and looked at Gao Feiguang incredulously. Gao Feiguang thought he hadn't heard him clearly and re-said, thank you. The chief waved his hand in an odd manner and said without a hitch, you're welcome, we still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, how could we possibly eat fish? Eat it, and if you still want it give me a word and I'll add to it. Gao Feiguang responded and proceeded to eat the noodles. The rest of the party, however, added a second helping of pasta, saved some of their bellies and began to eat the last remaining fish in their bowls. They carefully tore off the fish and chewed it in their mouths. And even the spines had to be pursed for half a day until they were really flavorless before they spat them out unwillingly. When everyone had eaten their fill and spent the time moving around casually, they gathered in a circle and made small talk. Phew, full and satiated. What a day, what a comfort. Yes, it's like in the guardhouse. There are so many things to do, and we don't see enough to eat, and before, we had more than half of our pay deducted, even if it's not enough. Now directly do not give us. Have not seen the military pay for several months. The people at the top are eating a mouthful of oil. Ha, simply do not regard us as human beings. That's right, I didn't escape at that time, and I was thinking it was going to be the end, thanks to Lord God General breaking my legs. That's right, I didn't realize that there are benefits to running slow, otherwise where would we have the good times we have now? Those who ran away are so miserable. Ha ha ha. Hey, none of you are as smart as me then. I snapped to my knees right then and there without any hesitation at all. They laughed happily, snickering all the while. I heard that if we perform well, we may be able to go on to become soldiers. That treatment can be more than twice as good as the current, not to mention the wages. There is meat to eat every day. And, the leader lowered his voice and said, inside the people inside, all have immortal weapons. Immortal weapon? The surrounding people curiously came over. Is it the one worn by the one who was shot with an arrow intact earlier? That's right, that person's name is Wei Shi, and his entire body is covered in immortal weapons bestowed by Immortal Lord Bai, which are practically invulnerable to swords and spears, and water and fire. That stone sword in his hand is also given by Immortal Lord Bai. It's said to be forged from divine stones in the sky, and it's even sharper than an iron sword. Hiss, awesome, so we have to step up our speed now, and try to be the first batch to go over as soldiers. Now it's a small number of people, and the immortal weapons can still be our turn. But in the future, if there are more people, they won't necessarily be available. Maybe we can even eat divine fish. That taste, simply, is that the one we ate before? The broken leg is healed? Unfortunately, I was too scared at the time and didn't taste anything. Isn't that fish half a meter long? Vomit. Chatting in the heat of the moment, next to them suddenly came the sound of dry vomiting. They turned their heads, only to see Gao Feiguang raise his head, puckered his mouth. There is still some soup flowing out of the side of the mouth. A long time before swallowing. The rest of them looked at each other and made up their minds never to mention the fish in front of Gao Feiguang again. Let's go. First go to wash your body. It is said that the white immortal monarch loves cleanliness. We also need to wash our body. The water you can use any way you want. It is said that the white immortal monarch took down the divine water from the sky. There is no end to the use of it. The head of the group said to Gao Feiguang, after I finish, I'll take you to the place where you live to see it. What a luxury. Gao Feiguang beat up a full bucket of water from the edge of the pool, and he looked at the clean water source with some emotion. Who would have thought that before they couldn't even afford to drink water? but now they actually had an abundance of it and were able to splurge at will. Splashing into himself, he cleaned his body and followed his leader to a red mushroom house. Since the number of militiamen was too large, Miao Jiming simply asked Lu Wusan to let them plant several mushrooms at about the same distance and then catalyze them. And the mushroom houses that grew were connected together. Just cut through the 1-meter wide mushroom wall in the center and you get a large space that can hold a lot of people. You'll sleep there. The chief pointed to the corner of the mushroom room, and he gave Gao Feiguang a meaningful look. I don't think you'll think about escaping at night, right? Of course not, Gao Feiguang said softly. It's for the best. The chief finished and turned to leave the mushroom hut. Gao Feiguang was stuffed in halfway through, so naturally he wasn't in the same room as their team. And even if Gao Feiguang escaped, the chief wasn't worried that he'd be implicated. Immortal Lord White had not intended to forcefully retain these people. This was what Miao Jiming himself had said. When the chief left, Gao Feiguang walked to the corner of the mushroom house and slept on the straw mat that had been laid out. The straw mat, of course, was simply some hay mattress padding. He had just planned to sleep when he felt someone quietly approaching towards him right in the darkness. Before Gao Feiguang could make a sound, the person grabbed him and whispered, "We're going to run away in the night. What does it have to do with me if you guys want to escape?" Gao Feiguang looked around and without arousing the suspicion of others, he coldly said. The man's gaze flickered as he lowered his voice and said, "When I was pushing and transporting the earth earlier, I heard your screams, and on your face, it was very much like new skin growing out. So I'm guessing you were afraid that you had suffered quite a bit during that time. And most importantly, I remember you once said that you had a brother who had just come of age?" Gao Feiguang was stunned at his words. Once you become a military household, you are a military household for generations and cannot escape military service. And each military household must ensure that a soldier is always available to serve in the military at all times. In the event that a soldier in service dies of illness, in battle, or in some other unforeseen circumstance, the corresponding military household must provide a new male addition. In other words, if he delayed returning, then his own brother would serve in the army in his place. A military household is also responsible for the cost of clothing and traveling expenses while serving in the military. So how can his family get any extra money? What's more, the recent uprising has been so fierce. If his brother goes up at this time, isn't it just sending him to his death? It's no wonder they came to me. This is also the reason why you want to escape? Gao Feiguang pondered before frowning. Why didn't you leave earlier and had to wait until now? The man nodded. If I can't get back, it'll be my father who'll be the soldier. Originally we were going to wait for them to let their guard down and then look for a chance to escape at night, but I didn't realize that they're actually preparing to build a fence. So it'll be too late to leave again. Aren't you guys afraid that the White Immortal Lord will find out? The man's tone gave out and he stammered. Immortal Lord Bai's mana was suppressed, so he shouldn't have been able to hear. Or else we would have been caught yesterday. How soon do you plan to move? The man didn't say anything, but stared closely at Gao Feiguang. Allow me to think again. Seeing that no words could be trapped, Gao Feiguang's face showed a struggle. He thought for a long time, until the opposite side of the person was out of patience and wanted to leave. Then he said, "Okay, when is it?" The man signaled Gao Feiguang to hold out a hand while he secretly wrote the time on that hand. Waiting for that person to go away, Gao Feiguang lay down on the grass mat, unable to calm down for a long time, and just by moving, he felt that there were several gazes staring at him all the time. Honestly, he was a bit hesitant. He didn't want to follow along and escape either. After all, the thought of that confined space made Gao Feiguang's body shiver. And he had reasons why he had to go back. "Anyone? Fairy Grandpa? Can you hear me? I really know I'm wrong. I'll be good from now on. I'll never do anything bad again. Please let me down." Wu Jin was so cold that he shrunk into a ball. Sniffling and trembling, hiss, "So cold, so cold." He looked around him in the pitch black, sleepy, hungry, thirsty and cold. His eyelids were heavy and he could fall asleep at any moment. But Wu Jin didn't dare. He was afraid that if he accidentally fell asleep and tumbled down without paying attention, more afraid of the place suddenly collapsing. He was really scared. Early in the morning, Bailey saw Miao Jiming through the door, craning his neck and surveying the hard-working bees in his garden with fear and curiosity. "I've lost a few bees in the last few days, but one is only a matter of 2 flowers, and unfortunately the number of hives has not been able to keep up, so the number of bees in the garden is now always around 6-ish. Jiming, are the lists almost ready?" Bailey pushed the door open and grinned. "Mr. White, please look." Miao stood up straight and handed the paper in his hand to Bailey. Meanwhile, after stating the merits of the crowd in brief, he stood still. "Well done." Bailey looked up at Miao Jiming, his heart fluttering with mutterings. "Why isn't Miao's name on this?" Bailey asked. "Are there any fishermen or the like among those people?" "Fishing is better. There are a few," Miao replied. That's fine, Bailey said with a nod. It was good to know that before he came, but even the river had pretty much dried up, and it was good enough to have a few that could fish. He didn't expect these people to be able to fish anyway. If he could turn into a fisherman, he might be able to catch fish with a pole. In his case, skill is completely made up for by equipment and having hands. You can install one without hands. Eunuch by. Someone escaped Lujia village last night, and according to your instructions, those on sentry duty didn't even stop them. Miao Jiming paused and then said, this morning when those militia members got up and found out, they were all filled with righteous indignation and wanted to help us catch those who escaped. There's a heavy atmosphere in the camp right now, and they're all worried that you'll blame them and throw them out. I'm sure you've escaped. Bailey thought. He had expected it to be so many days at night before anyone escaped. Those who escaped, Bailey didn't care. He still knew that the villagers treated him like a god, and the militiamen who stayed in the village, naturally, did the same. Bailey also asked himself that he had not treated these militia. As for the food, is too little fancy also cannot be helped. He still want to eat french fries and drink coke. The conditions don't allow it. But then again they are fed, aren't they? The fact that they all wanted to, all dared to run away in this situation meant that something did hold them back. Bailey had still heard about the military household system of the Ming dynasty. When the first son dies, the second son goes on. When the son dies, the father goes on. And as long as there are adult males in the family, they have to go up and fill in the gaps. I have a soft spot in my body. I have no choice. People like that can't be arrested and beaten up. What's more, these people who went back must not dare to go against the Lu family village again. So it's just as well to let them go. Maybe they'll bring a family over afterward? Just in time. After rewarding the villagers for this matter, you should let Weisher talk to those militia members, and if they want to leave, let them go. Bailey paused and then said, by the way, prepare 3 days worth of food for them. Yes, Miao continued. Eunuch Bai, there's one more thing. Before the village didn't dare to disturb you because of the official's business. That excess wheat that was collected is now piled up in the basement where Lord God General once stayed. Oh, I didn't realize that the people in the village had actually left him some wheat, just in time to exchange it for the emerald at Lu Wusan's place, then look for Lu Ping to exchange for watermelon seeds. It's one more food you can eat on your own. Not bad. It's nice that the villagers we raised are finally popping gold for us. Bailey couldn't wait. I'll go check it out. When she reached the door of that basement, Bailey looked at the wheat stuff throughout the basement and said in disbelief, this is a little too much, isn't it? Duke Bai. The wheat you bestowed on us matured quickly on its own, plus it had the help of the divine barrels. This amount is well deserved. It's still a bit much. It hasn't been a few days. You guys turned it in according to a few percent? Bailey turned his head and asked. Almost 90%. How much? Bailey looked at Miao Jiming incredulously. Surprised. Miao Jiming carefully said. 90%. If Mr. Bai is not satisfied, we'll go back here and make up 0.5%. That's not true. Instead I think you guys are handing in too much. Bailey said with a skittish look. 10% is already a lot. Before the village chief and I said. In the past, the people of the village worked hard for a year. They could barely have enough to eat and drink. And after the great drought came, the land planted could not even cover the taxes of the imperial court. Year after year, people starved to death. This remaining 10% have been able to feed the people of the village now, and still more than enough. It's so easy to satisfy. In the future, pay 5-6% on the line. Just eat enough food that how can. Bailey sighed, waved his hand. Clothes or something always have to change it. If there is something you want to buy, the villagers have to have some money in their hands. 60%. He did not do anything. Collected 60% nah. Put aside the previous will certainly be shouted hanging street lamps above to go. But he felt that if he said less, those villagers would still have to be unsure. These wheat, he can't eat much. Keep 1 or 2 groups to make bread and breeding cattle and sheep. The remaining are taken to exchange for emeralds. See if you can let Lu Wusan rise down the level. Bailey stepped forward and retrieved all the wheat into his backpack. Right, Jiming. If you run into Weisher in a while, remember to give him a heads up and ask him to inform the villagers that if anyone accidentally breaks an arm or leg, splice it back together and then eat the fish that can restore the injury. Also, if the stomach is cut open and the internal organs or whatever are broken open, make sure to pocket the whole thing back. Okay, I get it. Miao thought to himself as he looked at Bai Li's figure with reverence. Luckily, in this chaotic world, an immortal like immortal monarch Bai existed. But, what should we do if the immortal monarch goes back? He didn't dare to imagine at all what would become of this village, and himself. After the immortal monarch left, the villagers gathered according to their professions and stood in the front of the line, while those without professions stood in the back row, and the folk as well as the militia stood on either side. They looked expectantly at Bailey, who was standing high above them. That was the stage that Bailey had built yesterday before dark, lest the people standing behind it should not be able to see it. Lu Ping, Bailey said in a loud voice. I am. Lu Ping ran up with a simple smile. You have contributed a lot to the village. This is my reward for you. Saying this, Bailey took out 2 torches from his backpack, as well as an apple, and handed it to Lu Ping. This divine fire. It's all yours. Thank you, Mr. Bai. I will definitely work harder in the future. Lu Ping excitedly knelt down on one knee, bowed his head and extended his hands, receiving the 2 torches as well as the apple with a holy face. That torch, Lu Ping, even if stupid, also know not only this is able to burn forever lighting, more can make wheat in the night also can grow. On that fruit itself, it exudes an aroma, must also be extraordinary. Only Lu Air and immortal clothes can get some. I'm afraid that only more valuable than the divine fish. They're all incredibly precious divine objects. The immortal lord is so good to him. Iron Mountain, Bailey said to Tai Shan, who was holding a cow on the side. Since that cow grew up a few days ago, the yellow cow of the village head's family was finally out of its misery and returned to Lu Dishi's home. In previous experiments, Bailey found that although this milk could not solve the villagers' night blindness for the time being, it was nevertheless able to restore the villagers' eyesight, as well as some other minor ailments. Tai Shan lifted the milk and poured it into Lu Ping's mouth. With the milk in his belly, Lu Ping only felt relaxed and able to see further. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Lu Ping suppressed his joy and walked down in the incomparable envy of the others. Then Bailey called up the men on the list one by one, and gave them milk, torches, and apples according to their merit. Looking at the villagers who were honored with awards were all agitated and full of excitement, as well as those villagers who were not honored with awards looked envious. Bailey thought to himself, a few sticks, plus charcoal obtained from the village, plus scavenged apples and unlimited milk. Aren't you a bit stingy yourself? But he really doesn't have much to offer right now is all. Alright, that's pretty much all of them. Disperse, Bailey said with a smile. Then, took the lead and left. If you don't leave, they won't leave. Rather than stare at them, it's better to just walk away. And he can also continue to repair his own transformation shrine. Respectfully, Duke Bai's decree. Everyone arched their hands in unison and shouted loudly with red faces. That voice, like thunder, resounded through the clouds. Wait for Bailey to leave. The villagers also left one after another to do their own things, leaving only Wei Shi as well as those folk still standing in their original positions. Last night, the matter of someone escaping. You should all know about it, right? Wei Shi said to the militia. Don't worry, the Immortal Lord has no intention of blaming you. On the contrary, the Immortal Lord has granted you permission to leave the village, and you can still take 3 days worth of food with you. If any of you want to leave, just come out directly. The militiamen were silent. None of them dared to be the first to come out for fear of being shot. Don't worry, this isn't swindling you. This is what the Immortal Sovereign himself said about letting you go. Can't it be that you don't even believe the Immortal Sovereign's words? Wei Shi patiently explained. At that moment, someone finally gritted their teeth and walked out of the line with their head down. Give him 3 days of food, Wei Shi said. The man received the grain in silence, kowtowed 3 times in the direction where Bailey was, and walked towards the outside of the village without being stopped at all, disappearing into the forest. Seeing that someone left without incident, there was a commotion in the ranks, and one after another people came out of the ranks, received 3 days worth of food, and kowtowed 3 or 4 times to leave. It wasn't until almost half the men were gone that the militia line quieted down. This is the last chance. If you want to leave after this, it will be difficult. You guys have to think clearly, Wei Shi said with a serious face. After waiting for a while and no one came out, he then continued. Good. Since you chose to stay, you'll be a member of the village from now on. If you dare to do anything unfavorable to the village, don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Yes, the militia shouted. Wei Shi nodded and said a string of names. For those whose names are read above, you have done well in these days. If you wish to proceed to join the army, report to me tomorrow morning. These people, who were observed by the villagers of the Lu family village, worked hard and at the same time had good character, and most importantly, they had great reverence for Immortal Emperor Bai, so they could be absorbed first. Even though some of these people were very thin and weak, and even a glance showed that they were new recruits, Wei Shi did not care. As long as the Immortal Monarch was still around, then it would only take a day for these people to metamorphose into sharp blades in the Immortal Monarch's hands. Village Chief, do you know what Bai Xianjun he likes on a regular basis? Miao asked solemnly. Lu Dishi said cheerfully, why are you suddenly asking about this? Immortal Emperor is not quite valued you, and why bother with this? Hearing Lu Dishi say this, how could Miao Jiming not understand that the village chief had misunderstood him? Miao Jiming shook his head and explained, I'm not hiding from the village chief. I grew up in the mansion since I was young, and my family still has a few pennies left over. Before I was unintelligent, I followed those rich kids out to have fun, and they ate and used differently than we did. What do you mean? Lu Dishi came to a realization as he lowered his voice. Our place here is too boring for immortal Lord Bai? Niao Jiming nodded. In the past 1,000 years, I've never heard of an immortal actually descending to the mortal world. And now I realize that there is originally a difference between immortals and mortals. The fact that immortal monarch Bai was able to resist the suppression of mortal dust means that the immortal monarch is also a leading existence amongst the immortals, and I'm afraid that he has a very high status in the heavenly court. Niao Jiming paused and continued. That immortal monarch's original life was definitely even better than that of the emperor, and must have been beyond our imagination. Even so, the immortal monarch is willing to come down to the earth. But all this time we've only been asking the immortal monarch for one thing, and the immortal monarch has never asked for a single cent from us. And even that wheat, the immortal monarch is afraid that he only took it because he was worried about us. When he finished speaking, he pointed to the wooden planks that towered high into the sky. The immortal monarch may just miss the previous life in the heavenly court, which is why he thought of going back to the sky to have a look. But the magic power has not yet been restored, and only by relying on these external objects can we barely go up. Although the immortal monarch's heart is in the hearts of the people, and he shouldn't leave us behind without saying a word. But, Niao didn't finish his sentence, but he was sure the village head could understand what he meant. I see. Lu Dishi nodded with a serious look on his face. Rather, it's because I'm the villain who has taken the gentleman's heart into consideration. Listening to Lu Er, immortal monarch Bai seems to have a great interest in food as well as animals. However, if animals are concerned, unless immortal monarch dictates otherwise, it's best not to bring them back privately. In that case, I was thinking of going to that Changchang and bringing back some cooks, and if I'm lucky, some opera singers, so I can also relieve the immortal monarch's boredom. Village chief, what do you think? May. In other villages, a group of roving bandits were ransacking the villages. I'll give you two choices. 1. If you want to live, kill her now and join us. We'll be brothers from today onwards. The heavenly tiger Chao Wenshi threw out a rusty sword and said to the man kneeling on the ground with a leathery smile. 2. Wipe your own neck. The ones kneeling on the floor were the ones who were reluctant to join them at first. Looking at his old mother, who was tied up and nodding her head in tears herself, the Hanyu picked up that knife and looked around at the stragglers staring intently at him. The Hanyu raised his knife with pathos and wiped his neck. Ga-goon. Chao Wenshi spat at the man as he signaled his men to pick up the knife and hand it to the other man kneeling. The man hesitated for a moment, raised his knife, and stabbed at the old woman. Good. All brothers, men, serve the meat, Chao Wenshi said with a smile. Wash our new brothers. The old woman was quickly dragged away. It's simply not enough to eat. Chao Wenshi bristled. Since Wang Er's uprising, he found that the officials and soldiers of the imperial court could not suppress it at all, and riots broke out all over the place. And he, Chao Wenshi, could not help but learn to rebel as well. I didn't expect it to work. Just a few villages down the line, the number of his men was already 400 or 500. Not enough food. Loot. Not enough people. Also loot. It's the few villages I've passed through lately that don't have many people and little food. I heard that it's all the people from the villages around here who were taken away by the Lu clan. His close friend replied from the side. Chao Wenshi instructed. Send someone to ask if anyone knows how to get to Lu's village. Soon his cronies returned, shaking their heads. Never mind. Then keep walking in this direction. We'll see it sooner or later, Chao Wenshi said. Zhang Yongyuan took the rusty knife and slowly followed the group forward. Since he had been kicked out of the Zhang village earlier, he had been wandering around, and when he heard about the uprising, he volunteered to join. I didn't realize that the first thing you do when you go in is eat. It's so hard to join in and get a meal, isn't it? When someone came to ask the direction of Lu's village, Zhang Yongyuan hesitated for a moment, but still did not go forward. There are some things that you only know how to cherish when you lose them. He also learned that the Zhang family village had actually been kind to him. Zhang Yongyuan, if you go to the Lu village from this location, you will pass through the Zhang village first, and with Chao Wenshi's temperament, he will definitely cause unrest in the Zhang village. Forget it, let bygones be bygones. Zhang Yongyuan was silent and waited until the crony left and the group began to advance, when he realized with a jolt, the direction in which the group was advancing was exactly the direction in which the Zhang family village was located. No, we can't let them go to Zhang's village, we have to take them on a detour. I know the location of Lu's village. Are you sure this is the direction? Chao Wenshi stared at Zhang Yongyuan dead in the face. They had come a long way and it was getting dark. Zhang Yongyuan replied, that's right, it's almost here. It better be, or else you'll be the one who gets off the pot in a while. Chao Wenshi laughed grimly. Arrived. Chao Wenshi looked toward the front. Ah! A long series of miserable cries came from the sky, and the sound gradually approached the ground, finally disappearing completely into the night. What is this sound? Chao Wenshi said suspiciously. It sounds like a human scream, but how did it come down from the sky? The crony frowned, trying to see what was in the darkened sky. However, he could only see a black color and nothing else. He carefully looked at Chao Wenshi. Big brother, this place reveals oddities everywhere. Why don't we just withdraw? I'm worried. Withdraw. Withdraw what withdraw? This is less than 10 feet high earth wall. You look at the hands of the people above are holding what? Wooden sword? Children's toys? Chao Wenshi said. You are holding a sword made of iron. Are you still afraid that you can't cut off that thin piece of wood? And there's even a high wall. There's definitely a big family inside. If we attack, will there be a shortage of food and women? I'm afraid that the defense inside is empty. That's why they're trying to scare us away with these tricks. And they're just relying on these to coax people away. Chao Wenshi scoffed, then said, moreover, there are more than 1,000 of us. What can they do to fight with us? Even the immortals can't save them. Bring up those two-legged sheep in the back and let them charge up first. Those that dare to run away, kill them for meat. Chao Wenshi laughed grimly. Above the walls, a few soldiers on watch heard the commotion behind them and chatted curiously. What's that commotion back there? It sounds a bit like Inspector Wu's voice, and I remember that he seems to have been taken by the immortal monarch to stay in the sky, counting the time. It's about time to come down, or else we'll either starve to death or die of thirst. It's time. Who let him find trouble with people on weekdays for nothing? Really, it's not if the time doesn't come. Falling into the hands of the immortal monarch is considered cheap. I heard that Immortal White also knows Meng, and can decide whether we'll be humans or livestock in the future. Luckily we don't usually do much good, but we don't do anything bad either. Yes, thanks to that time I accidentally tripped over a stone, the militiaman said with a smile on his face. That stone I went to dig back yesterday, and put it in my house. Stop chatting. The 10th captain heard the commotion and walked over, his face expressionless. Since you know that life is hard to come by now, keep a good watch and don't make any mistakes, or I'll be the first to not spare you. Yes, the militiamen said without hesitation. They immediately shut their mouths and began to pay attention to the darkened walls. Chief, there seems to be something there, and a noise. Suddenly, one of the militiamen pointed into the distance and said to the decapitator with a serious look on his face. The decurion looked over and also saw the rustling sound of dark shadows that kept looming beyond the light of the torches as they drew nearer and nearer. In the faint firelight, a group of old and sick people whimpered as they made their way to the high wall here. Behind them, someone was vaguely holding a machete, and if anyone dared to stop, he or she would be slashed viciously behind them. It's roving bandits. His face changed, and he shouted hastily. No good. Something's going on. Go ring the bell. One of the militiamen immediately ran in the direction of the big clock in the village. Clang, clang. The village, which had been silent, instantly moved, and the villagers awoke from their beds, dressed, and fled in the direction of the basement. The militiamen, on the other hand, put on their leather boots and hurried in the direction of the walls with wooden swords in their hands. Leather was still in short supply in the end. The boots that were fished out of Bai Li's backpack were now distributed. As for the leather sets, there were only 4 or 5 sets at the moment. After a busy day, Bai Li was just about to go to bed when he heard a scream coming from the sky, and he guessed that it should be Wu Jin coming down. It's been 4 or 5 days, and you're still alive? Bai Li went out of his hut and rushed towards the stairway to heaven, and when he arrived at the place, he saw Wu Jin looking like he was about to die, lying unconscious in the water. Well, sure enough, villagers can land water too. I didn't think it would actually dare to jump down. This desire to survive propped up their own series of experiments. Originally Bai Li also thought to directly give him a pain, which is also considered the last experiment. Well, on second thought, though, it seemed a shame to kill it just like that. Why don't we just wait for Wu Jin to wake up and tell him that if he accidentally dies next, he'll be reincarnated into livestock with his memories for the next few lifetimes? Unless one does good deeds to counteract the sins. That seemed fine. They would believe anything they said anyway, just like the 2 magistrates before. It's a good idea to reuse waste. Hopefully he won't pass out again when he wakes up. That's when the bell rang. Bai Li frowned. There are still people who dare to come over here to cause trouble. Are they blind to this giant? He looked up at the sky. Well, it's nighttime and they really can't see. Bai Li hurried toward the earthen wall. Just halfway there, he saw Miao running towards him. Eunuch Bai, can we keep Lord God General from making a move for a while? Miao Jiming said softly. Lujia Village's soldiers need to experience actual combat. If they keep relying on Lord God General, I'm afraid they'll have a hard time becoming great. It's also true that there is only one Iron Mountain now, and when there are more people in the future, they will indeed be unable to protect them, and they will have to rely on the villagers themselves to protect themselves. Then you have to call Taishan as well. Bailey looked at Miao Jiming breathlessly and pointed at Taishan, who was not far away. Lord God General only listens to you, Duke Bai. And if I want to call on Lord God General, I'm afraid I'll have to do so under the guise of Duke Bai's name. Which, I can't do. Miao smiled bitterly and arched his hand. Taishan, come here, Bailey said in a loud voice. Here's a task for you, Bailey said to Taishan. See that bright thing in the sky? It's called a star. Count how many there are. I'll ask you about it later. By the way, you should be able to count. Iron Mountain nodded, his head still cocked as he looked over the earthen wall. Don't worry, I'll be there. Just feel free to count the stars for me, Bailey assured. It was then that Iron Mountain looked up, his head slightly, bit by bit, and began to count. Done. Go, Bailey said. My lord, please, let us in. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was forced to. Outside the wall, wailing sounds were everywhere, and densely packed people crowded together, surging towards Lu's village. These roving bandits, they're much more vicious than those officers and soldiers. The earthen wall was only 3 meters high. After all, it hadn't finished building the field yet, and once he and the others went soft and let these people get close to the wall, those roving bandits would just step on these people and enter the wall. But if they were killed, the unusual people would surely be demoralized as well, and directly let these people in. It is afraid that there is a roving bandits people hiding inside, then inside and outside. Lu's village will not be broken. So, they have to be stopped at the wall. Wei Shi looked at those who were forced to advance with determination in his eyes. He took a deep breath and ordered, "Crossbowmen prepare." The crossbowmen who had long been prepared set up their crossbows, only waiting for Wei Shi to give the order, ready to be able to shoot crossbows at them. Mercy doesn't let them in. No matter what, the immortal king will let them have a good birth in their next life. You guys go. Those people just give them some blood, but if anyone resists, just kill them. Wei Shi said to the militia in leather boots behind him. There is the divine fish, and as long as the person is not dead, then they can be cured. And as for the ones who were injured by mistake, why would they be afraid of the stragglers if they dared to defy them? Wei Shi took a deep breath and shouted, "Open the gates! Kill! Kill!" Pulling down the levers on either side, the iron gates opened and the militiamen, armed with wooden swords, filed out. The person in front of them was slashed down with a knife, but it was only enough to break a gash in their chest. But if they still dared to come forward, they would be stabbed in the thighs and have their mobility abolished. Make it too scared to move forward. There's a wolf in front of you and a tiger behind you, neither of which are any good. No mercy. The refugees who were being held hostage shrank in despair, not daring to move, while the militia straddled them and charged straight toward the stragglers. Seeing that this tactic didn't work, the people hiding in the pile of refugees looked at each other and secretly retreated backwards. One knew realistically, it actually didn't work. Chao Wenshi, the heavenly tiger, looked at the festering refugees in front of him and spat. What kind of people are they? So ruthless? However, it's amazing that just less than 100 or so people all dared to come out, looking for death. Chao Wenshi was overjoyed as he said, "Charge me. Their crossbowmen won't dare to shoot. Kill. Cut them down for wine." Hundreds of stragglers roared in unison, and it was frighteningly loud. The militia were not deterred, however, and slashed straight toward the stragglers. In a short encounter, the roving bandits soon realized that the wooden swords in the hands of these people in front of them were actually as sharp as their iron swords. That's not a wooden sword. It's covered with a layer of iron. We've been tricked. They have soft armor. Cut off their heads. In the end, the militia still lacked real-world experience, and even with previous training, they would still subconsciously defend themselves when they actually arrived on the battlefield. And the roving bandits on the other side, looting several villages, killing is already unusual for them. This, coupled with the fact that they also outnumbered the militia, gave them a huge advantage in the initial encounter. Just when the roving bandits thought they were winning, suddenly, a figure appeared on the earthen wall. "Immortal White is watching us. Damn you! The immortal monarch is here. It's Mr. White. Who cares? Brothers, let's go. Don't let any of them get away. Immortal monarch shelter. All laws are inviolable. Charge. Kill all these rebels. Kill. Kill. All must die." Those militiamen chanced to turn around, only to see Bailey standing on the earthen wall watching them. One by one instantly buzzed their brains as if they had been hit with chicken blood, and when they turned their heads again, their eyes were red and bloodthirsty as they stared at those rebels. The militia, who were originally still a bit scared, at this moment, completely gave up their defense. Their eyes only had the necks of the roving bandits on the opposite side, and their strength instantly more than doubled from before. As the white immortal monarch watched, they couldn't lose face. They lunged directly at the stragglers with their swords. Seeing the terrifying look in the militia's eyes, even those murderous roving bandits began to panic a little. After hearing that whatsoever immortal monarch, they finally reacted to the fact that this was no ordinary village. Hell, it's still a cult den. The soft are afraid of the hard are afraid of the horizontal are afraid of the flinty, and the flinty are afraid of the desperate. These cultists are all desperate. How can we fight them? The sky is dark, that killing sound deafening. The roving bandits instantly realized that in front of these originally will still be afraid of the knife will fall on their heads of the militia. Directly let them cut. Without lifting their hands, they stab at their hearts and slash at their necks. Even if it was lucky that the sword plunged into the militia's heart, it turned out that the opposite side just grinned as if there was no pain, and directly grinned, grasping the hilt of the sword that was plunged into the heart with a death grip. Then the rest of the squad would gather around and slash the rogue bandit to death, shielding the injured man to death in the center, waiting for him to recover from eating the divine fish, getting up and then continuing the charge. Some of the ears were cut off. The press simply do not take care of. Stoop to pick up and put into the bag. Bleeding red eyes continue to rush to kill, or teammates forced it out. Cover backward. Under the light of torches under the walls, teammates take that ear to the wound so appear the injured person and then eat some fish, immediately alive and well. The militia that the others had just cut down were saved before they had a chance to make up for it, and then immediately resurrected in place the next second. How can this be fought? It's impossible to fight. After half a day of fighting, the ground was full of his own people, and he hadn't even killed a single person on the opposite side. The morale of the stragglers collapsed straight away. Run! These people can't be cut down. Run away! It's all crazy. Help! Realizing that the situation was not right, the roving bandits directly turned and fled in a chaotic manner, and even discarded their weapons as they were too heavy. They just need to run faster than everyone else. With the first one who threw a weapon, there would naturally be a second one. The militia behind them laughed cruelly and chased after them frantically. The screams and the sounds of killing were intertwined, forming an extremely bizarre picture. Who the hell is the rogue? Big brother, let's escape. It'll be too late if we don't run. Yes, big brother. The situation is not right. This village is not right. Let's quickly let the rest of the brothers escape. There's no fear of no firewood if we leave the Green Mountains behind. Chao Wenshi's close friend beside him stared at the militia getting closer and closer to them and hurriedly advised. Looking at his men who were routed and fled, Chao Wenshi only felt blood dripping from his heart. So this is the village you were talking about, with lots of food and no resistance? The heavenly tiger Chao Wenshi stared viciously at Zhang Yongyuan, his heart regretful as he coldly said, "This village, it wasn't like this before. It's only been a few days." Zhang Yongyuan knelt down in horror, kowtowing vigorously and begging for mercy, pleading miserably, "My lord, listen to me." Before Zhang Yongyuan could finish speaking, Chao Wenshi directly slashed down. The sound came to an abrupt end, and a round thing came off Zhang Yongyuan's body and rolled far away. "Fuck you!" Chao Wenshi stormed out. He spat a mouthful of thick phlegm towards Zhang Yongyuan and laughed back in anger. "Go explain it in Hades." Chao Wenshi grimaced and looked dead at Bailey on the city wall, his eyes flashing as he said, "Bring me my bow." Before he was a rogue, he was a hunter, and he could shoot within this distance. He could see clearly that it was this person in front of him. As soon as he came out, those people were as mad as hell. Definitely the very important number one person on the opposite side. Maybe once this person dies, the opposite side will be in disarray. By then, everyone inside will be dead. Because of you, I lost so many people for nothing, and I actually dared to stand directly on the city wall. Grandson, you don't know how you died. Chao Wenshi gritted his teeth in hatred. He took the bow and arrow and aimed it at Bailey, his face grimacing as he muttered, "I'm an upper sky tiger." He loosened the bowstring, and the arrow shot straight toward Bailey. On top of the city wall, Lu Er, who had been observing the situation on the battlefield in case there were any hidden arrows sneaking up on Bailey, curiously asked, "Boss, did you cast immortal spells on them? How did they become so powerful all of a sudden?" "Well, that's not true, but it should give them a buff," Bailey said thoughtfully as he stayed on the wall. Ancient nights could be much brighter, and with the shimmering light of torches, Bailey was able to see the battlefield clearly. Holy cow, what a guy, all like a berserker. Spartan Warrior Ming Dynasty Edition? Can also chase up to kill? This fighting force is simply strong one. Even if the opposite side of the roving bandits on 3 or 4 times more, fear is able to win. Just as Bai Li was lamenting, Lu Er fiercely saw that an arrow shot towards Bai Li like an arrow off the string, its tip glinting coldly in the firelight. Watching the arrow getting closer and closer to Bai Li, he was shocked. His brain was in chaos, and his body instinctively lunged violently towards Bai Li. "Boss, look out, come back you," Bai Li said, reaching out his hand to pull back Luer, who was blocking in front of him, then holding his shield in his left hand, he blocked the arrow. The shield, which requires 6 planks and an iron ingot to synthesize, is capable of defending against most attacks from directly in front of your field of vision, to the point of being able to harden against bitter blade explosions when unarmored, and it's also highly durable. So with the iron ingots being relatively plentiful, after making himself an iron suit, Bailey made a shield so that he could take it out at any time. Well done. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have noticed and almost died. Bailey smiled and gave Luer a brain dime with extremely small force. But next time you encounter this situation, don't be stupid and go up to block it. Push me away, can't you? Oh, got it, yelled Luer as he covered his forehead in pain. Wei Shi, who was standing not far away and observing the battlefield, naturally heard Luer's shrieks and saw the bow and arrow that fell to the ground. Wei Shi looked at Bai Li, who shouldn't have been hurt by a hair, and was relieved while at the same time terrified beyond measure. Luckily, the immortal king is fine. How dare they? How dare they? Then, that fear instantly transformed into anger, and with red eyes, he knelt down on one knee and asked Bai Li for orders. Duke Bai, please allow me to go down and capture that arrow-shooting rebel alive and hand him over to your disposition. Can you see? Bai Li asked. Although he had given Wei Shi milk before, he wasn't sure if that night blindness had been cured or not. Wei Shi said apprehensively, roughly I can identify the direction where that rebel is. Forget it, I'll go myself. Looking at the bow-wielding rogue in the darkness, Bai Li put on a full set of iron armor and replaced the leather boots on his feet with iron boots. Something like a sword would only limit Bai Li's play. Except for Iron Mountain and the bee that was a bit of a threat to Bai Li. The others would only break a frame or two of his blood if they held up. Bees won't be fine if they don't mess with it. And Iron Mountain doesn't fight back. Normally, Bai Li just wore leather boots. After all, anything else would have blocked out that fashion of his. This was the second time Bai Li had come to this place and someone had intended to attack him. Luer at your service. Now go warm a cup of wine for me, Bai Li said solemnly. I'll be right back. Unfortunately, we don't have a beard or a big knife. Yes, boss. Luer arched his hand back and ran towards the village. He didn't have any more liquor at home, but Uncle Four had a jar of it stashed away. Find him to ask for it, although that wine fourth uncle treasures so much. Years cannot drink, but if the immortal gentleman want, he must be happy to bloom. Supporting Luer, Bai Li directly jumped off the earthen wall and ran towards the Chaoensher. There are bandits who intend to shoot Duke Bai. Catch the one with the bow in his hand. Wei Shi shouted loudly. His words instantly caused those militia underneath to explode. If Immortal Lord White is injured, who will feed them and give them a place to stay? It's okay to not let people sleep well, and it's okay to attack at night. How dare you touch Immortal Lord White? All go to hell. The militia is directly invigorated plus berserk, and their speed goes up a notch. It was too dark to see clearly, so they stared at the stragglers with something in their hands and chased after them, and when they found something wrong, they wiped their necks and moved on to the next one. The stragglers were caught up. No bow. Cut down. Some stragglers kneeled and surrendered, and without a bow, they were cut down as well. Anyone who offends the Immortal Lord must die. There's not a single good thing about roving bandits. Big brother, cried the cronies, let's run away. Your arrow went down. Those people are even more crazy now. Those who surrendered are killed. If we don't leave, it will be too late. Go! Chaoensher grimaced and squeezed out the word. Just about to hand the bow in his hand to his cronies, hesitated for a moment, withdrew his hand, carried it himself, and turned to flee. If we do get caught up, it's better to be alive than dead. Boom! Suddenly, a black shadow flashed from behind Chaoensher with a swish and smashed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and vaguely splashing drops of water on his face. Do they have stone throwers? Chaoensher was puzzled and fixed his eyes on it, only to feel a huge panic pass through his entire body like an electric current. That's not a rock. It's a person. Only the man had scattered everywhere as if he had fallen apart. He touched the droplets on his face and sniffed as a smell of blood rushed into his nostrils. It's blood. The sound of shouting and begging behind him was getting closer, and Chaoensher couldn't help but look at it. His heart skipped a beat and his eyes went wide, pupils dilating in fear. The male he had shot arrows at earlier was wearing iron armor, but his speed was so fast that it was as if he hadn't been affected in the slightest. He had a torch in one hand at the moment, and was running fast toward him, catching stragglers he encountered along the way, and flinging the man in that hand directly toward him. Accompanied by the screams, the airborne figure spun around and approached him with incomparable power and great speed, feeling the intense pressure from the object as if it was going to crush Chaoensher heavily on the ground. It eventually grazed Chaoensher and smashed into the grass to the side. Chaoensher even saw the fearful, desperate looks of the spinning people in that one moment of brushing against the edge. Demon! This is definitely demonic. Thoughts became chaotic at that moment as countless thoughts collided in Chao Wenshi's mind. Fear seemed to make his feet unable to move as if they had taken root. With great difficulty, he ran forward on legs that trembled like cast lead. Boom boom. Sound after sound came from all around him. The flying object kept changing. Sometimes it was a boulder. Sometimes it was an entire tree, shaking the ground under Chao Wenshi's feet constantly. Sometimes the square boulder that descended from the sky like a shadow suddenly descending to engulf him ended up flying over Chao Wenshi's head, blocking his way. There are fewer and fewer people around Chao Wenshi. His legs began to scramble uncontrollably, as if they had anticipated the impending impact, and his breathing became rapid and shallow, each inhalation seeming to be an exertion. Himself, as if he were a mouse being teased by a cat. Chao Wenshi wanted to scream, but his voice was blocked in his throat by fear, and he ran slower and slower, eventually stopping weakly. Not running? Bai Li asked in dismay as he put down the entire large tree he had just pulled out. Chao Wenshi looked at Bai Li, who was holding up the giant tree, in horror, and his body couldn't stop shaking. It's a shame, it's a freshly plucked tree. Bai Li was helpless and casually threw it away. The tree brushed the ground and made a loud noise. If I'm not mistaken, just now, it was you who shot the arrow, right? Bai Li lowered his gaze and looked at Chao Wenshi without a hitch. Bai Li carried a torch with him, and his every move was watched by everyone. As early as when Bai Li was frantically pulling out the trees, those rebels had been too completely terrified to move for fear that the boulder would hit them. Even the wailing refugees were too frightened by the scene to make a sound. The red-eyed militiamen around them, who had calmed down at the moment, saw the boulders that kept flying in the air and muttered, "Hiss, that's immortal Lord White?" Fortunately, the one who did it at that time was Lord God General. Otherwise yeah, it's good that we're alive. Immortal Lord is so kind to us. Jiming, brother, in the beginning, did Luda say that Immortal Monarch Bai was almost bitten by a wolf to come? I shouldn't have remembered it wrong, right? Weishir looked at the boulders all over the ground and couldn't help but say, "Naturally that's right." Niao Jiming said heartily, "It seems that Immortal Sovereign's magic power has recovered a bit more. Great, the rock wouldn't have hit them on the head anyway." Niao stared reverently at Bai Li's figure, his heart filled with emotion. "Weishir, you lead the men to line up and interrogate those refugees one by one, and find out the details of this group of roving bandits. Remember, be sure to interrogate them individually. Don't let them have any room to communicate." "Good," Weishir responded and descended the earthen wall. "Lu Wusan, you go back to the village and ring the bell." Lu Wusan nodded his head and said, "Holler." These militiamen, who already have practical combat experience, set out to Changchang, but also a few more points of certainty. Miao stared at the militiamen who were escorting the stragglers and thought to himself, some days ago, the Lu family village was almost exclusively in and out, and only a very small portion of the people would go out to try and bring people back from other villages. After the recent rise of the roving bandits, the Lu family village was pretty much disconnected from the outside world, and it was basically unclear what was going on in the outside world. But Changchang, it's a must. On the one hand, although there was no shortage of food in the Lu family village, the other necessities were at the bottom of the barrel, so they had to go and buy some back. On the other hand, the immortal monarch's daily pleasures consisted only of knocking on a strange building and eating those single foods, without even entertaining himself. The most important point, of course, is the attitude of the court. Now this roving bandit, all dare to blatantly ransack the village, indicating that the number of this roving bandit outside, afraid to have been more than a little overwhelmed. I'm afraid that it won't take much time before a large army will be invited to suppress it. And if we look at the current conditions of the Lu family village, we might not be able to resist it either. Although the immortal monarch might have a method, they had to take precautions, or at least know the approximate time of arrival of that army. Of course, there is another point. Changchang must be very tightly guarded at this moment. I am afraid that ordinary people cannot easily enter. This, however, was resolved when that Wu Jin came down. At that time, they only needed to let Wu Jin lead them, and it would be easy to enter the city. As for whether Wu Jin will be willing to cooperate, Miao does not believe that there are still people who dare to do wrong when they see the true God. Brother Jiming, what are you thinking about? Lu Er's voice interrupted Miao Jiming's thoughts. Miao came back to his senses, only to see Lu Er carefully holding a bowl of wine with both hands. He looked at him and asked curiously. Miao grinned and said, thinking of some things I should pay attention to when I go to Qingqing at that time. By the way, Lu Er, do you have anything you want to buy? I'll bring it back to you on the way by then. Want to buy something? Lu Er thought for a moment, and his eyes flashed. Can you bring me 3 and 2 sugar gourds? I want to taste what flavor it is. Oh, how come it's 2? Miao asked with a smile. 1 for the oldest, 1 for me and my sister. and Mother and the others will probably just eat one. Lu Er confessed. What's one for me? Bai Li smiled and said. Yo, the wine is here. Let me taste it. Here you go, boss. Well, it's still warm. Tastes like it should be rice wine. Bai Li slowly drank that wine down, smacking his lips. It tastes pretty good. Brother Ziming said he was bringing me back a few strings of sugar gourds. Taking advantage of Bai Li's drinking, Lu Er grinned and said, Sugarloaf? Are you ready to go to Chengcheng? Bai Li twisted his head and asked Miao Ziming. That's right, Mr. White. Then bring me more delicious food from Chengcheng City when the time comes. Bai Li said. Miao nodded. Understood. Ha, boss, you're smiling so happily. Did you think of something happy? Naturally, there are good things. Bai Li looked at his status bar, which showed a status effect. Village Heroisal, which lasts for 2 days. A village hero effect of rank L reduces the first rank's trade price by 30%. Luckily, before, I was so focused on knocking on the transfer shrine that I hadn't exchanged any of the wheat in my backpack yet, so it was just a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to change all of them. However, it was getting late now, so it was better to wait until tomorrow for the redemption. And anyway, the duration of this state had 2 days, so there was no need to rush this moment. Right at this moment, Wei Shi had already roughly understood the temperament of this group of roving bandits from the refugees, and he walked towards Bai Li with a cold face and suppressed anger. Wei Shi, why does your face look so ugly? Bai Li frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then said, can it be that it's related to that group of roving bandits? Taking a deep breath, Wei Shi told Bai Li as much as he could about the news he had just inquired from those refugees. Eunuch Bai, what do you think? These roving bandits, what should we do with them? Wei Shi asked. Butchering villages, looting grain, killing and setting fires, forcing people to eat rice and meat, and all sorts of other evils. These people, they shouldn't even be eligible for labor reform. Bai Li said coldly, kill them all. Such people don't deserve to live. The things these roving bandits did, even as Bai Li listened, the fire went straight up. Wuzhen is not even as good. Keep what? Eat white rice? Such villagers, he does not even want to raise. Look at the heart. His mushroom source was not for these people. I'll go do it now. Without the slightest hesitation, Wei Shi snapped. Wait, I've thought about it. It's better to leave me a few people, the most vicious ones, to be useful in the future, lest I can't find anyone when I need them, especially that so-called heavenly tiger. Bring him here now, Bai Li said with a serious face. Soon, that heavenly tiger Chao Wenshi was escorted by the militia to Bai Li. I heard that you're known as the upper sky tiger? Bai Li looked at Chao Wenshi with a smile. Chao Wenshi forced down his fear, bared his teeth, and roared in an awe-inspiring voice. Call your grandpa whatever you want. Kill me if you have the ability to do so. When you baze. Saying that, he stored up a thick mouthful of phlegm and was about to spray it on Bai Li. Just as he made his move, he was elbowed down by the militia behind him. Your mouth had better be so hard all the time. Words, since you dare to be called the upper heavenly tiger. Then, Bai Li said with a sincere face, have you ever been to heaven? As it turns out, the mouth wasn't tough enough. At first, Chao Wenshi still had an expression of what can you do to me, and only just halfway through the pile, he began to cry out. In order to keep Chao Wenshi from getting too bored after dawn, he was able to enjoy the beautiful and spectacular scenery underground. Whiteley extends a few meters outward horizontally, placing Chao Wenshi's cube, purposely made of glass. It can be a lot of heart and worry, knocking off the extra squares, leaving only one compartment of glass for the upper sky tiger. Bailey returned to his initial position and placed the water at the highest point. The stream of water continued down the boards and eventually landed on the ground. In arid zones, what is most lacking is water. And now that this constant stream of water is flowing down from the sky, as long as the refugees who pass by see it, they will surely gather in this direction, skillfully jumping from a height and landing in the water. Bailey compared to the direction he had just taken, counting silently in his mind, and walked to the high altitude directly below where Chao Wenshi was, and placed a bucket of water. In order for it to land in the water, Bailey deliberately changed his job. Butcher. Of course, this time, Bailey didn't tell him that he could live when he landed on the water. Looks like we need to have an extra steel bucket. There must be at least 3 of them, Bailey thought in his mind. One is used to hold milk in case of accidents, but he shouldn't be drinking it in the last 2 days. Village hero this effect, and if he drinks milk, it's removed along with it. The other 2 are used to hold water so that unlimited water can be made whenever and wherever you want. At this moment, all the peasants inside the village came out of the wall, holding red mushrooms as well as bone meal in their hands, ready to create mushroom houses outside the wall. The militia split into 2 groups, most of which went to let the stragglers have a long sleep, and their hearts were not half as burdened by the matter of killing. On the one hand, these people were all damned beasts, and on the other hand, this was a decree given by immortal Lord Bai. With all these miracles, along with Wei Shi's deliberate guidance, Bai Li was already the faith in their hearts. The other small portion went from one to the other, treating the injured refugees. These refugees, for the time being, remain to be seen and cannot just be allowed to enter the wall. But considering the fact that these refugees had traveled all the way and had gone through so many bad things, they were physically as well as mentally exhausted to the extreme. That's why Bai Li specially instructed Miao Jiming to let them rest inside the mushroom room for the next few days, and when they were acclimatized and their bodies recovered more or less, then let them go out to pick up grass for bone powder. Even if they were willing to push the dirt blocks themselves, they would have to wait until Ji Xing'an had seen that there was no problem. These refugees, too tired, not only physically, but mentally, they couldn't see the future and simply didn't dare to stop. Since they don't dare to stop, they will force them to stop themselves. If you let them go to work in this state of mind, then what difference is there between yourself and those stragglers? And the court? Wouldn't it be a waste of time to hang it up? It's not like those roving bandits who are doing wrong. They are all miserable people who have been forced to break up their families, so why make them so tired? Food these. Bai Li will not be stingy, although there may be no fish or eggs or anything. After all, the current number of chickens has a large batch of eggs produced every day, so that the villagers can pick them up and put them into the box in the ratio of 60%. Let them arrange the rest in passing. As for the eggs in the box, Bai Li smashed all of them as a drop gun. It is, in a word, capricious. Chicks can come out anyway. Egg drop. This is what he used to think about all the time, and now it's come true. The converted fisherman does manage to catch fish as well as he does, but it takes longer and drains stamina every now and then just by casting the rod, and it only seems to be catching fish at the moment. But aside from meat, pasta-based foods will manage to fill you up. Bai Li looked at the villagers who kept running back and forth in the distance and thought to himself, the stray bandits have been dealt with. The heavenly tiger has also gone up to heaven. Those refugees have Miao Jiming to manage, and he himself has said what he should say. Ah yes, there's Iron Mountain. How could I forget him? Chagrined, Bai Li slapped herself on the side of the head and knocked a gram of blood into herself. He walked to the place where he was separated from Taishan, and Bai Li saw that Taishan was lying on the ground, his hand stretched out with one finger. Iron Mountain nah, how many have you counted now? He asked with a smile. Iron Mountain stood up and held out his hand to gesture, the same square hand that Bai Li couldn't quite read. Ah, so I counted so many of them. Awesome Taishan, awesome. Bai Li Mingbai nodded and praised. This is a reward for you. With that, Bai Li pulled out the iron ingot and handed it to Taishan. Taishan listened to Bai Li's praise and shook himself happily. He carefully took the iron ingot from Bai Li's hands and proceeded to spin it around. After a long time, he stopped and touched the red flower and gifted it to Bai Li. Thanks Taishan. By the way, the villagers are outside the wall right now. You can find them there to play. Gazing at Taishan's naive movements, Bai Li dumbly laughed. Go back to bed. Bai Li yawned lazily and headed for his cabin. A vibrating sensation came from behind him, and he looked back, only to see Iron Mountain slowly following him. Is this what you want to send me? Bai Li asked hesitantly. Iron Mountain nodded. Bai Li smiled and said, well then, let's go. When Bai Li reached the door of the house, he turned to Taishan. Here we are. I'm going up to bed. Good night, Iron Mountain. Taishan nodded, then reached out his hand to touch his head in Bai Li's unbelieving eyes before leaving with a wobble. Ha ha ha. I didn't think I would have a day where I would be touched on the head by Taishan. Bai Li shook his head helplessly, but he couldn't help but grin. These days, while Iron Mountain and the others were building the city walls, Bai Li was also knocking on the transfer pantheon, which was currently completed for the farmers, as well as the stonemasons, and the archery makers. As for the rest, he'd knock it off during the day. It wasn't anything important anyway, since making a good bed out of wool, Bai Li basically went to bed whenever it was night. Along the wooden steps, Bai Li went up to the second floor and walked into one of the rooms. The ceiling there was made of glass, so you could see out clearly, and the torches in the doorway flickered with a dim light, illuminating the surroundings. The walls are logs and the floor is made of earth squares filled with flowers and plants, with some wheat as well as bamboo planted next to the water flow. Arranged the crocuses given by Iron Mountain in a flower pot. Walking over to the bed surrounded by leaves, Bai Li burrowed under the covers, listened to the sound of water flowing, looked at the bright starry sky in the sky, and slowly closed her eyes. I'll sleep until dawn. The days when you don't have to get up early for classes can be really wonderful. Bouncing up from the bed, Bai Li yawned and murmured, it would be even better if I had a cell phone. Wouldn't it be nice to lie on the bed and play with it? Walking out onto the balcony and looking out over the patches of cows, sheep and chickens below, Bai Li was very content. These days, even if there was a lack of leather, Bai Li had not killed a single cow, in order to let it base up, so that it could reproduce. If they gave birth to one and killed one, the number of cows would have been unable to rise. The sheep are instead trimmed daily. As for the horse, has not been put into the back garden of Bai Li. After all, is not the product of the MC, handling Ali to give and feed what are quite troublesome. Now in another piece of Bai Li divided out of the meadow, by way sure they to take care of. Boss, you're up? Looking along the source of the sound, he saw Lu Er standing in the doorway downstairs with a handful of dandan and a smile on his face. Why did you come so early today? Lu Er looked as if he had been here for a while. Bai Li totted down the stairs, opened the door, and looked at Lu Er suspiciously. Lu Er, coming over to find me this early, is there something going on? Lu Er opened the lid of the basket, only to see a big bowl of porridge inside. The porridge water is not much, almost piled up with rice grains. It seems to be cooked when the bottom of the fish up. There were also a couple of hot buns. Boss, didn't you say before that you wanted everyone in the village to have breakfast? This morning my mother she made breakfast and asked me to bring it to you. It's still hot. Lu Er proudly said. From now on, I will come every day to bring breakfast to boss. Not bad. It just so happens that I'm tired of bread and milk. It's been a long time since I've had a rare steamed bun. Bai Li said thoughtfully. You should have waited quite a long time. Lu Er shook his head. That didn't happen. I figured that you would be up at this time, boss, and arrived a little early. Come on, let's go inside. You just put that Danish basket on that table in the kitchen, Bai Li said, turning toward the box in the kitchen. It was loaded with all sorts of cooked food, mostly fish, of course. Although it was said that he wouldn't consume satiety when he slept, he had consumed quite a lot of satiety when he had chased away the roving bandits earlier, and he hadn't eaten before he went to bed. However, these ordinary foods, it seemed, were just too much to add much satiety at all, so he still had to have grilled fish as his main meal. Sit down and eat together? Bai Li said to Lu Er who had been standing. It's okay if you don't eat, there's no need to be so formal. It's okay to sit down as an atmosphere group and watch me eat. Bai Li had rice porridge, steamed buns and grilled fish. Boss, do you need someone to take care of your ups and downs? The seated Lu Er couldn't help but ask. Bai Li swallowed the porridge in his mouth and laughed loudly. What? You want to move in with me? That's just right. There's a room reserved for you. Move in as you go. That's not what I meant. Lu Er continued after a pause. It's just, do you need a maid or something like that? Boss, Miao Jiming he asked you to ask me? Bai Li inquired after a little thought. He didn't believe that the kid Lu Er could think of this. As expected, Lu Er slowly nodded his head. This guy, what is he thinking? Bai Li cried and laughed a little. The maid or something is exempt. I have hands and feet, which need people to take care of. This suddenly more strangers. Strange not accustomed to, and in general, I still prefer to live alone. As for Lu Er, special circumstances, who called himself when he first came here? Those days when he couldn't see anyone. It was this kid who ran to accompany him to chat and relieve his boredom. In that case, then I'll give Brother Jiming a word when the time comes, Lu Er said softly. Does it feel like a sudden relief? Bai Li looked at Lu Er bitchily and smiled. Lu Er nodded seriously. A little. Che, I thought you would blush and then turn your head and say no. Bai Li shook his head in disappointment and lowered his head to drink his rice porridge. It's so straight. It's no fun. And not a girl child. Which still make a red face. I'm a loud and clear man. Lu Er muttered. So, Lu Er Hanzi, when will you have a daughter-in-law? Bai Li's words changed and continued with Lu Er's words. Now. Lu Er finally made a red face. He stammered, half unable to speak. Shy what? Bai Li saw the situation. He smiled and joked. There is no right-eyed girl child. Give me a word. You have to know that the age of marriage in ancient times can be much earlier than now. Not to mention any finger marriage. Lu Er's age is about the same. No, Lu Er stammered. The voice was like a mosquito. If it wasn't for Bai Li's good hearing, he really couldn't hear it. Bai Li then asked. Really no? No. Unfortunately. Still want to be when the moon old man. Bai Li regretfully shook his head. He looked at Lu Er with a sincere face and said. I say Lu Er, if you meet the right eye in the future, don't be afraid to go up directly to brush the goodwill. Cultivate the goodwill. And the rest of the things don't need to worry about you. As long as you kid and that girl are mutually interesting, I'll give you a pocket. Of course provided you don't stalk me, which shouldn't be possible. But I'll say this anyway, he added. Lu Er's ears are listening to the red. Bai Li grinned and dried a few steamed buns in a row. Hey, pure boy, 99%, rare thing. What about the boss? Lu Er asked softly. Me? Bai Li froze. He stared at the ancient costume on his body and launched into a daze. After a long time, he released a smile. Clang! He got up and with a swift motion towards Luer was a brain bomb. The force was small enough that Bailey could control it well, and he didn't want to open a watermelon early in the morning. Goo, boss, why did you suddenly hit me? Luer said as he covered his head in pain. Adult matters, children less worry. Which pot is not open? Mention which pot. Bailey sat back as if nothing had happened, nibbling on the steamed bread in his hand. And where did I hit you? What just happened? Nothing happened. Be careful to sue you for slander. Bailey had an expression of a dead pig. Luer was speechless and silently rubbed his brain. The oldest is really young, has a child's heart. Let me wipe my hands. Bailey finished the steamed bun in 2 swipes and covered Luer's body with the hand that had just finished grabbing the grilled fish. There were no grease stains on his hands, but he just loved watching Luer try to hide but hold back. Go go go. Let's go feed the cows and sheep and find Lu Wusan and the others for some emeralds. Bailey pickpocketed Luer and walked towards his farm. Happiness is a trap that can't last forever. It's bound to end, and the best that can happen is that both people die at the same time. But the one left behind in the end would naturally be himself. His whole life, it's too long. After breeding the animals on the farm, Bailey couldn't wait to get ready to find the village to exchange the emeralds. Of course, the main one was Lu Wusan, who was able to exchange wheat for emeralds, and Bailey planned to raise his exchange level first to see if something more useful could appear. On the way to the village, Bailey realized that Tai Shan was squatting on the ground, not knowing what he was looking at. Tai Shan, what are you doing crouching there? Bailey asked suspiciously. Tai Shan slowly moved away a body position. Bailey then see clearly, Tai Shan holding a red flower in his hand. Actually want to give to a black cat? That said, where did this black cat come from? It couldn't have been swiped from the village. When did this appear? Tai Shan, you usually hang around the village, do you know? Bailey asked in surprise. Seeing Tai Shan shaking his head, he didn't ask any more questions, took out the codfish in his hand, and used it on that black cat, and before long, red hearts appeared on his head. At that moment, the black cat also purred meekly, arching its own little head against Bailey's leg. Black cat beast, I take in, we are also a family of cats, so I'm going to go home to my family. Bailey happily sucked the black cat in, then held it up in the air as he hesitated. Well, gotta name you. Meow. The black cat licked its paw and stared at Bailey with orange eyes. In that case, you can call Dream, and Meow if you can, Bailey said with a smile on his face. Meow meow, the black cat purred softly. 2 voices, that's a double yes, agreeing to a fault. Okay, Dream, you stay here for now and take you to my house later, Bailey said with a smile on his face as he placed Dream on the ground. As for Luer, he stared at the Dream circling around Bailey with a vague sense of crisis. And Iron Mountain looked at the saffron in his hand. Didn't give it away. Tough. At this time, a villager hurriedly passed by, and Tai Shan walked over and gave that red flower to the villager. Thank you Lord God General. That villager was originally picking water and was suddenly stopped by Tai Shan. He was first stunned, put down that stretcher of water, and received that flower with a joyful smile. Then he struggled to pick up that stretcher again and bowed reverently towards Bailey, who also responded with a smile, after which the villager left. I say Tai Shan na. Bailey was a bit helpless, dumbfounded. I know you send flowers because you want to express your feelings, but you also have to send them when others are not busy. You see just now, you still have to let trouble others. Seeing that Tai Shan was a bit lost, Bailey thought for a moment and added, of course, in this case, you can try making a wreath, the kind that can be put around your neck, so that it won't interfere. Iron Mountain nodded and continued to patrol the village, weaving a garland of flowers in his hands as he did so. So I'm leaving too? Bailey said to Dream. That black cat sat down as if it understood, quietly watching Bailey leave. Pillar, do you know where Lu Wusan is? Waiting until they reached the village fortress, they happened to see Pillar, who was walking around the village, and Bailey inquired, who is Duke Baya? The Pillar fawned and stammered. Uncle Wusan is still outside growing mushrooms right now. Yesterday's people were a little too many. Uncle Wusan, they were really too tired to be busy, so they discussed, first temporarily let them crowded in a large mushroom room, take advantage of the night to plant the red mushrooms, wait until the daytime and then proceed to build the mushroom room. Good. Walking out of the earthen wall, he saw Lu Wusan and the others busy planting mushrooms, while the refugees, most of them leaning numbly against the wall, their pupils dilated, their faces as gray as death, without a trace of life, holding a small bowl of half a bowl of noodles, and a steamed bun, worried that these people had been starving for so long and didn't have the control to slurp up food. They had to be given less food at first to fill their stomachs, more than a few times more miserable than before when Bailey saw the people of Lu's village. Their families were broken, their wives were separated, and they were used by the roving bandits as reserve food, and they had been tortured to the point that they had no human form. If it wasn't for the fact that Bailey could see their eyes moving, he would even think that those were simply corpses. The only ones with some vigor were the children, but they were only a little bit better, perhaps due to malnutrition, and most of them were swollen. Kids can't be like that. They have to jump high and run far, and they have to be chubby to look good, and they have to be nourished. It's about time the chickens were ready to be killed. Yes, and eggs. Feel the nightmare of my childhood. All have to be fed to me. If there are not enough eggs, then let Miao Jiming lack of words and the 60% will be taken. Anyway, he took it can only be used to throw chickens. Bailey fumed, thinking to himself, "Boss, there are children coming towards us." Lu Er was at the side, hesitating for a moment and said, "Kids?" Bailey looked in the direction Lu Er was looking and indeed saw a little girl. The girl's hair was dry and thin, not unlike a clump of yellowed straw. Her lips were dry and cracked, with a trace of blood hanging from them, the result of not having eaten for a long time. The clothes were worn and tattered, covered with patches and holes, no longer able to cover her thin body, her sunken stomach. She approached Bailey, a glimmer of hope revealed in her lightless pupils. "Big brother, are you a fairy?" the girl asked tentatively, her voice hoarse and hollow. "I heard my mother say that a fairy can make it rain, so the family can have enough to eat. Those uncles who can grow big mushrooms say that you are a god immortal. Is that true?" Bailey stole a glance around him, only to see those individual refugees raising their heads slightly and perking up their ears. They were also waiting for Bailey's answer. They needed a thought to live, to move forward. "Do you, yourself, deserve to be called an immortal?" Bailey pondered for a long time and gave his answer amidst the crowd's expectations. "Of course I'm immortal." Bailey exhaled heavily and said firmly, "It's not just about having enough to eat and a place to live. Don't worry, no one will go hungry in my place." "Thank you, fairy brother." The girl's eyes flickered, and she smiled through falling tears. "Thank you for being willing to come down from heaven to see us. Divine, truly divine. We're saved. We're saved." A bright color flashed in the eyes of the refugees after they heard Bailey's words, and they strenuously braced themselves and fell to their knees, clasping their hands together and bowing down to Bailey. This time, Bailey no longer avoided it as he quietly accepted the kneeling of the crowd. "The time is right. The place is right." When it was almost time, Bailey told these refugees to get up. After this, their elan was obviously far, far better than before. Then, Bailey looked at the girl and smiled gently. "Beautiful young lady, allow me to do a trick for you." With that, he bowed slightly towards the girl, and with a flip of his hand, he conjured up an apple. "This fruit, for you." "Thanks," the girl whispered. When that little girl received the fruit, a bouquet of pink peonies appeared in Bailey's hand. Bailey slowly squatted down, leveled his eyes with the girl, gently inserted the bouquet of flowers on her head, and said with a sincere face, "Here, there will be no need to be afraid, no need to worry about going hungry, no need to worry about not being able to drink water. I will protect you all, and take care of yourself." The girl nodded vigorously. "Aha! Thank you, fairy brother." "Go back," Bailey said with a smile. To his left, an old man escorting some children kept an anxious eye on the girl. As he watched the girl run towards the old man, Bailey was thoughtful. Those children looked different. Afraid and that old man did not have half a blood relationship. Their parents, afraid of all. Thinking of this, Bailey couldn't help but sigh. Let's build them a school. Playing together more among peers and having each other as companions might cheer up a bit. And education has to be caught up, doesn't it? Looking all the way down the mushroom room, Bailey soon found Lu Wusan, who was in the process of ripening red mushrooms. As a result, just as he approached Lu Wusan, something suddenly flew out of his body and fell to the ground. Bailey picked up the object and checked it in his backpack. "Isn't this a cookie?" Seeing Lu Wusan's puzzled look, Bailey knew in his heart that he didn't know what was going on either. It seems things are still given away, even if the villagers themselves don't have them. That makes sense. And what would the other professions? What would they give away? Bailey thought curiously as he hurriedly asked Lu Er to gather the villagers in the village who had already been converted. And in the meantime, he was exchanging all that wheat for emeralds. At this point in time, Lu Wusan had become an apprentice farmer, and the two newly added exchange items were 1 emerald for 4 apples as well as 6 pumpkins for 1 emerald. None of them are very useful for the time being. When the transient villagers came over, they threw out all sorts of things. Butchers cooked lamb, cooked pork chops, cooked rabbit, steaks. Armorsmith Bailey transferred less. Intends to upgrade to the highest level to later use to exchange the enchanted diamond set, so throw out the chained breastplate, chained gauntlets, chained boots, chained helmets to make up a set, as well as helmets too, boots 1, as well as gauntlets 2. Keep a set for your own collection. After all, the chain set, not to be able to synthesize it can give the rest away sure. The militia inside the meritorious. It can be used as a reward. The arrow maker's various enchanted arrows. The tanner's was leather. Nyo's book. The stonemason's clay blocks. The fisherman's raw cod. Raw salmon. The weaponsmith's stone and iron axes. And one actually gave a gold axe. Waste. Pure and simple. What a waste. How much better to just give the gold. Why don't you just give me another silver axe and go cozying up to the river god? Bailey sucked all the items on the ground into his backpack. Toolmaker's stone axe. Stone hoe. Stone pick. Stone spade. Wait, what's this? Bailey looked at the lava barrel in his backpack in disbelief, only to feel that he had simply gotten lucky. Another buggy thing in MC. Lava has the same properties as water, which is infinite as long as it flows from high to low, and it has the property of being able to form round stones when it comes into contact with water. On the one hand, it can be used to make stone brushing machines, while on the other, it can be used to build walls, built along a trapezoidal shape into the air. All it takes is a bucket of water and a compartment of magma to build a 3-meter thick hollow, infinitely high wall. And the nature of magma allows it to destroy all objects that are incorporated into it without depleting itself. What this means is that if Bailey had this bucket of lava, the pattern would be smaller, and he would open a dump station and dispose of the garbage. The pattern zooms out. That nuclear waste is cleaned up. Where is the need to be wary of worrying about eating mutated seafood? And the magma, also, has a very crucial role to play, crafting into obsidian and utilizing it to craft into hellgates. I also wonder, what's it like inside hell? Or maybe you can't make a hellgate at all? I didn't realize that this magma would actually be obtained this way, Bailey muttered. He was going to see if he could find the volcano afterward, and dig into it to glean a bucket. If he dug down, it would be a pain in the ass to go in the soft layer between the crust and the mantle. With just a pickaxe, that's going to be digging until the end of time. How about trying it and triggering it a few more times? As soon as this thought popped up, the miserable appearance of those refugees just now immediately appeared in his mind. Bailey immediately shook the thought off. Only this one? Absolutely not. Besides, it's not like there's no way to get unlimited magma from even a single bucket of magma. It's just that the lead time might take a bit longer. Alchemy pots. Dripping stone cones, you only need to have these two things to make unlimited magma. The pill pot was easy to make, only needing to use 7 iron ingots. It could be synthesized, but the dripping stone cone, what should I do with this thing? Maybe have to look inside a cave, or just try digging a hole down to see if you can dig a natural pit. It's also quite a bit better than just digging through the lava. However, now that there was magma, then the wall could be constructed first. That earth wall could not be built by Taishan alone, and with the mud, Bailey always felt that the wall could not stop the siege at all. The matter of dripping stone cones would be discussed afterward, and a bucket of magma would be enough for Bailey to do a lot of things. No time to lose. Let's go and fix the wall today. Bailey was a bit impatient. He then muttered, that repaired wall. I'm going to call it Maria's wall. By the way, Niao Jiming and the others have to go to Qingqing today, so they have to be reminded not to get their heads drenched by the lava and they'll be in trouble. Jiming, when are you guys planning to leave? Bailey asked to Miao Jiming. Miao replied, it should be half an hour later. Good. Keep an eye on the sky on your way back. If you see something red, stay away, Bailey instructed. Miao was puzzled. Red. Something. What could it be? What about Wu Jin? Where is he now? Bailey suddenly asked. Mr. Bai. Wu Jin, he has been unconscious since he came down last night until now, and is being housed in one of the mushroom houses. If I remember correctly, it should be going this direction. Miao led the way, bringing Bailey to the door of one of the mushroom houses, which was being guarded by a militia member. The mushroom room, as it is now, is configured with some padded hay and nothing else yet. Wu Jin happened to have just woken up, and he looked at his surroundings with a puzzled expression. Shouldn't I be in the sky? How did I end up here? In the next moment, the unforgettable memory flooded into his mind. I remember. I was up in the sky, thirsty and hungry, and I couldn't sleep on my own with that cold wind whistling. Just like this a few days past. He really could not hold out. Just lying on the ground did not squint for a while. Accidentally a tumble fell down. By the time he felt the weightlessness wake him up, he was already in mid-air, and he was so scared that he just passed out. When you woke up again, you appeared here. I can't believe I'm not dead? Hey, I'm not dead. Fairy Grandpa didn't lie to me. Great. Wu Jin was ecstatic. He was glad that he had finally survived those experiments and lived again. Fairy Grandpa said that as long as he survived, then it was the final experiment. That's a god. He'll keep his word. As a person in the laboratory, Wu Jin knew that Bailey was a great god. not to mention that ladder to heaven, which is not a god to do. In the beginning, he would call Bai Li a demon, but also because he was really scared in his heart as an experimented person. Wu Jin, you're awake? Hearing this familiar voice, Wu Jin shivered as he looked over, only to see the silhouette that he would never forget reappear before his eyes. Not caring about his weak body bones, Wu Jin hurriedly climbed up and kowtowed to Bai Li. Immortal Grandpa, you came to find the villain, but do you have any other orders? I know I'm wrong. Please, please, please don't be. There are still experiments. When he thought about the contents of those experiments, Wu Jin's body began to tremble. There's no harm without comparison. With those roving bandits at the bottom, now looking at this Wu Jin, Bai Li feels much smoother. Don't worry, I'll keep my word, and if I say it's your last experiment, then it's the last one. Bai Li paused and then said, but there are other things you need to do next. Wu Jin didn't hesitate. Just do as you command. Immortal Grandpa, as long as it's not an experiment, I'm willing to do anything. Okay, I want you to follow him back to Changcheng in a few moments, then you stay behind and go do your job. Fighting bandits. Bai Li wasn't sure if Changcheng was serious about gatekeeping right now, but Wu Jin, as an inspector, could definitely bring people in with a brush. Now that the bandits are all over the place, it's better to put Wu Jin back and let him fight the bandits than to keep him locked up here all the time. As for letting the tiger return to the mountain, Bai Li is not worried. He is in the heart of Wu Jin. As long as one day is an immortal, then he will not dare to be reckless. However, just in case Wu Jin was being passive, Bai Li said what he had said to the magistrate again to Wu Jin, as he had intended to do before, and Bai Li added a sentence to carry the memory of transmogrification into an animal. I have to say, this method works for these people. Hearing about the possibility of becoming an animal in his next life, Wu Jin almost didn't faint, his face pale. Only after hearing the method of atonement did he regain some blood color and warily thanked his grace towards Bai Li. If there is a shortage of food or water, I grant you permission to resupply here, but on one condition. Bai Li looked at Wu Jin and said earnestly, if you meet someone who is in distress and looks like a good family, you have to give him food and tell him about the existence of this place. Wu Jin nodded his head and replied, yes, I've kept in mind the commands of Immortal Grandpa. Go outside and get a meal. Better hurry up. We're leaving soon, Bai Li instructed. He didn't want to delay his departure to Changcheng for Wu Jin. Just looking at it a little bit better didn't mean that Bai Li accepted Wu Jin. Originally the favorability was negative. Adding a little doesn't make it positive. Naturally, he wouldn't be issued leather boots and a wooden sword. Leather boots were something that was already quite scarce, and that wooden sword, he was too lazy to shell out his workbench to make it for Wu Jin. Jiming, take him with you. It will be easier to go into the city when the time comes. And these, if you don't have enough money, take these to exchange. Bai Li synthesized the dyes with the flowers and handed them to Miao Jiming, saying, always remember, don't forget, bring me more delicious food. Ah, I understand. Miao nodded. After Bai Li barked his instructions, he left. He was going to go back, make more iron barrels, carry 2 water with him in his pack, a milk of lava, and fill the compartments in his pack with logs for when the time came to build the walls. By the way, bring your dreams home. Wu Jin was led by Miao and went to the refugees to get a meal. Wu Jin, who had been hungry for a few days, took a big bite of the steamed bun. He subconsciously looked towards the ladder to the sky that he had stayed on, and violently realized that not far from next to that ladder, there was an additional ladder to the sky, and there was actually water falling from the sky. Although it is not clear what is going on with the water, but that ladder to the sky, Wu Jin can be more than familiar with it. Oh, I don't know which one of the eyeless ones messed with the fairy grandpa. The corners of Wu Jin's mouth rose, and his mood improved a little. Finally, someone else is as unlucky as he is. Wet you north. Wet you north. Shang Tianhu was lying on the glass, his hands and feet clamped tightly on that glass. His hands and feet kept breaking out in cold sweat. Every now and then you have to temporarily release one hand to wipe the sweat from your body, lest your hands get too slippery to grip the glass. He didn't dare to open his eyes, because once he did, he could see through the glass and see the landscape on the ground, with a few birds flying underneath him every now and then. High, too high. All he could lean on was a cubic meter of, suspended high in the air, glass, not enough to give him a sense of security at all. The upper sky tiger's legs and feet were a bit weak, as if it would lose its balance at any time and fall down from this high sky. I should never have rebelled, much less run into the village and looted it. Why am I so unlucky? Mental defenses were crumbling, unable to hold out any longer. He screamed in impotent rage. With your northern ah! Miao Jiming arranged things in the village and took Wu Jin, Wei Shi, Lu Ping, Lu Qi, and another 20 to 30 militiamen, equipped with wooden swords, each also carrying an iron sword picked up from the roving bandits, and carrying a large bag out of the Lu family village. The iron sword is used as a deterrent, and from the mouths of those refugees, they also know that it is no longer the same as before, and the outside is in complete chaos. There might be stray bandits jumping out halfway down the road, and those people didn't know the power of this wooden sword, and those militia, after last night's battle, have familiarized themselves with the way of combat and are fully comparable to veterans. Don't look at just 20 or 30 people. Even at a conservative estimate, they can fight 4 or 5 times the enemy without losing. Their mad dog style of fighting alone was enough to keep the roving bandits from coming forward after losing a bit of men. In the end, most of those roving bandits were just ordinary people a few days ago, and even the soldiers in the guardhouse didn't dare to go head to head, only daring to go to the villages to kill the more pitiful unarmed ones. They're just a bunch of bullies. In the team, there was silence, a solemn atmosphere. Everyone was holding their chests out, with a serious face, rushing along like a regular army, because their god is walking with them. Soon, Bai Li and the others walked to the edge of the world, and he looked out at the seemingly tranquil, but actually crisis-ridden wasteland. I'll send you all here, Bai Li instructed to Miao Jiming and the others. You must be careful on the next road. You can do without the things, but all of you must come back alive. Missing arms and legs are minor, and the previous stragglers still have a few locked up. Yes, eunuch Bai, the crowd said in unison. Bai Li glanced at Wu Jin. Wu Jin immediately understood and assured. Don't worry, God, White Prince, I remember clearly. I will absolutely do things according to the requirements of the White Prince. Seeing the crowd away, Bai Li turned his head and looked at the small chicken that was brought over. He picked it up and threw it that way towards the outside. The chicken flashed red, and not long after it went out, it lay dead, ultimately leaving nothing behind. Sure enough, can't get out, Bailey said thoughtfully. It is also expected. After all, Iron Mountain that time back is not also covered with cracks. That is, there are a lot of chickens now, so you can splurge in the meantime. Then he took out the 2 buckets of water that he had prepared long ago, made infinite water at the edge of the world, and then filled the iron bucket with water. If someone unintentionally walks into the neighborhood but is too intimidated to go forward, they can also use this water to quench their thirst or something, which is nothing more than a passing gesture anyway. Then, Bai Li stepped back almost tens of meters, synthesized the logs into planks, and began to build upwards. After reaching a certain height, Bai Li's speed gradually slowed down, and he carefully crouched down to build a plank outwards before slowly moving back to place another plank on top of that one. No way. If this accidentally fell, then just to climb back up, it will take a long time. Slow work makes fine work. And, weirdly high, out of the world's range and without the white immortal monarch following them, the group was obviously much looser, although it was still very solemn. Along the way, they did meet some people who didn't look like good people, but after seeing the number of people in the group, they left knowingly. Wei Shi, something's not right. Miao frowned as he moved around Wei Shi without a trace and lowered his voice. Someone has been following us from behind. Wei Shi stole a glance, and sure enough, someone was following them in the distance. Those people are afraid that they are a squad of roving bandits, and we are being targeted. I'm going to get everyone ready to engage at any time. Wei Shi chopped his head off. Don't speed up. Just go at normal speed, but let them know that we've spotted him, Miao proposed. They were still carrying the things they wanted to trade. Even if they accelerated any more, they wouldn't be able to go any faster. They would only reveal their cowardice and make the other side feel that they and the others were afraid. There was still some distance from Chengcheng now, and since the small group was here, it meant that the large force must be not far away, and it was impossible to hide from them. Just like that, those roving bandits wouldn't dare to act rashly. And they really don't carry fear. Good. Wei Shi slowed his pace and walked to the back of the group. This outside, actually chaotic to such a point, this just walked for a long time, and then encountered the roving bandits. The chaotic world has arrived. Rise, the people suffer. Die, the people suffer. Miao sighed. The team traveled significantly faster, but due to those packages on their bodies, they couldn't run much faster, and those behind them were like psoriasis that they couldn't shake off. It's coming, Wei Shi said with a straight face. As soon as the words fell, nearly 100 people rushed behind them, surrounding Wei Shi and the others. Brush, Wei Shi. Lu Ping picked up his stone sword, and the rest of them followed suit and drew their wooden swords. Ha ha ha, are these guys here to be funny? Actually having iron swords and not using wooden ones? Those gathered around glanced at each other in disbelief, their eyes filled with sarcasm. The leader shouted at Wei Shi and the others. We are Wang Er's men. You should have heard of his name. We only rob things. We don't kill people. Hand over everything and we'll let you go. Miao Jiming stepped out with a calm face, carrying a bag of broken silver in his hand, and blandly said, "This righteous man, it's not rare to see people like you who keep their principles. Look at it this way. I have some broken silver here, and I will give it to all of you. Let us go. How about this? Why make such a big fuss and hurt the peace between both sides?" Just now, Miao Jiming roughly estimated the number of people present, and there were only about 200 people. 1 on 7. The advantage is mine. They have people at the top. However, no one was sure if they would encounter other roving bandits next, so it was best to use silver to solve things that could be solved with silver to preserve their strength. Rituals first. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame them for not being polite. Si Guangdao looked at the bag of broken silver with some hesitation in his heart. Big brother. They seem to be from the Lu family village. Someone attached his ear and said to Si Guangdao. Si Guangdao frowned and asked, "How did you know?" "That big man. I have an impression." The man pointed at Lu Ping and explained, "I've seen him before when I went to the Lu family village. This is going to be difficult." Seed Kodo thought to himself. A few days ago, when they were passing through their village, they learned that their elders, as well as their children, had been picked up by a village called Lu's village. Big brother Wang Er had sent people to look around that village, which included the man in front of him who was talking to Seed Guangdao, and it was said that those people were all doing well. Originally, Wang Er wanted to go and thank him personally, but he heard from the people who came back that the village, it was a bit evil. The village reveals eccentricities everywhere. It seems to be a gathering place for cults. However, after thinking for a long time, Wang Er ended up not intending to disturb the Lu family village and instructed his men to go around the Lu family village. In this year of war and chaos, joining a cult is better than those of them who rebel. Thinking of this, Seed Guangdao glanced at the wooden swords they were holding and secretly shook his head. It does seem to have been brainwashed by the cult. No wonder. Can have so many things to bring out? Afraid to take to Chengcheng to sell it. Thought it was a traitor. This is not good to rob the rich to help the poor. Brother Guangdao, are we still robbing? There's really something evil about that village. That person who had been to the Lu family village said from the bottom of his heart. Lu Jiatsuans, still not robbing, but still need to confirm. Hey, are you guys from the Lu family village? Seed Guangdao asked. Miao nodded back. That's right. Ha, they're from Lu's village. It seems like we only rob the rich to help the poor, not the village. What to do? Still robbing? Still robbing Lu Jia village my old mother is still with them. Mine too. After those people heard that they were from the Lu clan village, their faces showed embarrassment and they hastily put away the weapons in their hands. Looking at Miao Jiming, they were also much kinder. Good people don't come around much. Ha ha ha, it's really a big flood. Seed Guangdao was also relieved to see the reaction of his men. He also has relatives in the Lu family village, and naturally he doesn't want to make a move against the people of the Lu family village. This is something we did wrong. Since all of you are from the Lu family village, Seed Guangdao said, making his men make way. It's us who have taken offense, so we'll let you all leave. Many thanks. Miao arched his hand in thanks, and while he was leaving, he handed the bag of broken silver to Seed Guangdao. This is? Seed Guangdao looked at Miao suspiciously. Righteousness. Take these crumbs of silver and give them to the brethren to share. Miao smiled and said, come to our Lu family village as a guest if you are free. These people, forced by the world, unlike the previous group of roving bandits, still have a conscience, and Miao wants to try to see if he can absorb them into the Lu family village. These, each one of them a good farmer. How many more farmers must the village have? Once they get to Lu's village, can they still leave? On the other hand, they would be frequenting Chengcheng from now on, so they could also avoid a lot of trouble. Feeling Miao Jiming's kindness, Seed Guangdao was touched for a moment. No one had been so friendly to them since they became rebels, waiting for them to go far away. Seed Guangdao touched the weight of the bag in his hand, and after a little thought, he instructed his men. You take a team of people to follow from afar. If there are any ungrateful people who want to plunder, you go up and report the name of Wang Er's big brother, and when you are almost to Chengcheng, you will come over again. A favor, a courtesy. They are rebels. The Lu family villages are all good people. They can't tarnish each other's reputation. It's good to send each other in secret. Good. When I get back, I'll mention this to big brother Wang Er, and tell my men to keep their moves sharp. Seed Kodo thought to himself. The rest of the way, although Miao knew that there were still people following them from behind, but this time the situation was very different. Several waves of stragglers were scared off by those behind them. Whitewater Wang Er, this person who dared to charge the governor. They didn't dare to mess with him. When they reached the entrance of Chengcheng without any danger, those people withdrew. At this point in the county, it was no longer as lenient as it had been before. As long as you paid your silver to get in, The guards at the city gates have been replaced with soldiers in armor, and everyone who enters the city has to be severely interrogated. They soon saw Miao Jiming and the others who were walking towards Cheng Cheng. Tell the brothers at the back to be ready to close the gates at any time. There's a group of people with weapons that don't look like good people. The guards stared at the iron swords they carried with them and frowned as they shouted. Wait, look, does that look like our inspector, Lord Wujin? And those people? It looks like Old Song and the others. They're actually still alive? Another guard suddenly said. They escaped from that creepy village too? Those soldiers guarding the city looked confused. Lu Jia Village. The name has become their daily chat. There are two versions of this story. One is that near Chengcheng, there is a demon village with a demon man who can summon giant mushrooms with a wave of his hand. Inside there is also a huge white humanoid monster. The whole body is made of metaphysical iron. Sword and gun invulnerable to water and fire. Infinite strength. There are 10,000 pounds of weight. And extremely cruel and ferocious. Face fangs. Like to break people's legs. Listen to people screaming. This version. Courtesy of those who got away with it. Originally. This is a very mysterious thing. The soldiers guarding the city are treated as if they are not defeated by the roving bandits. Embarrassed to say. Looking for a front. As it turns out, the claims of those who should have died and came back alive are even more bizarre. It's almost mythical and unbelievable. According to them, that white monster, a divine general in the sky, had a gentle disposition and liked to give people red flowers as well as touch their brains. At the behest of a descending deity, whose name is unknown and whom the village people are too afraid to call by his first name. He only knew that the people in the village called him Immortal Monarch Bai, but the Immortal Monarch didn't like that title. So if the Immortal Monarch was in person, they usually called him Duke Bai. This white Immortal Monarch can be remarkable, with high magical power. Even if his cultivation is suppressed by the mortal dust, he is able to single-handedly open up a piece of paradise with only his own power. Inside, there is a never-ending flow of water, wheat that can be ripened 7 days and, after passing through the immortal barrels, can even be ripened so quickly that the food is simply too much to eat. Giant mushrooms that can grow instantly and become sheltered can be eaten every day by simply pushing the soil. And if you do a good job you might even be able to eat eggs, fish and meat, and still have them every day. Milk that cures all diseases, and a sacred fish that recovers from injuries when eaten. Made using sacred wood, its hardness is comparable to an iron sword, and it can actively protect the master's immortal magic weapon. So long as it is worn, it can withstand swords and knives. The people inside live in peace and prosperity. A paradise. In a word, evil. Those who ran back, only just returned for a day or two. Even those who were usually the most joyful, now all day long, soulful, sighing, a lost soul. Often the two of them would get together and reminisce about their life there. And if asked, they would be eager to tell all the daily chores of their time there. Ask them how they feel about coming back and not one of them doesn't regret it. But in either version, Wu Jin is supposed to be dead. TSK, it's a pity that this didn't even end in death. What a life. One of the soldiers skimmed his lips and said regretfully, the days are already hard. But when this dog comes back, there will be no peace. Those soldiers guarding the gate didn't say much and let Miao and the others in. Into the county. Wu Jin first gave orders to those soldiers guarding the city that no matter what happened, they should not stop Miao and his group from leaving. Then he cautiously asked to Miao, this is goodbye? Although it could be said that he had now entered his territory. But the things that hung in the sky before were still fresh in his mind even now. So how could Wu Jin dare to be half as arrogant? Naturally, Miao Jiming continued. But Lord Wu, don't forget what Immortal Lord Bai has commanded you to do. How dare you? How dare you? Wu Jin cried out and arched his hand at Miao Jiming and the others before leaving. Worthy of being Immortal Sovereign Bai, with such skillful means, even someone like Wu Jin can be sensitized and become so humble. The militiaman in the group who was familiar with Wu Jin's nature lamented as he continued. It's a pity that those who came back from the Immortal Monarchs refused to open up and say what happened in the first place, no matter how much they were asked. I'm not sure. But I can be sure of one thing, and that is that they must have eaten a lot of immortal fish at the Immortal Monarch's place, or else they wouldn't be looking at the fish and wanting to vomit. They didn't have this problem before. That's great. I want to eat fish until I puke too. Overhearing the conversation between the militiamen, Miao glanced at the one who mouthed envy. No, you don't want to. Do you all remember the plan arrangement I gave you all earlier? Miao averted his gaze and asked the crowd. Seeing that they all nodded, Miao Jiming solemnly said, good then. Let's spread out now and gather at this place after the matter is done. Yes. The crowd dispersed in all directions, leaving dozens of people in place to guard the weapons. With Wu Jin's instructions, those soldiers guarding the gate would not dare to make things difficult, and would even take the initiative to explain the situation to those patrolling soldiers. Among them, Ji Xing'an's speed was undoubtedly the fastest. He made his way east and around a few trails, and the light along the way made his concern grow. Lu Ping followed Ji Xing'an closely as he surveyed the city with a grave face. Houses and stores showed signs of destruction everywhere, and the corners of the streets were strewn with all kinds of discarded items, and there were dried bloodstains on the ground. Even the most lively marketplace on weekdays, the stores were closed. The air was still filled with panic and uneasiness. The pedestrians on the street were pitifully few, and everyone was in a hurry and panicked, as if there was someone chasing behind them. The people of the city, nowadays, have become so exhausted and poor that they can't afford to eat. On the contrary, the restaurant fees, although there are remnants of marks, but still open, inside filled with magnificently dressed nobles, is eating meat and drinking wine, listening to a small song, the mouth constantly cursing the white water wang air. The voice is so loud that as long as it is passing by can be heard. Drought. The disaster is the people. Cannot eat is also the people, but the disaster cannot be these dignitaries on the body. Quite the contrary. The more drought there is, the more they have to stock up on grain, and the more the price of that grain rises, and they are not the ones who can't afford to buy the grain anyway. The silver was gone, but their industry was still there, and they would be able to recover in a few days. Every now and then soldiers passed through the neighborhood, censoring every pedestrian on the road. Faintly, miserable cries came from inside the rotted door of the room, completely opposite to the atmosphere of Lu's village. Is this still the Changchun he remembered? Every time he comes, this Changchun falls into disrepair. If we didn't have Immortal Lord Bai's shelter, I'm afraid our Lu family village would be even worse off than this. Lu Ping muttered under his breath. He only felt his hands and feet go cold. His heart was grateful. Luckily, there's Bai Xianjun. Ji Xing'an, on the other hand, was nothing but anxious. Father, please don't be okay. You haven't met the immortal monarch yet. Driving around in circles, Ji Xing'an finally walked to the entrance of the alley where the ancient herb hall was located, where there were a few people sporadically lined up to ask for medical attention. The men were almost all skinny and bony looking, all hunched over their stomachs and leaning against the wall. Inside the ancient herb hall, Ji Mingji's voice came out from inside. Hey, it's not that I don't want to prescribe it for you, but this prescription can only cure illnesses. It can't quench hunger, and even if you eat it anymore, it won't help. Old Mr. G, just give me a prescription. I'm really sick, my stomach is burning, and I have just enough money to buy medicine, so please be kind and give me a prescription. Hey, after a rummage, Ji Mingji said in a helpless tone, take these, go back and decoct them for half an hour before taking them. Next, thank you, old Mr. G. Thank you, old Mr. G. Ji Xing'an listened to the tired voice and quickly stepped into the hall, shouting, Father, Xing'an is back? Good boy, just in time. Come over and help me look at my patients. Test your medical skills to see if they have regressed. Ji Mingji raised his head in delight, his originally furrowed brows stretching as he smiled. Little brother, I'll trouble you to wait for now. I'm fine, just go about your business. Don't worry about me. Lu Ping laughed nervously and walked over to the chair and sat down. Yes. Ji Xing'an went to the medicine cabinet and helped to see the patients and take medicines, and soon, he finished seeing the patients at the door. Before anyone came over, Ji Mingji closed the door tightly. Father, what's wrong with your hand? Ji Xing'an couldn't help but ask. As early as when he grabbed the medicine earlier, he noticed that Ji Mingji's hand had a distinct scar on it. Before a group of people came in to rob things, would have robbed some silver is just, whoever thought they actually rummaged through the medicine cabinet. Those herbs scattered everywhere. I was anxious to go up to stop, was scratched so a bit. Ji Mingji did not care, did not hesitate to say, but fortunately, the herbs are not too much damage, is it? Ji Xing'an hurriedly pulled out dried fish as well as roasted fish and handed them to Ji Mingji, saying with red eyes, Father, eat these, this roasted fish will be eaten last. Could it be that this fish is just like that divine fruit from before, which can produce white bones and live the dead? Ji Mingji couldn't help but say. Ji Xing'an knew his father's nature. Before he could open his mouth, this divine fish was rewarded to me by the immortal monarch. I still have quite a few of them. This does have the effect of producing white bones and living the dead. Father, just eat it, don't think of leaving it to others. This is what the immortal monarch has bestowed upon me. It's hard not to be able to just pass it on to someone else. Hearing this, Ji Mingji hesitated for a long time, but still ate it. He looked at the rapidly detaching scar and sighed, worthy of being a divine item. This effect is truly miraculous. At the end, Ji Mingji paused and asked with a somewhat trembling voice, that divine medicine that cures all diseases, have you seen it? Ji Xing'an nodded and retold Ji Mingji what he had seen and heard in the Lu family village one by one. That milk that can cure all diseases is very peculiar. You can only drink that whole bucket of milk before it takes effect. But the good thing is that milk doesn't go up in the stomach. It's like it disappears out of thin air when you drink it. Wei sure didn't lie to us. Ji Xing'an spoke excitedly, and he suddenly thought that his dad might have forgotten who Wei sure was, and hurriedly added, "It's that big man with the beard who took us away earlier. It's a pity that the milk was too heavy to bring." Ji Ningji listened wordlessly, nodding his head in response every now and then. "By the way, father, do you know the situation on the court side? We've encountered 4 or 5 groups of roving bandits outside. When will the court send someone?" Ji Xing'an asked suspiciously. Ji Ningji said coldly, "Oh, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until next year." Next year? Ji Xing'an's heart violently sprang out of anger. He was furious and laughed. Really want to wait until next year? Those roving bandits have become a climate, and then want to suppress cannot be easy. The official government people. Ji Xing'an turned his head, glanced at the gate, and after making sure it was closed, he lowered his voice and said with righteous indignation, "Officials, have their brains been kicked by donkeys? Master Banzai is also, really let these roving bandits loot here? No, your majesty doesn't know about this." Ji Ningji said helplessly, "That Shanxi governor Hu Tingyan has suppressed all these things, saying that these roving bandits are starving people, and that they will naturally be disbanded after there is food for the coming summer harvest. Plus that Inspector Wuzhen was nowhere to be found. Rumor has it that he was killed by some white monster. I think that would be the work of Lord God General. In short, at least until next year, these roving bandits won't decrease. They will only increase more and more." Ji Xing'an said, "The excuse, it is just worried about the above to rule his crime, but this can be hidden for a moment, cannot be hidden for a lifetime? When the time comes, I am afraid that it will have to be a full house. It wasn't just his family that robbed him. These officials are all like this." Lu Ping, who was listening silently on the side, snorted, "I can see, in the eyes of those dignitaries, we are not people at all. There are a lot of hungry people lying in the city, and there are still people eating meat and drinking wine in that big house. No wonder so many people rebel. These officials can't even match one toe. No, one hair of the immortal monarch." He wouldn't forget the way those government officials had looked before when they had forced them to pay taxes. Ji Ningji shook his head, sighed, and continued, "Now that this has spread, the roving bandits have become even more arrogant and domineering, and even those who were originally afraid of the imperial court's arrival and didn't dare to rebel have followed suit. So I'm afraid that it will only become more chaotic in the future. It's the end of the line. Father, come with us. I came here to take you over." Ji Xing'an said softly. He knew his father's nature. Usually do good deeds without asking for reward, and now heard of the immortal monarch, even more convinced that his behavior is correct. When Ji Xing'an grabbed the medicine before, he realized that his father was almost only charging for the herbs, and even then he was doing a losing business. People's hearts are treacherous, not everyone will miss the good. If his father continues to do so, then when he comes next time, I am afraid that he will not be able to see the person. This isn't under the rule of an immortal ruler. There's no god on his head. Since his own father wanted to perform a good deed, he gave a reason why he couldn't refuse. You should know better than me. These people's diseases are starved out. We simply cannot help." Ji Xing'an said after a while, "Now the immortal monarch that came to a lot of refugees. There is no shortage of people with diseases that need to be cured. The immortal monarch is too distracted to take care of them all. Where you can save more people. Nah, when dealing with a stubborn person, you have to go along with it." Hearing Ji Xing'an's words, Ji Ningji visibly hesitated. Ji Xing'an hurriedly struck while the iron is hot. "Kyer, he misses your old man. Every day he reads about when grandpa will go over to see him, yelling for you to hold it." Ji Ningji looked at the rows and rows of neatly organized wooden medicine cabinets, feeling the traces left by the years on them. Looking at the handwritten labels of medicinal herbs on the drawers, the handwriting had faded a little. "I've been in this place for almost my whole life," Ji Ningji muttered. "It's kinda hard to let go." "Xing'an, go, take down that sign of the 100 Herb Hall," Ji Ningji instructed. "That sign is passed down from the ancestors, cannot be lost. As long as the sign is still there, that 100 Herb Hall is still there." "Father, you agree?" Ji Xing'an was overjoyed, fearing that he would regret it, and hurriedly greeted Lu Ping as he went over to help fetch the cards. "Bacchanal, it's time to open somewhere else." "Shopkeeper, how come the price of this dye is almost 20% less than before?" Miao asked with a frown. "This is also can't help things. Sir, you also know, some days ago that the roving bandits into the city randomly robbed a pass." The shopkeeper accompanied the smile, complained bitterly said, "Those masters, the hands of the silver are taken with the grain to go, and most of the traveling merchants do not dare to come to our Changchang. This is really not good to sell. Ah, you don't mind me giving less. Our store is already the highest price for acquiring in Changchang. Sir, if you don't believe me, you can go to a few stores around and ask. As he said, it was really the highest price in several stores around, selling those dies and exchanging them all for silver. Miao walked out of that store and distributed the silver. These silver taels you take, be sure to remember, now you have made a fortune, is to go back to show off. Miao Jiming to the few followed by the craftsman again and again urged, act like a little, do not need to hurt the money. The craftsman class silver to pay 7 or 8 years. If someone asks, you are silent is, want to say that kind of feeling, and so on more people, and then say it is best to fool some more people back, the more people the better, we can afford it. Yes, Pillar, take this money with you, purchase some fabrics, coarse salt, and those things I told you about before. Yes, there is also refined salt, and if there are any condiments, buy some of all of them, this is for the immortal monarch to eat. Make sure you buy the best and most expensive ones in the store. Buy more, and also try to see if you can abduct a few tailors back. Don't worry, leave it to me, it's done. Lu Qi, this is yours. Miao didn't say much. The one he was most at ease with in this was Lu Qi. Miao distributed them one by one until he was relieved when there were 3 or 2 people left around him. It's done, and then it's just a matter of waiting for them to come back. Miao had to go back to where he started, and if the people who went out had problems, they could come back and ask for his advice. Stop, what do you want? The soldier beside Miao Jiming raised his iron sword and burst out. Miao turned his head, only to see a group of people walking towards them. One of them, he had a vague recollection of, as if the man had stood next to him when he had sold dyes earlier. This gentleman, just now you were in that store, were you selling dyes? The burly man at the head tried to make a kind smile, but with his looks, he smiled very grimly instead. Please don't misunderstand, we don't mean any harm, we are traveling merchants. We arrived in Changchun yesterday. We just want to ask if you still have more dyes? We are willing to buy it at a higher price. Traveling merchants, the way you guys look. You don't look like that, Miao said with a frown as he sized up the burly man, as well as those fierce-looking people behind him. Gonzi jokes. The burly man helplessly said, this chaotic world, still dare to run outside the city. Are some not afraid of death? If the thin arms and legs, not to mention the transportation of goods, even the people are not sure to keep. Gonzi you say? Yes or no? That makes sense, Miao mused. Besides, isn't the prince afraid that we're robbers? Come on people, bring over the goods we made up today. The stout man struck while the iron was hot, asking those behind him to remove the stretcher they were picking and take away the cloth covering it, revealing the goods inside. You see, how dare I lie to you? Sir, I won't hide it from you. You don't know, the quality of your dyes is not ordinary. If you transported it to other counties, according to the price you just sold it for, it can be more than a few times more than that. We are sincere in wanting to trade with the prince, but this is all the goods you have. I'm afraid you won't even be able to cover the traveling expenses on the road, right? Miao Ziming's worry look loosened a little, but still somewhat unconvinced. He then asked, ha ha ha, this bit of goods is certainly not enough. We bought them separately. This is only a small part. If you don't believe me, you can follow us to take a look. Don't worry, this is inside the city, and that goods are right next to the city wall. If we are unfavorable to you guys on the way, then we won't be able to escape. Miao Jiming stared tightly at the burly big man, seeing his calm face, then relaxed, full of apologies to the big man arched his hand and said, it's this male who misunderstood you guys. It's really because there are too many thieves in this world. Have to prevent please forgive me. Turning to the militia, he said, put down your weapons, don't point your iron swords at people, it's weirdly dangerous. The militiamen who surrounded Miao looked at each other oddly, sensing something strange. Brother Chi Ming never calls himself Gonzi. This group, there's a problem. Those militiamen nodded and withdrew their iron swords, pulling out the wooden swords stuck in their belts and gripping them tightly in their hands as they stared at those so-called traveling merchants. Miao Jiming did not have a good mood. Look at this. Hey, righteous people are not to blame. They are like this. They have to have a sword in their hands. Nothing, I can understand. If there is no defense, it would have been eaten by someone else. And it's just a wooden sword. It will be fine. Children of the Jianghu, which is so much to talk about. I don't really care, said the big man boldly. I am Young Heyu. I don't know how to call you. Sir, Brother Heyu is truly magnificent. Miao arched his hand and returned with a sincere face. My lord Chao Min Kai. Young Heyu similarly arched his hand and said, so it's Mr. Chao. It's a pleasure to meet you. Miao Jiming coughed lightly and asked cautiously, Brother Heyu, you just said that the price of that dye, you guys can still increase it further, so how much can you give? Don't worry, we still have it in our village, and it's quite a lot. What we sell to the store is just a small portion, but whether we sell it or not, it depends on your sincerity. Sir Chow, as you know, we are just earning some hard-earned money. Just the traveling expenses on the road alone will cost us a large sum. So for this price, we will only add up to 50% at the most. I hope that you, sir, will forgive us, Yang Hiyu said with a smile on his face. 50%? Now exclaimed, realizing his outburst and feigning hesitation. 50%, it's a bit too little. I'll have to think about it again. What do you think, Mr. Chow? How about 60%? Another 10%? 70%? 80%? Sir Chow, we really can't increase it any further, or we won't be able to earn much. A hint of gloominess flashed in Yang Hiyu's eyes as he said in a resolute manner. Alright, this is what you said. The corner of Miao Jiming's mouth turned upwards with a smug look. 80%? Yang and Yu laughed and said, 80%. As long as the gentleman sold, a Chengdu will not be less. In the following line, walking the Jiangxi for so many years, relying on the word credibility, will never cheat the gentleman. Miao Jiming smiled and said, it's a deal, but where are we going to find you guys in a while? Our people still have things to do in the city. It might take a while. Don't worry, it won't take long. Like this it's fine. We can still wait for a day or two. What do you think of this, Your Excellency? Yang Hiyu thought about it and asked tentatively, I'll have one of my men follow you, and if you're ready to go, have him come back and let us know? It's okay, Miao said after a moment's hesitation. Wei Si, come here. After Yang Hiyu shouted, a skinny youth came out behind him. What do you think of him, Mr. Chow? Yang Hiyu patiently explained. Within our group of roughnecks, he's the most civilized and weak, thinking that he shouldn't be next to Mr. Chow's eyes. Okay, he's it, Miao Jiming said without a hitch. Wei Si stepped forward and smiled nervously. Junior Wei Si, I'm grateful to Mr. Chow. Well, Miao lifted his chin and said, since things have been talked over, we'll leave first. Take care, Mr. Chow. Yang and Yu and the others said archly. Looking at the figures of Miao Jiming and the others, Yang Hiyu's smiling face instantly clouded over. Oh, how dare you call yourself a gentleman? Don't even look at what you're wearing? A few compliments and you're really taking it seriously. And so greedy. But that's good. Self-righteous guys are good to fool. He was not lying. If the opposite side was better than them, then they were right to be traveling merchants. But if it's any other case, then don't they make a move to grab it? To be able to enter the city gates and still dare to show his face. It was unlikely that he would be one of those rebellious roving bandits or people from the mountain strongholds. Those people don't have the guts. Yang and you can hear clearly. That Xiao Minkai said, but the village. A village? How big can a village be? How many would be able to fight? Though it could be a lie. Even the name Zhou Min Choi could be a fake. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. That die. It can't be faked. It's a profitable business. Let the brethren prepare for it. But don't reveal anything. This is a big deal, Yang Hiyu coldly said. Whoever dares to jeopardize the good deed, don't blame Big Brother for my lack of mercy. Big Brother, I always feel something is wrong. A village? Where did the dye come from? The scarred man on the side whispered. Why do you think I would let Wei Si follow along? Yang Hiyu glanced at the scarred man. Wei Si, this kid can't fight, but he's a good hand at prying for information. So letting him go over there would be a good way to find out the realities. And then we'll make our plans then. Anyway, no matter what the process is, this dye, I'm going to eat it. Yang and you laughed harshly. He didn't see, in the slightest, the intriguing smile that Miao revealed before he left. Pray, hooked, by the city wall. Wei Si returned from Miao Jiming to the place where the merchant caravan was meeting. Yang Hiyu turned to Wei Si with a serious face and asked, how was it? Asked something out yet? Wei Si shook his head and sneered. These people, their mouths aren't very tight. That is, they say things that are all falsehoods that are taken as truth. He told what he had heard, in full. The more they listened, the more odd the expressions of the people gathered around them became. As soon as Wei Si finished speaking, someone stared and said, this village, it can't be a cult's den, right? It should be. It's not like you didn't hear it. All the water you can't drink is coming out. It's not brainwashed. I didn't expect that male to be a cultist with his good looks, but I can't really tell. It's so fake. Can't these cults come up with a new and original gimmick? Do you guys think there's any chance it's true? As soon as the words fell, the surroundings instantly quieted down, and everyone looked at the person who spoke out with a face full of incredulity. Are you out of your mind? You really believe it if it's not you? Milk cures all diseases. Wheat ripens in 7 days. Wooden swords comparable to iron swords. Do you really believe this crap? Why don't you go and join them now? We won't stop you. It's douchebags like you they want. Ha 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 ha. What a laugh. The speaker immediately showed an embarrassed look. a layer of gray shrouding his face, and stopped speaking. The crowd roared and laughed, and the air of rapture filled the walls. When they had laughed enough, that's when someone opened their mouth to inquire, if it's really a cult then, are we still going? The crowd shifted their eyes to Yang and Yu. White, I don't know where another fake goddess came out from. It's not the lifeless old mother. As long as it's not from the White Lotus sect, what are you afraid of? Yang Hayu scoffed. A true immortal coming down to earth? This is even more of a ripoff than even that White Lotus sect's lifeless old mother. If these people were really from the White Lotus sect, then these guys, he wouldn't dare to mess with them. Those crazy people who rebel all day long, once they engage in a fight, all of them don't want to die, thinking about what vacuum hometown they will enter after death. But even then, those White Lotus lunatics wouldn't dare to say that the lifeless old mother descended to the earth, and at most, a holy son or daughter would come out. Go, of course we have to go. Set off now. Don't let Mr. Chiao wait in a hurry. Yang Yiyu said. The official rode. Miao and the others pulled and drove the donkey carts back with the goods they had bought, and the soldiers stood in the outer circle, protecting those who had been brought from the city, tens of meters apart. Yang Yiyu rode his horse, carrying a bow and arrow, leading his merchant team, following behind. This was something Yang and Yu themselves had proposed in order to prevent scaring that male. Big brother, look, those people surrounding the outer circle are holding wooden swords in their hands, wearing leather boots, and still wearing exactly what Wei Si said. The scarred man who had followed Yang and Yu all the way snorted. They really believe that wearing that thing can block swords, and that they have iron swords and don't need to use wooden swords. What a bunch of idiots. Don't underestimate these guys. They just look ridiculous. Yang Yiyu's face was expressionless, his eyes flickering. When you actually fight them, you'll realize how difficult it is. If we really fought, there would only be two outcomes. Either all of us and others would die or escape, or the opposite side would finish dying. In my opinion, that so-called immortal monarch is nothing more than a pleasure seeker. Look, big brother, those people they brought back, there are even opera singers? The scarred man said disdainfully. How can such a person be an immortal? Indeed. Yang and Yu nodded approvingly. At this time, Niao Jining's team walked out of a person. He walked to the front of Yang Hayu, arched his hand and said, My lord said that there are many thieves and bandits in the vicinity. He is a little worried, and wondered if he could ask you to go over there and protect his safety. And when we get to the place, we will pay you accordingly. Yang Hiyu forced a smile on his face and nodded. Since it's a request from Mr. Chiao, then naturally, Yang will not refuse. He counted to see out. This Chiao Min Kai is a greedy and fearful of death goon, knows that those who hold wooden swords are not reliable, which is why they want to let them these harmless merchants to protect their left and right. Such a person, to be able to mix in this position, definitely has a very powerful relatives to help. He will come to Changcheng. Perhaps is to stay bored, find a reason to go to the city to stroll around. What a godsend! Yang Hayu was beaming with joy and greeted his men to follow Miao Jiming's group while he drove his horse and traveled along with Miao, who was also riding a horse. Looking at Miao Jiming, who was clinging to his horse with a look of fear, he was incomparably contemptuous in his heart. Oh, such goods would have died long ago if they hadn't been cast in a good berth. Gotta get him to trust me completely so I can do it then. With a twinkle in his eye, Yang Hiyu told Miao about the interesting things he had met along the way, causing him to laugh. He joked and laughed the whole way, glancing ahead. Wait, what's going on in the sky? Yang and Yu squinted his eyes at the sky. Due to the distance, he didn't look very clearly. He only vaguely saw a circle of vague things hovering and extending towards the sky. Is it a hallucination? Yang and Yu hadn't really cared, but the words Wei Si had said popped into his mind. Immortal White, Tontine, Ladder. An indescribable undertone surged through his mind, the hairs on his arms standing on end as a chill slid down his spine. Mr. Chiao, I suddenly remembered that there are some things that I didn't explain clearly to my men. You see, go, it's not in the way. Miao waved his hand indifferently and drove his horse, pulling some distance away from it. Yang Hayu took a deep breath and leaned down to whisper to the scarred man, Call Wei Si for me. Hurriedly coming from the ranks, Wei Si gasped and asked, Big brother, what is it that you want to find me? Look up, is there something in the sky? Wei Si rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief. It seems like there is indeed, although it's a bit blurry, but there's something that goes around the bend and extends all the way to the sky. Am I hallucinating? Wait, big brother, Wei Si reacted. He stared at Yang Hiyu in astonishment. Is it hard for you to have seen it too? Shit, I've run into the real thing. No, gotta get out of here before we get caught. Yang Hiyu's heart was beating wildly. Each beat seemed to echo in his chest. He thought of the right words to say and turned his head to explain to Mr. Chiao, but he realized that Mr. Zhou was looking at himself with a smile on his face. Brother Kazuhiro, it's all here. Do you think I'll still let you go? The prey and the hunter. In this moment, identities are swapped. Miao Ziming stared at Yang Hayu with a smile on his face. Where was his previous timid appearance? Tricked. Yang Hayu immediately realized that this Duke Xiao was clearly a cunning fox, and the way he just looked was completely feigned. Damn it, I've fallen for the opposite side. You saw it too? Wei Si looked at Miao Ziming in surprise. No, since you saw it all, why would you react this way? Miao's reaction. Too flat, as if the thing was supposed to be there. Wait, that thing? Why does it feel kind of like a ladder to heaven? Those villagers, are they telling the truth? Mouth slightly open. Words froze in Wei Si's throat, gripping the iron sword in his hand tightly for security. He could still remember what those villagers had told him about the immortal technique that the white immortal monarch had displayed. No, you believe in the real fairy. Wei Si's legs were a bit weak and he could barely walk. He wordlessly turned his head back and looked at Yang Hayu with a helpless face. Brother, what should we do? With no time to care about the feelings of his men, Yang Hayu's thinking completely froze at this moment, and his brain buzzed. Who would have guessed that this ridiculous thing was actually true? Gu, Mr. Qiao, what do you mean by that? I'm still thinking of going to your place to buy dyes. How could I possibly leave? Yang Hayu hastened to compensate for the smile. You are just kicking me out. I won't even go. How could I even let you put it? It's just that I'm a little curious about what's on that day. That's why I thought to ask you. Sir. So I misunderstood Brother Hayu again. I'm really sorry. Miao Ziha grinned. Don't worry. That thing was forged by the immortal monarch. There won't be any danger. And you guys don't have to be afraid. You guys are merchants, not robbers. The immortal monarch won't make things difficult for you. As for who the immortal monarch is, I think you guys should know it. Saying that, Miao glanced at Wei Si. Ha ha ha. No, of course I know. Hearing Miao Ziha's strings, Yang Hayu nodded with a strong smile. By the way, there is something to trouble and you brother. Your brothers, it seems that there are still not seen. You'd better go to remind a bit. Miao Ziha words turned, meaning to say, otherwise a misunderstanding in a while, cannot be good. I'm on my way. At this time, Yang and you, which still have the previous that free, he cannot wait to get away from this, cannot understand the bottom of the Miao Ziming sum. Wait a little farther away. Wei Si gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Big brother, that person definitely knows what we intend to do. If we really go over there, it's just a goat falling into a tiger's mouth. If we don't let our brothers fight with them, we can at least send you out. Did you forget what you told us before? Those wooden swords, and the defense gear? Yang Hayu said expressionlessly, this is a true immortal sheltered believer. It's impossible to fight. Rushing up and sending them to their deaths. Take a step and see what happens. Yang and Yu sighed. He also knew that it was just warm water boiling a frog. But that's a true immortal. The guys around them are holding real immortal weapons. And they, ordinary people, are beating them with their heads? After Yang Hayu instructed his men not to clash with these people no matter what happened, the group proceeded forward. As the distance approached, some of Yang and Yu's men saw the steps that stretched into the sky. Hinata, look at the sky. What's that? With a cry of surprise, the people under Yang Hayu's hand looked up, their eyes wide as if they couldn't believe their eyes. A stairway that led straight up to the clouds and sky took root solidly from the ground, and at an almost unbelievable angle, from one tiny platform to another, it gradually rose up and stretched towards the sky. Directly beneath those steps was an abrupt jewel of greenwood set in a yellow wilderness. They saw aptly that underneath that wooden step, there was no support at all. It just extended so bizarrely all the way to the sky, like a passageway to another world. It not only connects heaven and earth, but also reality and mystery, earthly and heavenly. The wooden ladder that hung between reality and fantasy stood there, challenging all their logic and reason. I thought I was the only one who saw that. Is it true? You guys saw it too? It wasn't an illusion. This can't be the ladder to heaven that Wei Si said. No, there really is an immortal monarch in that village. How can this be? It's over. It's over. It's completely over. What a way to mess with the gods. We were trying to rob this village before? Their footsteps involuntarily slowed down, their hearts filled with panic. In stark contrast to their reaction were those brought out of the city. They followed closely all the way, worried and afraid, always thinking that some stragglers would come and kill them all. Until he saw the steps that should exist in a dream or a fictionalized story. The scene that unfolded before him was far beyond conventional interpretation. Those people's hearts pounded violently, feeling a shock they had never felt before. Elder brotherly, is this what you call a great chance? A craftsman stroked the back of his hand, feeling the touch as a way to appease the vibration within him, as he stammered, for fear of scaring these people away. He didn't tell them anything about the white immortal monarch at first. Li Kaiji nodded his head in triumph. That's right, The gods have descended to earth. Is that strong enough? Strong enough? Too strong. The tinkerer hemmed and hawed, his eyes glittering with joy, the corners of his mouth upturned and giggling. If you're a god, you should be able to eat. Ji Mingji's body trembled from excitement, and tears glistened in his eyes. Immortal traces. Immortal traces, nah. There really are immortals in the world. In my lifetime, I can actually have such a chance to see a true immortal. I have no regrets in death. I have no regrets in death. Slowly closing his eyes, Ji Mingji took a deep breath as a flood of memories swept over him. He went back to that innocent time when he was a child full of dreams, full of desire and fantasies about seeking immortality. With those like-minded buddies, how they had climbed mountains and trekked through dense forests just to find those legendary dwellings of the immortals. It was nothing, but he was still enjoying himself. Whenever night falls and the starry sky shines brightly, one looks up to the sky, expecting to see the gods float down to earth and listen to his heart's desire. As the years passed by, his childhood dream had long been smoothed out by reality, but the memory of that search for immortality was forever engraved in his heart, becoming the most valuable treasure in his life. It is also the cornerstone of his ability to stay true to his heart and do good even after seeing all the evil in the world. A childhood fantasy, in this moment, was confirmed. In the world, there really are fairies. In the face of this sign of immortality, those protected in the center involuntarily fell to their knees, their heads knocking lightly against the dust as prayers echoed through the air. Even those caravans that had wanted to loot also followed on their knees in fear and trepidation. As for Miao Jiming and the others, they were also affected by the atmosphere and looked up longingly at the immortal trail. They didn't kneel, because the immortal monarch didn't want them to kneel. A few minutes passed, and those who had regained their composure slowly rose and set out on their return journey once more. This time, their footsteps were unusually light, as if even the gravity of their flesh had been taken away in unison with their kneeling. Everyone's face was filled with unspeakable joy and peace, and there was a twinkle in their eyes of anticipation of the unknown and hope for a new life. Except, of course, for Yang and Yu and the others. This group of unlucky people are now in the same mood as not handing in their homework, knowing that they can't cheat, but still holding out on telling the teacher that they left it at home. What if he or she survives? Walking into that forest, the merchants couldn't help but look up at the steps, always feeling that it's shaky and would suddenly collapse from the sky, wanting to leave quickly and afraid of the unknown ahead. Two travelers with very different mindsets walk side by side. On the one side are those pilgrims with hope in their hearts, seeing the signs of immortality, their hearts filled with faith and anticipation. They do not look back because behind them is a mess, and the road ahead is where their hearts are. On the other side, there were the apprehensive merchant peddlers, their eyes glittering with unease and fear. Every time the wind is blowing, it can make them panic. Wei Si even involuntarily looked back frequently, and in his fantasies, he had fled far, far away. He tried to escape and couldn't. Suddenly, Wei Si shouted in a trembling voice, "The sky! The sky! Something red is flowing down!" Something red? At those words, Miao recalled what Immortal Monarch Bai had said and turned to look up. A red object followed the guidance of gravity like a stream of water and snaked down the steps, its surface glowing with a dazzling orange-red light. Some of them poured down the steps, straight down towards the ground. No book from ancient times has ever recorded such a red object like a stream of water. But even though he had never seen this thing before, Miao inexplicably felt that it was very dangerous, and as long as he got a little bit of it, he would have to die on the spot. The red object curved around, forming a burning wall that fell slowly from the sky, and it wouldn't take more than a few minutes to wrap the entire realm of the earth in a ball in the center. It was like a flame that flowed against the river, reflecting the entire heaven and earth. The air was filled with scorching heat, and there was a vague smell similar to rotten eggs. I'm so ghostly. Why did I think of robbing it? Is it bad to buy it normally? This is breaking their back. Now they can't even escape if they want to. Looking at that world-destroying sight, Yang and Yu's intestines repented, and his stomach ached vaguely, so he had to stretch out a hand and rub it gently. He eyed the not yet completely covered sky and tried to drive his horse away. Brother Yu, if you are here, then you should be safe. Miao Jiming, who was on the side, guessed Yang Yu's intention and smiled. Let's go quickly. It's getting dark soon. And I'm afraid it's not appropriate to let you walk at night, so if you go over there early, you can also arrange a place for you to stay, right? I'm not going to get away with this. This is almost the place. Bai Li held the wooden board in his hand, lying on the board, and looked down, and after determining that the bottom was the starting point at the beginning, the last frame was replaced with a round stone, and then two more frames were built to the side with round stones. If you use wooden planks on the soles of your own feet as well, you will be burned by the lava. And if the planks are all burned, there will be no place to put the water, which is a sloppy thing to do. As for the planks that were padded up, it's fine to burn them, As long as there are squares underneath the lava as soon as it starts to flow anyway, then it can keep flowing down along. Even if the planks are burned off in the end, that lava will still stay in the air, quite within the rules. Gotta make sure there's no one underneath before we release the lava, Bailey said softly. He didn't think those villagers could swim in lava. Lying on his back on the round stone, Bailey wrapped his hands around the round stone block, exposing half of his head and carefully looking towards the bottom. He soon spotted the trail of Miao Jiming and his group. There seemed to be quite a lot of people with them. Bailey hesitated for a moment and said, ropes tied around their calves, and picking up burdens. Those people can't be merchants, right? But why do they all look so fierce? However, in this military chaos, ordinary merchants do not dare to come out to sneak around, and it is only these who look like they can be subdued that dare to come out to sneak around. It's quite reasonable, and the fact that Miao was able to get them to follow meant that it didn't pose much of a threat. Bailey thought to himself, quietly waiting for them to walk into a distance. Bailey then took that magma and placed it on top of the wooden board, letting it flow down along the board all the way. Magma flowed quite a bit slower than water, and Bailey was idly looking around. He looked at the villagers first and realized that they weren't panicking, just quietly going about their business. Miao Jiming and the others just took a look and proceeded to the village. Well, that upturned tiger was still shivering on the glass. His face slightly thinned, but his mouth never stopped opening and closing, and he looked quite lively. In the distance outside the border, there seemed to be a few more roving bandits who had apparently discovered the abnormality of this place and were looking in this direction. Only when that magma had flowed all the way to the ground did Bailey carefully take out the iron bucket and double-check that nothing was loaded inside before putting it away. This bucket of lava, but Bailey's baby bump, if not accidentally a handshaking, put the water on top of the lava. If the magma was turned into obsidian, then he wouldn't have anywhere to cry. When he had collected the magma, he put on the water with a quick eye, and the magma around him instantly cooled and turned into round rocks, encircling the water and preventing it from flowing out. At this time, Bailey took out another bucket of water from his backpack and poured it on top of the generated round stone, and when that water started to flow down, he retrieved all of those 2 buckets of water. The water flowed down about as fast as it disappeared, and he wouldn't have to still wait much longer in the sky. The water flowed all the way down, a loud hissing sound constantly resounding as the magma was constantly being transformed into round rocks. When that water disappeared completely, a huge wall appeared in the sky, a wall that stretched across the sky and was unreachable. With a direct drop of water, Bailey jumped to the ground and fitted a pocket-sized iron gate to the huge wall, putting a pull-up bar in the process. Time consumed, 200 seconds. Wall of Maria, complete. Bailey took a few steps back, pulled out an apple and nibbled on it, looking at the huge wall that was so high that he couldn't see the top, only to feel a sense of fulfillment in his heart. I'm so awesome. It's getting late. Time to go back and see what goodies Jiming has brought me. Bailey walked back in the direction of the village. Seed Guangdao and his men witnessed the entire construction of that high wall. This can't be possible. Am I dreaming? Besides Seed Guangdao, a slim man turned his head incredulously, hoping to get confirmation from Zhong Guangdao's reaction. Brother Guangdao, did you see that? That water flowed towards the red object and actually turned into a high wall. Well, it's not an illusion. Seed Guangdao froze in place, looking at the high wall, his eyes flickering. It seems that there really are immortals in that village. I have to tell Big Brother Wang Er about this. Maybe we don't need to rebel. We'll have enough to eat. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to shout. Tell the brothers to fight their way back home. Let's find Big Brother Wang Er. Outside the earthen wall of Lu's village, Bailey greeted Miao Jiming, who was standing at the door, with a smile. Jiming, you came back this time. What good things did you bring back to me? Eunuch Bai, you're back. The corners of Miao Jiming's mouth involuntarily rose, his face overflowing with joy that he couldn't hide. He couldn't help but want to lean forward, to get closer to his god, eventually holding back Ra. Miao stood still and smiled as he listed a long list of names for the dim sum. Those who had difficulty in buying food were only the commoners, and snacks, which were just a mouthful, were instead not in short supply, and were certainly not cheap, but there were those who could afford them. These things, I have asked Lu Er to bring them and put them on your table. Moreover, I thought that nowadays I don't worry about food, so that the villagers can have some spice in their lives. So I brought back some opera singers, so that if your excellency is interested, you can also see the fireworks of this earth, and we can all be regarded as having dipped into your excellency's blessings. Miao Jiming pulled without a blush, clearly preparing specifically for Bai Xianjun, but using the villagers as a cover. Really? Why don't I believe it? Suppressing the gently rising corners of her mouth, Bailey looked at Miao Jiming and didn't say anything more. He wasn't stupid, and naturally guessed that these playwrights were specially prepared for him, but since they all said so, he naturally didn't need to reveal it himself. Besides, it's really not enough to just eat and be full, or else when people are full, they think more and have more problems. After all, people are always prone to pushing themselves, although there are no hints of that yet. The only thing that happened was that the villagers would occasionally look up and peek reverently at themselves, and every now and then they would mutter something along the lines of blessing, thank you, shelter, or something like that. I'm not going to be able to do that. Occasionally listen to the theater is also good. Cannot let their villagers just work, not to relax that how to do, and listen to the theater, and be curious yourself. What would a Ming Dynasty play look like? An opera singer? Bai Li became interested, and a look of excitement and anticipation immediately flashed across his face. Well, Qin opera, Tongzhou Bang opera, Han Tun Huang, Shanbei Daoxiang and the like. I don't know what the villagers like, so I'll just try to bring back some of them all. Miao continued. I've already asked Lu Qi and Lu Wusan to build mushroom houses. I believe that I'll be able to get them all inside the houses before tonight. Everything else that was bought has been delivered to where it was needed. It's really good. Who would have thought that the downtrodden scholar who was lying in Tai Shan's arms with a red flower in his hand would be so powerful? What a find! Bai Li once again lamented in his heart. What's going on with them again? Bai Li frowned and turned his head to Yang Heyu and the others. If they were traitors, then they wouldn't have followed Miao and waited for him here. And all of these people were shaking like they had eaten jumping candy. Their bodies were constantly shaking, and their faces were white. A look of being a thief at first glance. See Mr. Bai, Yang and you sat like pins and needles, beads of nervous sweat visible on their foreheads, and as soon as Bailey just looked at him, he swished to his knees. His men's legs also went weak and they fell to their knees in unison. What they had seen and heard along the way was enough for them to be certain of that which they would never have believed in the past. Mom, what a fairy! We sell private salt. Young Hayu didn't dare to raise his head and look directly at him. His hands trembled as he forced himself to calm down and told Bailey exactly what he had originally intended to do. His voice was low, shaky, and even stuttered a little as he tried to express his apologies to Bailey in a sincere tone for forgiveness. This white immortal monarch, he also has a friendship with Meng. They lie with their heads. Do they want it in the next life? Pray for the grace of Duke Bai. Yang Hayu unconsciously shrank into a ball as if bearing an invisible weight. Give the little people a chance to redeem their sins. We'll do anything. The last one to say that was hanging in the sky for days and nights. I also wonder if Wu Jin did what he said he would do. Bai Li thought and asked Yang Heyu, since you are private salt dealers, where is your salt? Yang Heyu bit his tongue to bleed, which gave him some energy, and stood up with a trembling body, walked to one of the stretchers, and put the goods inside outward, revealing the salt wrapped in the bottom layer. These salts were not very good looking, interspersed with a few rough lumps of salt, and slightly yellowed. Look, Your Excellency, here it is, Yang Hayu said cautiously. It's really a private salt dealer. If I remember correctly, salt was not very cheap in the past like today. You can sell it whenever you want. It was a strictly controlled commodity by the state, an important source of revenue for the government, and was subject to a salt tax, which was not something people had every day at this time. Once arrested, these private salt traffickers have a high chance of being beheaded on the spot. Only these private salt dealers dare to sneak around. No wonder they all look like tigers. These people, on the contrary, can still be reformed by labor. Traveling merchants? Bai Li's heart fluttered as he looked toward Yang Heyu. An illusory trading panel appeared in front of his eyes. It can really be taken as a wandering merchant. Ha! Bai Li looked at the panel and froze for a moment, then looked at Yang Heyu with an odd expression. It's almost dark. Where's your invisibility potion and your alpaca? I don't know if there's still a bolt rope either. Bai Li looked carefully at the transaction options on it, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Infinite lava. That's not it. The trade options on there are 5 emeralds for 1 pufferfish barrel, 1 emerald for yellow-green dye or pink dye, and 1 emerald for 2 tangle roots of clay. 5 emeralds for 1 spruce sapling. The most crucial of these is 1 emerald for 2 drops of waterstone cone, with the 3 most crucial props, the drip cone, the lava bucket, and the alchemy pot. You can start making unlimited lava. At that time, when enough 11 barrels of magma had been gathered, 1 barrel would be used to then produce lava, while the other 10 barrels would be used in the traditional process of generating obsidian to make a lower boundary gate. Who needs any diamonds to mess with if the craft is good enough? I also wonder what it will be like inside the lower world. And that spruce sapling is a good thing to have. You can have 4 spruce saplings planted together, although it won't generate a huge jungle tree to use for a treehouse like a jungle sapling would. But once the 4 spruce saplings grow into large spruce trees, they will transform the grass cubes, dirt, and sandy soil around it into ashy soil. Mushrooms can grow on it and are not limited by brightness, thus allowing giant mushrooms to grow. Saplings, all flowers, and sugarcane can grow on it. This allows you to grow mushroom houses even during the day. I also don't know if the toolsmith side will give accurate collection tools, although they lack the precise gathering of enchanting tools, but their village didn't have much else. They had plenty of bone meal, and when the time came to cut down the trees, they would be able to grow mushrooms as well. Thinking of this, Bailey looked at Young Hee with a slight affection in his eyes. What a good swimmer, coming all this way to send me something. He really didn't choose wrongly before. If he hadn't chosen this space before, then just finding the lava would be a very difficult thing for him. Not to mention transferring villagers, getting enchanted diamond tools as well as sets, and various other enchantment books. Now it's even more possible to get dripping stone cones as well as other things by wandering bolts. As for the emeralds that were needed for those exchanges, he honestly wasn't short of the stuff right now, with a large number of villagers helping him with planting and obtaining wheat. Even if it was only 60%, he was now getting a large amount of wheat every day, and the amount of wheat would increase dramatically as the number of villagers increased. It's not like this MC wheat uses up the fertility of the soil, so you don't even have to worry about the soil being infertile. You can plant 50 or 60 crops a day without half a problem. This wheat can be traded for emeralds through farmers, so it's safe to say he won't be too short on emeralds right now. After all, these emeralds were going to be used to exchange with other professional villagers, and what those novice villagers were able to exchange at this stage was too unusual. Gotta get them up to a higher level to redeem the good stuff. So for now, what's needed is other ways to use emeralds, Bailey thought in his mind. Earlier, in order to build a high wall, he had emptied his backpack of everything and stuffed it with logs. The emeralds are in the case. Gotta make a trip home first and bring the emeralds with me over to trade. Aside from those dyes, Bailey was prepared to redeem everything else. This Yang and you are carrying some good stuff. If this stray bolter goes out and then comes back after a while, will the redemption meter on him still be refreshed? In that case, it would be more useful for him to leave here. Not to mention, for him to help find someone. Yang and you nervously peeked at the contemplative Bailey, not daring to speak. What's your name? Bailey asked. My name is Yang Hayu. If Eunuch Bai has any orders, just ask. Even if I die, I will do my best. Hearing Bailey inquire about his name, Yang Hiyu understood that things had taken a turn for the better, and with a joyful heart, he hurriedly replied. Bailey then inquired, since you're a salt peddler, you should know something about the recent events that happened, right? Big deal? Yang Hayu pondered for a moment and said carefully, Shanxi Governor Hu Yan, withholding information from the public? This I know. Is there anything else? Bailey interrupted Yang Hiyu and then asked, what else could be considered a big deal? Yang Hiyu racked his brain thinking. He couldn't tell by Xianjun about the things that happened in those unusual official families. It couldn't be considered a big deal. Something big. Something big. Something. This made Jiannu attack Ningyuan City, failed to do so, and then turned to attack Jianzhou, also failed to capture, and now has retreated back to the division. Do not know where to go, Yang and you said softly, from time to time secretly looking at Bai Li's reaction. A slave? Before, Miao Jiming had also spoken to him. Only Jiming had been roaming around for too long, and Jiming wasn't sure about the specific news. Bai Li frowned, remembering those acts of Jiannu's massacre of the city, as well as those humiliations suffered by China under that Qing dynasty. Never let these guys set foot in the capital again. But this Ming dynasty, too, is at the end of its strength, and it is time to change the dynasty. Well, take a step to see a step. In any case, cannot let the Jiannu in, their own things, their own solution, which is the turn of outsiders to intervene. Any more? Seeing Yang and you stammering, Bai Li knew that he couldn't ask anything. Never mind. It looks like there's nothing to ask. Originally, I was planning to let you guys go to labor reform for a bit. Bai Li looked at Yang Hiyu and the others, paused and then said, but right now, there's just one thing that I can give you guys to do. I want you to help me find someone. That person's name is Song Yingxing, Bai Li said slowly. This person, Bai Li was quite impressed. He appeared in Bai Li's high school textbook. The fact that it can appear in a textbook is in itself a recognition of its ability. He is the author of Tiangong Kai Wu, a work on science and technology known as the Encyclopedia of Technology. A veritable scientist of the Ming dynasty. Two things that are definitely needed for the future are science and redstone science, both of which require someone to specialize in them. Song Yingxing is a good candidate. If he remembers correctly, Song Yingxing wanted to take the examination to become a scholar, but after that, he was unsuccessful in taking the examination many times, and eventually gave up the path of the imperial examination. Isn't it a big waste of time for a scientist who can keep his name in the textbooks to spend a lot of time trying to get a merit badge? What's more, before that, Song Yingxing had to reshape his three views. Scientists, let him come early, or give him enough time to doubt life. I'm not sure of the exact location, but he should be a Shotsai. Bai Li thought for a moment and then added, when you meet the man, ask the other party if he has any in-depth research on farming, manufacturing, smelting, and artifacts, and if he does, the odds are that it's him. Of course I won't make you work for nothing, and if the right person is found to make up for their mistakes, I'll let you move in and live within these walls, including your family. Letting others do things for nothing was definitely not very efficient, so Bai Li planned to give them some rewards. If you want a horse to run, you naturally have to give it grass. This is a truth that Bailey has arrived at after being a college student for several years, and the soft spot for most men is their home. Many thanks, Duke Bai. I will do my best to work for Mr. Bai. Yang Haiyu only felt that he flew from hell to heaven in a second, and the shocking riches smashed him a little. The salt dealers who followed behind Yang Haiyu were just now at a loss for words, kneeling with panicked faces. Now that he was listening to immortal Lord Bai's words, the entire person was instantly permeable and overjoyed. This is a fairyland under the rule of the immortal monarch. I don't know how many times more comfortable than that dim-witted and incompetent emperor's old man, to work for the immortal lord. That's their honor now. Your Highness Bai is merciful. Thank you for not killing him. Don't worry, Mr. Bai. Even if that person doesn't come, we'll have to knock him out and bring him here. Never fail to live up to the magnanimity of Lord White. Me too. Another handful of empty gloves, and this time it didn't even cost a torch or anything. It's just a way for these people to skip the labor reform and go straight to the city. It's the equivalent of reclaiming what should have been given to them as a reward. The results seem to be pretty good. Bailey looked at these instantly frenzied traders in front of him and thought to himself, worthy of being the white immortal sovereign, he had taken in these salt dealers without much effort. Miao Jiming stood to the side, looking longingly at immortal Lord Bai. Bailey stole a slightly unnoticeable glance at Miao Jiming. The power of faith can be scary. After these vendors settled down a bit, Bailey approached Yang and Yu's men, but unfortunately none of them popped up on the trading page. Perhaps these people are the equivalent of traveling alpacas brought along by wandering merchants? It's all about carrying the goods. Bailey flirted in his mind. He looked at the private salt in those goods and had an idea. He is no longer a senior, and the peak of his knowledge base has long since passed, but the test point of purifying salt by dissolution and crystallization is still fresh in his mind. Who hasn't fantasized about traveling to ancient times? Well, one really wears it. When it comes to purifying refined salt, he hasn't even needed to use the sun salting method, which is highly affected by the weather and has a long salt production cycle. Direct boiling brine, this method is more efficient, shorter cycle, and the purity of the salt is relatively high. The disadvantage of high cost, need a lot of fuel, but it's not like you're wearing it naked. MC World, the last thing you need is endless energy. Directly next door to Sailor's greedy cries. Campfire. In the previous experiments, Bailey has been convinced that this kind of thing burning time for infinite, can always exothermic, as long as it does not come into contact with the rain, and even to isolate the air directly stored in the water flow. Still, give me a backpack of campfire and build a real-life version of the flaming mountain straight away. So, the fuel thing, is lacking. After all, charcoal still needs to be burned with wood. Coal this is simply not dug. Heat, however, is never in short supply. All this salt, we'll take it all here and trade it for dye. What do you think? Bai Li proposed. Of course, it's all at eunuch Bai's disposal. Yan Haiyu nodded his head without hesitation and said, the smile at the corner of his mouth could barely be suppressed. This salt, even if the white immortal sovereign didn't give anything and just took it for nothing, he felt it was fine. All he felt now was that he had simply won numb. He had thought that he would be boned and skinned, but it turned out that he had gotten an errand as an immortal monarch instead, and as long as he got it done, his own family's offspring would be able to move into the immortal realm. In the final analysis, is it not to plant a good tree for future generations to enjoy? He followed his own father to travel all over the country, and had been to the capital, where the people's lives, he had originally thought, were already very good, but it's not at all comparable to a point within this immortal realm. Alright, you can just discuss the specific salt and dye exchange with Miao Jiming. Bailey couldn't wait, wanting to hurry back to get the emeralds and trade all the things above the wandering merchant exchange list. Yes, I understand. Yang Haiyu nodded his head. When Bailey left, Yang and you looked at Miao Jiming with a complicated expression. Got myself cheated, but how do I feel like I've been? Thankfully, cheated this time? He shook his head slightly, his eyes flashing with heartfelt gratitude and respect, took a deep breath and bowed to him with a grave expression. Yang Haiyu, thank you, Mr. Miao. In his opinion, the only person who could earn the white immortal sovereign's appreciation was the fox scholar under the alias of Mr. Chow in front of him. Mo Chi Ming is the real name of Chow Min Kai. Oh, what makes you say that? Miao Jiming inquired with a slight smile. You were scared to death just now. If it was for the goods, long ago when my little one had bad intentions, with that immortal artifact in his possession, Mr. Meow could have just made his move and ended our lives. Mr. Meow, however, gave us this opportunity to meet the immortal monarch, and when we heard of the Tao, we could die at night, and the youngest was even blessed with heavenly immortal destiny, and this kind of kindness, the youngest has no teeth to forget. I'm not doing this for you guys. Meow shook his head and said slowly, the result is good. How is the process? Does it still matter? Young Hayu continued, please enlighten me, Your Excellency. What do I need to do? Since Miao Jiming had left them alive, there must have been something he wanted them to do in the beginning. It's very simple. Every time you go to a place, spread the sights and sounds of this place. Inquire about the useful people living in poverty within each county, and if they are on the way and willing to follow, bring them back directly. Also, collect all kinds of plant seeds, and if there are rare animals, bring them back alive. Just 2. As early as after Yang He spread out those goods, Miao had already guessed that these people were all private salt dealers. His original intention was to let Yang and Yu and the others undergo labor reform first. After meeting the immortal monarch, he didn't believe that these people would still dare to act like demons. Then let them go out and proceed to tour the merchants. These people have traveled far and wide, passing through various places, and now under the governance of the immortal monarch, the things that need to be managed rely on him alone. Has been a bit of a stretch. Changchang has just experienced a stray invader entering the city, and there are too few good things in it. What they gave to the immortal monarch was also too little and too little. This makes Miao Jiming's heart. There is always some unspoken sorrow. The immortal of the lower realm, throughout the ages, was just immortal monarch by. Every day he woke up from his bed and looked at the mushroom wall, and he had a touch of a world gone by. What if the immortal monarch leaves? The White Immortal Lord didn't need their faith. But they did. Away from Immortal Lord White, this place would fall apart in an instant. Even though Immortal Lord Bai had once told him that he wouldn't leave, Miao still felt vaguely uneasy. He needed to do more for Bai Xianjun. Immortal Lord Bai seems to need merchants. If you meet a fellow traveler, tell them about this place and don't hide it. Miao then added, by the way, just address me as Brother Miao from now on. There is only one person in this realm who is qualified to be called Duke. He said firmly, yes, Brother Miao. I know, Young Hayu said with an arch. 4 puffer fish buckets, 7 spruce saplings, 10 dripping stone cones, and 10 entangled roots of clay. The total cost was 65 emeralds. Spruce saplings are actually 4 is almost enough, but just in case, Bai Li simply bought all of them. Anyway, there's plenty of emeralds. Moreover, the experience gained from the transaction had directly filled up his already critical experience value, and now that he was upgraded by another level, the range of activities he could do had expanded by another 3 times. Thanks to the efforts of the village people, there has been a man-made lake next to Lu's village where fishermen can fish. Those puffer fish, Bai Li released them into the lake. Entity fish can increase the efficiency of fishing. Puffer fish is also considered entity fish. Let's just say that we got lucky this time around, and the useful ones in the trading table make up the majority. I didn't realize that merchants, who were chicken feed in the game, could be so useful. Next, it's time to grab and make infinite magma. Bai Li hurriedly synthesized 5 alchemy pots out of iron ingots, then built a platform 3 meters up in the air out of raw stones and sealed it around with raw stones. Place the lava in the center and place the drip cone and alchemy pot underneath the round stone. The red magma dripped down the dripping stone cone into the alchemy pot, and it was clear to Bai Li that the infinite magma was ready. The next step is simply to wait until the magma has dripped all over the entire alchemy pot, and then you can fill it with iron buckets. The gates of hell. Not far from him, the air was filled with a fresh aroma of soil as Li Kaiji and the others led those smiths who had been brought back from the city through what looked like a dreamy version of Mushroom Town. This is where we live. Li Kaiji, who wore a square brown hat, pointed to the patch of mushroom houses not far away and said with a smile, for ease of management, villagers of the same profession lived in the same area, so that if the immortal lord needed them, he would only need to send someone to the corresponding place to find them. Brother Li, can I still go back? A smith household asked coyly. You want to go at any time can go, and no one will not let you go. Li Kaiji turned his head to look at the artisan who spoke, frowned and continued, but go back. You brain twitch, go back to starve and be looked down upon to be comfortable? And this military chaos, you go back or not is a problem. But I only have a few days. If I don't get back by then, won't I become an exile? That smith household continued in a low voice. If I can't return, these days, there's always someone with their head on a swivel. Ha, I thought it was something big. Just this bit of shit? Li Kaiji snorted. Why don't you get the hang of it? Even if you become a vagrant, you can still have enough to eat, have a house to live in, Isn't this better than being a craftsman? Not having enough to eat and wear every day. You're an old bachelor. You've got enough to feed your family. Why do you think about these things? Besides, don't forget, we have a true immortal here. More importantly, Likaiji didn't say it out loud, and could only feel it after being here. In the immortal monarch's place, they, the artisan households, can only be called people na. Usually in the county, they, the craftsmen, are inferior people in the eyes of others, plus their income is not high and their living conditions are poor, and they are discriminated against everywhere. Even if the income is not good, the work is hard and requires long hours of labor. Moreover, their descendants will also be of artisanal origin, and what family would want to marry their daughters to them to suffer in vain? However, here in the immortal monarch, they are almost always treated equally, and they are treated extremely well for craftsmen like them, which is only a little lower than those in the militia. It was said that those militia members were originally paid lower rations than they were, only 70% of what they are now, but since Immortal Lord Bai saw the militia training one time, it was increased again to the current salary. But Likaiji did not have an imbalance in his heart. Those militia training process, he just saw it and felt his corresponding parts in vague pain. However, even so, there was never a shortage of places in the militia, and there were large numbers of villagers who wanted to become sharp blades under the immortal monarch and die for him. What's more, just the daily rewards now were a beautiful dream that he had never dared to dream before. Ah, immortals are merciful. Praise the immortals. Unfortunately, there are always people who have clearly obtained the immortal destiny and still don't know it. Thinking of this, Likaiji glanced at the smith who opened his mouth, and skimmed his mouth in a bad mood. If you really want to go, you can go by yourself tomorrow, and no one will stop you. No go no go. How can I go? Thanks to Big Brother Lee for waking me up with a scolding. The tinkerer had a red face and waved his hands repeatedly. Good to know. Go pick an unlicensed mushroom room and put your own stuff away. I'll take you to dinner. Dinner? Hearing this, out of Likaiji's expectation, the craftsmen looked at each other, full of shame and embarrassment. One of them stood out and said with a strong smile, Brother Lee, this meal, we'd better not eat it. We've already eaten at noon, and we're not hungry yet. Yeah, I've only just eaten. I'm not hungry yet. It's not too late to eat tomorrow. Yeah, it hasn't been long since I ate it. It'll last all day. The crowd chimed in. Looking at the appearance of these acquaintances' forced smile, Likaiji nose sour, thought of his own life without still in the government workshop. It's not that they don't want to eat, it's just that the people above them have deducted their salaries and they don't have money to eat. Shaking off those painful memories that surged to his heart, Likaiji's breathing became a bit heavy, accompanied by a slight tremor. He said softly, Blame me for not making it clear that this meal, as long as those who participated in the labor, have a share, and that they can go and eat it, even if they've just arrived. It's just like the imperial court giving kanji, but immortal sovereign here is giving noodles, steamed buns, and as much as you want. The air paused for a moment as the smith stood quietly, as if digesting the sudden emotional shock. After a long time, with tears glistening in their eyes, they unconsciously tilted their bodies toward Likaiji and asked in hoarse voices, Really? Immortal monarch can watch. How could I lie to you? Likaiji said sincerely, Really? Thank you Immortal Lord Bai for your divine grace and boundless compassion. Thank you Immortal Lord Bai for your guidance and shelter. The smiths murmured. Likaiji continued, Put everything in the house and let's go. Don't worry. In this place, even if we put 10,000 taels of gold on the table, and the door of the room is wide open, no one will steal anything. Even if this gold is lost outside, we can find it if we go back the same way. Likaiji was full of piety, and said heartily, This is the immortal realm, and there won't be anyone who can't think to do this kind of stupid thing. Our immortal Lord Bai is a good god. It's not worth it to risk being thrown out for that. After eating, come back and have a good sleep. Wait for tomorrow. It's the time to test your craftsmanship. After passing the trial, you can get the immortal gift. Likaiji said, proudly holding the brown hat on top of his head. This immortal hat on top of my head, is that I obtained the recognition of the immortal hat? Before I got it, the smiths nodded their heads and looked enviously at the square brown hat. It turned out that the ones he had seen along the way, wearing all kinds of hats, were all immortal bestowed. You must pass the trial yourself. Beside the bonfire, the Whitewater King too frowned and stroked his chin, staring at the throbbing flames for a long time, unable to return to his senses. Zhong Guangdao stood aside and waited quietly. Wang Er's men gasped and ran into the camp. How? Wang Er frowned and asked urgently. As Brother Guangdao said, a very high stone wall has indeed appeared near the Lu family village, the henchman said in a trembling voice. Moreover, on my way there, I found that the land that was still cracked with that stone wall as its center is now full of grass. That which the Lu family village believes in is a true immortal. Brother Wang Er, look! Zhong Guangdao shouted excitedly. I told you so. You still don't believe me. Let's quickly get the brothers to go to Lu's village there. They can't all eat. Why would we still rebel? Kodo, this matter, have you spoken to anyone else? Not yet. Where are the men who followed you? No. I specifically instructed that. In that case, let's not talk about it. Wang Er said slowly as he touched the jewels encrusted on his looted sword. First thing in the morning, let the brothers leave this place. You're my brother. You should know what I mean. Looking at Wang Er's gloomy face in the gloom, under the dancing flames, Zhong Guangdao instantly realized that the heroic Wang Er, who had led them, had changed. Early morning sunlight poured through the glass and onto the warm comforter. The soft fluff gently touched the back of Bai Li's hand. Carrying a hint of imperceptible weight, Bai Li stretched in a daze, slightly opening his heavy sleepy eyes and yawning, gently reaching out and running his fingers along Dream's head, slowly sliding them through the delicate fur. Life, it's beautiful. Let's see what today's gift is. Bai Li looked at the gift the Dream had given him today, and his entire being instantly sobered up. Oh, phantom wing membrane? Bai Li twisted his head and looked at Dream with delight. He had noticed before that whenever he woke up with a start, he would find dreams jumping out of his bed and gifts appearing out of thin air around himself. Sometimes it's thread, sometimes it's feathers. There's even chorizo, which is rotisserie meat. Hell if I know where these things come from. I didn't expect that today. He was actually given the phantom wing membrane. So far, the only way he was thinking of to be able to obtain the phantom wing membrane was to stay awake for long periods of time at night and wait until the phantom wings were refreshed. But now that it had been so long and not a single monster had been refreshed, Bai Li realized that the channel of obtaining the phantom wing membrane through the phantom wings was not going to work. I didn't realize that Dream would actually give it away. Which is great. The probability of giving this away is definitely low when you think about it. Good luck today. Aha! This has to be some reward for you. Bai Li He laughed, sitting up and holding Dream in his arms. Accept the love of this immortal monarch. Feeling the warmth of its body and the rhythm of its breathing, Bai Li gently stroked its chin. Dream let out a contented purr, his body curling up slightly, his tail gently slapping against Bailey's arm. Enjoying the peace and coziness, Bailey began to hum softly while Dream accompanied the melody, occasionally letting out a soft meow or two. He buried his head into Dream's soft plush with a perverted grin. Myself, you're really becoming more and more like a child. But that doesn't seem to be a bad thing, Bai Li thought in his mind. No need to worry about the future. No need to think about other distractions. Just do what you love every day. It also helps other people along the way, when they are able to. Here, too, he doesn't have to worry about anything like helping someone up and being blackmailed, because the ethos of the people here will be benchmarked against my morals. The ancients, far more superstitious than one might think. Wu Jin is like that, and so are those private salt traders. They would be afraid of themselves, the immortal, and even if they were evil in their hearts, they would not dare to see themselves and still dare to commit murder. Coupled with the lie I told earlier about being able to determine their reincarnation, they're afraid that they'll have a hard time getting over their own hurdles even if they want to do evil. A gentleman discusses signs regardless of heart, and as long as these people are doing good deeds in the future, then they have been reformed. If it was an evil person such as the upper heavenly tiger, there was no need to save them, and it just so happened that, as their own hellgate was almost complete, they would be thrown inside hell. And in the future, if this hell will not make people die in the first place, then the first thing that will happen to any laborer who comes in after that will be a walk in hell. I just don't believe it. So that those evil people still dare to have a lucky break. Nowadays, one's own mushroom source has developed in the direction one wants. The road is not closed. The night is not closed. What is written in the book has gradually become reality. One must sway the direction of this world and never become the same as in his previous life. One should have to smile, slowly, ever child, as a snail crawls slowly through one's short life. Okay, warm-up time is over. Bailey gently placed Dream on the edge of the bed and got up to walk towards the workbench. With that phantom wing membrane, he opened that synthesis book in the workbench interface. If you have one of the synthesized materials, then even if you don't have enough materials, what you can synthesize will appear in the synthesis list on the left. So Bailey wanted to give it a try in case sheath wings could be synthesized. Unfortunately, he looked through the synthesis table and didn't let go of any corner, and the page for making sheath wing didn't appear in it. It looks like this method is not going to work. Bailey had some regrets in his heart. He still wanted to try what it was like to fly in the sky. Walking over to the warehouse, Bailey placed the phantom wing membrane into the box that was remarked as a wild monster drop using the notice board. After eating the breakfast that Lu Er had brought, Bailey tucked in the snacks that Miao Jiming had brought back and ate them as he walked. As usual, those cows, sheep and chickens were fed and bred. relying on the village head's house and the 2 old yellow cows from Zhang's village, as well as the 2 sheep that were bought. Now it had filled up all of that small circle of places that Bai Li had divided, and it was good that these cows and sheep would not react even if they were crowded together. Now that the cattle base has come up, it's time to start slaughtering them for leather. The same goes for chickens. It's not a good idea to always keep them without killing them. Looking at the crowded herd, Bai Li thought to himself, with a wooden fence bordering the area where the cattle were penned, he opened an opening and the herd instantly spewed out several cows. That was pretty much it for this batch, and Whiteley, quick as a flash, re-blocked that gap with a wooden fence. Then, Bai Li clenched his fist and struck hard towards the cow. The cow went all red for a moment, then started thrashing around inside the fence. 1 down, 2 to go. Bai Li silently counted in his heart, and the force used became smaller and smaller. I have to say, the cow didn't deserve its aqua-like intelligent eyes. The fence was that high and it just couldn't step over it. It waited until the 10th stroke, and the cow instantly fell to the ground, bursting out with 2 raw beef as well as a piece of leather. Bai Li took out the iron sword he had with him and gently scratched at the cow, and in just 2 strokes, the cow fell to the ground. Not a lot of effort. It seems, for these non-natives, let's just say, it's reasonable. Things like killing chickens and cows, Bai Li would not leave it to the villagers to do. After all, there was experience to be gained. He would naturally do it himself. After slaughtering all the cows and chickens, Bai Li collected the drops on the ground into his backpack, recreating a new workbench and placing it at the front entrance of the farm. Bai Li proceeded to synthesize crates and notice boards, labeling the crates as produce. Then, Bai Li walked over to where he had placed the pill refining pot, which was already filled with magma and ready to be taken out. Filling out the magma inside with iron buckets, Bai Li made 4 more magma collection devices. Earlier, he had discovered that this magma, it turned out, could only be collected in the corresponding alchemy pots underneath the magma cubes, and other locations would not be collected in the alchemy pots even if the dripping stone cones kept dripping magma down. So every time he collected magma, Bai Li created a magma collector, and by now, he had made almost 8 such devices. However, after this, Bai Li wouldn't do it again, because as long as they reached the lower world, the last thing they would be lacking was magma. Next, is the method of salt production. This thing has to find a smart, or teach half a day may not teach, like Wei Shi and Lu Ping so certainly not. Well, there are enough people now, and Miao has quite a lot of things to do every day, so it's better not to bother him. There seemed to be only a few that could be trusted right now, but Lu Qi seemed to be able to, and even though he hadn't read a few books, his head spun pretty fast. You have to find a teacher who can teach people to read. It just so happened that the exterior of the transmutation shrine cluster was about to be built, and except for those few that couldn't be synthesized, or consumed too much material, the rest of them already had their transmutation cubes placed inside. According to previous experience, only aborigines who are experienced in the corresponding profession can be recognized by the profession cube for the corresponding transfer. That is to say, the librarian who has been converted into a librarian through the pulpit is certainly overqualified in his own right, and as long as there are teachers in there, then he or she can be assured of his or her ability to teach. And it just so happened that today was a mass transfer, and those refugees had pretty much recovered, so by then he would have to get the field, place the chest there at the shrine, and put a few logs in it, as well as the wheat that the villagers had paid up. The logs are used to synthesize out sticks so that they can be traded for emeralds at the arrow makers, and used as they are combined. After all, a set will hold a 64, and you can hold more with the logs. As for the wheat, it was used to trade for emeralds at the farmers, who, if he estimated correctly, would have the largest number of transmigrating villagers, then use the emeralds to exchange for other professional villagers' stuff, especially armor smiths. Now that the leather set, the chain set, and the iron set have all been set together, just missing the diamond set, it's the stuff that's really hard to dig up, and the best way to get it is to trade it through an armor smith, then using the ink sacks caught as well as the feathers, the books and pens that came out of the book synthesizer. Miao was asked to record the names of the corresponding villagers, the things that could be traded, the level, and the residence. When the time came to specialize in the matter of assigning personal memories, when he had the need, he would simply ask that person to look it up. With intelligence, it can be much better managed than in the game, not to mention it will also voluntarily turn in the wheat you get from planting every day, used to trade emeralds with them. It's very handy and feeds itself just by giving some seeds and a compost bin, which is the right way to use it for villagers. It just so happened that the skulker, Taizhan, with a garland of flowers around his neck, just happened to be passing by. This guy, who has nothing to do all day, just wanders around the village, plus it knows almost everyone in the village, so it's good to ask. Moreover, letting Taishan go, On the one hand, the villagers all know that Taishan listens to me and won't stop Taishan from getting the salt, and on the other hand, it is strong and carries heavy weights, so it is just the right time to bring all those salts over. Bai Li just wanted to call out to Taishan, but he didn't expect Taishan to come straight towards him with a wave of his hand as soon as he saw him. When he reached Bai Li, Taishan removed the garland around his own neck and tried to put it around Bai Li's neck. As a result, as soon as Taishan let go, the garland went straight through Bai Li's body and snapped, landing on the ground. It was obvious that Taishan was coming towards him to give the garland to Bai Li. This guy, though, actually made the wreath too big for his size. The garland that could hang on the iron golem's 3-meter-wide body had directly turned into a wreath by the time it reached him. Is this the first one that was prepared and made especially for me? Bailey said, dumbfounded. Iron Mountain nodded lightly as if realizing he didn't seem to be doing the right thing. Looking at Taishan, who had an innocent look on his face and was even a bit at a loss for words, Bai Li thought helplessly. I shouldn't have said make it into a wreath you can wear around your neck. It's normal to have a head made of iron that can't turn a corner. Bending down, Bai Li picked up the wreath, slung over his shoulder, as if carrying a single satchel, leisurely said, thank you Taishan. This gift I like, will cherish. Well, next time you want to make a wreath. Bai Li paused, looked around for half a day, moved a few stone blocks, and said to Taishan, it's almost just enough to fit on top of these stones. Gotta give it a reference before I do it wrong again. Taishan, do you know where Lu Qi is now? Bai Li asked tentatively. Iron Mountain nodded. Good, you go find Lu Qi, get him over here, and on the way, bring over a small portion of the salt you bought in the warehouse. Seeing Taishan tilting his head and looking at himself with a thoughtful look, Bai Li thought for a moment and carefully said, Taishan nah, salt you should know, right? Iron Mountain shook his head. Hey, forget it, after all, he is considered the landlord's stupid son of the creator. I do not spoil who's spoiled. When it's time for classes to start, put Iron Mountain in the class too, lest you get ripped off and pay someone else back when the time comes. Bai Li helplessly held his forehead, sighed softly breathlessly, took out the book with a pen and paper from his backpack, and used the pen to write a few strokes on the paper. Go find Miao Jiming and give him this. He'll understand. Bai Li handed over the piece of paper. On it, Bai Li wrote salt in traditional Chinese characters. Salt. The Ming dynasty was already one of the peak periods in the development of printing in China, and books were cheaper and more popular compared to before. Plus Chengcheng had just experienced turmoil. Those roving bandits will only rob the food, not the slightest interest in the books that cannot be eaten. So Chengcheng, the family with books in order to have money to buy food, naturally will take out the books to sell, the price of the book instead of falling. Miao bought some books with his own salary these days and brought some to Bai Li as well, but he'd been reading for all those years, and the excitement of reading had worn off long ago in the early 6s and 10s years. It was hard to be liberated, so how could he still read? Not to mention that now he didn't need to rely on reading to make a living. Only all of them were sent over, so I couldn't let Miao bring them back. It also sits in the cabinet as a decorative item. Having just gotten the book, Bai Li also curiously flipped through a few pages and discovered that people at this time still used traditional Chinese characters. He also became half illiterate. Some words are unrecognizable. According to the context, Bai Li can still barely recognize some. If you're really not sure, you can scratch it out and get help from Miao to identify it. Although the heat only lasted for a few hours, Bai Li had also learned quite a few traditional Chinese characters, including how to write salt in traditional Chinese. As for why it is now looking for Miao Jiming and not Lu Qi, because now the village, on the Miao Jiming readers know words. The other, are some illiterate, including Lu Qi, to them also cannot read sending Iron Mountain away. Bailey pulled out the workbench he had with him and created some campfires, placing them on the ground, creating a platform above them and sealing the edges. Beside it, 4 compartments of infinite water were placed, and Bailey tried to ladle the water into the platform with a regular container. Waiting until the water inside boiled and began to steam, Bailey nodded in satisfaction. The water, thankfully, can still be boiled. Luckily, the laws of reality still work, otherwise the water, I'm afraid, must always be cold. With all the needed things ready, Taishan carried Lu Qi on his left shoulder and the bag of coarse salt he was carrying on his right shoulder. Running towards Bai Li, Lu Qi, who is of normal adult height and whose original skinny and bony figure has become well proportioned after good meals, is on Taishan's shoulders, but is just like a child. Seeing immortal monarch by looking at himself differently, Lu Qi had a bitter, embarrassed look on his face. He was still busy with his own business, but he didn't expect Lord God General to come over and hand him a piece of paper first without saying a word, and before he could look at it clearly, he was carried on his shoulder all the way. But that paper didn't really help. After all, he couldn't read to begin with. Now that I look at it, I'm afraid that the immortal sovereign had something to look for him, and the Lord God General was afraid of a delay, so he brought him here on his shoulders. Bai Li followed up with, Taizhan, put Lu Qi down. There's nothing more for you to do. Walk it. Being lifted to the ground like a cat by Iron Mountain, he was patted on the head in the process. Lu Qi quietly accepted, and when Taishan moved his hand away, he acted as if nothing had happened, and with a calm face, he said with a straight face, Eunuch Bai, what are your orders? I want to teach you a method of refining refined salt. Thinking about it, it's only you and I who still trust and can take on this heavy responsibility, Bai Li said slowly. After you learn it, then you will lead a group of people, teach them how to refine it, and put them in charge of refining refined salt. It is important to realize that the salt law was an important source of revenue, and therefore the production and distribution of salt was under strict official control. The technology of salt refining was in the hands of salt officials and salt dealers, and the general public was not directly involved in the process of salt refining, so naturally they had no way of knowing about it. The method of making salt is recorded in detail in Tiangong Kai Wu. The book, though, hasn't appeared yet. Bai Li's words blew through his ears like a spring breeze. Lu Qi's brain went down for a moment, and his eyes lit up as if stars were flickering in them. Immortal White, saying I'm trustworthy? Immortal Monarch, you recognize me? He looked up at Bai Li, and Lu Qi's pupils reflected the figure of the white immortal monarch, that divine presence, a touch of redness at the base of his ears, his face glowing with a light that he had never seen before. The corners of Lu Qi's mouth, which were still flat, began to tremble upwards without stopping, just like the kind of innocent joy that a child feels after being praised by his elders. This excitement is even greater than when you first saw the water source. Both hands were clasped together, as if trying to control their emotions and keep the excitement from spilling over. Lu Qi took a deep breath in an attempt to calm the sudden sense of glory, but the trembling voice still betrayed the surging of his heart. Really? Do you really think so? His voice held a hint of trembling and disbelief, and his fingers rubbed and squeezed gently, as if he were searching for some sort of realistic touch to prove that he wasn't dreaming at the moment. This scene, which can only be seen in dreams, is actually happening. I'm not dreaming, am I? Did I say anything? Why the sudden reaction? SSSH, I think I said I trusted him, and this is the reaction. How many filters did this put on me? Bai Li looked at Lu Qi as if he was on drugs and nodded in response. Seeing Lu Qi's shoulders began to tremble. Breathing became more and more rapid. Bai Li are worried that he will not be a breath did not come up directly fainted. I will not dishonor eunuch Bai's trust, Lu Qi said in a trembling voice. That's a lot of spirit. Bai Li showed Lu Qi the entire refined salt refining process. The first step is filtration. Build a funnel-like shape building. First cover the bottom with cotton cloth to prevent filtration from entering the container. Then put in activated charcoal as the first layer of filtration medium, the second layer with sand, and the third layer with stones, gravel. Below that is the container for the filtered brine. There was no activated charcoal, but there was plenty of charcoal on Bai Li. Although charcoal and activated charcoal are different things, he can make activated charcoal from charcoal. Cover the top of the magma integrator with round stones and seal 3 meters of round stones around it in order to utilize the heat it produces. Then pour water into it to create an oak flap door and place charcoal on the oak flap door. Activation is carried out by contacting the charcoal at high temperatures using water vapor as the activation gas. The activated carbon obtained is then dried using the heat of the magma. Filter paper was not available and had to be replaced with cotton. Coarse salt was dissolved in water on the platform, heated plus stirred with a wooden stick to make the salt dissolve quickly, and the brine was filtered several times using a filter and put into a container. Barium chloride, sodium hydroxide, and sodium carbonate are things that have been etched into Whiteley's hippocampus, and he blurts them out as he goes along. Which, of course, they haven't. But you can also back off and use grass clippings. What is produced by the burning of straw is grass ash, which is easy to obtain. Of course, it has to be in moderation, not too much, which has to be scratched and tested. Let it sit and filter again, at which point evaporation and crystallization can begin. This time, however, there would be no need to use any residual heat to evaporate. Just evaporate all the water inside. Experiments from years ago can actually come in handy today. Looking at the freshly baked white or refined salt, Bai Li was satisfied in her heart, though these refined salts clumped together, unlike one's usual salt which was all white and crystalline, supposedly because the impurities inside hadn't been processed yet. But getting it like this without chemicals is pretty good. He pinched a bit into his mouth and tasted the flavor. It's not as good as what I've had before, but the bitterness or other bad flavors are gone. Remember? Bai Li asked to Lu Qi. If there's still something you don't understand, just ask directly. It's fine if I demonstrate it again. He had to say that he hadn't found the wrong person, and all these hours, Lu Chi had watched very carefully, and if he had any questions, he was also the first to ask Bai Li. The general production process. I've memorized it. Lu Chi nodded his head and said, looking reverently at immortal Lord Bai, worthy of being an immortal monarch. He was well versed in the knowledge of the world. Alright, you go find Jiming and ask for some people, and you'll manage this matter of salt production. Bai Li continued. Yes, waiting for Lu Chi to leave. Unintentionally glancing at the box that was placed aside, Bai Li suddenly remembered something. Ah, how could I have forgotten about this artifact? Forget it, after all, there are too many artifacts in MC. They are still worthless, they are all at wholesale prices. It's normal that they will forget. Bailey thought to himself. A storage space is nothing. Sprinkle water. It's not too late. In the previous experiment, Luer was not allowed to use it, so he had been defaulting to others not being able to use it. But that was under the premise that Luer hadn't been transferred. If this was something that the transmigrating villagers could use, then the wheat that was harvested wouldn't have to be piled up in the basement. It could be placed entirely within the crates. After all, within this box, the wolf meat that Luer had sent before had also remained uncorrupted, indicating that this box, which could store things in reality, and in which time stood still, suddenly remembered. I still have a cabin there. I haven't been back since I closed the door, and in my world, it's normal to have real estate all over the place. Gotta verify that first. Near the entrance of Lujia village, Bai Li's eyes flickered as he looked at the opened box, transferring villagers and actually being able to use the chest. Although it was the same as using tools, opening chests continued to consume stamina, and putting in and taking out items would also consume stamina. But compared to space equipment, what was this stamina consumption? What's more, the box, it's a keeper. By the way, if I remember correctly, the box can be put on top of the boat and moved around with it. In that case, can. Bailey muttered in a small voice. Then he put the wooden box on top of the wagon and put something in it, and the box was as good as glued to the wagon and could move with it. The box, it can really be taken away like that. It's also true that, after all, in the original version you could load it on a ship, but also on a minecart, and you could even add the box to an animal like a donkey, mule or alpaca. This means that the box itself is movable. Moreover, even if that didn't work, Bailey could still synthesize the box in the boat and put it on top of the carriage, just as capable of moving. It was just one more step. Looking at the box mounted on the carriage, Bailey's gaze flickered, but a hidden danger suddenly came to mind. But then, what I have packed in my suitcase might be rummaged through, too. It's possible to lock it with a command, but the problem is that you can't use it yourself, or else you'd already be flying around in creation mode. On the case, there was a lock instead. Just as Bailey looked at the box and thought so, an invisible stream of information directly entered his consciousness, entering a line of code in his mind. Bailey said slowly to the randomly grabbed farmer, "Try again this time. Can you still open it?" The farmer said, "No, what do I seem to need?" After telling the other person the string of passwords, that box should open. After that, Bailey tried again and realized that the transferring villagers were also able to lock the chest. But the bizarre thing was that Bailey was still able to open it even without needing to know the password. It was common knowledge that the contents of the villager's chest went to Steve, so it made perfect sense for Bailey to be able to open it. "Mr. White, what else do I need to do next?" the transmigrating farmer asked. Bailey said so. "This box, give it to Jiming." Being a shirker himself, he left all the work to Miao Jiming, and every day he just had to go and collect the wheat. Miao Jiming was tired enough, with dark circles under his eyes visible to the naked eye, which should be caused by working all night with the torch he had given him earlier. "Consider it your own reward. It should be about time," Bailey muttered. Quite a bit of time had passed between teaching Lu Chi how to make salt and testing the box. "Hey, it's time for the division ceremony to begin. Both wear hats and are similar. Hurry up. If we don't rush over there, it'll be too late. This is a chance to obtain the immortal gift." "Yeah, we don't have a chance, but it's not like we can't take a look from the sidelines." "Yes, even if it's just to be able to look at immortal Lord Bai, it's good." Refugees, with excited faces, lined up towards the earthen walls of Lu's village. After all these days of dietary regimen, and the healing of the 2 herbalists from the 100 Herb Hall who had moved in, and, more importantly, the soul, those refugees recovered quickly and were able to start participating in labor one after another. Today is an extremely important day for them. The white immortal monarch will rain down immortal gifts on some of them. The crowd surged towards the direction of the transformation shrine, whispering and discussing amongst themselves with a look of excitement and curiosity on their faces. When they got close to the sacred complex, their voices of talking came to an abrupt end, and one by one, their gazes locked onto the building in front of them. unwilling to miss any details, their eyes filled with awe and longing. 13 giant buildings of various shapes and sizes stood upright on the flat ground. Each of them possessed a unique silhouette and design, a miracle shaped by the immortals themselves. The farmer's transitional temple is a sturdy building made of earth blocks. The roof and terrace of the temple are covered with lawns, wildflowers and trees. Along the climbing walls are planted golden wheat and all kinds of different crops. Different kinds of sacred trees grow around the temple and sway in the wind. At present there is only oak as well as spruce, and as for the rest, we will have to wait until the wandering traders bring them. The stonemason's transfer hall is dominated by a megalithic structure, as if carved from the mountains themselves, with each stone given life. The shepherd's transfer hall, made of wool, has a soft and warm white tone on the exterior walls, which will reveal a subtle beige to black gradient, and the interior of the hall is made of countless delicate wool felts spliced together, and the floor is covered with a thick wool carpet. The priest's conversion, located at the very center of the complex and vaulted right in the middle by the remaining 12 complexes, was a huge glass palace that refracted the sunlight into millions of rainbows that were scattered across the surrounding earth. Immortal signs. Who can do this but an immortal? We live in the fairy realm of the immortals. Someone's face turned red and they couldn't help but murmur. They stood on the sides, looking with incomparable envy at the back, at the refugees brought up by the villagers of the Lu family village, who were qualified to receive the immortal gift. They were all recorded as various artisans, farmers, proficient fishermen, and some soldiers who did not want to join the stragglers, interspersed vaguely with a small number of readers. Although I have been studying hard these past few days and nights, my heart is still restless and I always feel bottomless, regardless of the outcome. It is already an honor for us to have such immortal destiny. Brother Bao, Brother Meng, this immortal ceremony, you and I have been preparing for the battle for a long time. We have already done our best in terms of manpower. For the rest, the will of the heavens is unpredictable. Everything will be left to the fate of the heavens. Jatan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes firmly said to the fellow readers, arching his hand. Rather, with a full heart and a hint of nervousness, Jatan took a step, like a pilgrimage, and walked into the middle of the hall, which was full of strange wooden things that made it uncontrollably nervous. He knew that these things were the key to determining whether or not he could obtain the immortal gift. Zozuki, a yard. Shinyu-san, Engineering Academy. In the distance, outside the shrine, the person Miao Jiming had arranged shouted at the top of his voice. It was the White Fairy's arrangement to cause a bit of Hogwarts, although Miao couldn't understand. But whatever a mortal Lord Bai told him to do, then he would do. And Jatan, closing his eyes and praying in his heart, remembered what had happened to him in the last few days. Not long ago, he was almost tricked out of the city by 2 roving bandits, but fortunately he was too resourceful to see through the tricks of those rats, and as a result, he did not expect to have a few days of peace and quiet. Cheng Cheng was broken, and he happened to be wrapped up in a hostage out of the city. All the way through, he'd wanted to end his life on this, and until a few days ago, when he'd been forced by roving bandits to attack a strange earthen wall, and taken a sword from those men, he'd thought he was going to be relieved. I hadn't expected to break into an immortal's abode and actually need to read. How could he not be a reader when he has been teaching for over 10 years? It can be a bittersweet experience. Sage Kong, you must bless me to pass the test. Just then, he heard the gasps of the people around him. Brother Jia, on your face, out. Jatan, show you on. Ha 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 ha. Bingo, I hit it. Jatan vainly held his illusory glasses in front of his eyes and chanted excitedly. Have you all memorized what I just said? The militiaman with a straw hat on his head asked with a serious face. Meeting the immortal sovereign. This is a big deal. You can't be sloppy. All remembered. Jatan and his group carefully adjusted their costumes as they looked at each other and nodded. We're all clear. Okay, let's go. Militia turned around and headed towards the main center of the temple. Jatan and the others followed closely, while exchanging nervous yet excited glances from time to time, their movements even more cautious for fear that their every move would violate some taboo. In several other shrines, several groups of people came out one after another, almost all wearing various kinds of hats. The largest number of them were none other than those wearing straw hats. Jatan felt the unprecedented clarity of vision and looked around curiously, a flash of undisguised excitement and awe in his eyes. It's worthy of being an immortal gift, and it can actually make my eyes see things in the distance again. He looked towards the entrances and exits of several shrines and realized that the number of people was at least about half less than before. Immortal gift. It's true that it's not so easy to get. I'm really lucky. Dum 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 dum. As the distance grew closer, Jatan's heart began to pound. The sun does not speak strange words. As a scholar, he had always believed in reason and the scriptures, yet with this true immortal right in front of him, he could not help but disbelieve. Soon, he met that immortal lord by once again. With just one glance, Jatin felt all his doubts and fears dissipate, and it was as if the immortal monarch was surrounded by an ineffable aura that made him feel serene and peaceful. Every time he passed a person, the immortal monarch chanted with his mouth as if he was descending blessings on that person, while the man at the side had a pen in his hand and recorded on a piece of paper. That's it, Senna. With excitement, Jatin was in the middle of the line, waiting quietly as time passed by, and soon it was his turn. Well, it's finally the librarian's turn. Let me see what enchantment books are available. Bailey gently exhaled as he opened Jatin's trading interface. Seeing the enchantment book on it, Bailey almost lost his breath. He looked at the librarian in front of him with a complicated expression and said to Meow, who was recording, bookshelf, binding curse, what's the point of holding this thing by itself? Bailey shook his head, seeing Jatin's every move. He always felt very similar to those teachers in his previous life. He couldn't help but say, can you teach, sir? It didn't bother Bailey to call someone Mr., let alone a profession like teaching. Jatin was flattered, hurriedly arching his hand and said, cannot afford to be Mr. Two Words, in my rusty shallow, teaching students words and reasoning. If you say will teach, really do not dare to be, can only say that there are some insights, do not dare to say that the teaching is good, it's really a teacher. Bailey was overjoyed and said with a sincere face, soon I intend to build an academy. Would you be willing to teach there, sir? I wish to preach and teach in a small way. Jatin suppressed the excitement in his heart and hurriedly responded, but do what you can to enlighten him, to understand reason and virtue. Jatin didn't know how he left. His mind was filled with thoughts of the conversation he had just had with the immortal monarch. Hey, why are you here too? Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Jatin raised his head, his eyes widened, pointed his finger at the person in front of him, and cried out incredulously, you rat, how could you be here? Also got the immortal gift. I haven't seen you before, and aren't all the roving bandits being given by the immortal monarch? Isn't the big, naive man in the straw hat in front of him one of the two roving bandits who tried to trick himself out of the city earlier? Ha, how come I can't get an immortal gift? Lu Ping scratched his own head with a puzzled expression. I'm the first person to get an immortal gift from immortal Lord Bai, at least he is a reader. Jatin's brain is still considered to be bright. He instantly rationalized the ins and outs of the matter. No, they weren't roving bandits. One had guessed wrong from the start. This person in front of him, clearly arrived earlier than him. At that time, the immortal monarch had already descended to the earth, and it was only after the white immortal monarch had arranged for them to want to find the reader. You yourself are now, not just outside the city? In other words, if he hadn't refused in the first place, he wouldn't have had to suffer so much? You would have gotten the gift of immortality? Why didn't you tell me? I would have come if you had told me. Hey, it seems that even if you say it explicitly, you still won't believe it at that time. Hey! Jatin punched his chest repeatedly with a look of remorse. Lu Ping, on the other hand, looked at Jatin's appearance, turned his back, and smiled without a trace. Although Lu Ping was naive, he wasn't stupid and naturally recognized Jatin. He just deliberately walked up to Jatin and acted out. I told you not to believe me. Ha 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 ha. Regret it. That's good. The education issue is sort of over. Bailey nodded in satisfaction, making a note of all the things the few remaining librarians could trade. Flame protection LLL, binding curse, underwater breathing L, undead slayer LLL, underwater speed digging L, and Meow's power L. Jiming, call the list inside, the sticks, and the weak ones, Bailey commanded. There is a cap on trading, and once too many trades have been made, the corresponding trade expires and you have to wait for a replenishment. But fortunately, the farmer base has gone up, and there are more people who can exchange wheat. After trading all the wheat, the number of arrow makers was still relatively low, and Bailey's synthesized sticks couldn't be completely traded out. The iron set is outdated. It's time to replace it with a diamond set. Taking the emeralds from the trade, Bailey approached the armor maker. The trade prices are 7 emeralds for an iron gauntlet and 4 emeralds for an iron boot. After replacing almost 6 more pairs of boots and 4 sets of iron gauntlets, the armorer upgraded to apprentice and gave him a discount. Next, Bailey exchanged 11 pairs of chained boots, 6 shields, 4 diamond leg guards, and 3 diamond boots, and finally upgraded them to master, unlocked to a full set of diamond armor. Of these, diamond gauntlets are projectile protection 3, diamond breastplate is projectile protection 2, and diamond boots are projectile protection 2. Tough luck. Bailey sighed helplessly. Projectile protection, just like its name, could reduce damage originating from projectiles. What the projectiles were, Bailey wasn't quite sure, but he knew they definitely included arrows, as well as fireballs. However, arrow, Bailey did not think that in the absence of monsters, others would be able to penetrate the armor of the diamond set. The genus was chicken. The diamond helmet enchantments are not bad. Flame protection 1 as well as underwater breathing 1. Breathing underwater, which he himself had tried before, could be achieved with an empty bottle just for circular breathing. After all, Bailey only needed to breathe now, not oxygen. Hell, if he's still consuming oxygen and producing carbon dioxide now that he's inhaling and sucking it out. The flame protection was what Bailey was slightly satisfied with. After all, the magma currently had 8 copies, and only needed to wait a few more days before traveling to the lower realms. In the lower realms, there is lava everywhere, and flame protection, which reduces the damage of flames, includes lava. You know, inside the lower realm, water will immediately evaporate as soon as you put it in, and if you fall into the magma, with the protection of the flames, mitigating some of the damage, you might just live. It would be nice if the projectile protection could all be replaced with flame protection. Suddenly, Bailey remembered something. If I remember correctly, firearms were already available at the end of the Ming Dynasty. That ammo, isn't it just projectiles? If I remember correctly, firearms were already available at this time, but they were predominantly fire rope guns. Bailey's eyes flickered as he said, the power won't be very big. Relying on the defense value of the diamond set itself is more than enough to block it. But later on, once the tanks and stuff come out, there might be a bit of a dearth of them, so it seems that projectile protection, in this case, seems to be just fine. Changing the iron set on his body and putting on the new diamond set, seeing below his field of vision, the armor value that was the same length as his life value, Bailey only felt very solid. I don't believe anyone can break through my defenses like this, unless it's a little boy washing his hair. I'm really not afraid. But even as a little boy, Bailey actually had some ideas. Shields can defend against TNT blast damage, so it stands to reason that as long as one raises their shield against the little boy, then odds are they can defend against the blast, even if there is radiation, not to mention the fact that it's still a matter of whether or not this negative effect will work on you. Plus, there's still the milk, so you can undo the negative effect anytime, anywhere. It didn't take long to put it on, and once the novelty wore off, Bailey took it off. This iron set, just take it and go back and hang it on top of the armor rack. All the sets are basically put together. Now all that's missing is the lower world alloy. Armor racks, made of 6 wooden sticks, 5 placed crosswise, 1 stick placed at the top, and a stone step placed at the bottom. The stone steps, on the other hand, are the stones obtained by burning round stones in a furnace and placing 3 side by side to synthesize them. Armor racks can be used to display a variety of armor, creature heads, carved pumpkins, shields, and sheath wings. The weaponsmith is diamond sword, and the toolsmith is diamond tools don't feel as if they're very useful either. At least not in a hurry right now. Bailey looked at the remaining sets of emeralds inside his backpack and pondered in his heart. If you want to cause damage to the creatures of the MC, use a synthesized weapon. Otherwise you can only do a little damage yourself, even if you use a lot of force. But until now, the monsters hadn't appeared. And as far as those animals that couldn't fight back were concerned, it was true that the diamond sword couldn't be used. If the diamond pickaxe was used, Bailey didn't need to mine at this stage. After all, if you wanted to mine in reality, it would be very difficult to do so unless you found a mine. Its role is also to be used to excavate obsidian to make the lower world gate. But Whiteley could have used the pouring method and it wouldn't have been necessary. By the time the next batch of magma was made, there would be almost 16 barrels of magma, and excluding 1 barrel to prevent accidents, he would have 5 barrels of tolerance. Iron picks just can't dig down obsidian in one piece. They're not indestructible. Let's upgrade out a few master farmers first and see if we can find pumpkins. Bailey finally made a good decision. Can't wait to find a few of those villagers who initially traded for wheat for emeralds. First up is Lu Wusan. A couple of trades that are unlocked after upgrading to master, which are 3 emeralds for 18 cookies, 4 watermelons for 1 emerald, and 1 emerald for the lost stew *2. To top it all off, the final master trade options are 4 emeralds for 3 twinkling watermelon slices, and 3 emeralds for 3 gold carrots. With golden carrots, the horses you keep on grass yourself can finally breed MCs. Unlimited stamina, doesn't tire, and is extremely fast. The only downside is that you can't go out of range, and this mini stew, it's good too. I wonder what it tastes like. Bailey muttered under his breath as he looked at the bewitching stew in his backpack and licked his lips, taking out the bewitching stew that he had traded for in order to get Lu Wusan upgraded. It gave off a tantalizing aroma, but Bailey froze a bit, unable to get his mouth around the purple and green bubbles on it. This stuff, it's poisonous any way you look at it, right? Miao Jiming, who was holding a pen and paper on the side, looked worriedly at the strange food bubbling with green bubbles and cautiously proposed, Mr. Bai, why don't I test the poison for you? No need. Bailey simply closed his eyes, not looking at the bewitching stew, and took a bite straight down. The first thing was the freshness of the mushrooms, followed immediately by a subtle floral scent, a combination that seemed a little odd but surprisingly harmonious. The flavor was strange, but surprisingly good. Right at this moment, Bailey suddenly realized that even if he was in a situation where his eyes were closed, there was a violent darkness, and when he opened his eyes, it was pitch black. Yourself, is this blindness? Bailey didn't panic. He knew it was the effect of the mesmerizing stew and it would only last for a few seconds, and while that time was up, he looked directly below him. The status bar was still there. Bailey opened his own backpack and saw the negative effect on it. Blindness, 1 second. Then, Bailey promoted a few other villagers to master. Many of these trade options appear to be duplicated, and the only one related to pumpkins is 6 pumpkins for 1 emerald. So the villagers, in the original version, don't trade out pumpkins, Bailey said regretfully. Pumpkins, through scissors, are made into carved pumpkins, also known as pumpkin heads. Build 2 compartments of iron upwards, place a compartment of iron on each left and right side, and finally place the pumpkin head to generate an iron golem. But Whiteley, more than anything else, wanted to be a different kind of creature. Snow golem, crafted from 2 frames of snow blocks and topped with a pumpkin head. It generates a snow golem, which attacks by throwing snowballs. While the snow golem was a mascot in the original version, not only does it take damage when it comes into contact with rain and water, but it also melts in some biome systems, and the snowballs don't do damage to basically all creatures, only knocking back hostile creatures, but that was only in the game. A snowball that could repel someone in reality, that force, was not normal. What's more, the snow golem is using the pumpkin head as a helmet, meaning that you can use scissors to cut off the snow golem's pumpkin head, revealing its real head while dropping the carved pumpkin. It's that exposed head that looks dull. Meanwhile, the ground that the snow golem passes through generates a layer of snow, and using the shovel you can shovel out snowballs and synthesize snow blocks with 4 snowballs. It is entirely possible to realize the mass construction of snow golem armies. It's a pity. It looks like we can only wait until Yang and you and the others come back to see if we can exchange them for pumpkins. Bailey shook his head and said, make a note of several master farmers, corresponding to the attributes of the mystic stew for Meow to write down. Seeing that he stopped writing, Bailey then continued, Jiming, in a moment, let Weisher come over and go to the place where the horses are kept there. I have something important to discuss with you. Yes, Eunuch Bai. I'll go now. Just because a pumpkin doesn't have one doesn't mean it can't generate an iron golem. Since the iron golem couldn't be made, it could only be made to naturally occur by utilizing the laws of the MC. In the horse farm, Miao Jiming, Wei Shi hurriedly arrived. Bai Li commanded, Wei Shi, go get the inside, the 2 fastest running horses. Yes, Wei Shi answered and left. Then, Bai Li turned to Miao Jiming and asked, Jiming, the situation in the village, how is it? Bai Gongzi, the current new inclusion into the village. In addition to the Zhang family village, there is the Wang family village, the Zhong family village, and so on, of which the Zhong family village and the Wang family village of the villagers, in addition to the Wang heir takeaway, before it has been included as much as possible. Miao Jiming paused, then said, I have followed the instructions of the prince. The militia will be disguised as refugees, by the villages to join us and the people, led back to the village in the secret protection, while the scouts to detect the movements of the stray bandits, once there is a discovery, so that they in the first time to inform the Weisher, so that to gather the militia, the first time to rush to support. That's good, Bailey nodded. Nowadays, with the Wall of Mary, the Lu family village could be said to be very safe, not to mention, there was also Tai Shan, but it's the other villages outside the walls where safety can't be guaranteed. That's why Bailey was thinking of letting the roving bandits outside the city walls invade these villages so that he could spawn the iron puppets at that time. For safety's sake, the trained militia were allowed to sneak into the village, and in case the iron golem was not generated, they would be able to hold out until the arrival of the larger force. Speaking of the militia, before, Bailey and Weisher talked about that self-inflicted training style, but Weisher had told him that everyone in the militia had suffered too much, and were holding back the desire to have the ability to protect themselves. Of course, Bailey also felt that there was something that Weisher hadn't told him. For example, those militia members, or those villagers under Bai Li's rule, were actually afraid that they had no effect on Bai Xianjun, and feared that Bai Li would return to heaven. By the way, Mr. Bai, according to those scouts, they saw quite a few strange and weird creatures. There were foxes, rabbits, various birds, and some wolves. Those animals, all a bit square, and it seems like there are quite a few of them, and they can be seen almost every distance. Hearing this, Bailey came to his senses. Square is right. To be square. Is this, finally, the start of mass animal refreshing? It just happened to be after he had finished leveling up. Could it be that the two, there was some connection? Of the professional villagers currently transferred, the shepherd is able to use scissors to shear wool, farmers are able to use hoes and shovels, planting to get mushrooms as well as digging. Blacksmiths are capable of making a variety of tools, armor, and bows. Stonemasons are able to use pickaxes to dig round stones. A fisherman is able to use a fishing rod to fish in the waters. As for the butcher, it should be related to killing animals, but there was experience in killing chickens, sheep, and cows, and it turned out that the number hadn't gotten up yet. So far, Bailey had done it all by hand and hadn't tested it yet. However, there were no wood-related professions, which meant that materials like logs could only be obtained by himself. During that time, the lake had not yet been made, and the bamboo had not yet been planted, and in the beginning, the number of masons was very small, and the source of the round stones still had to rely on Bailey's own hands to dig. Plus he wasn't alone since he arrived at Lou's village, thinking about upgrading early so he could go to the village and fish all day and night. And with a ton of things waiting for him to do, there was no rush to upgrade. The experience gained by burning stones was just about offset by the time Bailey spent fishing, building wonders, and transferring temples. So the rate of gaining experience is not much different from what it was. But it's true, this leveling up, it's a bit slow. Before wanting to expand as well, fishing for so long, all day and all night, before expanding to Lou's village, Bailey thought to himself, perhaps it had something to do with the space, which, mind you, should not, by definition, exist. Perhaps most of the experience he had gained had been swallowed by it, or else by all rights, he should have been level 40 or 50 by now. Moreover, until it wasn't upgraded, there were only a few sporadic animals being brushed out, and with this upgrade, the frequency of brushing animals has obviously accelerated quite a bit. It was as if the proportion of MC's rules in this space was gradually expanding. Looks like it's time to get out and explore again. Once you get the lower world gate done, go out and check it out. Duke Bai, Weisher led 2 horses and rushed over. These are the 2 fastest horses we have at the stable. This is just Black Whirlwind, and that's just Wu Chou. Both are good boys from the stable. Weisher stroked the back of one of the black horses, his head resting against that black horse's head, and after calming his emotions, he excitedly introduced them to Bai Li. Well, very good. Bai Li looked at the 2 valiant, snorting horses with satisfaction. Such an offspring produces a foal that runs absolutely fast. Thinking about it, Bai Li took out the golden carrot in his hand. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Black Whirlwind! Ooh-choo! Weisher shivered his hands, wanting to cry. Whiteley, on the other hand, was petting the generated pony. In his hand, he still had the swift arrow that the arrow maker had given him earlier in the village hero state. Whiteley's plan is this. Let Black Whirlwind and also Uchu lay 2 pups first, followed by a swift arrow to the grown-up ones, and then breed them with golden carrots. Artificial breeding of 1,000 horses. Black Whirlwind, Uchu's genes will be passed down from generation to generation. As for the other ordinary MC horses, Bailey thought about it and decided not to breed them, otherwise it would be easy to get confused. Almost done. Jiming, Wei sure. Is there anything else you guys want to talk to me about? Bailey asked. Duke Bai. There is indeed another matter. Miao Jiming followed by Li's words and said, now that Duke Bai has built the wall of the Heavenly Gap, and the village is on a different scale than in the past, I was thinking whether or not I should change the name. The Wall of the Sky Gap? That wall has a name. It's called Maria's Wall. Bailey then remembered that he had forgotten to tell the village the name of the wall. Mary, IAS Wall, Miao recited after Bailey's words. Exactly. Miao Jiming then said, okay, I understand and will inform the others. Bailey nodded, following up on Miao Jiming's words with a thought. Change the name? Indeed. On this scale today, it would not be appropriate to call it the Lu Family Village anymore. What should the name be? What do you guys think? Li Chang, how is it? Bailey said without skipping a beat. Li Chang? Good name. Weisher said without thinking. For him, as long as the name was given by Immortal Lord White, it was a good name. As for Miao Jiming, he didn't speak at first. He looked down and pondered for a moment, then suddenly came to a sudden realization, and said excitedly, Lai, Judas is also compared to. It is said that it is compared to the daybreak as well. The daybreak. It is both the night over the daybreak. I get it. What Mr. Bai means. This city is the city of dawn, driving away the darkness of the chaotic world, brightening the light of the prosperous world, worthy of Duke Bai. It is really a good name. Wow. So that's how it is. Brother Miao. If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have thought of it. Weisher was lost in thought as he muttered. driving away the darkness of the chaotic world, brightening the light of the prosperous world. Tian Ming, Lai, Lai, good name, good name. After reading, Wei Shi looked at Bai Li with a look of respect. Bai Li froze in place, his heart stunned. It seems that Jiming he only knows my last name. He doesn't know my first name yet. Also, the only ones who know my name are the village chief and Lu Heir and their family. Shouldn't be afraid to say just that though. Ahem, there is also a gap between cultured people. Liberal arts students. Is not the same haha. Okay, now the name. That's what it means. Well, there's this meaning in it. Bai Li rightfully said. Jiming, I'll leave it up to you to notify the city's name. Yes, in the 7th year of the Tianqi period, the immortal entered the mortal world, passed through the immortal domain, built the wall of the heavenly gap, and built the immortal city, whose name was Lai. August, King Xian's residence. In the courtyard of the mansion, the flowers and trees were sparse, the bamboo shadows were shady, and through the window pane, one could peek inside the study. The walls of the study are hung with exquisite paintings and calligraphy, all from the hands of famous artists, bookshelves of ancient classics, scriptures, history, poetry and music, covering everything. In one corner of the wall, there hangs an ancient zither made of finely carved rosewood. The incense burner was burning, the green smoke curled up, and the light aroma filled the room. On the rosewood desk carved with delicate floral patterns, there was an ink stone. The ink pool had the right amount of ink in it, and the paper was laid flat on the desk. Zhu Yujian sat calmly in front of the desk, holding the brush in his hand, his eyes focused on the paper, gently dipping it into the right amount of ink, his arm hanging in the air, his wrist flexibly turning, the tip of the brush bending and stretching on the paper. Suddenly, the brush in Zhu Yuchan's hand gave a start. The tip of the pen dripped a few drops of ink. Seeing the stains on the paper, his brows knit tightly, his heart was heavy, and his original smooth movement stiffened. Looking at the stains, Zhu Yuchan's eyes seemed to have once again surfaced in front of Wei Zhongxian's gloomy face. When sycophants are in power and loyal men are wronged, my royal brother can't read people. Alas! He sighed heavily, resting his pen casually beside the ink stone, his fingers inadvertently touching the cool tabletop, calming his emotions slightly. The authorities are in the dark. The onlookers are in the dark. Although he was appointed as the king of Xian, but has been staying in Beijing, did not take over the clan, on the affairs of the dynasty, but also know one or two, since the imperial brother that a few heirs, one after another premature deaths, and even the Empress Shang, Wei Zhongxian dared to start, sent in the treatment of the queen's lumbago, borrowed a peculiar technique, injuring its fetus, resulting in the queen's premature birth. Wei Zhongxian, afraid of the birth of the prince, it's not under control. They simply let the prince never again. This matter, inside and outside the palace, have been rumored, but my royal brother, but on the contrary, do not know, but perhaps, even if they know, will not believe it. Before the brother went to the west garden to play, unfortunately turned into the water. Although the brother recovered a life, but also fell sick, the body is deteriorating. That damn Wei Zhongxian, announced the world, seeking famous doctors and prescriptions. And the Ministry of War Secretary Huo Weihua is looking for the immortal formula that claims to have the effect of raising the dead, called Linglu drink. Worried about his brother's health, he secretly sent someone to inquire about the formula of this immortal medicine to come. Just met the first eye. Zhu Yujian will be angry and laugh. In order, the purified round-grained or glutinous rice, old rice, and millet are added to the wooden cylinder for steaming, and for each type of rice put in, one waits for a while until the fire comes up and steams the rice through. And then another layer is added, the bottom of the wooden tube hollowed out, placed in a silver bottle. While cooking and adding water, boiled rice juice into the silver bottle, a certain amount of time, change the new rice to continue until the bottle is filled with silver. This is the so-called spiritual dew. It's simply ridiculous. Immortal medicine. Immortal medicine. In this world, where is the immortal medicine? Zhu Yujian slowly shook his head as he thought of his ancestral grandfather who had spent his life practicing monasticism and alchemy. For a long time, Zhu Yujian pressed his somewhat swollen temples and muttered, I'd better not worry about this. Anyway, things in the court, and I have nothing to do with it, and I'm just an idle prince myself, so it's a waste of time to think about it. Just then, a rush of hooves broke the silence. The sound of those horses' hooves reached all the way to the front of King Xian's mansion. He waited until the guards at the door informed him that they had seen the messenger who had sped from the direction of the palace, holding a gold medal, as well as the imperial edict. Is it hard to summon me to an audience at this time? Zhu Yuchan instantly understood the meaning of that imperial brother of his. He did not feel excited, but instead his heart sank violently. Brother, are you dying? Along the way was led into the Zhuyu school bedroom. Zhu Yuchan sought his own long goodbye for many days of imperial brother. Zhu Yuzhong has lost his former luster. He was lying on the bed, sick and demonic. His face was as pale as paper. The bottom of his eyes revealed exhaustion. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and the dragon robe he was wearing, at the moment, also appeared to be slightly disheveled, and he lost the majesty of the past. Seeing that it was Zhu Yuzheng who came in, Zhu Yuzheng's eyes recovered a trace of anger. He struggled to support himself, pulled up a smile and looked at Zhu Yuzheng. Zhu Yujian quickly walked into the room, knelt down and said, King Xin Zhu Yujian, greetings to the emperor. Flatten yourself, come and sit. A faint voice squeezed out from Zhu Yuzhuang's throat. Thank you, your majesty. Zhu Yuchan got up in a hurry, walked to Zhu Yuzheng bed half squatting, gently held his body, touched the cold, dry arms. At this moment Zhu Yujian do not know why, throat choking, cannot speak, thousands of words, into 2 words, brother. It is said that the most ruthless emperor's family, but his elder brother, treated him extremely well, arranged for himself a foster mother, summoned him from time to time, brought him to various ceremonies, made him king of faith at the age of 11, and countless other sorts of things. The real elder brother is like a father. It can be said that Zhu Yuchan came this time, just thinking of seeing this elder brother of his own. Zhu Yuzheng pulled Zhu Yujian's hand, stared straight into its eyes, and said decisively, my brother, win for Yao and Shun. These sudden words made Zhu Yujian a little stunned, and immediately afterward, his face showed gravity as he hurriedly changed from a squatting position to a kneeling position. I am guilty of death. He knows that his brother is somewhat foolish. This may be Wei Zhongxian set a trap. To know, even that did not appear the prince. That Wei Zhongxian cannot tolerate, let alone him. It's too dangerous to ever agree to. At this, the 2 men fell silent. One ironically wants to pass on the throne, and the other ironically doesn't dare to agree. Just as the stalemate began, a man stepped out of the screen. Empress Zhan whispered to the kneeling Zhu Yujian, the matter is urgent, so I hope King Xin will not excuse himself. Empress Shang, her child, is Wei Zhongxian from the obstruction of the abortion? It is impossible to Wei Zhongxian and Wei Zhongxian in collusion. This matter, not a trap. Zhu Yuchan immediately understood that his brother was not deceived by Wei Zhongxian. The previous remarks, non-virtuous. However, I'm afraid that my own brother's days are really numbered. Brother, take orders, Zhu Yujian said in a deep voice. Then he looked at Zhu Yuzheng as if pleading, elder brother, in these days, can I let my brother come to see you a few more times? Naturally, seeing Zhu Yuzheng agreed. Zhu Yuzheng nodded in relief, his hand trembling slightly, smoothing the folds of his clothes. I'm not here anymore. You can put our Zhu family's Jiangshan, to keep down awe. And, brother, promise my brother not to kill Wei Zhongxian. Zhu Yuzheng said so, his eyes staring straight at Zhu Yujian. Hey, my stupid brother. Brother, understand. Zhu Yujian nodded his head in agreement, but in his eyes, a hint of gloominess flashed. Wei Zhongxian must die. August 11th, Ming Shizong Zhu Yuzi died. Year 23. The same month on the 24th, Zhu Yuzheng ascended to the throne. The year number, the Chongjin. As the sky turns white, the roosters in the village raise their wings and crow, awakening the sleeping earth. Early morning, Mushroom Town. Inside the primary room, Meow got up from the bed and took out the torch that was placed in the wooden box at the end of the bed and rehung it on the mushroom wall. These 2 things, both given by the white immortal monarch. One can hold 100 things and the other is bright all night long. Picking up the apple placed on the table, he placed it in front of his nose and inhaled deeply, the distinctive aroma of the apple filling the tip of his nose. Only after a long time, after Meow's confused mind cleared up, did he gently put it down. This immortal fruit, even smelling it, made people feel refreshed. He couldn't afford to just eat it. Not long ago, those refugees were absorbed completely. Lu was not right, and there were more readers in the city of Li, although only a few of them were able to obtain the immortal gift. But at least he could read and write enough to do some simple things, and after assigning things down, he now had some time to himself. His eyes swept over the neatly arranged books. The 4 books and the 5 classics were complete, interspersed with books such as the True Encyclopedia and the Biography of the Immortals, which recorded the stories of the immortals. Books about immortals were never read by Meow in the past, but now, he dabbled in the books of both Taoism and Buddhism, only hoping to find records about Bai Xianjun in them. Time passed in the book, when there was a sudden sound of footsteps. Jiming, I've brought you food. Wei Shi, holding a bamboo basket in his hand and stuffing steamed buns in his mouth, shouted vaguely, nah, just took it out of the pot. It's still hot. Thanks, Wei Shi, Meow said softly. Wei Shi waved his hand and said, It's a small thing. Jiming, is there any progress? No. I've searched through all the ancient books I could find, and there are no records about immortal monarch by. Miao was a bit deflated. He sighed as he frowned tightly. Hey, books are written by people. They haven't seen it. Naturally they won't know. If they didn't find it, they didn't find it. It's hard not to believe that if it's not in the book, Immortal Master Bai is not a true immortal? Wei Shi shook his head indifferently. He suddenly took out a wooden box wrapped in red cloth from the bamboo basket and mysteriously handed it to Miao Jiming, saying with a playful smile, "Open it up and take a look. You'll be surprised." Miao took it suspiciously, opened it up, and his entire body froze instantly. It was a statue of a human being, revealing an air of elegance between his eyebrows, with a straight nose, slightly parted lips, and gentle eyes, as if he was able to perceive the world's deepest pain and confusion. With a smile on his lips, he looks down on the world. His long hair is draped over his shoulders and flutters in the wind, and his clothes have fine lines of ornamentation and smoothness. This is the idol of Immortal White. Miao was surprised. Where did this come from? Some days ago there was a new carpenter who said he was good at carving human statues, and that guy carved himself a statue of the immortal monarch and put it in his home, worshipping it day in and day out. Wei Shi mouth corners up, then said, not a few days was seen by the neighbors. He will carve the white immortal monarch idol of this thing 1 by 10, 10 by 100. I am lucky to know earlier. Early let him carve too. Now want him to carve the idol of? That is countless. This will be entrusted to you for safekeeping. Otherwise, according to your character, you might not even bother to say anything if you want to. Don't worry, I did give the silver. But Miao Jiming, staring at the idol in a daze, didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing this, Wei Shi's eyes flickered and he joked, making a gesture to take it back. What? You don't want it? Then I'll take it back. Big deal. Go back and worship both. Miao rushed to protect the box behind him and said expressionlessly, yes. I didn't say I didn't want it. I was just thinking, does Immortal Lord Bai know about this? I should know. The big thing is to talk to Immortal Lord Bai at that time. Besides, it's not a normal thing for a god to accept worship. The Immortal Lord shouldn't say anything about it. Wei Shi scratched his head and carefully said. At this time, a rush of footsteps suddenly sounded at the door. Lu Er grabbed a live chicken in the real world in his hand and ran in, panting, Brother Jiming, Brother Wei, the boss has an urgent matter to find you, and he's also bringing along that heavenly tiger, and a rogue without a hat. The matter of collecting the immortal monarch's idol. Does Immortal Monarch Bai know about it? That's too soon. Miao's heart felt as if it had missed a beat. A flash of panic flashed in his eyes, and the box with the immortal monarch's idol in his arms gave him a feeling of unspeakable embarrassment. He subconsciously looked at Wei Shi, but he saw Wei Shi froze and suddenly stood up, saying with a sincere face, need to look for that upper mountain tiger and the roving bandits. Right. I know where he is. Lu Er, you and your brother Jiming go first, lest Immortal Monarch waits for too long. I'll go and come. After saying that, he immediately scurried out of the mushroom room, leaving Miao Jiming alone with his eyes wide open, with the immortal monarch idol, messing up in the wind. Just run away. How can you be a human being, uncertain of what exactly happened? Lu Er tentatively asked. Then, Brother Jiming, let's go first. Just a moment. After saying that, Miao carefully brought that box with him and walked out of his bedroom. Toilets and bedrooms are unclean and blasphemous places where idols should not be placed. Earlier, Miao had asked the farmers to enlarge the area by placing 2 more red mushrooms around his house, one to serve as Wei Shi's bedroom and the other as the main hall. The box containing the idol of the immortal monarch was placed in the main seat of the main hall, and a high place was sought to be located in the north, facing the south. Alright, let's go. As for Wei Shi, there's no need to wait for him. If he's a roughneck, he's no different from a city scoundrel. Miao Jiming's face was expressionless and his tone was calm. If he is not a human being, why should he walk with him? Some of it was unintelligible, but Lu Er probably heard that it was scolding Big Brother Wei, although he didn't understand why Big Brother Wei was scolded. But Lu Er had an idea in his heart as to what was in that box, because he has one at home. Lu Er still remembers how excited his dad was when he took out the statue of the immortal monarch. Lu Er then didn't ask more questions and just nodded his head and responded, good. Miao followed Lu Er, walking towards the front, a hint of nervousness and embarrassment unconsciously spreading across his face as he thought of the questioning he was about to face from the immortal monarch next. Even his walking posture seemed a little stiff, and his arms hung unnaturally at his sides, his fingers rubbing against his palms. Soon enough, time, at times like these, always passes quickly. Soon, Miao saw the white immortal monarch in the distance, wearing light blue armor and building something. Shimming, you guys are here? Wait a little. Bai Li said so. Miao begged and nodded. standing aside and watching Bai Li's movements. It was seen that it had built a 5x4 frame out of round stones, with water flowing down from above the frame, and immediately afterward, the immortal monarch held a bucket of reddish solution in his hand and poured it over the edge of the frame. As soon as that solution met the water, it turned into a deep purple color with a unique shiny square. Soon, the frame, except for the four corners, were filled with purple squares, presenting a three-dimensional door shape. The rootless water was retrieved by the immortal monarch. Immediately after that, the immortal monarch waved his hand, a flame rose out of thin air, a mysterious crack was torn in the void, and purple light gradually spread from the center of the door. Around that light, purple particles constantly appeared out of thin air and merged into that door, on top of the strange pattern of purple light. Sure enough, the frame still works. Looking at the freshly baked portal, Bai Li said with satisfaction, the only thing that stands out is a compartment of obsidian protruding from the side of the portal. It's been too long since I've made them and my craft is a little rusty. The lower boundary gate, thoroughly well done. Wei Shi should have gone to bring up Tian Hu and the stragglers, so let's wait for now. At this time, Bai Li unintentionally glanced at Miao Jiming's nervous appearance. Jiming, if there's anything, just say it outright. Maybe I'll be able to help you out. Bai Li grinned. Miao Jiming hesitated for a moment and tried to say slowly, Duke Bai, there are now carpenters in the city who are making your statue, and I was thinking about when to tell you about this. What did I expect? Bai Li waved his hand indifferently and said without hesitation, just do it. If they want to do it, let them do it. As early as the moment he admitted that he was an immortal, Bai Li's heart had prepared his thoughts, which included the matter of his statue being knelt down. Seeing immortal monarch Bai say this, Miao Jiming was relieved, and he curiously looked towards the door that was shining with purple light, pondering in his heart. Since immortal monarch Bai didn't care, it meant that the reason why he and Wei Shi were called here wasn't because of the idol, so it could only be the door in front of us, and also called up that upper heavenly tiger, and the roving bandits. I'm afraid it's also related to this door, and I wonder, what could be so strange about this door? Mr. Bai, I have the audacity to ask, what is the purpose of this immortal object? Miao Jiming arched his hand and asked, through this portal, one can go straight to the lower world. Bai Li's gaze flickered as he said, of course, it can also be called hell. Hell? What? Hell? Miao hadn't reacted at first until later, when he jerked his head up and his eyes immediately became dismayed, intertwined with a bit of fear. Hell, hell, one word, but 1,000 differences. The 18 layers of hell, the netherworld place used to punish sinful ghosts, tongue pulling, scissors, iron tree, sinful mirror, steamer, copper pillar, mountain of knives, mountain of ice, frying pan, ox pit, stone pressing, pounding mortar, pool of blood, death in vain, tearing off limbs, volcano, stone mill, knife saw. Each level of punishment corresponded to the behavior of the sinful ghost in life, but without exception, they were extremely painful. After learning of its true purpose, and then looking at that purple dazzling light, he only felt fear in his heart and subconsciously pulled Lu Er to lean a few steps towards immortal Lord Bai. Brother Jiming, don't be afraid, boss is here. Lu Er said heartily, yes, Bai Xianjun is still here. What do I have to worry about? As long as I haven't done anything wrong, even if I go in, Bai Xianjun will still fish me out, right? Miao swallowed hard and calmed himself. He understood, in passing, why Wei Shi had been allowed to bring that upper heavenly tiger along with the stragglers. This is to make those wicked people experience hell while they are still in the realm of the living. I also wonder which level of hell the hell gate in front of me leads to. Thinking in his heart, Miao Jiming secretly moved behind Bai Li, until Bai Xianjun blocked the way between him and that hell gate, and only then did he let go of his heart. Soon, Wei Shi led the men and pressed the head-covered, weak-faced Shang Tianhu, as well as another straggler. Immortal Lord Bai, I was wrong. Give me a chance to reform, please. Immortal Lord Bai, that rogue bandit cried and mourned. At one point he wanted to kneel down, all of which were pulled by the militia on the side. Bailey didn't take his words seriously. Crocodile tears deserve no sympathy. Some people can have a chance to change their ways, but some, it's time to go to the West. Why do we need the police if we're going to apologize? If they hadn't been there, they would have just laughed uncontrollably. They cried and begged for mercy, just caught in the act and afraid of punishment. Pocky, you melon goon, I poo. The heavenly tiger spat disdainfully at the rogue, and said in a very fast speech, anyway, after doing so many bad things, even if he is reincarnated, he would have been an animal long ago. What's there to be afraid of? The big deal is that he will go to hell. Anyway, I killed so many people. I earned it long ago. This guy is worthy of being called an immortal? If he came earlier, those people. Woo woo, Before he could finish, his mouth was hastily gagged by the militia next to him. Thief your mother, stay in the sky for so many days without being honest. How dare you? Militia grimaced and muttered in a low voice, itching to give this heavenly tiger a go. As for Miao Jiming and his group, they were also staring at that upper sky tiger with angry faces. It's just a matter of scolding them. But how dare you scold the immortal monarch? How dare you? Immortal monarch by. You saw it. He scolded me. I've long had a grudge against him. This is even more so. I'm not on the same side as him anymore. I didn't say anything. That roving bandit hurriedly cleared the air with the heavenly tiger. Well, then the martial arts town can still carry. The sky to stay so long down. This is only a few days can still curse. Seeing that your mouth is still so hard. I'm relieved. Bailey didn't care and looked at him with a smile. I have to say, you're still really interesting. Last day Tiger went to heaven. The nickname wasn't in vain. And now you're rushing to think about going to hell. Since you said so, well, fulfill you. Wei sure. Press him inside that purple light. Watch yourself. Don't touch it. Bailey instructed Wei sure. Also, take this live chicken and tie it together for him as well. Hell, is that the 18 layers of hell I'm thinking of? Understood. Wei sure forced down his inner surprise, and with another militia member looking at each other, together they pressed the heavenly tiger, who was attempting to resist, into that purple light. A word of advice. If you don't want to die in a while, go in and step out of this obsidian before entering the portal. Also, bring back the chicken, or else I'll throw it back for you even if you come out. Bailey said heartily to the upper heavenly tiger, who was in the purple light, constantly struggling, and whose figure was beginning to distort. Lastly, good luck with the hell line and have a good trip. I don't know, will he ever come out? Staring at the lower world gate in front of him, Bailey was thoughtful. The upper heavenly tiger, and the chicken, correspond to creatures affected by MC laws, and ordinary creatures, respectively, according to the environment of the lower realm, with the magma everywhere and the high temperature that instantly vaporized water. An ordinary person entering would be afraid that he or she would immediately paste. Letting Chicken Tiger in was an experiment to see which of the three possibilities it was. With all the tigers and chickens dead, some of Bailey's ideas about the use of hell had to be put on hold. Tigers live, chickens die, and transferring villagers can enter. All live. The outcome that Bailey had hoped for, which meant the establishment of the day trip program to Laborer's Hell, along with all sorts of other great uses for hell that he'd had a sudden idea about, but it all needs to be verified by him later, and it has to be based on the premise that they are all alive. At the same time, the upper heavenly tiger came out alive, so he himself could ask if there was any danger inside. Therefore, even if the heavenly tiger had scolded Bailey, of all the people present, the one who wished for his immortality the most was instead the immortal monarch he had scolded. Oh upper heavenly tiger, don't die, Bailey muttered under his breath. It wasn't long before the purple light inside the hellgate began to distort, and a silhouette changed from virtual to real, curled up in the corner of the portal, clutching the chicken tightly in his arms, and muttering uncontrollably, "Don't! I don't want to stay in hell! Don't!" The person who came was none other than the upper sky tiger. He was no longer the shady heron he was before at the moment, cowering in a corner, his body trembling violently. The upper heavenly tiger felt the blinding light and raised its head as if it had been given a new lease of life. Basking in the sunlight, complex emotions wove their way across his face, and his eyes held the fear that had yet to drain away, as well as the relief of having escaped from hell. He is, not as big a deal as he says he is, going to hell. Hehe, the upper sky tiger was as pale as paper, breathing greedily, his face, a mixture of sweat and dust, traced along his cheeks and slid onto his ever-heaving chest. Well, all alive. The best possible outcome. What's going on in there? How's it going? Bailey asked casually, not holding out hope for the matter of the upper heavenly tiger answering the question. Surprisingly, the upper heavenly tiger looked up at Bailey, lowered his head in silence, and let out a raspy and broken voice from his throat. Fire. So much fire. And demons. There are demons everywhere. Fire? On the side. Meow muttered in a low voice. I know which floor it is. Which floor? Wei Shi's face didn't change. The edge of his mouth pulled open a small slit, and he asked in an airy voice, 16th level, Volcano Hell. Miao Jiming whispered with conviction. Those who harm the public, pay bribes, steal chickens and dogs, rob money, and set fires will be sent to the volcano hell after death, burning alive without dying, just in time, to go up against this man. After death. If I remember correctly, is it true that living people can't directly enter hell? Wei Shi suddenly asked. Miao Jiming said reverently. Yes, the Book of Gods and Ghosts, and there is no example of a living person entering hell, straight through the yin and yang, unheard of. worthy of the white immortal monarch. The two looked at each other and both smiled mysteriously. A demon? Bailey hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, are you sure, without looking at it wrongly, that it's a demon? Well, the demons, just a short distance away, with swords made of gold in their hands, looked at me. Zombie pig spirit, neutral swarming creature, does not attack actively. The lower world, it seems, is not as peaceful as the main world and actually brushes monsters, Bailey thought in his mind. But this is good. Medicine making, as well as priests, and red stones, now they are all in order. Brewing station, made from a creature in the lower fortress that shoots flaming balls, a flaming rod dropped by the flaming man, and 3 round stones, a transfer cube for priests and also a place to make medicine. Priests, on the other hand, can trade out redstone powder, which is a truly endless source of energy. Just as Bai Li was still thinking, the upper heavenly tiger fell to his knees and carefully said, I beg immortal monarch to be gracious. I know I'm wrong, I shouldn't have killed anyone, and I shouldn't have insulted immortal monarch. I don't want to, for eternity, stay inside that hell. The effect is remarkable. You'll have to follow me on another trip, Bai Li murmured. Don't worry, the monster you're talking about doesn't actively attack, and odds are you won't have to get off afterward. It's not like hell is the only option. Thank you immortal monarch for your enlightenment. The upper heavenly tiger bowed his head in relief and caught out his thanks. As long as, it's not staying in that place forever. When he actually sees hell, he will only stay in the mortal world, just like some people, who can only be cherished after they are lost. Jiming, inform the people in the neighborhood not to come over in this direction for the time being, and also, spread the news that the Hellgate has opened. Bai Li then lowered his voice. You should know that my intentions. Niao nodded and bowed out. Bai Li exhorted. Wei sure, wait here for a while, and if any fissures appear in the distant sky in a while, come in and tell me at the first opportunity. Good, Wei sure said without hesitation, putting on a full set of diamond defenses. Bai Li then pulled out his shield as well as his diamond axe. These days, with the farmer trade refreshed and the emeralds exchanged for wheat, Bai Li proceeded to upgrade out of a master weaponsmith, taking advantage of the discounted price on the upgrade, and traded in 22 emeralds for the diamond axe with LL of enchanting efficiency. Efficiency, attached to most gathering tools, can increase digging efficiency, as a diamond axe, or without hostile monsters. This enchantment is very suitable. Right now, it wasn't impossible to use it. After all, the drill axe itself had a whopping 9 points of attack damage. You, also go in with me. Bai Li pondered for a moment, and said to the straggler who had been brought in, and called Pocky by the heavenly tiger, that chicken, bring it with you. It's still useful. Pocky was crying and his body was already shaking into a sieve, and when he heard Bai Li's words, his feet softened and he almost sat on his butt. Yes, Mr. White. The message that can be gotten nowadays is that transmigrating villagers and also real animals enter and are not affected by the hellish environment, but the untransformed villagers are unknown. Follow by yourself, in case this straggler is waterlogged and roasted to charcoal before you can't help but save him. After all, save it for later. Witnessing the two disappear into the Hellgate, Bai Li followed suit and walked into the gate. His body was pulled by an invisible force, and Bai Li's immediate vision began to become distorted. The scene in front of him changed rapidly. A blazing aura swept over him, and before him was a fiery red. The sky was filled with thick smoke, and the sea of magma that could be seen everywhere illuminated the surroundings, making the entire lower realm look gloomy and depressing. Eternally burning flames were everywhere around them, making a piercing sound. There was a faint hissing sound of a monster. Not far away, zombie pig spirits with golden swords in their hands roamed in groups. Hell, here it is. Hiss ah, so hot, so hot. I'm going to be burned to death. Chow Wunsher. You damned beast, it's all you. Why don't you go to hell? Why should I have to suffer this torment? Wailing hoarsely, Asako patted his feet in pain. His face twisted, covering his mouth and nose, one hand pinching his neck. Sweat was evaporated cleanly by the heat just as soon as it emerged. He waved his hands around, trying to dispel the heat wave. However, there was no half effect. The upper heavenly tiger was in too good a state, and at this time, holding the dying-looking chicken. He looked at the zombie pig spirit that was only 10 steps away in horror. Looking into the eyes of the hemp, flashed a hint of severity. He rushed to cover the hemp's mouth, and lowered his voice. What you real son of a bitch? Just this temperature, which will be burned to death. If that demon comes over, you want to die or difficult. Seeing the figure of Bai Li appearing at the Hellgate, the hemp flashed with anticipation in his eyes, and his body, which was originally weak and struggling, violently exerted itself again, breaking away from the binding of the heavenly tiger. Immortal Lord Bai, please, let me go back. Ignoring the hot ground on the floor, Asako knocked his head on the ground, his fingers white from nervousness. The despair in his eyes turned into an almost frantic determination, and he pleaded miserably, I am willing to pay all the price, just begging you to give me a chance to return to the young world, even if it is only for a short period of time. Bailey looked at the hemp without any burning traces, but very painful appearance, and normal on the sky tiger. The heart has a guess. It still seems to be protective for the average person. After all, in addition to the high temperatures, the concentration of hydrogen sulfide it produces should also kill the first person it smells. But it's obviously not a good thing for the people who are protected. Of course, he felt to himself that the temperature still hadn't changed much except for the smell of rotten eggs being a bit heavy. You can even swim in the lava for a while. Let's fence off the hellmouth first, before any monsters get into the main world and it's bad. As for why the main world is not sealed, it is naturally reserved for deterrence. The hell gate that can be seen, and the invisible, but two different things. With a round stone in his hand, Bailey sealed the hell gate, leaving only a small opening. During this time, the hemp has been wailing, listening to Bailey a little annoyed. After all, the environment can affect the mood of people, and the lower world in the depressing panic. Bailey said expressionlessly, hold it in, and then ow. You'll stay inside this hell for eternity. It was very useful, and the next moment it was immediately silent. That said, those monsters, while the game wouldn't open the door. Now, there's no telling. With this in mind, Bailey pulled out his workbench and made an iron gate, placing it in the gap and placing pulls on the inside and outside. After doing so, Bailey carefully observed the terrain, filled with crimson lower boundary rocks, including the overhead. Its surface was covered with cracks, an eerie dark red color in the distance, and patches of flames pulsing a few paces away. Dark red particles floated in the air, where the hellmouth was located. On a large protruding chunk of lower boundary rock, several zombie pig spirits stood at the edge, patrolling back and forth. A patch of fluorite dangled below the lower boundary rock not far overhead, and there were a few sporadic pockets of lower boundary quartz, just at the bottom of the hellmouth, 10 meters lower, with patches of magma chunks, and in the far distance was a large sea of molten lava. It seemed that he was now inside the lower wasteland. On a higher level, there is also a small scarlet forest. Oh, and lower world gold ore? Sure enough, there is no shortage of gold in the lower world. However, Bailey didn't dig down that lower realm gold for the first time. Preparing to go back and try to see if he could swipe an iron pickaxe with precision gathering at the toolsmith. The diamond pickaxe seems to have to be swiped to master to get it. Not worth it. Precision gathering, a spell that causes the cube being mined to drop itself, rather than its regular drop items. After enchanting and then digging down the lower realm gold ore, the complete lower realm gold ore that you get, put it into the furnace to be able to get gold ingots. If you dig directly and drop gold grains, the amount will still depend on luck. Anyway, when Bailey has bad luck, he can even drop 2 gold grains, 9 grains of gold for 1 ingot. It's a loss. It just so happens that there are pig spirits underneath on the far side, so you can trade them for gold ingots when the time comes. Now, however, was not the time to provoke these monsters. Bailey looked at the pockmarked man who rolled his eyes and looked like he was going to die, and thought in his heart, he still had 2 dragons with him, getting in the way, and it wasn't too late to explore after the final experiments were done and things were arranged in the main world. In case he left and his own little world collapsed and Waysure didn't find him in time, there would be no place to cry. Upper Sky Tiger, put this guy on your back and follow me, Bailey commanded, taking out round stones and first blocking the passageway for the group of zombie pig spirits, then began to crouch and hitch over to the depths of the lava sea. As long as he crouched, even if Bailey kept pushing towards the edge, he wouldn't fall, as long as no one attacked him. Facing the 2 Upper Sky Tigers, Bailey built a 2-frame wide passage backward. Of course it's not that I'm afraid that the Upper Sky Tiger is afraid of heights and falls, but I'm worried about the Waysure that might come from behind. Looking at Bailey, who was fully focused and standing at the edge, the Upper Heavenly Tiger's gaze flickered. Push him down, burn him, and we'll escape this hellhole. After hesitating for a long time, Waysure still didn't dare to make a move. How could an immortal who could take people to hell be burned to death by a mere flowing flame? Moreover, it would be so unguarded that it could not be said that this was all a deliberate attempt to show a break, trying to make a mistake. That was close. I almost got myself killed. The Heavenly Tiger followed along apprehensively, and just then, the surroundings suddenly changed. What was originally still a red mist, at this moment, slowly transformed into a gray color, and then gradually changed into a gloomy cyan color. The particles in the air also turned gray. Waysure suddenly felt that he was being held tightly by Asako on his back. And he was just about to start cursing when he heard Asako suddenly shout, "Cold! So cold! Hiss! How can it be so cold?" Where are we? Asako clung to Chowensher, his body curled up and shaking. Yeah, how come it's a little cold all of a sudden now when it felt a little hot just a few moments ago? Chowensher looked at the sea of magma that was still flowing underground and was filled with puzzlement. Since he was worried about going the wrong way, Chowensher kept paying attention to his feet, and with the hemp on his back, he didn't have to worry about that. Having just gone from extreme heat to bitter cold, Asako's burning, bubbling brain cooled down, and just as his eyes coalesced, the next moment, the frightening scene in the distance caused him to have another myocardial infarction. Front, he spoke incoherently. Front? Chowensher suspiciously looked up and forward. His eyes instantly widened, his hands trembled, and his face paled. A thought erupted from the upper sky tiger's mind, and it was out of control. What is this? The underworld? As the distance continued to close, a whole rock wall of brown rocks suspended in the sky suddenly appeared in front of the originally empty space. Red flowing magma poured down from the sky into the sea of magma below, in which several odd-looking red creatures swam. Between the green mists, there wandered a few huge-bodied square demons with hollow eyes and distorted faces, tightly closing their eyes and mouths and occasionally letting out sharp, high-pitched shrieks. On that brown rock wall, the ghostly blue soul flame burned, and the heavenly tiger could see the white, always moving, clearly a skeleton that had returned from the dead. They wandered aimlessly, bows and arrows in hand. These skeletons? I'm afraid they are those who have been tortured for a long time in this place. Their flesh decayed and only that white bone is left to become like this, right? If I stayed in this hell, would I become like them? Cough. Pocky, let go. Any harder and I'll be strangled to death by you. Chowensher coughed a few times and loosened Asako's hand that was strangling his neck. Obviously, Asako also saw it clearly, and coupled with the extreme cold, the force with which he held Shang Tianhu increased a little more. Big brother, I now, really cold so afraid. I don't want to become them that way. Undergo eternal torture, become withered bones and then have to wander in this hell. Asako can no longer hold back, tears and snot flowing. Regretfully Nana said, we should not be a roving bandit, should not eat. Shut up. The upper sky tiger's face changed as he hurriedly interrupted Asako's next words. He sighed as he carefully glanced at Bailey, who was focused on building the cube as if he hadn't heard him. Is this what you intend to do, immortal king? Connecting to the yin and yang, taking them sinners to see in advance what hell looks like, and the punishment they will receive after death. Such heavenly skills, such powerful means. Who else, after seeing you, and this hell, dares to proceed to licentiousness? Why couldn't you have come to this world earlier? It was preferred to come down to earth only after I had made a big mistake, but unfortunately now, it's too late to say anything. He turned his head and looked at Asako, who had a furrowed brow, purple lips, and teeth that cackled and rattled. Atone for our sins. The upper heavenly tiger shook his head and whispered mockingly, I hope that in this life, we can offset our sins a little before we die, and strive to stay in this hell for a few less days after we die. It was said, as if to Asako, and as if to himself. His heart and spirit were destroyed to the core long before he entered this hell. Before, the upper heavenly tiger can still lie to himself. This white immortal, means even if how heavenly, after his own death, will also be relieved. But right now, one walks through the legendary hell in the body of a living man. Hell I just casually said at that time. Did not think, actually really brought in early. Ha. It's self-inflicted. Upper sky tiger, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow. I don't care if I'm targeted by an evil spirit when the time comes, Bai Li gruffly said. Chowensher hurriedly responded curtly. Yes, immortal Lord Bai. Oddly, he glanced at that Chowensher. Bai Li still remembers to this day that the first time this man met him, he tried to spit on him. Looking at the border wall not far away, connected to the Soul Sand Canyon, for some reason, in the lower realm, the border was so obvious that it could be seen almost at a glance. The ratio between the lower world and the main world was, indeed, still there, and if he remembered correctly, it should be around 1:8. Transferring villagers would be protected from hell. Hell through and through. It seems feasible. Bai Li glanced at the evil spirits in the distance and accelerated the pace of building. When the evil spirit finds a target to attack, its red eyes and mouth will open while it makes a whistling noise, followed by firing fireballs. So, their party should not have been discovered yet. Building all the way to the Soul Sand Canyon, Bai Li didn't go straight up the canyon, but instead dug at the bottom towards the ground. This will allow you to avoid the skeletons on the island as well as the evil spirits. Bai Li took out the shovel in his shortcut and started digging up soul sand as well as soul soil towards the location of the boundary wall. As soon as he stepped on top of the soul sand, a very noticeable resistance came from the soles of his feet. Bai Li took out a torch and stuck it on top of that soul sand. under the torchlight. Seeing the appearance of the soul sand, he muttered under his breath. This thing looks much more bluffing than in the game, or dynamic, oddly interesting. On the soul sand, the faces of countless dead souls rolled over and over on top of the soul sand, wailing with their mouths wide open as they tried to escape, and were yanked into the sand again. And none of the souls that entered were able to escape and were trapped inside for eternity. However, Bai Li was clear that this was just a game, and the soul sand mapping was such that at best it would move, so naturally there wasn't much to be afraid of. Walking on it has slowed down a bit. Why does it always feel like something is grabbing me? The heavenly tiger, who had been keeping an eye on the evil spirits in the sky, naturally didn't see the difference on the soul sand, and he had just stepped into the pit, and hadn't even breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed that something was wrong. He looked down and his body instantly stiffened, his eyes filled with horror. A pair of hands grabbed his ankles, and the faces of the owners of those hands were twisted and agonized, their mouths open and closed, telling of the fear and unwillingness they felt before they were born. Their eyes were hollow and lifeless, but they had deep resentment and a desire to live. They're trying to pull me down. Shang Tianhu subconsciously moved towards the wall, but saw the human face on it. All of them, all of these. He looked around with a sharp intake of breath, only to realize that the secret passage was all densely packed with human faces. Big brother, I'm, like, easing up. My body is hot. Don't. Before Asako could finish, his head lolled and he completely fainted. Asako! Asako! Chao Wenshir shook his body, and seeing that he still didn't wake up, he didn't care. His scalp numbly stepped on those dead souls and followed. Although those undead souls didn't have much strength, they couldn't help but be too many in number, and within a few steps, the upper heavenly tiger had already begun to pant. Well, it didn't take long for Bailey to stop. Put that guy down for now, he asked, turning to Chao Wenshir. Can you see this wall in front of you? Not daring to hesitate, after placing Asako on the soul sand for the time being, Chao Wenshir looked up, and an extremely thin wall with a shimmering light appeared in front of him. He hurriedly replied, visible, immortal, visible. Throw that chicken out first, and you hold out a hand to the outside of the wall of light as well, Bailey said without hesitation. Yes, I know. Cluck 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 cluck. The chicken squawked weakly, and after being thrown out of the wall by Chao Wenshir, its body instantly stiffened, unable to move, out of range. Ordinary creatures are completely unprotected. So what about the transmogrified villagers? Bailey glanced at Chao Wenshir. Seeing this, Chao Wenshir gritted his teeth, his eyes closed, and after stretching his left hand out, he only felt an extreme cold instantly sweep through his entire arm. His expression briefly drifted off, and he subconsciously shrunk. So that's how hemp feels. It seems that the outside of the barrier is also affected if it is outside, and it doesn't seem to be small. Looking at the upper heavenly tiger who was shivering straight and looking at him pleadingly, Bailey pondered in his mind. It's a pity. I was thinking that if it's feasible, if there's something like the upper heavenly tiger again in the future, I'll send it to the outside world of hell to help him look for the fortresses of the lower world as well as the gold mines. Anyway, it's not like they're villagers from Lai Chang, so they're dead. Try flame protection and see if you can extend the exploration a bit. Upper sky tiger, try this on. Bailey retook out a brand new diamond enchanted helmet from his backpack and handed it to Chao Wenshir. Before he prepared to leave, Bailey made all preparations, striving to prepare all that needed to be experimented with that he could remember, including redeeming one at the armor smith's for experimentation. Couldn't ask him to remove the one he was wearing and give it to this guy. Gee, then I'd rather throw the enchanted helmet into the lava and burn it. Bailey smacked. Anyway, it's only a matter of 10 or 20 emeralds, but now it's a whole town of peasants supporting themselves, so just throw in that small amount of money. Snap. As soon as Bailey let go, Chao Wenshir's hand gripping the diamond helmet directly sank, and the diamond helmet fell to the ground. The air was momentarily silent. Chao Wenshir became a stone statue, maintaining the bending motion. The muscles on his face became twisted due to tension. His brow was locked, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched, and a hint of despair and panic flashed in his eyes. Dead 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 dead. Looking at Chao Wenshir, who was holding back his red face and trying to pick his helmet up, Bailey thought in his heart, too heavy? Yeah, well, it's 5 diamonds after all. Bailey couldn't help but ask. In this way, when your hand touches that diamond helmet, meditate on using it and try to see if you can put it on. Seeing that the immortal sovereign had no intention of blaming him, Chao Wenshir was a bit incredulous. He had been prepared to receive punishment, and the sudden forgiveness made him feel an unreal trance. A wave of excitement and gratitude welled up inside him, and he reached out a shaking hand against the top of his helmet. Soon, the diamond helmet disappeared in a flash. Immortal Lord Bai, it's gone. Chao Wenshir's heart clenched with apprehension. Bailey surveyed the empty chow and stone above his head, and his eyes flickered as he said, "Don't worry about it, now get out to the outside of the barrier." Chow Winsher didn't dare to delay, so he didn't care and clenched his teeth and went out beyond the barrier. How come the temperature doesn't feel as low as it did before? It must be an immortal technique cast by the immortal monarch. Immortal monarch mercy, still chilled, but to an acceptable level. He thanked gratefully, "Thanks to immortal monarch Bai. It's warmed up a bit. It's not as cold as before. You've taken you to hell and you're still being merciful? The Emma tribute has awakened?" Bailey raised his head in surprise and stared at Chow Winsher. Seeing the sincere look in his eyes, his heart flooded with mutterings. This guy, I'm afraid he's got Stockholm Syndrome. But by the looks of it, the flame protection enchantment effect should have worked. Perhaps by swiping a full set of flame enchanted armor, these transmuted villagers will be able to explore among the infernos. And it looks like it ignores the way too. It seems that the upper sky tiger is actually equipped with a diamond helmet, only invisible. In the original version, the villagers themselves could equip their defenses, but they needed to use a launcher and the gauntlets would be invisible. That's rather like the game. When Luair tested it before, it was directly set on. That said, there are two ways for villagers to wear their defenses, one of which is direct, which will be weighted in current, with the benefit that even villagers who have not been converted can wear them. The second is for intentional use, ignores weight and makes the equipment invisible, with many benefits, ignores weight and also confuses the enemy. This also explains why people such as Lu Ping, who had been transferred, would still feel heavy when they picked up an iron sword. After all, in the original version, villagers couldn't equip a weapon even if they used a launcher. The drawbacks are obvious though. It may only be available to transmuting villagers, and while the border of the lower realm can be accessed out, this lower realm itself abides by MC law. Outside of the main world's boundaries, transmogrified villagers can't use their abilities, so they may not be able to use their equipment either. These have to be verified one by one afterward. It was just as well that the scope of the world had been expanded, so let's see how long this little world could support itself now that it was out. Immortal ruler, save me, save me, oof. Suddenly, there was a small cry for help, followed by what sounded like a blockage. Immortal Master Bai, Asako was going to be pulled in by those spirits. Chow Winsher couldn't help but exclaim. Bailey came back to his senses and looked towards the place of the stragglers, and the scene in front of him was a bit unbelievable. What's going on? Amidst the sands of the soul, countless pale, thin arms stretched out and waved, like dense and terrifying swarms of snakes in a nest, swinging slowly with hunger and greed, wrapping themselves around Asako's limbs and torso, tightly and unrelentingly around every part of him. Arms muffled Asako's face tightly so that he couldn't make a single sound, and half of his body was already submerged in the cube. As soon as Bailey lifted Asako into the air, the arm that was ripped off, turned into black pixels in the air and disappeared. The ghostly face above the soul sand wailed and looked unwillingly at the hemp in Bailey's hand. All this shit, it can't be real, can it? Staring at the twisted ghostly face on the wall, Bailey thought suspiciously. Thank you, Immortal White. The lifted pockmarked man thanked weakly, breathing heavily, both from the heat and from the shock of almost being pulled into the wall. Bailey didn't reply as he leaned Asako towards the wall made of soul sand. Those arms instantly reappeared, groping for every inch of breath in the space, the claws and teeth of the resentful spirits frantically clawing towards Asako. Lift back up again. The arm contracts back down. Let it go over. And the arm comes out again, repeating it a few times, scaring the hemp in his hand so much that he almost fainted again. Bailey stopped, and he looked at the feet of Chow Winsher, who was cowering in fear outside the boundary. Those arms were outstretched and kept grasping, though they were too weak to pull in. Bailey thought for a moment and tried to put his hand over. Those undead souls, however, were like rats that had seen a cat. Their arms instantly retracted, and even those ghostly faces were fleeing towards the cube in a deadly manner. Am I that scary? Looking at Asako, whose lips were blue and about to die, Bailey took out the prepared milk. Open your mouth if you don't want to die and drink this bucket of milk. After it was all finished, Bailey took out the cookies again and continued. Eat these cookies until you can't eat anymore. Previously upgrading the farmers, Bailey exchanged a large number of cookies, and I have to say that tasting chocolate after a long time was quite good, but it's still a little mushy after eating too much of it, and that's about it. He still had golden carrots in his backpack, but they were good stuff that could only be redeemed by master-level farmers, so naturally they were for himself. Drinking the milk, his body recovered a little for the time being. Asako picked it up, put it in his mouth and chewed on it. Sugar. No, it's better and sweeter than candy. Asako's eyes lit up with a look of surprise as he carefully shoved those cookies into his mouth. Eat quickly. Don't waste time. Bailey looked at Asako's dilly-dallying movements and stared. He couldn't wait to get it done earlier. collect the soul sand soul soil, and get out earlier. This place was too weird and made Bai Li a little uncomfortable. Asako hurriedly picked up the pace, finishing the cookie and licking her tongue clean of the chocolate remnants on her lips. It's delicious. It's simply a delicacy on earth. Feeling the warmth coming from his abdomen, Paki thanked Immortal Lord Bai. Thank you, Immortal Lord, for saving my life. You're thanking me too soon. You can move, can't you? See that barrier? Put your hand out. Hiss. Ah. The arm that Asako stretched out was instantly green and necrotic, and he endured the excruciating pain, shouting, "This soul sand canyon. It's actually frostbite. What's that blue soul fire burning outside? Bone spirit cold fire?" Once again, he took out the cookies and told Asako to eat them to recover from his injuries. Figured it out. The border of the lower realm is equivalent to a protective role. Ordinary villagers going out is instant death. Bai Li glanced at Chao Wenshi, then summarized, muttering in a low voice, half-MC creatures like transmigrating villagers can go out of the border, but they'll be subjected to pretty much the same effects as ordinary villagers in the border. Flame protection reduces the impact of this affected. I happened to swipe the flame protection librarian earlier, but it's too troublesome to synthesize them one by one. So let's see if we can swipe a set of flame protection from the A Academy side. Well, that said, I've been so focused on fixing the spectacle that I haven't fished in a while, and I'm getting a little itchy, and I'm missing it in a weird way. When we get back to the main world and things are done, fish him for a few days. After Asako finished eating and his arm recovered, he and Chao Wenshi stood quietly, occasionally lifting their feet and kicking away the hands that were gripping their ankles. Finished eating? Bai Li asked as she returned to her senses. Asako nodded repeatedly. Upper Sky Tiger, try to see if you can remove the helmet. That thing is on your head. You just can't see it. Bai Li thought for a moment, then added, just try it, and meditate in your mind to remove the helmet. Good. Chao Wenshi closed his eyes and did as he was told. Soon, the diamond helmet drilled out of Chao Wenshi's body and snapped to the ground. Asako, try touching this helmet and use it silently in your mind to see if you can put it on. Bai Li instructed to Asako. Seeing that the pockmarked hand against the top of the diamond helmet, half a bit of no movement, Bai Li also almost understand. I'm sure it won't fit, but never mind. It's nice to be able to put it on as well as take it off when you transfer villagers. This is good. I was worried that the enchanted diamond set could not be sent out. Since it can be replaced, it's good to say. When Lu'er transitions afterward, he will be able to wear it. Catapult protection goes up, directly to me as a human shield. It's going to be used exclusively to shield me from future bullets. And the shells, for bows and arrows, I'll give them away afterward. And right now it's just one copy of the infinite that I fished up earlier, and the librarian's power, which is still L. Not top tier enough. Let's go back. Bai Li waved his hand and said, the pill refining hadn't started yet either, and the tears of evil souls weren't needed for the time being. Soul sand as well as soul clay had brought almost one set. It was already enough. This place, it was better not to come. Going back? Can we finally come back to Earth? You can go back? Chao Wenshi doubted his ears, thinking that this was nothing more than a hallucination, and after he and Paki exchanged glances to confirm that he had heard correctly, an eager look surfaced on his face. Finally, it's time to see the light of day again. This horrible hell. What one says, don't come back. Why? Upper Sky Tiger, you want to stay? That's fine too. Bai Li joked and said playfully. Chao Wenshi hastily waved his hands and said in a trembling voice, no, Immortal Monarch, you've heard wrong. I want to go back. I want to go back. Never mind then. I saw you were still wanting to come so badly before. You kept pushing to come, and I thought you liked being in hell. Bai Li grinned. Ah, so I came to hell myself because of this mouth of mine. I didn't expect the Immortal Monarch to really give a hell of a pass. What's with the mouth? Chao Wenshi's face was full of regret and he couldn't wait to give himself two big mouths as he carefully said, you're joking, Immortal Monarch. I was uninformed at the time and spoke out of turn. Put him on your back. I see that he seems to be unable to walk again. Bai Li glanced at Asako, who had begun to shiver again, and whispered to Chao Wenshi. Yes. A few people quickly stepped out of the soul sand passageway and walked out of the cave, when a sharp cat cry suddenly came from the sky. That sound. It's an evil soul. Bai Li hurriedly raised his head and looked up into the sky. 4 meters away, an evil spirit wandered with its eyes and mouth closed. You too, hurry back to the cave. Raising his shield, Bai Li took out his iron sword, ready to catapult back the fireballs he threw, as he turned back to the two men and said, good, so big. Looking at the 3 to 4 meter tall white terror demon in the sky, even evil people like them who killed people like drinking water, their hearts were instantly filled with fear. The screams of that evil spirit made both of their legs disobedient, as heavy as lead, firmly sucked by the ground, unable to lift the slightest bit, and even the idea of escaping became out of reach. How many more horrible demons are there in this hell? Chao Wenshur was so scared that sweat was beaming everywhere on his body, and even more so, he felt a rush of urine that he couldn't hold in. His legs shivered as he gasped with difficulty. Immortal monarch, I can't move my legs. However, someone was faster than him. Just then, he suddenly realized that there was a sudden warmth on his back, and then the water on the clothes on his back hardened with cold. You guys don't need to hide. Bailey looked at the unmoving evil soul in the sky, who always had his eyes closed, and said with a puzzled expression. The fact that the heavenly tiger and the others weren't attacked was explainable. After all, evil souls only actively attacked players, but he was definitely within attack range now, and by all rights, this evil spirit should have already discovered him. How come it wasn't attacked? Forget it, you guys better hide inside. I'll do another experiment. Bailey looked at the two people who didn't move, and simply surrounded them with round stones. Then Bailey enlarged the area and made a good guardrail to prevent himself from falling. Taking out his bow, Bailey pulled it up for the first time and smiled confidently. Eat my arrow. Whoosh! The arrow skewed and shot into the magma several meters away from the evil spirit. Again, Bailey proceeded to shoot a few arrows, all of which didn't touch it once. No aim. How am I supposed to hit this? Wasted several of my arrows. Darn it! Looking at the unharmed evil spirit, Bailey made up his mind to have Lu to teach him archery. If I remember correctly, this upper heavenly tiger, it seems to be trespassing on the bow, Bailey muttered, remembering the arrow that had sent the villagers of the Lu village into a frenzy earlier. It didn't hurt, but it was pretty accurate. Let him try. Bailey took out his workbench and redid a bow and arrow, opened the round stone, grabbed Chao Wenshur out, and handed him the wooden bow along with a few arrows. You do it, with this arrow, shoot that big guy, Bailey said. Ha! Chao Wenshur was shocked as he bitterly shivered. What? You even dare to shoot me? How come this big plastic bag doesn't dare to shoot? Bailey said in a bad mood. Hurry up. If that evil spirit runs away, let you go up and shoot against the skeleton. I didn't know it was you, immortal monarch, or how would I have dared? Chao Wenshur took the bow and arrow, and after aiming it at the evil spirit, he loosened the bowstring with a heartbeat, accompanied by a high-pitched scream. The evil spirit turned to look at Chao Wenshur. Its red eyes and mouth would open and it would let out a whistling noise as fireballs protruded from its mouth and shot straight towards Chao Wenshur. Finally, playing ping-pong with a stud bunny. Hilarious. Holding an iron sword, Bailey made a block and rebounded that fireball right into the evil soul. And along with a wail, that behemoth just collapsed into the air and disappeared. To hell with it. Witnessing the entire process of that demon's death, Chao Wenshur secretly rejoiced. That terrifying demon, immortal monarch actually killed it with just one strike? It was fortunate that he hadn't pushed the immortal monarch down at that time. Otherwise it's him who goes down. Wait here, Whiteley said softly, and give me that bow. Retrieving the bow and arrows given to Chao Wenshur. At the same time, Bailey took out some more cookies and handed them to Asako. Eat when you're hungry. It should last until I get back. After saying that, Bailey pulled out the round stone and hopped a ride all the way to the depths of the Soul Sand Canyon. Sure enough, they've all turned into neutral creatures. Now they won't even look at me. Bailey walked over to Skeleton White and scrutinized it. He reached out and dug inside White's chest cavity, observing White's actions. Yet even with this, little White still didn't give Bailey a proper look, holding its little wooden bow and wandering around. That's not good. Bailey took out the artifact, the wooden boat. It is well known that very few of MC's natives can resist the lure of a boat ride. Placing it on the ground, Bailey then pushed Xiaobai towards the boat, and Xiaobai instantly sat quietly in the center of the boat. That's a nice bow. Why don't you give it to me? There's no one in hell for you to shoot it anyway. With a sincere face, Bailey grabbed the wooden bow and pulled it out with all his might. But he knew that it was just like sticking in Bai's hand, and he couldn't pull it out at all. No, I can't whore myself out. And I was thinking of grabbing the witch's potion afterward, so it doesn't look like that's going to work. Bailey pushed, and as soon as the wooden boat was out of the border, the skeleton took out its bow and aimed an arrow at Bailey. Gridlock, deflecting that arrow away with his shield. Bailey, with his diamond axe in hand, fired a few combo shots at Bai, eventually killing him on the wooden boat. Bones, take up space, too lazy to hold, neutral in boundary, normally hostile out of boundary. On this trip down to the world, the things to be done were done, and on the way back to collect some materials, they went back, knocking off the wooden boat. Bailey ran and jumped back along the roundstones, sending the two of them to the Hellgate. Bailey told them to go back, while he himself went to collect the materials. As soon as Bailey stepped out of the room, Chao Wenshur couldn't wait to run into the Hellmouth, and when he opened his eyes again, It was already a clear sky outside. Back. Really back. Ha 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 ha. Chao Wenshi's taut nerves loosened all of a sudden, and he stumbled in his steps, shouting in excitement, with tears flowing silently down his face. Even so, then he began to dry heave uncontrollably. He breathed in sharply, trying to rid his nose of the sulfurous odor. Asako's face was red. His eyes were slightly narrowed and bloodshot underneath. His lips were dry and cracked. His skin had lost its elasticity from dehydration and appeared a little parched, and sweat was constantly slipping off. Even so, he is also the face of madness. Hissed and cried out, live over? I rejoin the earth. I return to the people. Before he could finish, his head tilted and he fainted again. Seeing the miserable state of the two men, Wei Shi, Miao Jiming, who had sent word back, and the accompanying militia did not have the slightest intention of mocking, they looked at each other, and their eyes flashed with some fear, as well as horror. This is hell. Even if it was just for a short period of time, less than half an hour, it could torture a person into this hellish state. Miao glanced at these two, then resumed staring at the portal, waiting for Immortal Lord Bai to come out. Do not do things with a clear conscience is not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door, he asked himself. The matter of going to hell has nothing to do with him. Miao Jiming, half a penny. After a long time, Wei Shi frowned as he realized that Miao Jiming had begun to pace in place in a panic. The Heavenly Tiger and the others have been out for so long. Why hasn't Immortal Monarch Bai come out yet? It shouldn't. Noticing Miao's rapid breathing, Wei Shi was somewhat puzzled in his heart. Jiming, why are you so anxious? At that moment, he suddenly thought of the words that Miao had been reciting from time to time. We, who have done so little and so little for the immortal monarch. What if he leaves and returns to heaven? It's over. I don't think the immortal king won't come back. An unspeakable sense of anxiety welled up inside Wei Shi as he stared with thick eyebrows, grabbed Chao Wenshi's shoulder and snapped through clenched teeth. Where's Immortal Monarch? Why didn't Immortal Monarch come back with you guys? Immortal Lord told us to come back on our own, and he left, Chao Wenshi said without hesitation. Wei Shi hurriedly continued. Did Immortal Sovereign say if he's still coming back? Shit, with this much effort, I would have killed you before. The other party is an Immortal Monarch's person, so you can't make a move. You can't make a move. No, there is. Strongly suppressing the fire in his heart, Chao Wenshi took a deep breath, and with a cold face, he said word for word, maybe, Immortal Lord doesn't intend to come back. Upon hearing this, the militia members, too, began to panic in the flesh. Shut up, Wei Shi yelled lowly and looked at Miao Jiming worriedly. Hands began to shake involuntarily, and Miao's fingers tightened into fists, his nails almost embedding themselves in the flesh of his palms. From time to time, he raised his head and looked toward the Hellgate, chanting, no, the immortal monarch won't leave us behind. Make yourself anxious. Chao Wenshi secretly sneered. Tell me, inside hell, what's it really like? Miao suddenly turned his head and looked at Chao Wenshi with red eyes. Wei Shi lowered his voice and said, Ji Ming, you don't want to go into hell. No, wait a little longer. That would be too dangerous. Just wait for a little while. Maybe the immortal monarch is just delayed by something and will be back in a while. Okay, wait a little longer. Miao and, passing through the crimson forest, Bailey picked some tear vines by hand. In fact, he wanted the grudge wrapping vine more than anything else. After all, he could achieve another level of falling water. Unfortunately, the spooky forest hasn't seen a shadow yet. Incidentally, I jacked up some bacterial photophores and took them back for illumination. Along the way, he took a few more looks at the general distribution of gold ore, and surrounded the few pig spirits with rounded rocks so that they wouldn't wander off, digging down a set of fluorite powder and picking off the brown mushrooms that were everywhere in hell. Bailey turned his attention to the last of the lava blocks above. This stuff, in conjunction with soul sand, would create a water elevator, but a grid of hitching cubes of water is a pain in the ass. And kelp. Another thing you can only have if you wait for a wandering merchant. Kelp, with its ability to convert downward flowing water into water cubes, is able to make water elevators faster. Yang and you, and I don't know if I've found Songingxing yet. Forget it, let's dig the magma block and go back to the main world. Bailey half crouched down and took a few steps towards the magma block, and settled down. Crouch down and walk on a lava block without taking damage. Having been digging down all those lava chunks, Bailey put away his pickaxe and returned to the main world. I'll be damned. Jiming, Wei Shi, what are you guys doing? Bailey cried and laughed at the scene in front of him. Wei Shi, Miao Jiming led a group of butcher militia with thin ropes tied to their heads, ready to step onto the portal with a look of death. Lu Er, on the other hand, was discouraging. The sudden appearance of the silhouette made Wei Shi first startled, and after seeing clearly that it was Immortal Monarch Bai, he smiled and said, Immortal, Bai Gongzi, You are back. What else? If you don't come out, you'll go to hell. Bailey shook his head and said with a serious face, didn't I tell you to wait outside? Why are you running in? Want to go on a day trip to hell and soak in the red soup hot springs? Wouldn't he have let Chao Wenshi come down first, and then go in himself, just to see if there was any danger in hell, before letting Wei Shi and the others wait outside? Although the boundary is now neutral now, Wei Shi and the others don't know without familiarizing themselves with the mechanisms of those lower world monsters, who could they beat if they took the initiative to attack? This, Eunuch Bai's immortal power hasn't recovered yet, and we're worried that Eunuch Bai is in danger in hell and won't be able to come back. Wei Shi's heart took a hammer blow when he saw Bai Li's serious face, and he scrambled to explain, thought I could help, and such. You haven't recovered your immortal power yet? Did I say that? I don't think so. It doesn't even ring a bell. What do these guys think about all day long? If I'm in danger, it's useless for you to come. Xiao Bai is not able to fight, not to mention Xiao Hei and the others, can only come up as a meat shield for a while, purely to take a beating of the kind. Looking at the bearded man explaining incoherently like an errant child, Bai Li could only sigh. What's the law? After all, it's the fear of their own safety that makes them think of running to hell, and for them, it's not me thinking of that kind of game scenario, it's the real hell. But why would Ji Ming even get involved? How can a weak scholar also think of running to hell? He's always been smart and steady. He shouldn't be Ji Ming, since you're planning to enter hell, you should ask about hell, right? Bai Li asked tentatively. Miao said apprehensively, I know, Chao Wenshi told us. Chao Wenshi? It should be the name of that upper heavenly tiger, and he's the only one who followed him to hell. Then why don't you advise them and go along with the nonsense? Bai Li said in disbelief. Chao Wenshi said, Mr. Bai, you may not be coming back. Because of this? Bai Li was helpless, his hand gently touching his forehead, slowly letting out a few inaudible sigh. Couldn't help but say, you believe it when he says it. Miao Ziming slightly lowered his head, not daring to look at Bai Li, standing as if punished, and lowered his voice. At that time, I don't know why, but it felt like you had been gone for a very long time. Eunuch Bai. Well, how long has it taken to get into hell? Probably not even an hour. These guys are just like having no backbone, believing whatever they say, and planning to go to hell. Why are you talking about me? You're all acting like you've had your brains stolen. Can't imagine what these guys would be like if they really left. Alright, don't be bitter. I don't intend to blame you guys. Bai Li walked down and patted their shoulders one by one, and when he reached Miao Ziming, he said with a smile, don't worry about all this nonsense. Remember what I said when we first met? I'll always be there. Eunuch Bai. Miao looked up and murmured, don't look at me like this My sexual orientation is very normal. Do not engage in gay, and then again the mind is not spiritual. Think of this sentence on the line. Bai Li joked, in short, there is this idle time to think about these. Why not go to give me more hard work some work? Every day tired to go back to sleep. Maybe one day you will be promoted to raise your salary. Yes, Eunuch Bai. Miao Ziming took a deep breath. He naturally heard the immortal monarch's joke. He laughed dumbly and arched his hand. The white immortal monarch's words caused everyone around him to relax and have support again. And, of course, there was one other person, sweating his ass off. Damn it, this mouth of mine. Why can't I control it? Chao Wenshi sat alone on the cold lawn, and the blazing sun couldn't even melt the coldness of his heart. His legs involuntarily trembled gently, and deep down he couldn't contain his fear. His fingertips were white from the exertion, and his eyes were filled with anxiety and uneasiness. Looking at the unconscious Asako, he was overwhelmed with envy. Comatose, why not him? Looking at Bai Xianjun who was pressing over step by step, he barely pulled out a smile that was worse than crying. Bai Gongzi, you are back. Tiger, you're the one who got killed again. If I come back any later, I'll have to go to hell to post a missing person notice. Bai Li said expressionlessly, you are really good. The heavens have gone up and the earth has gone down, but you still haven't blocked your mouth. God knows if those pig spirits can read. Mr. White, don't say it. I don't want to hear it. One more word sends you to hell. Literally. Bai Li's eyes flashed as he said, get this troublemaking tiger a separate round stone room, put in a lightning rod, and see if you can get a witch out of it. The copper ingots needed for the lightning rod will not be lacking. After all, there are copper plates. Maybe when it rains and thunders. Let's get it done first. Wei Shi, take the men and bring both of these back first. Bai Li instructed. Wei Shi was busy saying, yes, Eunuch Bai. Just as he was about to prop up Asako suddenly opened his eyes and laughed maniacally, dancing around with his hands. Ha 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 ha, I'm back on Earth. I'm back on Earth. Hey, arms, they're beckoning me. They're calling me. They didn't pull me in. Hell's ghostly fires, they didn't freeze me to death. White demons. Floating everywhere. With that, he suddenly cried again. I survived. I survived. The militiaman in charge of Asako subconsciously looked towards Bai Xianjun. Is this, like, crazy? Bai Li frowned, looking at the insane Asako as he tried to substitute the Asako's perspective. A hell of ice and fire, ghostly hands, imprisoned souls, and uncountable demons, and he himself was almost pulled in for eternity. It does get crazy. Keep it, put it with the other stragglers and just let them take care of the food and clothing, Bai Li said softly, looking at the brother in front of him, who had gone to hell with him. Chao Wenshi died a rabbit's death. Immortal monarch, can you let me take him? Chao Wenshi pleaded in a low voice. Bai Li was succinct. Okay, hunched over like an old man. Chao Wenshi, with his hemp, was planning to slowly leave under Wei Shi's escort. In the distance, a nervous-looking militia member hurriedly ran towards Wei Shi. Seeing Bai Xianjun on his heels, he froze and subconsciously stopped running and came at a quick pace, which was more or less the same speed as running. Duke Bai, the militiaman arched his hand and said in a trembling voice. Bailey smiled and asked, did something happen? Scouts from the north report that there is a group of roving bandits, intent on entering the boundary. Finally, someone's here. Eyebrows slightly raised, Bai Li's diffident demeanor froze. In a soft voice, he asked, sure you're not mistaken? According to the scouts, those people are all holding weapons in their hands. They don't look like barren folk, and there are officials and soldiers chasing after them. The militia paused and then added, the scouts have already followed your orders, Duke Bai, to drive away all suspicious animals within range all the way, preparing to lead them all the way to the nearest village. Obviously, Bai Li's move was to test the natural generation of iron puppets. Drive those animals is also forced. After all, in the wilderness year, this forest is already strange enough. If these people see the square animals, I'm afraid that they will be treated as a demon. Give a person scared away. This first trip, one had to go in case the iron golem wasn't generated, and even more so, to prevent those people from being deadhead and not fighting back when they were cut down. Since watching the way those militia trained, he thought it was possible that these people could actually do it. And it would be good to go and see the process of generating the iron golem, knowing that the generation of the Iron Mountain was all there when he came. Why don't we call Taishan as well? Maybe there's still communication between kindred spirits, isn't there? Bailey thought about it, but eventually shook his head. Iron Mountain's so big that the slightest movement could be detected. It was better to forget about it and just let him stay in Richung. Eunuch Bai, I would also like to go with you, Miao Jining said in embarrassment. There were still some things he needed to discuss with Immortal Lord White. Bai Li nodded and said, that's fine, let's go now. A group of roving bandits moved quietly through the jungle, their footsteps light, each step trying to avoid too much noise. The leader was a burly man with a face crisscrossed with scars and a sly glint in his eyes, and a head of black hair tied up casually with a cloth band, revealing a sweaty forehead. A large sword was clutched in his hand, its blade reflecting the dappled sunlight with a chilling light. Dozens of accomplices followed close behind, all basically as thin as apes, all scanning their surroundings alertly. There was a tacit understanding between these roving bandits, and there was almost no need for verbal communication between them as they traveled. Occasionally, the slightest rattle would send them instantly into a fighting stance, but it was soon realized that it was only a false alarm, and they resumed their previous vigilant march. The long trek, coupled with a shock along the way, left them with a hint of fatigue in their eyes. The air smelled of moist soil and the faint scent of wildflowers, and the sun cast specks of light through the canopy. The breeze blows gently, caressing the treetops, whispering between the leaves, colorful butterflies dancing among the flowers, and it is completely peaceful and quiet. Yet the stragglers know that this seemingly beautiful jungle hides untold dangers. The good thing is that it's all been a thrill along the way. Big brother, those officials and soldiers have been shaken off by us. Chen Ming'er worriedly continued. Do we really want to stay in this place? For some reason, I always feel like someone is watching us. Gan Hongyi didn't say anything. He naturally knew that there was something odd about it, but with the officials chasing them behind them, they could only escape in this direction. Things have come to this. First stay in this forest for a night. When tomorrow's daybreak, we will go out of the forest. I don't believe it. He can still guard us for a night? Gan Hongyi said sternly. Let the brothers go to pick up some firewood back, and pick some wild vegetables and grass roots to make do. When we find the village, then eat a good meal. Chen Ming'er nodded his head, and after ordering it down, he joined the others in grubbing up wild vegetables. Carefully walking through the trees, Chen Ming'er was suddenly attracted by a bit of strange on the ground. He went closer to take a look, but it was a few wild mushrooms. They are strange shapes, umbrella red. It could be a delicious source of food, but it could also be a deadly poison. and he didn't dare bet on it. This mushroom, it's quite big. Chen Ming'er shook his head regretfully. It's a pity. It's better not to bring it back. In case it's poisonous, it's over. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Chen Ming'er suddenly heard a sharp cry. He looked towards the source of the sound and saw a rat, trapped in a trap, bleeding and howling. There's meat to eat. Chen Ming'er's eyes lit up as he raised his feet and wanted to run towards the trap. Wait, you can't just go over there. In case there are still traps around, you're afraid you'll get hurt. Thinking, he skimmed off a long wooden stick and swept away the weeds on the ground. When he got close enough to the trap, he couldn't wait to open it and grab the rat. Looking at the stream of blood painfully, it can't go to waste. Getting that rat dead. Chen Ming'er sucked up the blood that flowed from it. Phew, cozy, that's delicious. There's definitely a village nearby. Chen Ming'er stuffed the dead rat into his pocket and muttered, I have to hurry up and go tell Big Brother that I have a place to sleep at night. Chen Ming'er hurried toward the gathering place and lured Gon Hongi and the rest of the roving bandits over. Spread out and look. Gon Hongi laughed. There will definitely be a road around here. Soon, they sought out a man-made footpath. You, and you, follow me to the front. Gon Hongi commanded. Name 2. You take the men away from us. If the situation changes, take the brothers and withdraw directly. Yes. Adjusting their stations, the group followed the trail, deeper into the jungle. Their every move was seen by several pairs of eyes in the dark. Where they are going is Taino village, one of the scouts said with a serious look on his face. I'll go to the village to let them know, so they can prepare in advance. Good. Be careful on the road. Don't get caught. Immortal Monarch Shelter. Immortal Lord Shelter. The man lowered his voice, finished reciting reverently, and left silently. Avoiding the roving band of bandits, he sneaked all the way towards Taino village. When he reached the entrance to the village, he mimicked the sound of a bird chirping, and soon there was a man walking towards the source of the sound, and the man's eyes flickered as he said, In this village? This man, a militia member, was lurking in the village of Taino. That's right, get the rest of the village ready, and by the way, I don't think you guys have been exposed yet, the scout asked. Of course not. The only person in the village who knows about this is the village chief. The militiaman shook his head and swore. Everyone else just thinks we're fleeing refugees. Within the scope of the immortal domain, Miao Jiming only communicated with the mayors of the villages, in order to be able to make the villagers panic when the roving bandits came. Very well, according to the plan, let the village headman find an excuse to take all the village Hans out of the village. Remember, unless this group intends to kill someone, even if someone's arm is cut off, you can't make a move until the last moment. This is something that the immortal monarch has explained. There must be no accidents. Naturally, outside Taino village, Big Brother, why don't we just go up and wait here? Chen Ming'er walked up and asked. Gon Hongi's face was full of gravity as he shook his head. This village, there's something odd about it. He stretched out his hand, pointed to the women coming and going inside, and whispered, Look, in this barren year and chaotic world, a forest suddenly appeared. Not to mention, each of these village girls has a firm body, and also a big buttocks, and they look like they are good at giving birth to, which does not look like starving, and there's also a point. Have you noticed it? Noticed? They're all so pretty, much better looking than the ones in my previous village. Chen Ming'er giggled and muttered under his breath. Guagun, is it for you to see this? Gon Hongi laughed in anger, and gave him a blow to the back of his head, lowering his voice and roaring, Men, no men have appeared in this village until now. This is too abnormal. Ha, it seems to be true. Chen Ming'er ate the pain, rubbed the back of his head, and muttered, What should we do then? Go back the same way? Got to try him out. Name 2. Go find a house in the village, touch it for a temperature, don't communicate much, and come back right away. Gon Hongi stroked his chin and asked tentatively, Name 2. I don't think you've ever touched a woman, have you? Chen Ming'er nodded awkwardly, apprehensively and with some anticipation in his heart. He asked, Big Brother, what are you trying to do by asking this? Are we going to rob a woman? Woman, batch mouth to you fan rep, just no woman. You just this point of interest. Gon Hongi stormed, pointing at Chen Ming'er nose cursing, Go to one side yourself, catch some child urine. There are abnormalities to me, splash on it. Oh, I'm going alone? Chen Ming'er cried out. I would like to go, but with my appearance. Gon Hongi pointed to the slash marks on his body and said impatiently, I'm only afraid that I'll be exposed at the first glance. Do you think I want you to go? Chen Ming'er responded, ran under the tree, took out the container and put it on the ground, skimmed his pants leg, and froze after standing for half a day without peeing. It's been too long since he's had a drink of water. Meiji, what's taking so long? Right away, Chen Ming'er stammered. At the end of the day, It's always a good idea to squeeze out points. He hurriedly picked it up, then unloaded the weapon on his body, leaving only a small knife for defense, and grabbed the ash and patted it on his body and face. Then he intended to head towards the village. Big brother, I'm going then? Wait. Gan Hongyi pulled Chen Mingair back and said solemnly, be careful. If there's any abnormality, run away immediately. Understand? Yes. Chen Mingair nodded his head in agreement. Gan Hongyi saw him walk to the village cottage, found a household, and walked out of the granny, exchanged pleasantries, asked for a bowl of water, and returned. How? Gan Hongyi said carefully. It touched and had a temperature, and I saw that the damsel was quite kind, so I asked for a jug of water, and the people of the village were quite generous, and gave me a jug full of clean water. Chen Mingair pulled out the jug of water, handed it to Gan Hongyi, and then said, looking at all of them, they are all good families, and almost half of the village's Hans. They were all called away by the village chief, and it will take a while before they come back. All of them are good families. Gan Hongyi grinned and said, it's good that they're not demons. You said that the Hans are gone. Is the news accurate? I overheard it from the rest of the gossiping Hans on the road. It's absolutely believable. Chen Mingair continued. Painful. Gan Hongyi drank a small mouthful, then handed the jug of water to the others and said heartily, it's been a long time since I've had such clean water. Come on. The brothers have traveled such a long way. All have a sip, drink and get ready to plunge in. It's a great opportunity. While the others were drinking water, Chen Mingair proposed, big brother, can I not go? When he thought of the expression that the damsel who gave him water looked at him when he brought his big brother and the others over, Chen Mingair felt uncomfortable. Gan Hongyi glanced at Chen Mingair and knew what was on his mind, saying leisurely, are you afraid to see that damsel again? Chen Mingair nodded. Mingair, when you're in our line of work, you have to go against your conscience. Gan Hongyi frowned. These days, you're just giving your conscience to a dog to eat, and it's all better than living with it loaded on your body. And we're all good. We only rob things. We hardly kill or set fire to anything. You have to realize that some of them cross the village, and it's still a matter of whether there will be anyone left. Whether you want to come along or not, you decide for yourself. After saying that, Gan Hongyi copied his greatsword, a hideous smile changing on his face, and led the men to run towards the village. Chen Mingair hesitated for a moment, and finally clenched his teeth and drew up his steps to chase after him. The roving bandits barged inside the peaceful village like wolves and tigers. Gan Hongyi carried his large sword and shouted, brothers, search for me, copper coins and silver taels, grain and cloth, spare none. The sudden change of events made the women left in the village pale with fear, and they subconsciously looked at the few foreign Hans who still remained in the village cottage. The foreign hombres all looked panicked and shrunk into a ball, not daring to move. Sure lie. Are you still a man? A village girl next to me shed tears and cursed. You've grown such a big man for nothing. Didn't you say that you once fought off roving bandits? Why are you more afraid than me? Is it possible that you lied to me? I told you. These outsiders are unreliable. The village headman, his old man, is not convinced. If the people of our village were still around, we would not let them go unchecked. Exactly. Everyone else chimed in. The man known as Shirlai didn't say much, just silently put his head down. Not yet. Big brother, this village is so rich. It's full of flour. We're rich. Ha 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 ha. The roving bandits came out of the houses and laughed freely. There's actually fish and meat. Gan Hongyi nodded his head in satisfaction. He glanced at Chen Mingair, who was cowering his neck, thought for a moment, and said, go take a look in that temple. Maybe there's something hidden. Don't just stand there. Chen Mingair nodded and followed the other two rogues, heading towards that temple. No, you unmitigated bastards. Seeing that they were planning to enter the temple, the village nuns and damsels all sprang up with courage, picked up the agricultural tools they had placed and stood up, saying with righteous indignation, even if we fight to the last man, we won't let you go in. Chen Mingair twisted his head to look at Gan Hongyi. Ha, letting a woman stand up for you guys, it's a real shame. Gan Hongyi disdainfully glanced at the burly men holding their heads, growing such a big piece for nothing. Cowards, there must be something good hidden inside. Gan Hongyi muttered under his breath and stepped out. Someone tried to sneak up on me. His eyes widened violently. His heartbeat accelerated at that moment. His entire body tensed like a bow about to leave the string, and he turned his head violently. There was no one else behind them. It was still the same goons with their heads down. An illusion? Gan Hongyi took a few steps closer and looked towards that temple. What comes into view is a clay statue of the god, sitting on top of the shrine, with a compassionate smile on the corner of his mouth, gazing silently at every believer who comes to worship. The temple hall was filled with smoke, flowers and joss sticks offered by the devotees, and filled with the fragrance of tranquility. Wind chimes hang on the walls, making a pleasant tinkling sound whenever the breeze passes by. This is, which god? How never seen? Thinking through his brain, he couldn't match the idol in front of him with the gods in his impression. And although he was a bit puzzled, he didn't care in the end. Perhaps it's some wild god that the people of this village believe in. Gonhongi made a wink, and those roving bandits understood. They looked towards the few village nuns who were blocking the front of the temple before them and let out a rough laugh. A few girlies, think these broken pieces of wood in your hands can hold us back? If you are sensible, you should quickly get out of the way, so as not to suffer the pain of skin and flesh. No, this is the temple of the immortal monarch and will not let you in. If you want to go in, kill us before you do. The immortal monarch won't let you go. The village girls braced themselves and said, just that piece of mud? One of the skinny stragglers scoffed, a wild god that came out of nowhere. I'd like to see how he won't leave us alone. If it were the goddess of mercy, or the king of hell, they might still be able to collect and pinch, but they weren't so afraid of a guy who came out of nowhere. Toast to the coasters. The roving bandit turned back to Gonhongi, and when he saw him nod, he raised his greatsword and swung it over with a violent cry. If you don't allow it, die for me. Just because they don't kill, doesn't mean they don't hurt. Women, if you dare to block their way to get the grain, you will be chopped as usual. Zhang Yanglan looked at the big knife getting closer and closer to her. She slanted a glance at Shirlai who was crouching on the ground, inactive, completely heartbroken, shoulders trembling slightly. The tears had gone a step ahead, sliding silently down the pale cheeks. Himself, he has been in a lie all along. The field of vision was occupied by the knife. It reflected coldly in the sunlight. That sharp silver color gradually enlarged before her eyes. That shadow of death, little by little, covered over. It's good to be dead. Xian Jun asks for your blessing. Do not let these thieves scourge the rest of the village. Looking at the blade close at hand, Zhang Yanglan closed her eyes in resignation. What she didn't see was the tangled, pained look in Shirai's eyes. Can't, not yet myself. Clang. There was a crisp crash, accompanied by the stragglers' terrified cries. What the hell is this? Where did it come out from? What happened? Zhang Yanlan opened her eyes suspiciously, and when her gaze focused, an incredulous expression appeared on her face. Before her stood an extremely familiar white giant, whose figure was so wide that it covered the entire field of vision. Her heart pounded, a shockwave of shock that froze her in place momentarily. Her body stiffened, her hands subconsciously clenched into fists, and she could almost hear the sound of her heartbeat echoing in her ears. This is Lord God General. The iron golem turned its head and looked Zhang Yanlan up and down, seeing that he was not harmed. In the shadow of that greatness, a strong sense of security wrapped Zhang Yanlan in a ball, and she unloaded her strength and sat down on the ground with the other village girls, smiling at each other. They turned their heads to the god who sat atop the shrine, looking lovingly at them. The immortal lord has indeed been sheltering us. The stragglers who rushed forward panicked and copied their large swords, bracing themselves to slash fiercely at the iron golem, shouting as if they were mad. It can't be cut. How can it not be cut? Bump! With a loud bang, the blade broke into several pieces and splattered around, the sharp shards scratching the rogue's face. He looked at the nearly unharmed tin and muttered under his breath. The knife is broken? The iron golem lowered his head, his red eyes staring straight at the straggler who had been fixing his feet. Danger! The streamer reflexively jumped to the side, only to hear a loud sound. The ground where he originally stayed was instantly smashed into the shape of a spider web by the iron golem. Seeing this unimaginable destructive power, the instinct to survive made Gonhongi subconsciously want to turn around and run away, and he suddenly remembered the oddities along the way. The officers who drove them into the jungle and then left, appeared in the woods of the wasteland, defenseless, in the village that happened to be the one where all the men of the village had left. Also, this white monster that appeared out of nowhere. It wasn't a coincidence at all that they would appear here. Someone had deliberately lured them here. For some reason, in Gonhongi's mind, the appearance of that idol appeared. If that's the case, could they, possibly, escape? Come on, get on your knees, all of you, on your knees. Gonhongi yelled loudly at the top of his voice and finished yelling. His body was first based on the ground, his head facing the direction of the temple and kowtowing. The surrounding stragglers, some of them froze, hesitated for a moment, and followed suit and knelt down. That rogue who was being frantically attacked by the iron golem, seeing that he couldn't avoid it, his heart crossed and he knelt down towards the temple. The fist wind like a tiger's roar stopped at the rogue's head. The iron golem cocked its head, hesitated for a moment, and gently smashed down. Click! The sound of bone shattering came. Intense pain kept coming from his legs. That rogue was sweating and clenching his fists, looking at the broken ground around him as if it was after being plowed by a stone thrower, his heart palpitating. He survived. The iron golem then looked to the few other stragglers still standing and ran over to them. Feeling the shaking of the ground, some of the stragglers tried to take some hostages as soon as they were ruthless. However, the burly men, whom they viewed as goons, stood up with a sly grin, wooden swords in hand, and rushed toward them with a slash. That wooden sword, they didn't take it seriously, who had thought that it was actually sharper than their iron swords. Escape! Split up and escape! The remaining stragglers had lost their bearings, and they fled towards the forest in panic. Row! Row! The originally silent forest suddenly resounded as a group of people silently appeared, forming a tight encirclement that surrounded the entire village. They arrived without warning, as if they had appeared out of nowhere in the dense woods. All of them had no expression on their faces. Their eyes were cold and firm, with a hint of fervor, and they stood straight. All of them were strictly trained soldiers, dressed in a uniform of leather, with a wooden sword in hand. Even more chilling was the fact that the men in the front row carried an even deadlier weapon on their shoulders, crossbow implements. These men carrying crossbows had loaded them neatly, their hands gripping the handles tightly, and pointed them at their own stragglers who were attempting to escape. There was an oppressive silence in the air. No swords were drawn, but the unspoken sense of threat made the bandits feel a chill rise from the soles of their feet. We're just a small band of roving bandits. The roving bandits hurriedly stopped, not daring to act rashly, as they knew that any sudden movement could trigger fatal consequences. Just as the solemn atmosphere reached its peak, a path suddenly parted in the crowd. All gazes involuntarily turned to the channel that had just been formed. An unspoken majesty came from the distance, gradually approaching with the steady, quiet sound of horses' hooves. It was a handsome male, and his appearance was like a flag on the battlefield, and without the need for words, he naturally became the center of all eyes. Beside Gon Hongi, those villagers all knelt down in that direction and prayed silently. Gon Hongi, who was watching the situation, raised his head and looked in the direction of where the crowd was kneeling, and he saw the male on the horse. Upon getting a good look at the dandy's appearance, an unspeakable creepiness spread out from his entire body, and he hurriedly lowered his head with a horrified expression, sweat continuously sliding down from his forehead. The gallant young male was the very same being that stood tall at the shrine, a true, dust-entry immortal. Well, luckily, the iron golem is refreshing normally. Any later and I would have had to charge straight up, Bai Li muttered, receive his top honors and grant blessings. The premise of the experiment has to ensure the safety of the villagers. It's just as well that this group of stragglers is here, so when the time comes, try to see if you can get these stragglers to pretend to attack the village, and maybe swipe the iron golem. Bailey glanced at his status bar, and the village hero didn't even appear. This band of stragglers, the numbers are too small. Before the previous batch of Upper Heavenly Tiger, hundreds of people also came out with a village hero L. In front of me, this is only dozens of people. I'm afraid that the conditions of the invasion have not yet been reached. It seems to be out of village heroes, but to refresh the iron golem was a good thing. And this group of stragglers, if they were to cooperate, they would have to sharpen up a bit, lest something go wrong when the time came. The first time you work together, you naturally have to rub each other the wrong way. Well, I think hell would be a good place to grind. Way sure, have those few injured people treated, and the gang of roving bandits from the Heavenly Tiger locked up together. Cover their faces, don't let the people from the other villages see them. Bai Li thought for a moment, and then said softly, seeing that they're all starving to the skin, let them have a good meal, and at night, prepare fish and meat for them, as well as eggs. The pasta will be enough. Yes, Wei Shi replied in response, and he led his men to detain all those roving bandits and bring them towards Lixing. Lu Er, Jiming, you guys follow me into the village, Bai Li said, dismounting. The horse, naturally, was the horse in the real world, the MC's horse, which he would wait until Lightspeed Horse came out before taming, waiting to approach the iron golem. In front of him, this iron puppet that looked extremely similar to Tai Shan. Bai Li did not have the same feeling that he had when he first saw Tai Shan. You'll be called Tai Er. Bai Li hesitated for a moment and said. Tai Er nodded and scratched his head, staring blankly at Bai Li. It seems that each iron golem has a different personality. Bailey said. Alright, go on patrol. Tai Er took a step and patrolled up around the village. As for Bai Li, he walked straight towards the temple. He saw before that the idol in here was very much like himself. This time, those villagers no longer blocked the way, and they half-kneeled on the ground, their faces filled with devotion and anticipation. Come on, kneel, 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 whatever makes you comfortable. I won't lose a few pounds of flesh anyway, Bailey thought to himself. When he entered that temple and looked at himself sitting above him, he was a little confused. That sitting position, isn't that what I've looked like before when I was fishing? And it would look even more like that with the addition of a fishing rod. So that's what I look like to the villagers. You don't know, it's pretty well carved, but the more you look at it, the less it looks like you. Bailey turned his head to look at Miao Jiming and also Luer, and couldn't help but ask, do you guys think that I'm like the one up there? He is a divine statue, but he only possesses one point of Duke Bai's posture. Miao Jiming arched his hand and said solemnly. Luer also chimed in. I also think that the boss is much more handsome than this. Well, I think so too. Bailey raised his chin and couldn't help but lose his smile. Now is a good time. Miao Jiming hurriedly said. White Prince, this idol matter. Not long ago Li Cheng came to a carpenter. He carved the idol, put it in the home to pray for blessings. Other people have followed suit. Let it carve the idol, put it in the home to pray for blessings. In the following is also only this morning to know about this matter. Do you see how to deal with it? He never mentioned that he had one set up in his own home. What else can we do? A word to myself in this situation. Open the pendulum. Shrugging indifferently, Bailey said without hesitation. Let them release it if they want to. I don't care. There is one more thing, said Miao Jiming after a moment's hesitation. I have looked through the ancient books, and there is no record of Duke Bai. So I was thinking whether I could write something with Duke Bai as the subject? Is this thing proper? Bailey couldn't help but ask. Naturally, I wouldn't dare to take Duke Bai for pleasure. Otherwise, not to mention the people of Li City, that way sure wouldn't forgive me. Miao grinned and said. That's right, Bailey said dumbfounded. That's fine, but remember to give me a first look after you've written it. As it should be, Miao said with a nod. It's getting late. Hit the road. Bailey yawned lazily and said with a wave of his hand. As soon as he went out, Bailey glimpsed that in the corner of the village, a strong man was pacifying a village girl with tears in her eyes. What's going on over there? Bailey asked curiously. Miao Jiming looked in the direction that Bai Xianjun was looking and instantly understood, patiently explaining, perhaps those two people are in love. The Han was unable to make a move due to the summoning of the divine general, and was misunderstood by the woman, and is being comforted. How did you know? Bailey asked in disbelief. The corners of Miao Jiming's mouth involuntarily rose. Back to Mr. Bai, I guessed. 6. Jiming, do you have a way to fix it? Bailey said thoughtfully. I think these two are quite compatible. He had excellent eyesight and naturally saw the play of these two looking at each other. So naturally he wasn't just messing around. Duke Bai, leave it to me. Miao arched his hand and smiled confidently. Not knowing what Miao Jiming said, the woman broke into tears, wiped away her tears, and hugged the man, looking reverently in this direction. What did you say that worked so well? Bailey asked curiously. I'm just repeating eunuch Bai's words, Miao Jiming patiently explained. This was the immortal monarch's blessing. It was better than any explanation. Back to Licheng. It was already late. Let Miao Jiming take away the black horse, leaving only Bailey and Luer after. Luer, that statue, are there many people who want it? Bailey suddenly asked. It's that wooden statue of mine. Many people want it. I have one at home. Father brought it back with great difficulty, Luer said. Bailey smiled and said, you go and fix another one. If I go now, it'll take me ages to go when it's my turn, Luer said with a sincere face. Stupid. It's me who wants it, and it's me who jumps the queue. Me. Bailey gave Luer a brain pop, stretched out his index finger, pointed at himself, and rightfully said, what queue am I in? Why can't I jump the queue? I didn't ask him for the right to the portrait is considered a good thing. And I don't intend to pay for it yet. Well done. Bailey will trade for a torch when the time comes. He, Bailey, is penniless. When you get there, tell him directly that it's me, Bailey himself, and do it right. Got it? You have to take a copy of your own hand-me-downs. Of course. Oh, Luer nodded his head, signaling that he understood. See you later, boss. Looking at Luer's distant back, Bailey's heart flooded with mutterings. I didn't expect Luer's family actually has their own idol. Mo's words. I don't think so. It's back. Miao Jiming stared at the railing where the white immortal monarch had put his pen to paper for a while before he walked back into the mushroom room. Take out the incense you just bought and light it, sticking it on the censer. The incense smoke rose and lingered around him. His knees were on the ground, his eyes were tightly closed, and his lips were slightly moving. When it was over, he slowly looked up and walked back into the room, pulling a pen and paper out of his case and began to write. The former sages have not yet seen it. That is, by the following notes. At the beginning of the night, outside the cell in Lai City, escorting Gon Hani's group, he walked to a cell surrounded by round stones. Wei Shi walked forward and pulled down the lever. The iron door brushed open. He sidled up to Gon Hani and the others and said, go in, this is where you'll be residing for some time to come. Previously, through separate interrogations, Wei Shi also roughly figured out the bottom of these guys, forced to live by heavy taxes, He followed the example of the Whitewater Wang air uprising and rolled all the way to this neighborhood. So naturally he was not clear about what was happening here. You know, in this neighborhood, it's unusual for local roving bandits to dare not come close, or to flee elsewhere. These people, unlike the upper heavenly tiger and the others, only robbed things, usually didn't hurt anyone, had a conscience, but not much. In his opinion, it was already the mercy of the immortal monarch for these guys to survive. Knowing that in the last batch, there were only a few left, the fact that generations have been forced to do so is just an excuse. He and Jiming had never done anything like robbing someone even if they were starving. Gon Hongi and the others honestly entered the house. Wei Shi pulled down the lever and after closing the door, he said with a serious face, "Don't think about escaping. You guys should have seen on this journey that it's impossible to escape." Wei Shi looked toward the two militia members guarding the door and said in a lowered voice, "Go one of you and ask the one in charge of delivering food to bring some fish and meat as well as eggs over today." "Yes." Wei Shi nodded and left. The interior of the room was incredibly dim, the only source of light coming from the torches on the walls, which shimmered and illuminated several figures cowering against the walls. One of the figures raised his head slightly, and after looking at Gon Hongi's eyes, he tugged at the corner of his mouth before lowering his head again, muttering under his breath. Some more unlucky people came in. His appearance, resolutely, was that of an upper heavenly tiger, but compared to before, he had aged more than tens of years, and white hair had even grown on his head. Gon Hongi and the others avoided the group and leaned against the wall. Sitting on the other side, silent, brows furrowed, Gon Hongi's slightly trembling fingers revealed his inner panic. As his eyes swept over the brethren surrounding him, their gazes were filled with uneasiness, which further made Gon Hongi incomparably regretful. In the first place, when one felt that there was something odd, one should not have proceeded to go deeper into this forest. Coo! A loud thud came from his stomach, but Gon Hongi didn't care in the slightest. "Big brother, this is for you." Chen Ming-er, who was on the side, pulled out rats from his arms and handed them to Gon Hongi. "This is a good thing. I caught it from a trap set by the villagers." Chen Ming-er's eyes revealed concern, as well as a slight amount of flesh pain, his hands trembling slightly from hunger. Gon Hongi stared at the rat meat, froze for half a second, reddened his eyes, and said hoarsely, "Name 2, will you hate Big Brother?" Chen Ming-er did not hesitate to shake his head. "How can Big Brother, when it is not you take us? Early death. Now, the worst can be worse to wear. To not also a death. We also ate a few full meals as not?" He turned his head and looked at the others, all nodding. Chen Ming-er grinned. "Big brother, look, the others think the same way." When Gon Hongi heard this, a bitter smile appeared on his face, and the red blood in his eyes became more pronounced, but that heavy burden seemed to be a little lighter. "Unfortunately, there's no fire, so it looks like we'll have to eat it raw." The raw meat was not easy to tear apart. Gon Hongi slowly divided it into 2 halves with his fingernails, handing the smaller one to Chen Ming-er as he said softly, "You found this one. It is rightfully yours to take the lion's share. I wouldn't eat this uncooked meat if I were you." A voice in the shadows said so. Gon Hongi looked over, and the men in the shadows had lifted their heads at some point, looking at them expressionlessly. "Oh, it's good to have meat, and you want it cooked?" It's clearly jealousy. He ignored it and placed the piece of rat meat in his mouth again. The extreme physical exhaustion and the craving for food caused Gon Hongi's mind to be filled with the idea of swallowing this piece of meat whole. Eventually, raw, he bit down on a small piece of shredded meat and passed it on to the next person. The mouth was filled with the taste of bloody iron. The slippery and slightly sticky raw meat was incredibly tough, and the rough texture caused Gon Hongi to need to chew multiple times before he could swallow. The raw meat slid down his throat, and Gon Hongi was disappointed. All of them were eating the shredded meat, when an aroma wafted in, and it grew stronger. The iron gate opened, and the stragglers looked toward the gate with disbelief in their eyes. What did they see? The fish that gave off a great aroma, as well as the hot noodle buns, and the pot of eggs. "This is for us to eat? Are we hardly dreaming?" The roving bandits muttered under their breath, their eyes glittering with longing, unconsciously licking their lips or gulping, but none of them dared to go forward. The best you can get on a normal day is some wild vegetables and rice porridge, and now there's fish and meat? They're prisoners, and they've just finished robbing the village. Failed though. The precious rat meat that Chen Ming-er was holding fell to the ground with a brush. "That fish, it smells a lot rarer than this stuff." The upper sky tiger and the others rose from the ground, lined themselves up, received their meals for the night, and went back into the shadows to eat in silence. "It's really for us." The newly arrived stragglers looked at each other with anticipation on their faces. Their hunger was awakened by the strong visual stimulus. They immediately stood up and formed a long line. When they hit the food, not caring about the rolling heat, they grabbed the noodle buns with their hands and stuffed them into their mouths. "Fragrance nah, nice fragrance." Nice fragrance. It's so yummy. It's so yummy. Even if I die now, it's worth it. The stragglers desperately stuffed themselves with food. Ganhongi swallowed his saliva, holding that full of fish noodles. His feet were a bit weak, and he was unable to take a bite for a long time. It's obvious. It's a broken meal now. To take the lives of his brothers. Well, big brother, the big deal is that we're going to die. And to be able to eat such good food before we die, we're already very contented. Chen Ming'er stuffed the fish. Although he was a bit scared, he still comforted. Big brother, don't think too much. If it wasn't for this trip over here, we might never be able to eat such delicious food. Yes, big brother, it's just death. What's there to be afraid of? That's right, it should have died a long time ago, and we've been earning it for days. Those stragglers around them were comforted. A sudden sound came from the shadowy corner. Oh, death? That's a beautiful thought. Chao Wenshur sneered. I'm afraid life is worse than death. Damn, are you looking for death is it? Chen Ming'er looked at Chao Wenshur and was just about to start cursing when he was scared by Chao Wenshur's horrifying eyes and his voice became smaller and smaller, leaning behind Ganhongi. Mom, yeah, it's scary. This guy, he definitely killed a lot of people. Ganhongi mused. Wait, isn't he the one who told me not to eat the rat meat? Is it possible that he knows something? Got to ask. Righteousness. Ganhongi walked over, and before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chao Wenshur raising his hand. What kind of righteous man am I? Just a sinner. Chao Wenshur laughed at himself as he looked at Ganhongi and asked, You should be their leader. Am I right? Ganhongi nodded. At one time, so was I. Chao Wenshur slanted a glance at the stragglers who were staring at him closely and would swarm him once he made a move. Maybe I'm on the wrong path. Really? He shook his head slightly and then asked. I know what you're going to ask. And before I do, let me ask you, how many people have you killed? And what is the reason for being here? Ganhongi answered in a heartbeat. In that case, there's still a chance, the upper heavenly tiger muttered, as he looked into Ganhongi's eyes and said, You should have seen him. Ganhongi was slightly disoriented, and couldn't help but recall the idol sitting at the shrine, and the horse-riding young man he saw. The person this person is talking about should be him. Met. Ganhongi nodded his head with a grave expression, and he asked carefully, That male, in the end, is... Chao Wenshur frowned. On the way here, didn't the one surnamed Wei give you guys a word? Seeing their blank faces, Chao Wenshur understood that these people knew nothing at all. He shook his head inside. It's just that, hinging on that, that's why they brought you to me. His own end, already doomed. Sooner or later after death will still go to that hell to go through. Now what he is asking for, but to be able to stay on this earth for some more hours. Chao Wenshur took 2 bites of fish and changed to a comfortable position, slanting a glance at Ganhongi. For the sake of you letting me eat fish, just listen, Chao Wenshur said softly. He, who is known by the people here as Duke Bai, is said to be the one who doesn't like to be called a deity, but of course, in private, the people here call him Immortal Lord Bai. On the way here, I'm afraid you saw that this forest is covered with immortal domains that exist because of him, and even all the food in your hands appeared out of thin air. Out of thin air? Ganhongi muttered with a lax gaze. That's right, that wheat, even though it's grown from the ground, doesn't consume the earth's ointment and matures in a very short period of time, and the water is rootless water that he takes from the heavens and never runs out. Chao Wenshur paused, twisted up a piece of fish, waved it in front of Ganhongi's eyes, ate it, and said with an expressionless face, This fish, do you know where it came from? It's the villagers of this place, leaning on his immortal technique, fishing it out of the empty pool. Know why I told you guys not to eat that rat meat at that time? Chao Wenshur asked himself. In this place, the last thing that is lacking is food, and water. I see. The people here provide incense for that Duke Bai, and he provides shelter as well as food and water for the people here. Chen Ming'er, who had been listening from the sidelines, came to a realization and picked up the conversation. No, Chao Wenshur's gaze flickered. Those who need incense are gods, while this one, an immortal, doesn't need any incense, and that one will accept the offerings here simply because the people here need him to accept them. This one, compared to the book and the story of those who do not eat earthly fire in terms of the immortal, gave him the feeling, more like a human being, with joy and anger, have their own preferences and temper. He had gotten himself into this situation because of his 3 deaths, for the first time, trying to slaughter the village where this human immortal was located, with the intention of shooting him standing on an earthen wall. The second time, the mouth stinks, and perhaps because of the nickname, was taken by it to the sky, experienced the wind and sun, intended to seek death, but did not think to fall into the water to survive. The third time, he already had the intention of seeking death, and intended to make a mockery of it before he died. But he made a mistake and was really thrown into hell, and in this way, he no longer dared to seek death. Perhaps there will be another time. Chao Wenshi returned to his senses, scraping a glance at Gan Hongyi, who was waiting for him to follow, and barked, "The heaven here is that white immortal. You must remember, perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps in the next few days, that if you see him again, be sharp-mouthed. Arch your hand and say to him that you are willing to obey whatever he sends your way, to atone for your actions, and don't excuse yourself or cry for mercy. Understand?" Chen Ming'er lost his voice. "Wait, you mean we don't have to die?" "Ha ha ha." "Naturally," Chao Wenshi sneered, his eyes showing some pity. "If you were to die, you wouldn't have appeared here and been locked up with me." "Great, we don't have to die." "Yeah, big brother, you don't have to think about it anymore." The new stragglers cheered. Can I ask, the meals from now on, are they all the same as today's?" "The same?" Chen Ming'er was overjoyed and asked Chao Wenshi. However, seeing that Chao Wenshi kept smiling and didn't say anything, Chen Ming'er turned his head and looked at Gan Hongyi. Seeing his bitter face and pensive look, he said in disbelief, "Big brother, why are you still frowning? Isn't it a good thing that we don't have to die?" "Big brother." Chen Ming'er increased his volume a bit and then shouted. Gan Hongyi returned to his senses, his expression hazy, his fists clenched to death, and with a serious face he said, "May I ask your excellency, what exactly is the matter with what you said before? That it was thanks to our blessing that we were able to eat fish, which means that we wouldn't be able to have such a good meal on a regular basis, as well as, the phrase that life is worse than death?" Chao Wenshi smiled faintly. There are still smart people. No wonder he can become their big brother. Suddenly, a loud, crazy laugh came from the shadows. "He he he he. You will go down too. You will see it. Those ghosts will pull you down and be with them for eternity. The bodies, burning up, and you will turn to ashes too. Ho, ho." The man's hands waved in the air in an attempt to get rid of something invisible, jutting his face out in front of Gan Hongyi's eyes, an eerie smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, an incomprehensible madness. Gan Hongyi was startled and subconsciously raised his hand towards the man's face. He came back to his senses and wanted to collect his strength, but it was too late. Touch! Gan Hongyi's fist was caught firmly in a hand and stopped in front of Asako's heel. So strong, Gan Hongyi froze and stared at the white-haired, disheveled-looking Chao Wenshi in front of him, his heart startled. "This guy, I'm afraid he's no ordinary man." Suddenly, Asako's eyes became confused and desperate and helpless, a fear that went deep into his bones, brushing away and jumping back into the corner, muttering under his breath, "Go away! Go away! You damned arms!" Chao Wenshi sighed and signaled one of the stragglers on his side to pacify, while he let go of Gan Hongyi's hand and helplessly said, "This is Asako, my brother, who followed me, and has been like this since he returned from that place." "Which place?" Gan Hongyi pursued. "This place. It definitely has something to do with them." Chao Wenshi didn't say anything further, just looked at the stragglers beside Gan Hongyi who were listening with their ears open. "If you're done eating, go and refill it. It's possible to refill rice here. You guys go over first, I'll come over later." Gan Hongyi barked. After they all left, Chao Wenshi said in a deep voice, "It's just as you thought, although you can get enough to eat on weekdays, but fish and eggs are not available. It's just a broken meal. If I guessed correctly, you guys will go to that place. I can't say it explicitly. You don't want to know. Just remember one thing. When you see him, make sure you do what I say. If you go in there and that door is closed, you go over there and block up the crack in that door and never let them see it." Chao Wenshi snapped. "You too, make sure you don't look. Understand?" Gan Hongyi nodded with a grave face. "Good." After a few words, Chao Wenshi said no more. In the cell, the new stragglers were slow to sleep as they excitedly talked about the days when they would be able to eat well. "It's not going to kill me anyway, and there's nothing that can be worse than being hungry." The older ones lay silent, and no one spoke. Only Gan Hongyi, reclining, kept recalling the previous conversation in his mind. What could be in that place? Exactly? The night passed quickly and it was early morning. The crowd was surprised to find that the place actually served pilgrimage food. There was no more fish, but there was still a full load of cooked batter and eggs. And that, too, was a feast they could hardly eat on a regular basis. Chen Ming'er served 2 bowls of batter, 2 eggs peeled off and put into the bowl, and handed a bowl to Gan Hongyi. "It's so good. It's so good to be caught." Ha 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 ha. Blowing on the hot air, he dug the paste on the side of the bowl and ate it into his mouth, squinting his eyes in enjoyment. Baza baza mouth. Giggling, "Big brother, you said it's so good that we came early to get caught." Gan Hongyi took the bowl in silence, and the batter went to his mouth. Chen Ming'er said unconcernedly, "I say big brother, the big deal is to beat us up." "It's no big deal. Who made us originally intend to rob this village? It can be cured anyway. It's just a matter of suffering some bitter flesh. Squeak. The gate slowly opened and Weishur led the way into the middle of the cell, urging, the ones from yesterday. Hurry up and stuff the ones in your hands and your mouth. You have to rush over before Immortal Lord Bai arrives. Ganhongi and the others hurriedly stuffed all the food into their mouths and followed Weishur out of the cell. A few soft coughs came from behind him, and Ganhongi turned his head. Seeing Chao Wenshur's inquiring gaze, he discreetly nodded, signaling that he remembered. Soon, it was brought to the destination of the trip. See that weird door, too? Maybe, when you get in that door, you can get to that place. Ganhongi thought so. He began to replay in his mind over and over what he should say after meeting that white immortal monarch. Greetings, Mr. Bai. Sounds came from the surroundings, and Ganhongi looked back to see that white immortal monarch once again. Success or failure is at stake. Deliver the hell in the morning. Let them go spawn the iron golem afterward. Get myself another precision gathering going at the engineering academy, and then take Luair to skulk around. Haven't been out of the village in, well, Li Chang for a while. Bai Li muttered all the way to the gates of hell. I've met Mr. Bai. Who is this shouting? Why are you half a beat slow? Turning his head towards it, Bai Li then saw the scar-faced one, the big brother of yesterday's group, greeting him with an arch. Actually did not kneel and beg for forgiveness. It seems that he knew some information in advance. According to Weishur's nature, he was afraid that he would not say. It's hard to believe that it's the upper heavenly tiger. Would he be so kind? Let's hear it for a moment. If he dares to scold me, send him to heaven and earth. Bai Li stared at Ganhongi and said, just say it straight. I'm listening. There's drama. Ganhongi's eyes flickered as he said, we know that our sins are so deep that we deserve to die for them, and we are willing to suffer the pain of the walk. Fu Wei Gongzi is clear. Leave us a sliver of life, willing to listen to the law of Gongzi, to atone for their own sins, to perform all things without worry, respectfully awaiting the heavy hand of the law to set the record straight. That's right. Those stragglers behind him followed Ganhongi's movements and said heartily. They didn't hear what the upper heavenly tiger said, but in their hearts they thought the same thing. This place, it's too good to be true, as long as they're not allowed to die, and they can eat, and take as many beatings as they want. Anyway, it can be treated. It can't die. This doesn't look like the level of culture a rogue should have. Ha? This bulging muscles don't look like a scholar either. Bai Li asked in disbelief. You were originally a military general? But as the head of the 10 husbands, Ganhongi shook his head and said softly, I've read a few books, and I can barely read some words. No wonder. His mind was spinning so fast, he still had some measure of control, and he was able to survive without a single death under Tai air. He didn't go on to ask why he became a roving bandit, because it was just the same old 3 things. Famine and lack of water. And, most of all, arrears of rates. Pleading guilty is okay, at least it's much better than that upper heavenly tiger gang. In that case, 5 minutes might be a bit long, but these people, according to the results of Weishur's interrogation, were worth reforming anyway. But it's still time to take a walk. It's still time to take a beating, and it's possible to shave some time off. Just have it and wipe a 0. 2 minutes, Bai Li thought, pointed to the hell gate, and slowly said, get in here, stay for 2 minutes, and I'll have someone call you out as a punishment for robbing the village. He spread his hands and held out his thumbs at a regular rate. 2 hands, 12 rounds, that's about how long it takes. Bai Li had previously inquired about Miao Jiming and found that it was too vague when it came to ancient records. There is no modern concept of seconds and minutes. Hours, there are just hours. And quarters. The day was divided into 12 hours, each equivalent to 2 hours now, and 1 hour was divided into 8 moments, each equivalent to about 15 minutes in modern times. That's the only way he can describe extremely short spans of time. Go up by yourself. I won't let Weishur and the others escort you there. Bai Li paused and asked, by the way, do you know what place you're going to? Ganhongi shook his head and replied, I don't know. It's good to have the good habit of shutting the door behind you, so that you don't have to close it when something goes wrong mentally. When they go in, I'm afraid they'll be screaming in pain, and they shouldn't have the leisure to look out the door. But what if they think it's an exit? This is a group that can still be kept. Bai Li said to Ganhongi, when you go in, hurry up and take off your clothes and block the gap on the door. Move fast. Understand? That door was 2 meters high. With his head, he was afraid that he couldn't even plug the gap, so it was best to warn down. It's better not to say that it's better to tell him not to look outside. Curiosity killed the cat. He wouldn't necessarily read it if he didn't say so himself, but if he did, then he definitely would. Personal experience. Ganhongi arched his hand and returned. I understand. Then, he took the lead and went inside that purple teleportation door. The line of sight twisted. The heat wave hit his face. The hot burning air poured into Gon Hong's nostrils. Every breath was like inhaling flames that burned in his lungs. His chest rose and fell violently, and his whole body tingled as if he had jumped into the flames. Hiss! Gon Hong ate the pain, screamed, looked around and realized that he was in a stone room, and there was an iron door in front of him. Ah! Miserable cries came from behind him, and Gon Hong knew that his brethren had come in. Gotta hurry up and get that room door blocked. Gon Hong took off his dry clothes and ran to the doorway of that room, blocking the gap in the doorway that was so huge that he inadvertently glimpsed out the door, looking at the world outside the door, which was fiery red and hot, affected by the heat wave and constantly distorted. Gon Hong instantly had an answer in his head. No wonder. They are not allowed to see it. The place where you and others are located is none other than hell. If the man had said anything, I'm afraid he would have only worried himself into a night of fear. Hell, after all, he couldn't have scratched his head enough to think that he'd make it to this place alive. Horrified in his heart, Gon Hong hurriedly blocked the door. At this time the room, more and more people, almost on the verge of being crowded. The pained expression on Chen Ming'er's face almost distorted his visage, while his feet kept stomping, his eyes filled with fear as he pleaded miserably. Big brother, quickly let us out. Outside. Outside will definitely be more comfortable. Please. Behind him, some stragglers looked at him expectantly. The door had been the only thing their burnt-out brains had thought of to get them out of their misery. Go back. Gon Hong's lips cracked dryly as he blocked the doorway, a hoarse hiss escaping his throat. All of you. Go back. Consciousness was becoming more and more blurred. The passage of time disappeared completely at this moment, and Gon Hong couldn't be bothered to count his fingers as he gazed at the portal. The immortal lord said 2 minutes. So it should be soon, right? On the other side, Bai Li counted silently in his mind, and once 2 minutes were up, he said to Wei Shi, time's up. Wei Shi, go in and bring them all out. That person should have blocked the doorway, and Wei Shi would not be affected in any way by going in. When in the future, when the hell-through train was opened, the transferring villagers would definitely go in. So let Wei Shi go in step by step, familiarize himself with it, and just slowly eliminate his fear. Yes, Eunuch Bai. Wei Shi arched his hand and, without hesitation, took a step toward the teleportation portal. The portal opening was small, and the stragglers came out in a line, all sitting on the ground, breathing in large gulps of air. Gon Hong was the last one to come out. He braced himself and weakly twisted in front of Bai Li, arching his hand and saying, much thanks to Duke Bai. Who little man Gon Hong? Who please instruct the Duke? This guy, himself, was oddly admiring, but unfortunately, a rogue. Very good. You're good, Bai Li said with heartfelt emotion. Go back and rest. After that I'll have Wei Shi, he'll take you and pretend to loot the village. Once that iron golem is out, you guys should know what to do. Don't worry, just based on your performance, I won't treat you guys poorly in the aspect of food and drink. Junior, many thanks to Eunuch Bai, Gon Hong said heartily, letting Wei Shi bring the stragglers back to rest. Only Bai Li as well as Miao Jiming remained. Jiming, did you bring all your stuff with you? Bai Li said thoughtfully. Isn't this it? Raising the book in his hand, Miao Jiming replied with a smile. Mr. Bai, I just forgot to bring my own self here, and I won't even forget this. Dependable, Bai Li said with emotion. I'm relieved that you're doing your job. Let's go. Go to the engineering academy and brush up on precision acquisition. It's not likely that there will be unexpected gains. The two of them walked towards the engineering academy, and on the way, Bai Li suddenly asked Miao Jiming. Jiming, you say, if there are two paths, 1. I can directly let this field expand to great proportions in a very short period of time, and it will be completed in 2 months at the latest, and 1. I can just let nature take its course, and allow him to slowly expand. Which path do you say, should I take? Hell has opened, as long as he wants to, every day to stay up in the lower world to dig quartz. Experience absolutely grows fast, even if the experience is difficult to grow. Conservative estimates, 2 months, will be able to cover the entire world. In the mortal world, can Duke Bai perform a wide-range divine ability, the kind that can instantly punish the wicked? Magma should be considered wide-range, putting out apocalypse counts, and it could be called a perishable summoning skill, but specified. MC is afraid not. Bailey shook his head. Miao Jiming then asked, what do you think of the human heart, Mr. Bai? It's hard to see, it's hard to feel, it's hard to understand the human heart. Miao Jiming couldn't help but lose his smile. Eunuch Bai, you should already have an answer, right? I see, Bai Li muttered under his breath. Uneven distribution, in any dynasty, would be a very troublesome problem. Even in his time, even under the greatness of that one, there were still people starving to death. He was alone, and if he just wanted to be comfortable on his own, then he could go either way. But he could also try and go the other way. Getting things done. Take this dynasty and stir it up. Jiming, how many people we can use? Who are carrying defense gear? Bai Li's eyes flickered as he said. Finally, Immortal White, you finally asked this. Back to eunuch Bai. Miao Jiming was overjoyed in his heart and said in a deep voice. There are already nearly 100 crossbowmen, and those wearing leather breastplates. There are more than 300 of them. In the 4 directions of the realm. Establish post stations to take care of food supplies. Assign some people to explore the surrounding terrain as well as the villages. And Chang, since the people of the imperial court won't come to us, we'll go there in person, and send people to Chang, as well as the nearby cities, to spread the faith. Since it has come to this, it might as well be one way or the other. It's not like he has to sit on the toilet. Odds are he won't have a problem. Pseudo-rural encirclement. Yes, eunuch Bai. Miao replied with a grave expression as he knelt down on one knee. You'll be in charge of these, said Bailey without a hitch. Still, he provides the general idea. The details these professionals fill in. It was better for him not to add to the mess blindly. Right, Jiming, I'm going to go out with Lu'er for a little stroll this afternoon. Are you going? Bailey twisted his head, looked at Miao Jiming and asked so. Immortal Lord White, this was an invitation to go out and tour the mountains together. He himself is finally not far off from Lu'er. And the efforts I have made during this period of time have not been in vain after all. Miao's ears stubbed out for a moment, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. With such a tempting invitation, he really wanted to say yes. Taking a deep breath, Miao Jiming shook his head and grinned. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Bai. I have to go back and plan the next plan. I'm afraid I don't have this blessing. Can you let me save this opportunity until next time? Workaholics. It seems the temptation to make a name for yourself, as you call it, is really great. As for because of other reasons, well, Jiming gave him a feeling that was completely different from those villagers. He and Lu'er both got along comfortably, and the others always felt awkward and panicky, so it can be ruled out as being because of him. A small percentage at best. Don't worry, the name to stay in history. I said, Gaga tube thing. Absolutely give you arrangements in place. Bailey dumbfounded, by the time who forgot to write. I directly 2 pussy pockets over. Who cares about this post-death shit when you're famous? But it was good that Immortal White thought so, otherwise such a white immortal monarch, he would never see again. Thinking in his heart, Miao hesitated for a moment then asked, Eunuch Bai, how long do you plan to go out? How long? Bai Li thought for a moment and replied, a short afternoon, a day or 2. Since you're not going, then during the time I'm not there, Li City will be temporarily handed over to you, and I'm relieved to hand it over to you. Although, even if he was there, Li Chang was pretty much managed by Jiming is all. He was a shirker, but it was still good to say hello. Showing your trust can be more energizing, can't it? Thank you for your trust, Duke Bai. I will not dishonor my mission. Miao Jiming was happy in his heart and said with a smile on his face, by the way, Eunuch Bai, on the side of Chang, are you going to distribute food? Currently, we have enough soldiers and horses, enough food and grass, and Wuzhen is expelling the roving bandits in the neighborhood, so we don't have to worry about being plundered by roving bandits like before. Yes. But keep them fed and give them something to do, or I'm afraid something will happen. Bailey pondered. What do you think? Let them build the road? Miao Jiming said without thinking. The road is the main road of transportation, but also the pulse of commerce. If the road is unobstructed, the business travelers can facilitate the circulation of goods. People's daily needs can be satisfied. Nowadays, although Licheng has already built the city wall, but there is no road access, no business traffic. Nowadays, there is no shortage of food and grass. There is more than enough manpower, and the access road, for the development of Licheng, is indeed vital, worthy of Duke Bai. Okay, that last sentence is redundant. Don't use it next time. Bai Li lowered his voice. Okay, Eunuch Bai. Miao nodded. By the way, should I send someone to call Lu'er here? Bai Li waved his hand and said, no, he's right next to the industrial college we're going to. Remember that statue of me you told me about earlier? I asked Lu'er to go and bring me one. I also heard from him that it's quite popular. There's a long line. I doubt it's one for each family. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. After all, it's Duke Bai. It's normal to be popular ha. Miao Jiming laughed awkwardly and stammered. Don't ask. Look, Gongzi, the industrial college is here. Miao Jiming hastily lubricatedly changed the topic, flipping through the book in his hand that recorded the occupations, holding it up to Bai Li, and asking with a serious face. Look, Mr. Bai. Which one do we go to first? This one, Bailey said as he pointed to the name on it. Okay, Your Excellency, follow me, Miao said. Phew, that was close. And, early morning in the mushroom area where the Smith household resides. From the wooden cabinet he had made, Tokoki took out the noodles and poured a pot full of them into the pot, then took out the eggs and threw them into the pot to cook together. When it was almost cooked, he scooped out the eggs, served the noodles in a bowl, added some noodle broth, and carefully twisted a small piece of fine salt from the bag, adding it to the bowl and mixing it well, peeling the shells of the eggs and putting them into a bowl, boiling a pot of water ready to be kept for tea. He carried a wooden stool and sat down outside there, taking a sip of the noodle soup first to ease his stomach before picking up a handful of noodles and bringing them to his mouth. Phew, that's some good refined salt. Not even a hint of bitterness. No wonder it sells for so much. Never thought I'd have a day with refined salt. Sure, Gao Ming ate quickly. This is a habit he has developed over the years. In the old days, just a little bit of silver. It would be good to buy some food in a day. It's slow eating. I'm starving. After briefly washing the dishes, Tim Gao Ming took out a porcelain pot and a few small teacups. Taking out some dry tea leaves, sprinkle into a porcelain pot, take boiling water and pour it into the pot. The tea leaves stretch in the water and sway gently. He watched quietly, waiting for the tea to settle and the water to gradually become clear. A few moments later, Gao Ming gently picked up the porcelain pot and poured the tea into the cup, which took on a light golden color and was permeated with the aroma of tea. He picked up a cup, gently blew the hot air on it, and then carefully tasted a mouthful. First bitter, not after a few moments with a sweetness. The tea's unique flavor reverberated in the mouth, letting people forget the troubles of the world. Their place other may not be able to blow, but tea, that is one of the best. Its unique flavor and quality are famous all over the world. Tea houses can be found everywhere in Chongqing, and they even meet friends with tea from time to time. But since the drought in Shaanxi, everyone can barely afford to eat, let alone drink tea. They, the Smiths, did the same. It was not uncommon to eat a meal and starve for 3 or 4 days, that one meal, and not be able to eat a full meal. Whereas now, it would be nice to have 2 meals and be full. Bai Xianjun even said, 3 meals a day must be eaten. They, these small people, of course, must do it. Anyway, the price of food was incredibly cheap, and it wouldn't cost him many pennies to eat until he was full. The refined salt that you put in yourself is refined from coarse salt by the immortal monarchs who know all the ways and teach the ways of mortals. The price, even, is not much different from the price one would pay for coarse salt at the official's place. This is how the people should live. He had gone out of Chengcheng that day, and he had really gone out right. Otherwise, how could you possibly see the living God? Hey, old-timer, where's the tea? Is there any left? Give me a whole cup too, Li Kaiji said with a smile on his face as he walked out from the mushroom house on the side. Sure, Gao Ming laughed. Ha, naturally, old brotherly, this tea is just finished. I high and low have to re-burn a pot out for you. He moved a wooden stool from the house, put it to the side, and poured a cup for Li Kaiji. How about it? Your big brotherly didn't lie to you, did he? Li Kaiji sipped his tea and joked. No. It's thanks to Big Brotherly that we're living such a good life. Sure, Gao Ming said with a sincere face. I'll toast Big Brother with tea instead of wine. Small thing. I just want to ask. This idol, how long will it be my turn? Li Kaiji virtual touch. Sip tea, and then said, do not worry. I know your nature. Do not need to open the back door for me. Just say it. Only then did Sure Gao Ming breathe a sigh of relief and gratefully said, thank you, brotherly, for bearing with me. This idol, you'll probably have to wait until a week from now. It's not long, right? This idol, now you take over the work. Have to do how long? Li Kaiji asked curiously. Tim Gao Ming thought about it and hesitated for a moment. 2 months from now. So many. Li Kaiji was astonished and exclaimed, old-timer, you're making me envious. After all, it's the idol of the white immortal sovereign. As for envy, brotherly, don't say that. I can't wait to envy you. Sure, Gao Ming smiled and shook his head, taking a look at the eye patch that was pulled to the side and worn by Li Kaiji. This is something that would mean being able to enter the Weaponry Academy and receive the immortal gift from the immortal monarch. I'm a blacksmith. Li Kaiji smiled and lowered his voice. By the way, when do you plan to marry your daughter-in-law? Tim Gao Ming carefully said. Take a daughter-in-law? This is afraid that it won't work. Don't worry, our Smith household, nowadays, is a rising tide. You have to know. Bai Xianjun founded the 13 courtyards. Nearly half are related to our Smith household. Li Kaiji's eyes flashed. This is not in Chengcheng. We marry a daughter-in-law. Can be much simpler than before. As long as you put down the word, Big Brother, I will immediately find a matchmaker for you to go. Then, please brotherly. Tim Gao Ming snapped the back of his head and buzzed. You're welcome, Li Kaiji said without any hesitation. He had just taken a sip when he looked up and saw Lu Er running towards their place. Why is the Taoist boy beside Immortal White here? They might not be very familiar with the other people in the Lu family village, but they remembered this only person who was able to follow Immortal Lord Bai clearly. It still seemed to be running in their direction. Could it be the idol thing? Li Kaiji's eyes flickered, without trace to the time before the Hai Ming hastened to urge, old time, you give me to remember. A moment that little doll if you let you do the statue of God. You do not give me to say what 2 months. Cannot go through the back door or something? Understand not? Tim Gao Ming frowned. Ha, but, don't be such a butch. You really need to work on your temperament. Here we go. Li Kaiji squared himself, stood up from his stool, and arched his hand. Little friend Lu Er, do you have something to find this one? Uncle Li, long time no see. Lu Er returned the salute and turned to Shi Gao Ming and said with a straight face, Uncle Shi, I came over this time because Duke Bai wants you to make an idol. What? Toko lost his voice. Did I hear you right? He looked incredulously at Li Kaiji and saw his mouth open slightly and he nodded at him. I can't believe it's true. The immortal monarch wants him to carve the idol. Okay, I'll do it right away. With an excited face, Tim Gao Ming put the teapot down and couldn't wait to head inside. Wait, people haven't finished talking. What are you running for? Li Kaiji pulled back Shi Gao Ming and said. Only then did Shi Gao Ming notice that Lu Er was still holding some tea in his hand, and he could tell at a glance that the tea was not ordinary tea. Uncle Shi, I want to learn how to carve idols from you. Lu Er held up those gifts in his hand and said, You want to learn to carve statues? That's not something you can learn overnight. Tokoki said hesitantly. What do you plan to learn how to do that for? Lu Er paused and said frankly, I would like to carve one of myself. For Duke Bai. Shi Gao Ming looked at Lu Er with a smile and said softly, That's so. Then it's simple. Good. I'll help you, but it'll have to wait until I finish carving this idol for the immortal monarch. This tea, it's not necessary. You take it back. Thank you Uncle Shi. Lu Er bowed slightly, put those things towards the house, and ran away in a puff of smoke. Congratulations. Now, I really have to envy you. This opportunity can be rare na. Li Kaiji looked at Shi Gao Ming, whose hands had been shaking, and lamented. Alright, I won't hold you up. Let's go. Hey. Slow down. With a trance-like expression, Tim Gao Ming returned to the house and looked at the white immortal monarch above the incense. I'm going to use the best wood, the best craftsmanship, my whole heart, dedicated to that fairy. Chang, inside the city god temple god building, the new Changchun County magistrate, Mang Yangnian, dressed in formal official clothes, held incense and candles in his hands, set out offerings, and recited prayers. God above. The next full Changchun County magistrate Mang Yangnian, by order of the Zai, the country's favor, send people hope. Now I am here to visit the temple and burn incense, praying for a clear understanding. May the mighty spirit of your holiness be prominent and protect our land, so that the grains will be abundant and the people will be well. I pray that your God will be merciful and recognize the sincerity of the people. The green smoke from the scented candles lingered in the air, intertwining with the dim light. After worship, Mang Yangnian walked out of the god building, only to see the master standing in front of the building, respectfully waiting. But Wu Jin, he's back? Mang Yangnian hurriedly inquired. Since he took office, he encountered all the white rice eaters. Originally he thought that the Inspector Wu Jin is also the same. After all, the huge Changcheng city, which could be taken under his nose, was definitely on empty payroll. Even so, it was surprising that nothing had happened. It must have been a bribe to the higher-ups to make it happen. And its looks were also shady, not like a good person. During the time when he first came to Changcheng, Meng Yangnian hardly had any communication with him except for official business. Civilian commanders, even in the same rank official circles, the social status and power of these military officials were far inferior to their civilian counterparts, not to mention this little ninth-grade inspector. However, after some days in this Changcheng, Meng Yangnian realized that it was his own misunderstanding. This Wu Jin, even after the wind has passed, still runs outside for 3 days, sometimes even out of the jurisdiction, and each time he eliminates a few groups of roving bandits. Stick to their duties. Those soldiers under him were even stronger and more vigorous. All of them were full of vigor and energy, and they did not look like starving people at all. Love your soldiers like a son. On top of that, those soldiers were not afraid of this Wu Jin, so it was evident that he was very kind to these soldiers on weekdays. Rite of passage. What is even more rare is that even under such high-intensity banditry, its troops are still able to maintain extremely high morale. The soldiers are well managed. These 4 things, even one of them can be considered a rare talent. And this Wu Jin, actually all of them, in this civil and military officials are all complicit in the dirt. Under the filth of the court, there are actually Loyal people. Meng Yongyan for the first time to a ninth-grade military officer rose to the idea of friendship. Should a few official business. Through the wine sacks, he and Wu Jin talked for a long time. The more he talked, the more he was appreciating the man. Although it is a military officer, but speak softly, treat people sincerely, their own say about his superiority, but also very modest, press the reluctance to admit. From time to time in the future, Meng Yongyan invited Wu Jin as a guest, and in his heart, he even drew him as a confidant. The only unfortunate part is that for some reason, Brother Wu can't eat fish and vomits when he sees it, but that doesn't bother him. Such a person, if met bowl, certainly more than inspectors so simple, definitely this former magistrate Zhang Yaokai from the obstruction. Thinking of this, the resentment towards Zhang Yaokai was even more multiplied in his heart. Damn Zhang Yaokai, the thief has misled people and delayed my brother Wu's great future for nothing. Not really, asked the master suddenly, after a pause. Has your excellency thought of a solution for the grain? Brother Wu went out and hasn't come back yet? Hearing this, Meng Yongyan first shook his head, then couldn't help but curse and sigh again. Zhang Yaokai this thief, how dare to levy exorbitant, wantonly increase taxes, forcing the people to rebel not to say, failed to hold Chengcheng, but make the city fall. The library of food was also looted, not knowing the times, and even daring to be presumptuous and act absurdly, is indeed the shame of our generation. No wonder the Tung Lin party would try to transfer this official to this place. Look what this dead Zhang Yaokai left for him. Great public discontent, roving bandits everywhere, taxes that are clearly uncollectible, and empty coffers in the city. What he takes to make up. If he still dares to send people to collect taxes, he will inevitably become the next Zhang Yaokai. But if he asks those squires and rich households, it will be harder than taking their lives. These days, they are both soft and hard, but also to come a little, but also distributed to the people, soothe some of the people's grievances, but asking for more would be impossible. He is also a newly appointed county magistrate. If he dares to ask the squire rich households that hard to ask for more, tomorrow we'll be able to have a roving bandit sneaked into the city, in the name of killing the corrupt officials, to take his life. These days, especially in this land of roving bandits, those who can still remain unharmed are not oil lamps. Where can we fill this gap in the rations? This is clearly a dead end. One either takes off this hat or this head. There is no other way. There is no good method for the time being for the matter of food. Meng Yongyan smiled bitterly and asked offhandedly, why? Have you thought of any good methods? The master arched his hand and said, not really. There's a group of people coming from the county office there, saying that they can solve the urgent needs of the county dignitary. Meng Yongyan's eyes flickered as he said, what you said, can it be true? I dare not deceive your excellency, the master said with his head bowed. It's not a good way to come to the door. Under the sky, there is no free pie. The other side is not small. Go back and take a look. Meng Yongyan said in a deep voice. This, said the master, desiring to speak. Meng Yongyan asked sternly, what? Is it possible that the group is plotting against us? No, your excellency the prefect. You'll know when you go and see it. I can't say. The master hesitated for a moment and said, good. Meng Yongyan said word for word. I'd like to see what's so peculiar about this group. Arriving outside the county office, Meng Yongyan stared at the strange villagers not far away wearing leather breastplates, as well as leather boots, and holding wooden swords in their hands and frowned straight away. The magistrate standing in front of that county courthouse actually treated these guys as if they didn't exist. Those yamen, what are they up to? This is obviously going to cause trouble. Why don't they drive them away? Sure enough, they're all stupid freeloaders. Meng Yongyan didn't have the good sense to say. And suddenly, he turned back to look at the master teacher and asked tentatively, the group of people you're talking about, it wouldn't be them, would it? The master teacher said helplessly, Your Honor, you're right, but Your Honor, their leader is a scholar, and is waiting for you inside. These guys, can they be trusted? Why does it feel so much like the style of dress of the yellow turbans? Meng Yongyan saw that the wagon that the group had brought with them was vaguely loaded with things. Go inside. The two of them, Meng Yongyan and the master, expressionlessly passed in front of the magistrate who was standing guard and entered the county office. Big brother, are we really letting that group go? Zhao Wu skimmed his head and asked worriedly. The new county magistrate. He didn't look too good just now. Could he be blaming us? What exactly are you guys hiding from me? Soon, that Yaman muttered under his breath. He looked at Zhao Wu, unable to suppress his elation, and said, ha 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 ha, Zhao Wu, go and listen to it. Listen to the conversations of the soldiers who are out there. Wait until it's time, and you'll know what's really going on. Finally, it's our turn in Changchang.